Hee hee, I did it. I caught a Weedle.
Ash Sunday, I'm ahead of you. Casey exclaimed, holding up her newly captured Pokémon. Her face radiated excitement as she turned to face the others.
Ash smirked.
The game's only just begun, he replied, his tone calm and confident.
Sunday nodded.
We'll see who comes out on top. Casey, however, was undeterred.
Hee hee, just watch.
I'm going to win this competition for sure. Her eyes gleamed with determination, her competitive spirit evident. As they continued their journey through the forest, Casey seemed spurred on by her earlier success. No matter the Pokémon that appeared, she jumped into action, battling with relentless energy and attempting to capture them all. Some attempts were successful, while others ended in frustration as the Pokémon managed to escape. It wasn't long before her capture rate began to dwindle, her enthusiasm pushing her to the limit. Sunday, meanwhile, took a more measured approach, though she missed a few promising bug-type Pokémon such as Pinsir, Pinico, and Scyther. Unlike Casey, she seemed less concerned with the competition and more focused on finding Pokémon that truly suited her team. Casey's Chikorita, on the other hand, was visibly struggling. The continuous battles, especially against Pokémon with type advantages, were taking a toll. Though the bug types they encountered weren't particularly strong, Chikorita's fatigue was becoming increasingly apparent.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A group of Pinico appeared, and Casey quickly sent Chikorita into battle. However, the Pinico, feeling threatened, launched self-destruct one after another. The resulting explosions sent Chikorita flying back, landing heavily at Casey's feet as the Pinico vanished in the ensuing smoke.
Darn it! They got away again.
Casey said, frustration clear in her voice. Let's keep going, Chikorita, she urged, scanning the area for more Pokémon. She seemed oblivious to her partner's exhaustion, as Chikorita struggled to even stand. Casey, you need to be more careful. Ash called out, unable to hold back his concern any longer. What are you talking about? I'm not tired at all.
Casey shot back.
I'm not losing to you, Ash, or to Sunday.
Ash frowned.
You might not be tired, but your Pokémon are. Can't you see that Chikorita is exhausted? Casey paused, finally looking down at her partner. Chikorita was panting heavily, its energy nearly spent. For a moment, Casey's confident demeanor faltered, her fists clenching in realization.
We can't give up now, right, Chikorita?
We're stronger than this, Casey said, trying to rally her partner's spirit. Chikorita let out a weak cry, acknowledging Casey's determination despite its obvious fatigue. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes. The group turned their attention as the foliage parted to reveal a large, intimidating figure. It was a Pinsir, its spiked pincers clicking menacingly, its fierce eyes glaring, and its sharp teeth exposed in a fearsome snarl.
A Pinsir!
Serena gasped, startled by the sudden appearance. Pinsir's reputation as a fierce bug-type Pokémon preceded it, making it a valuable capture target in the competition. However, Sunday seemed unfazed, uninterested in Pinsir as she had already set her sights on capturing a Scyther. Casey's excitement, however, was uncontainable. Yes. Finally, a strong opponent. If I can catch Pinsir, I'll definitely win this competition.
Chikorita, let's go.
Ignoring Chikorita's fatigue, Casey gave the command, and her partner reluctantly stepped forward. Chikorita can't handle this in its condition. Serena protested, but Casey was too focused on the battle to listen. Razor Leaf now,
Casey shouted.
Chikorita swung the leaf on its head, releasing a barrage of sharp blades toward Pinsir. The bug-type Pokémon stood its ground, its powerful pincers snapping together to deflect the attack with ease.
Not bad. Chikorita, use tackle.
Casey commanded, her determination unwavering. Chikorita charged forward, but Pinsir met the attack head-on, using its immense strength to counter. The impact sent Chikorita flying back, landing with a pained cry. Casey's heart sank. The difference in strength was too great, especially with Chikorita already worn out from earlier battles.
Chikorita!
Casey cried, rushing to her partner's side. Her eyes filled with guilt as she realized the extent of her Pokémon's exhaustion. Ash stepped forward, his voice firm. Casey, you need to know when to stop. A good trainer doesn't push their Pokémon beyond their limits. Casey lowered her head, the weight of his words sinking in. She gently picked up Chikorita, cradling it in her arms. I'm sorry, Chikorita. I was too caught up in winning. Chikorita gave a faint, forgiving cry, resting against her. The encounter with Pinsir served as a harsh lesson for Casey, one she would carry forward in her journey as a trainer. Sometimes, the greatest victory is knowing when to let your Pokémon rest.
Ah, Chikorita.
Casey's eyes widened as she finally realized something was wrong. Panic flashed across her face as she watched Pinsir charge forward mercilessly, its pincers clashing together with an intimidating clamor.
Danger!
Serena shouted in alarm, instinctively stepping back.
Noctowl, use hypnosis.
Ash called out, swiftly throwing a pokeball. His Noctowl emerged, taking to the sky in an instant. Its eyes glowed with psychic energy, emitting concentric red rings of light that rippled outward. As Pinsir locked eyes with Noctowl, its movements slowed dramatically. While the effect of hypnosis wasn't immediate, it successfully reduced Pinsir's speed and momentum.
Now use Air Slash.
Ash commanded, seizing the opportunity. Noctowl flapped its wings, gathering energy before releasing a slicing wind attack.
Boom!
The move struck Pinsir directly, the impact sending the Pokémon sprawling to the ground. Hypnosis took full effect, and Pinsir's eyelids drooped as it struggled to stay awake. Now's my chance. Ash quickly threw a park ball, hitting Pinsir squarely. The injured and drowsy Pokémon barely resisted as the ball clicked shut, signaling a successful capture. Ash approached the Pokeball and picked it up, a calm expression on his face. With Pinsir captured, his position in the competition was all but secured.
Meanwhile, Casey knelt by Chikorita, her disappointment evident.
Watching Ash capture Pinsir so effortlessly only deepened her frustration. Her fists clenched as doubt clouded her thoughts.
Chikorita, what happened?
You should have been able to handle that Pinsir easily, she said, her voice tinged with blame. Chikorita struggled to its feet, visibly exhausted. When it met Casey's gaze, its large eyes were filled with hurt. The criticism struck a chord, and Chikorita's emotions finally boiled over.
Chico.
Chikorita shook its head vigorously, startling Casey, who stumbled back onto the grass. With a sharp flick, Chikorita tossed aside the Electabuzz-themed headband it wore. Tears glistened in its eyes as it turned and ran off into the forest without looking back.
Chikorita!
Casey shouted, frozen in disbelief. She stared at the discarded headband lying on the ground, her mind racing.
How could this happen?
She murmured, her voice trembling. Ash stepped forward, holding the newly captured Pokeball. His tone was firm but not unkind.
Don't you understand?
Your overly aggressive commands pushed Chikorita too far. It's not just tired, it feels betrayed. Sunday nodded in agreement. It's clear Chikorita was trying its hardest, but you ignored its condition. Even the strongest Pokémon need rest. Casey's head dropped, her hands trembling as she realized the truth in their words. I just wanted to win, she whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. Ash sighed, softening his voice. It's okay to want to win, but as a trainer, your Pokémon's well-being should always come first. Do you care more about victory, or about Chikorita? Of course I care about Chikorita. Casey cried instinctively, her voice filled with anguish. Sunday knelt beside her.
Then show it.
Chikorita needs to know you care. Casey clutched the discarded headband tightly. What if it doesn't forgive me? What if I've ruined everything? Her voice cracked as tears streamed down her cheeks. Ash placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Chikorita cares about you too. If you're sincere and apologize, there's a good chance it'll forgive you. But you have to accept the possibility it might not. Either way, it's your responsibility as a trainer to try. Casey nodded slowly, standing up and wiping her tears.
You're right.
I need to find Chikorita and make things right. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ash's mind.
Ding.
Task initiated. Help Casey find Chikorita without using psychic or aura abilities. Reward, any Pokémon's level +3. Ash's eyes lit up briefly. Though the reward wasn't grand, it would still help strengthen his team, and the mission aligned with his desire to support Casey. Let's help her, Ash said to the others. Sunday and Serena both stepped forward.
We're with you, Sunday said.
Chikorita's safety is more important than the competition. Casey looked at them, her expression full of gratitude. Thank you, all of you. The group set off into the forest, calling out for Chikorita as they searched every bush and tree. Casey held the headband tightly, her resolve growing stronger with each step. I'll find you, Chikorita, she whispered, her voice steady with determination. And I'll make things right.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Chikorita. While walking, he called Chikorita's name, but he didn't know if it didn't hear him or was hiding on purpose. He searched for a long time but couldn't find it. What should I do? Where did Chikorita go? Casey began to worry. After all, this is a wild forest park and there is a possibility of danger at any time. I think we can look for it separately. After hearing the voice, Ash made a suggestion. This place is so big that it must be difficult to find it at once, not to mention that there is no way to rule out the possibility that Chikorita deliberately avoided Casey. Okay. Sunday and Serena also agreed with Ash's suggestion. In the end, Ash took Serena and Sunday accompanied Casey, and the four of them searched separately. But they still couldn't find it for a while after they separated. Before they knew it, the game time was about to end. Chikorita, where did you go? Listening to Sunday's reminder, the game time was about to end, and Casey was so anxious that his tone was a little idle. Swish, swish, swish. As Casey was shouting, the bushes beside her suddenly moved. Hearing the sound, Casey subconsciously looked down at the bushes and ran over. Chikorita, is that you? Casey looked at the bushes in surprise. The next moment, a 927 figure emerged. When he saw Casey, he came right up to Casey's feet and rubbed against her. It looked like he was very intimate, but Casey was stunned because the Pokemon in front of him was not her Chikorita at all, but a Weedle. I'm not looking for you, Casey said angrily when she saw this scene, and then she pushed the Weedle away with a slight force on her feet. Although she didn't use much force, the Weedle's body still rolled uncontrollably backwards and then hit a tree behind. Don't worry too much, Casey. You will definitely find Chikorita. Sunday had to come forward to comfort her when she saw this. Casey fell silent for a moment. But at the same time, Weedle, who was kicked away by Casey, burst into tears of grievance. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get angry at you. Casey was stunned when he saw this scene, and then hurried forward and said apologetically, buzz buzz buzz. However, just when, CJCD, Casey apologized sincerely, a buzzing sound came from the forest. This sound couldn't be. Sunday heard this sound and looked forward stiffly. In the dark of the woods, a pair of eyes flashing red suddenly lit up, and Sunday's face changed suddenly. Beedrill, it's the Beedrill tribe, run. Based on past experience, Sunday quickly pulled Casey up and turned around to run. After all, he had encountered it many times before when traveling. Buzz buzz buzz. Sure enough, Sunday just pulled Casey's hand and turned around, and behind him Beedrills came out one after another. Under normal circumstances, the participants in this competition would be crazy to see such a scene. However, in this situation, Sunday didn't want to deal with these guys at all. Every time Beedrill appeared, they basically came out in full force. She was not Ash. She could easily deal with the violent Pokemon species when she took them with her. Casey also knew that he had caused trouble, so he immediately let go of Sunday's hand and ran by himself. Otherwise, if Sunday pulled him, it would limit the speed of both of them. Sorry, Sunday. Casey apologized while running. Don't say such things now, run faster. Sunday naturally didn't get angry because of such a small matter, but the current situation was really urgent. Did you hear any sound, Ash? Serena, who was also looking for Chikorita on the other side, suddenly spoke, as if she heard something, and it was very familiar. It was the voices of Sunday and Casey. The owl was ready to fight. Ash also responded after listening. He did hear the sound. The two people did not walk too far. Ash threw the Pokeball and the owl flew directly into the air. Owl, go to the nearby area to see where Sunday and Casey are. Come back and tell me immediately if you find them. Ash ordered Noctowl, and Noctowl nodded immediately after hearing the voice. Then Noctowl flew out of the air covered by trees and began to search. In fact, the natural forest park was not too big, and the search was not difficult. It could be seen clearly from the air because the noise made by a large number of Beedrills was too loud. So the owl flew directly over after noticing it, while Sunday and Casey were still desperately fleeing. The Beedrill behind seemed to be a little impatient, and started to attack directly, releasing poison barb attacks from the back. Be careful. Sunday in front heard the sound, turned his head and took a look. His face suddenly changed, and then subconsciously pushed Casey. The two separated to the left and right, just in time to open up the distance. We can't go on like this. Hey, all of you come over here, I'm here. Sunday looked at the situation in front of him and knew that it would not work if he continued like this, so he stood there and raised his hand to wave at the Beedrill behind him to attract their attention. At the same time, he took out the Pokeball and sent out Marowak. Buzz buzz buzz. Most of the Beedrills were attracted by Sunday, and Casey was slightly stunned when she saw this. Just when she was about to speak, she saw that there were still 2 or 3 Beedrills who were not attracted by Sunday, but rushed towards her. Seeing them rushing over, Casey screamed in panic, then turned and ran in the opposite direction of Sunday. Sunday was stunned when she saw this scene, and wanted to go over to help, but the other Beedrills had already flown in her direction. There was no way. Sunday could only turn around and lead away all the Beedrills that she had attracted. At this time, the Sky Owl also saw this scene, and the two separated. It didn't know how to deal with the huge number of Beedrills, so it could only fly back to ask Ash for help. Casey, on the other hand, was chased by several Beedrills. She had no choice but to keep running forward, holding Chikorita's headband tightly in her hand. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she tried hard not to cry. Chikorita, where are you? Thinking of Chikorita, Casey kept shouting in her heart. Woo. She was tripped by the stone under her feet and fell to the ground. She didn't have time to feel the pain and propped herself up to look behind her. Several Beedrills also took the opportunity to rush over at the same time. Casey looked at this scene and instantly showed a panic expression. She quickly raised her hands to resist and closed her eyes. The constant buzzing sound of Beedrill in her ears made her tremble, and at this critical moment, 10 familiar sounds broke the buzzing sound. Chikorita, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the familiar growl, followed by a sound of breaking through the air. Casey opened her eyes and saw Razor Leaf quickly shooting at the Beedrills in the front. However, Beedrill reacted quickly and quickly avoided the attack. A figure rushed out from the bushes next to him and blocked Casey. Chikorita. Casey looked at the figure that appeared in his eyes and couldn't help but shed tears. Buzz buzz buzz. However, there was no time to say anything more, let alone talk properly. The Beedrills rushed over again. Chikorita, be careful. Seeing the 3 Beedrills rushing over together, Casey shouted hurriedly. Chikorita also paused slightly, feeling Casey's concern, as if she had experienced it. Chikorita looked forward with a firm look in her eyes and swung the leaves, but it was not the Razor Leaf, but a burst of pink powder was released from the leaves. The powder spread, and the Beedrill who rushed over was instantly hit by the powder, and his movements slowed down instantly. Swoosh! After using the sweet breath to slow down the movements of the 3 Beedrills, Chikorita quickly launched a counterattack, throwing out Vine Whip to continuously whip the main Beedrill. Under the effect of the sweet breath, the 3 Beedrills were attacked and were knocked away before they could react. In the end, the others, including the 3 Beedrills, saw that Chikorita was not easy to mess with, so they could only run away in shame, and at this time, only Casey and Chikorita were left. At this time, Chikorita turned around and looked at Casey's tearful appearance, and suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. In fact, when it ran to save Casey, it had already felt soft-hearted. Chikorita, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have ignored your feelings and only thought about victory. Please forgive me once, okay? Casey looked at Chikorita. Just like Ash said, whether Chikorita was willing to forgive her or not, she had to apologize sincerely. Chikorita? Listening to Casey's words, Chikorita seemed very moved. She stopped blaming Casey and ran towards her. Seeing this, Casey smiled and slowly opened his arms. At this point, the man and the pet finally reconciled successfully. Ding! Mission completed. Help Casey find Chikorita without using Psychic and Wave Power task reward. Any Pokemon's level +3 selecting Pokemon to receive the reward, confirming that Noctowl's level has been increased from 4.34 to 4.37. Ash and Serena, who had just arrived at the scene with Noctowl, happened to see Casey hugging Chikorita. This mission was completed quite easily. Ash thought to himself as he looked at the owl in the air, who seemed a little at a loss because of his sudden increase in level. After this episode, the meeting time was finally over soon. The news was broadcast in the park. After hearing the voice, everyone left the national park immediately, and other participating trainers also came to the conference entrance. Everyone took out a Pokemon from their own captures for evaluation, and soon the organizers' statistics came out. Casey did not get a ranking because she only captured some Pokemon such as Weedle and Caterpie. And 90% of the people present were similar to Casey, and the better ones were at most Pokemon such as Paras and Metapod. In the end, Ash won the final victory with the captured Pinsir. In fact, some people also captured similar Pokemon. For example, Butterfree, Venomoth, Beedrill and other bug-type Pokemon with higher evolution levels, but in the end, under the observation and rating of these Pokemon by the organizer, they were all not as good as Ash. Sunday, who only caught a good Scyther, did not let it participate in the evaluation. Ash asked her the reason, and Sunday gave the reason that she had no interest in this competition in the first place. Since the Pokemon she wanted had already been obtained, there was no need for competition evaluation. The winner can get a reward and can choose one of all types of evolution stones. Although it is a pity that you can't get a whole set, this conference has some rare evolution stones in addition to the basic fire, water, and thunder stones. Evolution stones like Shiny Stone and Dusk Stone are useless at present, but Ash still chose a Dawn Stone that he currently has no stock. I'm sorry, I caused you a lot of trouble this time. After the competition ended and the winning reward was obtained, Casey bowed slightly to several people after coming to the outside of the park. Casey also felt very embarrassed because she felt that she had caused Ash a lot of trouble every time. It's nothing, don't take it to heart, anyway, I won the championship. Ash smiled and waved his hand. He originally participated in this conference for fun, and it didn't matter whether he could win a prize or not to mention that he finally won the championship. Moreover, he didn't spend much time thinking about it and completed the task naturally. He was so relaxed. Thank you, everyone. Then Ju and I will set off for the trip. After listening to Ash's response, Casey thanked him again and prepared to leave and continue his trip. Wait a minute. At this time, Ash called her. Casey turned around and looked at him. I'll give this to you. With Chikorita as your main force, you should need bug-type Pokemon. Ash took out a park ball and handed it to Casey. What is this? This is Pinsir. I picked one from all the Pokemon in this event. Ash answered Casey's question. Big, Inca, are you going to give it to me? Hearing Ash's words, Casey was a little surprised. She knew that Ash won the game with this Pinsir, but she didn't expect him to give it to her. I don't lack bug-type Pokemon in my lineup, and this Pinsir may not be well trained with me. So giving it to you is a good choice for 733. Ash explained briefly. For Ash, this Pinsir is really nothing. He has a whole Pokemon tribe of Pinsir in his Pokemon home. According to the rules of the competition, each trainer can only bring out one Pokemon that he has captured in the wild park. This rule is also to maintain the ecology of the park. If everyone takes away several Pokémon every time, or someone takes the opportunity to hunt in the park, the Pokémon in the park will sooner or later be unable to make ends meet. But, this is the Pokémon that Ash captured. Listening to Ash's words, Casey felt a little embarrassed. She was indeed very moved by this Pinsir. It was the handsome type she liked. After all, it was the Pokémon that Ash captured. It's okay, don't be polite. Didn't I say it? If Pinsir stays with me, I can't train him anymore. I can't waste his talent. If you don't mind, take it. Ash smiled and said, in order to relieve her of the burden, and there were indeed many Pokémon around him who needed to be trained, and there was no place for it even with the system. Then thank you, Ash. I promise you, I will train it well. After listening to Ash's words, Casey finally accepted Pinsir and then promised Ash seriously. I believe you. Ash smiled and replied softly, then we will leave. I will definitely let you see a well-trained Pinsir next time. After hearing Ash's words, Casey felt very touched and then put away the Pokeball and said seriously to Ash and the other two, I am looking forward to that time. Casey, take care on your journey. Goodbye. After listening to Casey's words, Ash and the other two waved goodbye to her one after another. Well, see you next time, and I wish you all the best. Casey also responded, and then turned around and left, still traveling alone as before. Let's go too. After watching Casey leave, Ash also greeted the two girls, and the three of them set out on the journey to Ecruteak City again. After leaving the national park, Ash and the other two entered a mountain area. This mountain area looked very desolate, and there were no people. At a glance, it was an endless rock area. What is this place? It looks too desolate. Sunday covered his face with one hand and frowned slightly. Because it was too desolate, Gust was full of dust, and the eyes felt very uncomfortable. It is said that this area seemed to be the sea a long time ago, Serena said, holding the map and pointing to the front. No wonder it is so desolate now, Ash complained. If this was the sea before, this region must be very large, and it would take a lot of time to get out. The few people continued to move forward and soon climbed a mountain. The journey was quite long and could not be completed in 1 or 2 days. Ash camped and rested many times along the way, and wasted several days in the mountains. Do you feel a little hot? Walking on the road, Sunday wiped the sweat and asked. It seems to be a little bit. Serena nodded slightly. Well, look ahead. Ash pointed ahead, and there seemed to be a faint mist floating in the air. What is that? Sunday was slightly stunned. After the three of them approached, they felt that the mist itself had temperature. After a careful inspection, they found that there was actually a lake in front of them under the mist. And white mist kept floating above this lake, which was obviously not a normal lake. It's a hot spring, and there is a warm source in it. Sunday's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. After traveling for such a long time, it was the first time he encountered a natural hot spring in the wild. It's true, the temperature is just within the acceptable range for people. Serena went up and tried it, and found that the temperature was just right, because although there is a hot spring, if the temperature is too high, it may not be possible to soak in it. Ash, let's take a good rest here. We haven't had a good rest for such a long time. Speaking of hot springs, Stephanie's daughters are the most favorite, not to mention girls like Sunday and Serena who love cleanliness. They haven't taken a shower these days, and they don't let Ash enter their tent at night. Of course, it's not that they don't want Ash to hand in his homework, but it's a little troublesome to wash. Okay, let's rest here this afternoon. Ash nodded after hearing this. He had just beaten the Goldenrod gym, and then the Thunder King incident happened. Everyone's spirit is indeed in a relatively tense contest condition. It just so happens that the hot spring also has a 4.5 effect of eliminating fatigue. It's good to stop and rest for a while so that Pokémon can also eliminate fatigue. Great, everyone come out. After hearing Ash's words, Serena shouted excitedly, and then released all her Pokémon. Chikorita, Braixen and other Pokémon joined in, and Ash also released Pikachu when he saw this. Sunday released the 3 Pokémon that he had captured after arriving in the Johto region. With many Pokémon appearing at the same time, the area around the hot spring immediately became lively. All the Pokémon seemed to have not played together for a long time. At this time, they were chasing and playing in the hot spring. Sunday and Serena also changed into swimsuits and jumped into the hot spring without hesitation. His eyes swept over the long white legs of the 2 girls. Ash couldn't wait to put on his swimming trunks and enter the hot spring. The Pokémon who liked playing in the water were in the hot spring, while the Pokémon who didn't like water played with beach balls next to the hot spring. Ash and the other 2 were quiet for a rare time. They smiled unconsciously when they saw the Pokémon playing underwater on the shore and the beautiful rosy cheeks of Sunday and Serena. The 3 of them enjoyed a moment of peace with the Pokémon. As time passed slowly, Sunday and Serena couldn't help but move towards where Ash was. Ash understood, and a psychic blue light flashed in his eyes. He covered the waters near the 3 people with psychic barrier. Then there was an in-depth exchange that was not to be told to outsiders. After the break, Ash set off again with a refreshed spirit. Sunday and Serena's legs were a little weak, and they looked at Ash with a charming look. After crossing the mountain and moving forward, the 3 of them came to a fruit forest. The fruit trees 29 exuded bursts of fruit fragrance. At a glance, the green trees were full of red apples. So many fruit trees. Sunday couldn't help but sigh. These look like they were planted by someone. Serena observed and saw that these were not natural growth but were specially planted by someone. But these fruits looked delicious. As he walked, Sunday was a little greedy. No matter how delicious they are planted by someone else. You can't just pick them. Ash replied after hearing the voice. Yes, it would be bad if someone picked them casually and thought they were thieves. Listening to Ash's words, Serena also said at the same time. Pika? At this time, the voice of Pikachu, who had not returned to the Pokemon home after taking a hot spring, sounded. The owner subconsciously stopped and turned around to look at Pikachu. Found that Pikachu was standing on the ground, and there were several cleanly gnawed fruit cores on the ground under his feet. Pikachu, what are you doing? How can you eat other people's fruits casually? Serena said helplessly. Pika? Pika? Pika Pikachu? Pikachu was stunned for a moment, then became angry and shook his head. What's wrong with Pikachu? Looking at Pikachu's reaction, Ash naturally understood what it meant and said. Pikachu said it has nothing to do with it, it should be someone else who stole it. Ah, who could it be? Serena asked curiously. Cuckoo? At this moment, a noise came from not far away, and the three of them also heard the noise around them. What's that sound? Sunday asked with some confusion. It should be the owner's mechanism to prevent outsiders from stealing fruits. Listening to the sound, it sounded like the sound of wooden boards colliding, and the effect was similar to that of a bell. As long as it was touched, a chain reaction would occur and a sound would be made. So, someone is stealing the fruits? But I can't see where they are. The trees are dense and it's hard to see what's around. Ash looked up and looked around, using his perception to search. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped between the branches, and Ash's eyes suddenly became cold. In that direction, Pikachu. After sensing the opponent's wave, Ash gave an order, and Pikachu reacted quickly and turned his head. Pikachu? Pikachu released electricity, and a beam of light shot towards the fruit tree. The black shadow was obviously startled, and Pikachu didn't want to hurt the fruit tree, so he deliberately avoided it. Lightning swept through the trees, and the shadow dodged in time. Pikachu's attack failed to hit, but the shadow's object fell from the air. Pikachu caught it just in time. The shadow ran away without a trace. Sunday and Serena were also slightly stunned when they saw this scene. Pika? Pikachu frowned slightly. He failed to catch the thief. You know, it was because of this guy of unknown origin that he was almost misunderstood by Serena. Ash also took a look at the object that fell. It was a fruit with a shallow bite mark on it. It can only be said that the perception ability of the wave power is indeed abnormal, but the function is not as comprehensive as psychic. The three of them didn't have time to sigh. The thief who stole the fruit was caught by me. At this moment, a voice sounded, and then a flying net rushed over from the side and fell directly in the direction of Pikachu. What the hell? Ash hurriedly urged Psychic directly fixed the big net in midair. It's still a psychic. Even a psychic came to my orchard to steal fruits. It's so abominable. A girl ran out and was very angry when she saw that she couldn't catch Pikachu. Then she looked at Ash, who was using Psychic. We didn't steal your fruit, Ash explained decisively. 660. Thief, the evidence is in your hands and you still want to deny it. Listening to Ash's words, the girl pointed angrily at the fruit in Pikachu's hand and the fruit core on the ground next to it. Pika? Pika Pika? Pikachu heard the words and looked at his hand. He immediately realized that he was misunderstood again, and the fruit in his hand became a hot potato. Don't say we are thieves. Ash snapped his fingers, and the apple originally in Pikachu's hand instantly appeared in the girl's hand. Before she could be surprised, Ash used Psychic to send it back. Pikachu's hand. The whole process was completed in a flash. Ash looked at Stephanie, who was stunned, and said lightly, do you think that I, who possess such Psychic, can be easily discovered by you if I steal your fruits? As he said, he moved his fingers again, and the pile of fruit cores on the ground disappeared. This. Stephanie pointed at Ash in surprise and was speechless. There was no way, she found herself defeated by Ash's words. As he said, if Ash, who possessed such a magical Psychic, really wanted to steal apples from her orchard, how could he be easily defeated by her? And look at the bite marks on the apple, they are completely different from the teeth of my Pikachu. Okay. Ash picked up Pikachu and explained while picking up the fruit in Pikachu's hand. Huh. The girl was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then took a look at the apple in Ash's hand. Pikachu also cooperated and opened its mouth. A closer look showed that the bite marks on the apple were indeed very different from those of Pikachu, and they looked much smaller than the marks bitten by Pikachu. I'm so sorry. After realizing that he had made a mistake, he immediately apologized after reacting. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insisted that you were a thief. It's okay, we ran into your orchard without your consent. Ash was not angry. After all, they ran into the orchard without permission, so it was understandable that they would be regarded as thieves. It doesn't matter. I'm mainly very sensitive because the fruits I worked so hard to grow have been stolen recently. I'm really sorry. My name is Beizu. The girl apologized again and then introduced herself. My name is Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu. Pika? Pikachu didn't care about the misunderstanding just now and greeted Beizu. I'm Sunday. My name is Serena. The two girls also introduced themselves. Ding, trigger the plot task. Help the orchard owner Beizu find the real thief and give a solution. Task reward, the level of any 2 Pokémon is increased by 3 levels, points, 100W. Listening to the familiar task prompt, Ash decisively accepted the task. Help Beza find the thief who stole the fruit, and help her plan a solution. Fortunately, the task reward is quite tempting. Looking at Ash and the other 2, Beza thought for a moment and said, well, to express my apology, my home is nearby. If you don't mind, please come to my home and have a seat. Okay. The 3 looked at each other and decisively accepted Beza's invitation. Ash also saved the effort of finding an excuse to stay and followed Beza into the orchard. It was still very surprising to find a huge manor in the middle of the orchard. But think about it carefully, since Beza's family runs such a large manor, they must be rich. After entering the manor, Beza asked the 3 to sit down, and soon brought the fruits grown in the orchard, and even peeled and cut them into pieces for Pikachu and Tijipai. Everyone was eating fruits and chatting. Sendai and Serena also ate the sweet fruits here as they wished, and asked at the same time, Beza, are you going to manage such a large orchard by yourself? On the way here, and in the entire manor, no one else was seen, which made Sendai and Serena a little curious. Yes. Beza nodded slightly. Listening to her words, the 2 women could understand more or less. After all, it was the orchard they worked hard to take care of, and it would be very angry if someone came to steal the fruits again and again. That must be very hard. Sendai couldn't help asking. Yes? In the harvest season like this, there are basically not enough people. Hearing Sendai's words, Beza also responded, and her tone seemed very helpless. In this case, Miss Beza, let us help you. At this time, Sendai and Serena also volunteered to speak, and then Serena also touched Ash beside her with her shoulder. Ash, who was about to complete the task, nodded immediately. Ah, this is not good. It's okay, Beza, what's wrong with it? And we also ate your fruit. This time we just help you catch the thief who stole it. You also saw Ash's psychic, it's quite easy for him to catch the thief. Sunday also spoke up when he saw this. As Stephanie's son, Sunday also felt that it was a bit too hard for Beza to manage the entire manor alone. The key is that it's so hard that someone is stealing her fruit, it's really abominable. Well, no problem, leave it to me. Ash nodded readily. After all, he accepted the other party's hospitality, and it was his duty to contribute a little. Besides, this was the content of the system task, even if Sunday didn't say it, Ash would have asked for it. Thank you so much. Beza looked at Ash and the other 2 gratefully after hearing this. After a short rest, several people followed Beza into the orchard with baskets on their backs. Although it is harvest season, not every fruit tree is ripe and ready for picking. It is mainly the experienced Beza who distinguishes them. Under Beza's guidance, we walked towards the fully ripe fruit trees. At this time, it is not difficult to find that there are ropes tied to wooden boards and bamboo tubes on each tree. When the rope is touched, the bamboo tube on the wooden board will immediately start to hit the wooden board, which creates a bell-like effect that can be detected as long as you hear the sound. There are on every tree. There must be at least hundreds of fruit trees here. It will probably take a lot of effort to finish these mechanisms. Are all these mechanisms used to prevent thief? Yes, because I am the only one in the whole orchard, I can only use this method. Beza nodded slightly, and her tone still lamented that there were not enough people. This method is very good, worthy of Miss Beza. Serena gave a thumbs up and praised with a smile. The method is good, but I don't know why every time I get here, the thief has already run away. Hearing Serena's words, Beza shook her head slightly and sighed softly. There is no way, the orchard is too large, she is really too busy, she can't always stay in one place, when she hears the sound and rushes over, it is often too late. This is indeed a very serious problem. Serena listened and fell into deep thought, thinking about whether there is a better way to deal with it. Ash also fell into silence. For such a long time, I haven't been able to see the true face of the thief. It is indeed a very strange thing. As they were walking, they heard Beza's voice. Ash and Serena looked forward and saw Sunday and Beza running forward and then squatting down. Ash and Serena followed immediately and found that there were fruit cores scattered on the ground. Who on earth did this? Sunday frowned at the scattered fruit cores and shouted with gritted teeth. And Beza's face was full of heartache. After all, these things were her hard work. Ash walked over, picked up one of the fruit cores and took a look. A blue light flashed in his eyes. Through the wave power, he recorded the thief's wave aura remaining on the fruit core. As long as the thief is close to his wave detection range, he will be discovered immediately. It's a bit unfortunate that Ash's wave power has just started, and the range it can cover is still a little smaller than psychic. Ash put his attention back on the core. He found that there was still a lot of flesh on the core. Rather than being eaten, it looked more like a trace of being poked by something sharp, so many places with flesh were still attached to the skin. This trace was completely different from the one Pikachu had just taken. In addition, the 153 cores that had been eaten before were also clean, with only the core left. The residual waveguide aura on them was completely different from that on this core. These cores in front of him looked more like they were deliberately ruined. Rustle? Just when several people were puzzled, there was a sudden movement around. Hearing the movement, Beza, who was still distressed, stood up immediately. The thief has appeared, and it seems to be nearby. Hearing the sound, he felt that the noise around was not small, so it should be around here. Ash observed carefully, and then glanced at the location of a tree. An apple sank into the leafage and disappeared directly. The key is that the familiar waveguide aura also appeared. Over there, Pikachu, chase after him. Ash noticed it and immediately spoke up. Pika? Seeing this, Pikachu hurriedly chased after him. Because he was misunderstood before, he was particularly hardworking when he met the thief. Seeing Ash and Pikachu both chase after him, Bezo and the other two followed closely behind. At this time, the sound of wooden boards knocking between the trees kept ringing. Ash chased forward while looking at the branches of the tree. Several black shadows were constantly jumping between the branches. This also made him a little confused. Not only the few in front of him, but also in the farther direction, there were actually many wave-guided auras. The psychic light surging in Ash's eyes faded, and Ash followed Pikachu to speed up and chase after him, and he followed and jumped onto the fruit tree. This time he wanted to kill the thief directly, and it was obviously not enough to catch a few of them with psychic at this time. The figures being chased seemed to be very panicked. In panic, a stolen fruit fell from the tree. Ash quickly used psychic to catch the fruit, and then took a look and found 2 shallow teeth marks on the fruit. It looked like it was scratched by a tiger's tooth. Ash looked at the marks and couldn't help but pick up the fruit core just now for comparison. The 2 marks and waveguide auras were completely different. However, the tooth marks on the fruits now obtained were the same as the batch of fruit cores when Ash and his friends first arrived at the orchard. Both the tooth marks and the waveguide aura showed that the 2 encounters were the same thief. And the fruit cores they found when they came over just now were obviously done by others. Serena, Sunday, and Bezo followed and saw that Ash suddenly stopped. They also stopped and looked at the bitten fruit in Ash's hand. Ash, why are you stopping chasing so suddenly? It's okay, I just made a new discovery. If I want to chase, I'll leave it to Pikachu. At this time, several fleeing figures had already entered the bushes, and they were relieved to see that no one was chasing them. Russell? However, just when I relaxed, I saw the grass beside me shaking violently, and the next moment, Pikachu rushed in directly. Pichu? Pikachu looked at the little guys in front of him, and was stunned for a moment, then raised his short fingers and shook them slightly, as if to say that you are still too young to run away from me. Pichu? Then Pikachu put down his hands and scolded the little guys in front of him severely. Pichu? Listening to Pikachu's voice, the little guys in front of him couldn't help but lower their heads in shame, facing Pikachu, as if they were children who had done something wrong. Fierce? At this time, a loud cry came from the air, and the little guys in front of him heard the sound and their bodies trembled violently. Seeing this, Pikachu looked up in the air and saw a Fearow hovering in the air. It seemed that it had discovered Pikachu and the others, and rushed directly towards the little guys. The little guys were so scared that they trembled and dared not move. Pikachu jumped into the air without fear. Pikachu? Facing the swooping Fearow, Pikachu directly blasted out a dazzling golden spark, and the strong electricity directly struck Fearow. ZZZZ! Fearow, who was hit by Thunderbolt, screamed immediately, and then turned around and tried to escape with the electric-type energy, but before he flew a distance, he fell directly on the ground. Pikachu landed steadily on the ground. The little guys were relieved after seeing Pikachu repel Fearow, and their eyes showed deep admiration for Pikachu. On the other side, Ash quickly locked on Pikachu's position through the power of Waveguide. Is that Fearow? Sunday and Serena looked at the figure falling to the ground in a mess, and recognized it as Fearow at a glance. Pikachu, on the other side, heard Ash's growl and responded quickly, and Ash teleport brought the 3 girls to the front. The 3 girls paused when they saw the little guys around Pikachu. These kids are. Pikachu, so cute. Sunday looked at the little guys who were huddled under the tree and looked a little scared, and his eyes almost turned into hearts. These guys in front of him were called Pichu, which is the Earl Dervish form of Pikachu. They have the same hair as Pikachu, but the color is a little lighter than Pikachu. They also have electric bags on their faces, but the color is closer to pink. Their tails are very short and they have a pair of big ears. They look cute, very cute. Are they the thief who stole the fruit? Looking at the Picus in front of her, Serena spoke unconsciously, frowning slightly. They are indeed very cute, but it is also true that they steal the fruit. Bezo also frowned when she saw this scene, and the Picus showed a scared expression. They actually knew that their fruits were stolen, otherwise they would not have to run away in a panic. Pichu? Before Bezo could say anything more, a burst of voices suddenly sounded. Then, from the bushes, one after another, figures emerged one after another. Not only the 3 Picus in front of them, but there were also many Picus hiding around. That is, the little guys detected by Ash's wave power. So many Picus. Sendai looked at this scene and felt that his heart was completely melted. Pichu? The Picus holding the fruit immediately ran to their companions, but they did not dare to take the fruit with them, and put the fruit honestly where it was. Then all the Picus gathered together and lowered their heads, as if they had made a big mistake. The leader was a Pichu with a bunch of bangs on his head. It was it that led the team to steal the fruits just now. Gurgle gurgle. Before Ash and the others could say anything, the stomachs of the Picus behind them made a gurgling sound. Hearing this, the 4 of them were also stunned. So they came out to steal fruits to feed their companions hiding here. Serena immediately understood when she saw this scene. There were quite a few of these Picus. Although their appetite was not large, they still needed a lot of food to fill their stomachs when their numbers increased. Although they are so pitiful, we can't let them continue like this. Sunday looked at these Picus. Although they were very cute, after all, the fruits in this orchard were all planted by Bezo with great effort. Bezo was a little entangled after hearing the sound. Looking at the appearance of these Picas, she really couldn't bear to blame them, but she couldn't continue to let them go like this. Actually, they probably didn't steal all of them. At this time, Ash, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke. Ash, what do you mean by that? After hearing Ash's words, Serena and Sunday looked at him in confusion. Ash took out the fruit and the core he had picked up on the road before. There were still bite marks of Pichu on the fruit, and the other was the core that was discovered at the beginning. The bite marks of these two are completely different. He put the two fruits in front of them. Seeing this, the three women came up to check. After careful observation, they found that the marks were indeed different in shape. It's really different. Sunday looked at the marks of the two fruits and said in surprise. It looks like they are not full at all. They must have been avoiding Fearow's attacks and were too hungry. These Picas took the risk to run out to find food. There are so many fruits in this orchard. Although there are many of them, if they want to, they will definitely fill their stomachs casually. But with so many fruits around, they can still be so hungry. It means that they will not come out to steal food unless they have to. They are stared at by Fearow, so they can't come out to find food together. Who stole my fruit? Bezo fell silent after hearing this. He didn't expect this matter to be so complicated. Looking at this trace, it should be a bird Pokemon. Ash said while looking at the fruit core. Could it be that Fearow who stole it? After hearing Ash's words, Sunday immediately thought of Fearow. Ash felt helpless after hearing this. Fearow was really pitiful. As we all know, Fearow, Ursaring, Beedrill, and Poochyena are basically the permanent villains in the Pokemon world. When encountering something bad, everyone thinks of them first. Of course it's not Fearow. Does Fearow need to go through pluck to eat such a small fruit? That's right. Whose is it? Please give me flowers. After hearing Ash's words, Serena and the other two nodded. It is true that for birds of Fearow's size, normal would swallow the fruit core together. It should be a small bird Pokemon like Pidgey or Spearow. Based on Ash's analysis, the three of them also understood that if Thief was a flying Pokemon, it would be difficult to catch him as he came and went without a trace. The three girls thought about it and decided to suspect the Spearow first. After all, Pidgey has a good reputation in the Pokemon world, not to mention that there are Fearows near the orchard. But Miss Bezo set up these traps. Did they all escape? Serena was a little confused. You know, there are traps installed by Bezo on every tree, and they should make sounds as long as they are touched. That's what she said, but the whole orchard is so big, by the time Bezo arrives, they should have run away. In short, there are too few people. Because there are too few people, when Bezo is alone, even if she can hear the warning sound, the thief will also hear the sound. After the mechanism is triggered and the sound is emitted, the Pokemon that are attacked by Astonish and come to steal food will also flee. At this time, it is too late for Bezo to rush over. Besides, Bezo can't be stationed in the orchard with high intensity for 24 hours a day. It seems so. Bezo also nodded slightly. When she heard the sound, she often needed a certain amount of time to determine the location. When you come over, you can basically only see fruit cores all over the ground. We have to think of a better way. Sunday looked at Bezo and was a little worried. He began to think about whether there are some better ways. Gurgle gurgle. At this time, some sounds came from the side. The Picas who had not left had a hoot-hoot growl in their stomachs again, and several people were temporarily interrupted. When looking at them, many Picas were holding their stomachs and lowering their heads, looking embarrassed and embarrassed. It seems that they are really starving. No way, here are all these for you to eat. Hojo looked at this scene, sighed helplessly, picked some fruits from the fruit tree next to her, put them on the ground and said to the Picas. Pichu? Pichu looked at this scene and was slightly stunned. Although his mouth was drooling at the fruits in front of him, his expression was still very hesitant. Pikachu? Seeing this, Pikachu also stepped forward to signal them not to be afraid. With the help of Pikachu, the Picas will soon let go of their guard and all come up to eat the fruits. But, Ash, what should we do with so many Picas? Hojo looked at this scene with a frown. Although she could help this group of Picas once, it couldn't be like this every time. And she had to prevent unknown bird Pokemon from stealing fruits, which was really a headache. After all, she was not from a charity. Sunday and Serena were also embarrassed when they saw this, and they really couldn't think of any good solution. Bezo, since it's so hard for you to take care of the orchard alone, why don't you try to take care of the orchard with these Picas? Waiting for Bezo to speak, Ash raised his eyebrows slightly and suggested to her. Anyway, these Picas just need food, and Bezo can't take care of them all by herself. If possible, Pichu helps to protect the orchard, and Bezo provides them with enough food. This kind of mutually beneficial relationship is often the most solid and reasonable. It is also beneficial to both parties. Bezo was slightly stunned. For a moment, she didn't understand Ash's consciousness. She subconsciously showed a resistance expression. After all, she couldn't take care of this orchard now. It's not that you take care of them, but that they help you protect the orchard, and then you provide them with food and care. Seeing this, Ash explained in detail. Other Pokemon are fine. What he is most worried about is the flying Pokemon that comes and goes without a trace. Bezo has no way to deal with them. It just so happens that Picas are all electric-type Pokemon. Although they are relatively weak now, there shouldn't be much of a problem with a Pichu group of this size. Even if they can't handle the Fearow attack, doesn't Bezo have Miss jumping from the nearby police station to help? These Picus will undoubtedly become the best patrol guards in Bezo Orchard. Yes, Bezo won't have to take care of the entire orchard alone. I think Ash's suggestion is very good. Serena and Sunday both agreed with Ash's method. But, can they really do it? And will they listen to me? Because Bezo has never been a Pokémon trainer, she still has some concerns, such as the work in the orchard. Can the Pichu really do it? Or will they listen to her? Otherwise, if these children don't listen well when she is busy, it will really add fuel to the fire. In this case, we can try it first and give these Pichu a probation period. How about it? Hearing Ash's words, Bezo was silent for a while, and then looked at the Picus who were eating fruits. These little guys are really cute. If you can find a way to coexist peacefully, it will be the best. As long as you can drive away other thief, Bezo will have no problem raising these Pichu. The loss is completely within her acceptable range. Okay. In the end, Bezo agreed with Ash's method and decided to try this group of Pichu. But how to do it specifically? Sunday also asked Ash. This is simple, leave it to me and Pikachu is enough, I will communicate with them. Pikachu, you train them for a while. Ash responded, then looked at Pikachu next to him. Pika? Pikachu patted his chest when he heard the voice, as if to say, leave it to me, no problem. Noctowl, you are responsible for guarding the surroundings. Then Ash released the owl and instructed it. Hoot hoot. Noctowl responded, then flew into the air, and Ash walked forward and communicated with the Picus in front of him through telepathy. When the Picus learned that Bezo was willing to take them in the orchard, they were very happy. The only thing is that they must make 3 rules, that is, they cannot eat the fruits here casually, and they must protect them with all their strength, and Bezo will take the responsibility of taking care of them and giving them enough food. They don't have to suffer from Fearow's attacks, be driven out of the forest, or be threatened by those powerful wild Pokemon tribes. If they are injured, Bezo will treat them. Don't even think about it, the Picus were naturally willing. However, Ash also mentioned that if they wanted to stay in the orchard, they had to pass the test of the orb. After hearing this, the Picus were not discouraged but instead they were motivated. Next, Pikachu led a large group of Picus to start a temporary special training. Pichu. The weak thunder shocks were used by several Picus in combination, and the electricity gathered had the initial power of ordinary electric Pokemon to perform Thunderbolt. The 3 women watching this scene also showed their expectations. Especially the orb, she was a little excited when she thought that she would be able to command so many Pokemon in the future. An hour passed quickly. Hoot hoot. Noctowl's voice suddenly came from the air. Ash and others heard the voice and looked up into the air. The owl flew back. 4.0. At the same time, the dark shadows behind Noctowl also scared a few people for a day. A large group of Pidgeys were seen coming towards the orchard. Thinking of the analysis of the 3 girls just now, Ash felt indignant for the Spearows in his heart. Thank you for your hard work, Owl. Is Pikachu ready? Ash saw this scene and immediately shouted to Pikachu. Pika, Pikapi? Pikachu nodded at Ash, then looked at the Picus who were already lined up in the back, pointed to the sky and shouted. After hearing this, the Picus immediately took action, climbing up the fruit trees, jumping onto the branches, and popping their heads out from the treetops, while the Pidgeys couldn't wait to swoop down towards the fruit forest in front of them. Pika. As Pikachu gave the order, the Picus exerted their strength at the same time, and dazzling sparks lit up on their bodies. Zzz. Electric currents shot up into the sky, and the Pidgeys who were about to rush down for a meal were immediately hit by the sparks emitted by the Picus. As thunder shock hit, the hit Pidgeys turned around and fled, and the Picus below immediately swayed in place after the thunder shock ended. Pichu. After the discharge ended, the Picus fell from the tree in a daze. Fortunately, there was soft grass below, so they were not seriously injured. What happened to them? Sunday was slightly stunned after seeing this scene, and asked in surprise when he looked at his falling Pichu. The Picus don't have the ability to store electricity, so if they use too much electricity, they will also be electrocuted. Ash explained as he looked at this scene. But I didn't care too much. Pichu is like this. By constantly using electric tricks, they adapt to thunder shock contest condition. In fact, except for dizziness, it does not cause any damage to the body. At this time, the fallen Pichu sat on the ground and shook their heads. After recovering, they climbed up the tree again and continued to launch thunder shock attacks to resist the harassment of Pidgey. Finally, after falling in waves and climbing up the tree again, the large group of Pidgey was finally repelled by the Pichu, and the Pichu also fell to the ground and staggered around in circles. It seems that they are exhausted. They are all working so hard. Looking at this scene in front of him, Sunday spoke unconsciously, and Bezo, who was watching, was also deeply touched. It's really unexpected. Bezo didn't expect that these Pichu would really work so hard to help her protect her orchard. I have already thought that if they are in the orchard, they are more useful than any employees, and with their company, I will not be so lonely. After a short rest, the Picus have almost recovered, and then Ash and others began to help Bezo with the picking work. In orchard planting, the harvesting and picking stage is often the most difficult thing. Bezo uses a more primitive human-powered cart with 10 large wooden boxes on it for loading. Every year, Bezo needs to pick all the fruits and put them in bamboo baskets, and then pour them into wooden boxes and drag them away. The efficiency is very normal. Bezo, try to let the Picus help. Ash talked to the Picus through mental induction, and then signaled Bezo to command the Picus. Bezo also nodded and demonstrated to the Picus. First, she picked an apple from the fruit tree and then put the apple into the wooden box on the trailer. Then she patted the wooden box next to her, looked at the Picus, and asked them if they understood. Piku? All the Picus smiled knowingly when they saw this, and then they immediately dispersed and climbed up the trees to help pick the fruits. With the help of the Picus, a large number of fruits were picked soon, and then the Picus divided the work. Some picked fruits on the trees, and some waited for transportation on the ground. The fruits were transported from the trees to the wooden boxes efficiently, and the wooden boxes were soon filled up. Bezo was very happy to see this scene. It is absolutely impossible to achieve such efficiency when I am alone. The Picus are like an orderly army, and they cooperate with each other to make the whole harvesting work extremely easy. Bezo immediately felt the unprecedented convenience, which can not only protect the orchard, but also help her harvest fruits, which also made her more excited about Ash's proposal. Intense? The harvesting work was in full swing, and at this time, there was movement in the air again. I saw a huge figure leading a large group of black shadows flying towards this side, and several people instantly recognized the figure leading the way. It was Fearow, who had just been chased away by Pikachu. Now it rushed over here with a large group of Spearows, obviously wanting to get back at them. Fearow and Spearow's Pokemon tribe. Sendai and Serena were also shocked when they saw this scene, and the Picus in the orchard stopped moving. What should we do? Bezo was also shocked when she saw the aggressive Fearow and the astonishing number of Spearows. Don't worry, leave it to us. Ash replied, not too panicking. It was just a group of Spearow's Pokemon tribe, and even the leading Fearow was not a match for Pikachu. Piku? However, before Ash could command Pikachu to take action, the Picus, under the command of Luhai Piku, put down their work and climbed up the tree. They soon climbed to the top of the tree and began to attack the attacking Fearow and Spearow tribe. Lightning continued to be released, and the Picus in a square array combined their electricity to attack Fearow. Fearow, who was in the front, was shocked and dodged quickly. All the Spearows behind were hit instantly. Although only the Spearows of Little Arnold were stopped, the Picus continued to fall from the tree. Fortunately, the Picus did not attack together this time, and considering the skill vacuum period, they chose to release Discharge 10,000 in the open formation. The number of Spearows coming this time was more than the Pidgey just now. The Picus were often stunned by their own electricity. Although there was no obvious damage, it was easy to have a defensive loophole when facing a large number of Spearows. However, the Picus showed a strong fighting spirit. Those who fell to the ground and recovered would immediately climb back to the tree to fight. The Picus who were once driven out of the forest by Fearow and Spearow and became homeless have now found a new home. How could they give up so easily? This time, they are more active and spontaneous in protecting this place. Sunday couldn't help but sighed when he saw this scene. Previously, Bezo was in charge of this group of Picus, but this time, the Picus took the initiative to protect this place. Bezo was very moved when he saw this scene. Fierce? At this time, the leading Fearow saw that the attack was ineffective, and the Picus that used to let it rub and intimidate them all turned their noses up and immediately launched a rage attack, swinging dual wing beat down from the air. The fierce wing attack swooped down and directly hit the Picus at the top of the tree canopy, and the powerful force directly knocked several Picus away. Danger, Piku! Bezo also shouted out in worry when he saw this scene. Ash looked at this scene with a slight smile on his face, thinking that the relationship was almost cultivated. He raised his right hand, and the bright psychic blue light in the sleep directly fixed Spearow and Fearow in the air. Pikachu, use Thunder. As Ash used Psychic to gather all the scattered Spearow and Fearow in the air together. Pikachu blasted out a powerful Thunder attack. One after another, Spearows fell from the sky. Fearow, who was the first to be hit, fell to the ground in a mess. Seeing this scene, the Spearows were so scared that they dared not stay here any longer. They kept screaming and flew into the air in a mess to escape. Pikachu and Piku also immediately moved towards where Fearow was. Fearow had just been beaten dizzy. After reacting, he looked up and looked around, only to find that he was surrounded. Fierce? With a scream, he hurriedly flapped his wings and flew into the air, not daring to look back and staggered away. Don't come back to make trouble again. Sunday looked at the fleeing Fearow and shouted at soaring in the sky, not caring whether it hurt him or not. But after what happened today, I think Fearow would definitely not dare to come back to the orchard easily. This time, it's all thanks to these Piku. Serena said with a smile as she watched Fearow and Spearow flee. Yeah. Bezo also nodded with a smile, and then she took out a lot of fruits from the bamboo basket behind her and put them on the ground. Everyone, you've worked hard, let's eat something together. Bezo spoke, and the Picus immediately smiled with joy, and soon gathered together excitedly. Bezo also took the initiative to pick up a few of the Picus and feed them fruits. Seeing this scene, Ash and the other two smiled and looked at each other, and Serena also spoke. Miss Bezo, are you willing to subdue these Picus now? Well, I want to run this orchard with them. Hearing Serena's question, Bezo immediately nodded in response. Looking at the performance of the Picus, she has completely agreed, and without Ash, they will take the initiative to protect this place, and there is no need to worry that they will not listen to her. That's great. Sendai and Serena both laughed happily, sincerely happy for Bezo and Piku. This not only solved Beizu's problem, but also Piku's problem. With Piku's help, the orchard will no longer be short of manpower. Ding, complete the plot task, help the orchard owner Beizu find the real thief, and give a solution. Task reward, the level of any 2 Pokemon is increased by 3 levels, points, 100 W. Select Pokemon Wobbuffet from Leave 35 to 4.38. Pokemon Quilava level is increased from 4.30 to 4.33. Listening to the system prompt that came late, Ash laughed happily. Wobbuffet and Quilava are the main Pokemon he has focused on cultivating recently. After helping Beizu plan the orchard, it was considered a solution to her warm hospitality. The 3 of them formally said goodbye to her and left. After learning Ash's destination, Beizu also helped to point the way. From here to Ecruteak City is very close. It will take about a day to reach the destination by crossing the jungle in front of us. But for Ash and others, a day is nothing at all. After saying goodbye, they continued their journey. Beizu and Pichu should be able to get along happily. Half a day after leaving the orchard, Sunday suddenly mentioned it out of boredom. It should be okay. Serena responded after hearing this. She could see that Beizu really liked those Picus. Swish, swish, swish. While the 2 women were chatting, Ash frowned slightly. Ash, what's wrong with you? Sunday and Serena noticed Ash's abnormality and turned around to ask. Nothing, maybe it's my illusion. Ash looked around. There was only a dark forest and nothing else. Even through the wave power, he couldn't detect anything. However, Ash's 6th sense is often very sharp, and something happens every time, which makes the 2 women a little worried. Forget it, don't think too much, it's noon, let's eat first. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Serena quickly checked the time and then said to the 2, now that you mention it, I'm really a little hungry. Sunday nodded while holding his stomach. The 3 of them found a relatively quiet place, spread the tablecloth on the grass, and sat down on the spot. Today we will eat the fruit, rice balls, and sandwiches that Miss Beizu gave us before leaving. Beizu's fruit, plus rice balls and sandwiches of various flavors from the food-making machine. The 2 women were eating happily. No, there is a special wave guide smell. Ash, who was chewing the fruit, suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. The smell just now appeared for too short a time, making him mistakenly think it was his own illusion. Now it seems that the smell is real. What's wrong with Xiao? Good, Ji. Looking at Ash's reaction, the 2 women asked subconsciously. What Pokemon is near us? Ash spoke subconsciously. Generally speaking, his wave power would never make mistakes. At first, he thought it was an illusion. He could only say that the breath only exposed himself for a short time. Look. However, as Sunday was shocked, he saw a cute green figure on the tablecloth, with a pair of small hands holding one of the sandwiches. Ash looked over and saw a pair of big round eyes looking at him. When their eyes met, the big eyes in front of him suddenly showed a panic. Sunday and Serena were both shocked, and the Pokemon holding the sandwich was also shocked. He was so scared that he let go of his hands, whooshed, flew out directly, and quickly hid behind a rock. What was that just now? Sunday asked with some stammering. It should be a Pokemon, right? Serena also spoke subconsciously. It should be a Pokemon, but she had never seen such a Pokemon before. Ash also recovered from his daze. It was indeed a Pokemon. Sunday and Serena didn't know it, but he did. Ash wouldn't feel strange when encountering any Pokemon, but he didn't expect to see it in such a place. He turned his head unconsciously and looked in the direction of rock. Rabbi? After a while, the other party popped out its little head from behind rock, opened its big eyes, and looked carefully at Ash and the other 2. At this time, Sunday and Serena saw clearly the appearance of the Pokemon in front of them. Its skin is light green, and the color below the neck is darker. It has a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings on its back. Its head looks a bit like garlic sprouts, and the color at the end is darker. It has a pair of big blue eyes, a circle of black eye circles, no eyebrows, and 2 tentacles above its eyes, the ends of which are blue. So cute. Looking at the little guy who looks like Pokemon, Saint 790 and Serena are both fascinated by its appearance. The other party looked at this side with some fear. Ash couldn't help but smile when he saw its fearful look. Do you want this? Ash picked up the rice ball in his hand and smiled. The little guy's contest condition at the moment is obviously hungry. That's right, the Pokemon in front of him is the existence that countless Pokemon trainers are flocking to. It is a Pokemon of the forest and also a guardian, Celebi. Its truly amazing power lies in the fact that it is not only the god of time, but also has the ability to travel through time and space. Although it is not as powerful as Dialga, it is also a rare Pokemon that can travel through time and space. Because of this, its whereabouts are more difficult to capture than ordinary legendary beasts. It often uses this ability to travel to different time and space to avoid the enemy's pursuit. So it is even more difficult to find their traces. It is definitely one of the most difficult species to see among the legendary Pokemon races. Don't be afraid, come here, CJBF. Ash looked over there, and Celebi, who was still a little hesitant, spoke again. Rabbi? Celebi looked at Ash's eyes, and felt that Ash had no ill intentions, so he was slightly relieved. At the same time, he also expressed his apology, because he just planned to steal Ash's food secretly, but he didn't expect to be discovered by them. Celebi lowered his head and floated in front of Ash. At this time, he was like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for Ash's reprimand. Ash looked at its cute appearance, smiled and said, "Here, Rabbi." Celebi looked at the rice ball handed over by Ash, and felt that the person in front of him not only gave him food, but also was not angry about what happened just now. After feeling Ash's kindness, Celebi reached out to take the rice ball. At this time, Pikachu on the side also ran over and picked up an apple and started to eat it. Rabbi, seeing this, Celebi also followed suit and ate the apple like Pikachu, showing an expression of enjoyment on his face. Because it is the guardian of the forest, it has eaten all kinds of fruits in the forest, so it has no interest in the fruits picked from the Hoju orchard. But it was the first time for it to try the rice ball, so it just thought of stealing it. Compared with the fruits in the forest, human food is obviously more novel. I've never seen a Pokemon like this before, Sunday said in surprise as he looked at Celebi, who was getting along well with Pikachu. Me neither. Serena shook her head. Its name is Celebi, and it's a legendary Pokemon just like Mew, and it's very rare. Ash also answered their questions, but simply explained the rarity of Celebi. They probably couldn't form a specific concept, so he compared it with Mew. Doesn't that mean we've encountered a mega rare Pokemon? Sunday and Serena were shocked after hearing this. Such a powerful Pokemon can actually be encountered in such a place, their luck is too good. Yes, because of this, they must always hide from humans. Ash nodded slightly, saying with some regret. Because they are too rare, there are too many humans who want to capture them, so Celebi basically won't show up in front of people. Ash explained briefly. You know, although Celebi has strong power, they seem to be even worse at fighting than Mew. In the original plot, they were controlled by Team Rocket executive Bixias with Dusk Ball, and their power after blackening was quite amazing. Hearing this, Sunday and Serena couldn't help but fall into silence. This kind of thing has happened too many times before. It seems that becoming a too rare Pokemon species is often not a good thing. But this also shows that they are lucky this time. After all, it is really difficult to see Celebi. Seeing that it seemed like it hadn't eaten for a few days, Ash handed another rice ball in front of it. Celebi looked at Ash and quickly took it and started to eat it quickly. After eating, Ash and the other two began to pack up, and Celebi was already getting along quite happily with them and was playing together. The three got up and put away the tablecloth, and Ash also greeted Pikachu. Pikachu ran back to Ash and jumped onto his shoulder. Celebi also floated over. We are leaving, Celebi, what about you? With Pikachu, Ash looked at Celebi and asked. Rabbi? Celebi lowered his head unconsciously with a look of loss on his face after hearing the voice. It has been a long time since he had such fun playing like this, and he felt very reluctant to leave. Seeing Celebi standing there, reluctant, Sunday and Serena looked at each other, as if to say, what should this child do? If you don't know where to go, come with us, but we're going to the city soon, are you okay? Looking at Celebi floating in the same place, Ash felt a little bit reluctant and asked, Rabbi? After hearing Ash's words, Celebi was stunned at first, then flew to Ash's side happily and sat on Ash's other shoulder. Pikachu also reached out and greeted it. Rabbi. Celebi responded happily, and Ash smiled when he saw it, and then spoke to Sunday and Serena. Okay, we can set off. Yes, let's go. The two girls responded, and then continued their journey. With Celebi flying around along the way, playing with Pikachu and making the two girls happy, the atmosphere of the team suddenly became much more lively. In this way, they passed through the forest unknowingly and saw the city in front of them. Finally, we're here, Ecruteak City, Serena said excitedly, looking at the city in front of her. Okay, let's go. Sunday was also a little impatient. We're going to enter the city next, and I may have to inconvenience you a little. Come into the backpack first, Celebi. Ash took a look, although he could protect Celebi. And in fact, many people have never seen Celebi, but it is still impossible to be sure whether there will be other accidents. Ash picked up Celebi and said, Rabbi? Celebi nodded very sensibly after hearing the voice, and then flew behind Ash. Seeing this, he also opened the backpack quickly. Seeing this scene, Celebi flew in decisively, and then popped his head out of the backpack and smiled, not unhappy, because it can feel that Ash is doing this for its own good, and it also wants to stay with them for a while. Okay, let's go. Ash responded, and did not close the backpack, so that Celebi can come out to breathe at any time. Soon, the three of them entered the city. Looking at the surrounding buildings, Today and Sally gradually showed surprised expressions. Oh my god, it feels like we have suddenly arrived in ancient times. Looking at the surrounding environment, the two women couldn't help but speak. It was different from the reinforced concrete and buildings in the cities they had visited before. The city in front of them gave people the feeling that they had suddenly traveled to ancient times. The style of all the buildings was somewhat out of place compared with other cities in the Johto region. Well, according to the guide, Ecruteak City is a city that retains the traditions of the Johto region. It is one of the oldest cities in the Johto region. It has a rich cultural heritage and is also a tourist destination. Serena introduced while looking at the guide, but she was also surprised. Because here, the whole city is in this style. You know, the places you have been to in the past, as long as they are cities, are basically highly modernized. Only small towns like Azalea Town can retain this architectural style. How should I put it? There is a strong sense of historical weight. Sendai couldn't help but sigh. Rabbi? At this time, Celebi also secretly popped his head out from the backpack behind Ash and looked into the distance with a thoughtful look. Have you been here before? Ash felt Celebi's movements and couldn't help but ask with a slight sidelong glance. Rabbi? Celebi listened to Ash's words, responded, and then lowered his head, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. His mind unconsciously recalled the scene from a long time ago, when he sensed something and came here. The city center was already a sea of fire, and he would never forget that figure flying out of the sea of fire, with fire all over his body, and the screams of rage and growl resounded in the night sky. Ash walked while paying attention to the silent Celebi, and did not continue to ask, because he knew that Celebi must have thought of some bad memories. And according to the rich Pokémon knowledge in his mind, Johto region is really the sad place of a legendary Pokémon. Perhaps Celebi was thinking of that person's experience at this moment? Boom! At this moment, a fire came, and Ash, who sensed it in time, blocked it with Psychic, and Sunday and Serena were also startled. Sorry, I scared you. The flames faded, and a fat boy in a circus clown costume and sunglasses came over, bowing to the three people with an apologetic look. Please give me flowers. Celebi also subconsciously hid back in his backpack. Who are you? Serena asked immediately after being astonished. I am Plaska from Eruption. I accidentally scared you just now. I am really sorry, travelers from Ecruteak City. After hearing the voice, the fat boy smiled and introduced himself. It's better to be careless. If this happens again, my psychic will be out of control. If I accidentally teleport you to a cliff, I'll be embarrassed. Ash replied coldly. On this street, the sudden eruption for no reason seemed intentional. Obviously, it's to attract attention. Hihi, I'm really sorry. Feeling that his intention seemed to be detected by Ash, Plask could only respond with a dry laugh. How do you know we are tourists? Serena asked puzzledly at this time. People like you who walk on the street while reading the guide can tell at a glance. Hearing Serena asked, and Plaska replied. So that's how it is. What else do you need? Sunday nodded slightly, and then asked the guy in front of him. Since this is your first time here, you must need this thing. Plaska was excited to see this, and then took out two strange devices from his pocket, saying that the guns were not like guns, but things that looked like antennas but did not have antenna functions. So you are here to do business. Sunday immediately reacted when he saw this scene. What is this? Serena asked. This thing is called a treasure hunting machine. In the historic city of Ecruteak City, there are many treasures. With it, you can easily find those treasures, and you may get priceless treasures. Is it really that powerful? Serena asked in surprise. Pikachu also showed a curious expression. It's a pity that Ash has never been a big complainer. It can only be said that the guy in front of him has found the wrong person. If this thing is really that powerful, why don't you take it and go treasure hunting yourself? Ash rolled his eyes at Plaska in front of him. This kind of thing can probably only fool the Rocket Trio. If this thing is really that useful, wouldn't this guy have become a billionaire long ago? Why would he need to sell things here? DB. Hearing Ash's words, Plaska was choked up all of a sudden. He admitted that he was indeed careless and didn't consider this link. And Serena also reacted. Yes, if there is such a good thing, he should have used it himself a long time ago. How could he sell it? We still have to go to the gym, so I'll leave first. Seeing Plaska who was speechless, Ash didn't waste any more time and walked around him and left. Sunday 993 and Serena immediately followed. Plaska also sighed when he saw this. He didn't expect that children nowadays are so smart, and business is getting harder and harder. After leaving, the three continued to follow the description in the guide and quickly arrived in front of a Kyoto building. Is this the Ecruteak gym? Serena looked at the gym in front of her and asked in surprise. It's not that the decoration of this gym is so luxurious, but because the building in front of her is too dilapidated, and it doesn't look like a gym at all. In front of her is a tower several dozen feet high, but now this tower looks like a charred fish skeleton. The tower is pitch black, and the walls in many places are broken, and it looks like an abandoned building. Look at the map, it should be around here. Serena looked at the guide repeatedly to make sure she didn't look at the wrong place. The map showed that this was the right place, but looking at the tower in front of her, she doubted whether she was wrong. Rabbi? At this time, Celebi on the other side popped up again and looked at the charred tower in front of him. This is the legendary tower. Looking at the charred tower in front of him, Ash spoke unconsciously. He had always wanted to come to this place to take a look, so he didn't go to the Pokémon Center as soon as he came to Ecruteak City today. Legendary. Hearing this, Sunday and Serena both cast doubtful eyes at him. Let's go in and take a look first. Ash didn't answer immediately, but walked in first. Hey, Ash, wait for us for a moment. Sunday shouted and hurriedly followed him. Serena also put away the travel guide and followed him in. Entering the tower, stepping on the ground, the wooden floor, after burning and years of ruthless destruction, looks dilapidated. There are many broken gaps on the ground, and it's dark underneath. When you step on the wooden board, you can hear a crackling sound, giving people the feeling that the ground may collapse directly with a little effort. Will it be okay to come in like this? It feels like this place may collapse at any time. Sunday asked with some concern. Looking at this, these burn marks should have been left a long time ago. Serena walked to a pillar and could see that everything in the tower was very old, including the burn marks, and there was no smell of burnt smell. Ash, what is this place? Sunday and Serena asked again. Just now, when Ash was outside, he mentioned something like legend. This is the tower that once enshrined Ho-Oh. Ash continued to walk inside and responded. When he reached the stairs, it looked very shabby, but he still walked up smoothly. After hearing Ash's words, the two suddenly realized that Ash had mentioned some legends about Ho-Oh to them. Especially after meeting the Thunder King, he emphasized to tell them the story of Ho-Oh. In other words, this is the tower that was burned down by Ho-Oh. After listening to Ash's explanation, the two women also understood. Ash nodded slightly, and then the three of them came to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was similar, but after reaching the second floor, the entire tower became even darker, and being in it was like being in the deep night. From the outside, the walls are already broken, but it's unexpectedly dark inside. Looking at the surroundings, Sunday spoke unconsciously. Ash looked around, and then found a wall. The wall had been burned black, but part of the content could still be seen. There were some patterns carved on the wall, and the specific content was a picture of many people gathered together and worshipped the central Ho-Oh devoutly. Is this the picture of people worshipping Ho-Oh in ancient times? Sunday and Serena looked at the mural in surprise. Ash nodded slightly. Boom boom boom. Just as the three of them were concentrating on the murals on the wall, there was a sudden roar and red light flashed around. In an instant, bursts of fire were ignited on the ground, walls, and pillars around them, and the three of them were instantly surrounded by flames. Pika? Serena screamed when she saw this, and Sunday frowned and looked around in panic. Rabbi? Celebi heard the noise and immediately popped his head out of the backpack. He looked at the situation around him in a daze, then looked around intently, as if he had discovered something, and immediately called out to Ash. Rabbi, what's wrong with it? Sunday noticed Celebi's abnormality and couldn't help asking. It wants to say that these are all illusions. Hearing Sunday's doubts, Ash responded calmly at 3.9. He could easily foresight, and Celebi, as a legendary Pokémon, had no reason not to be able to see it. Besides, Celebi is a psychic Pokémon, and illusions have no meaning to it. Illusion. Hearing Ash's response, Sunday and Serena were both stunned. Are these flames all illusions? Well, don't you feel it? Such a big fire, but you don't feel hot at all. Ash felt it from the beginning, and after Ash's explanation, Sunday and Serena looked at each other and felt that it seemed to be the same as what Ash said. Such a big fire, but you can't feel the heat at all. Because the fire started too suddenly just now, in a panic, I didn't pay attention to the temperature at all. What are these flames? Knowing that everything is an illusion, he felt a little relieved, but what about these illusions? It's okay if you break it, Owl, use foresight. Ash didn't say anything nonsense, his eyes were slightly stern, and then he threw the Pokeball in his hand. Hoot hoot. Noctowl flew out of the Pokeball, uttered a cry, and then his eyes shone with a hazy red light. The eyes shone with two fan-shaped red lights like a flashlight. As Noctowl's eyes swept around, the flames dissipated, and figures emerged from the shadows. Masochism. The eyes of the owl were like a magic mirror, which directly exposed all the illusions around it and turned them into figures floating in the air. The heads floating in the air were surrounded by purple mist. Gastly. Sunday and Serena also recognized these guys. They were the ghost Pokémon Gastly. After recognizing Gastly, Sunday and Serena no longer felt strange. These guys did have the ability to create illusions. Why would Gastly appear in such a place? Serena looked at this scene and was a little flustered. Gastly didn't say anything here, and they all looked unfriendly. It seems that they don't welcome us very much. Serena looked at the expressions of these Gastly and spoke at the same time. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw several Gastly rushing over, their eyes flashing a dark red light. Hehe. It's Nightshade. Sunday hurriedly spoke when he saw that several Gastly in front had already started to attack. Serena was startled. Ash saw this and directly covered the three of his own with Psychic Barrier. Use Hypnosis, Noctowl. Ash looked at the Gastly opposite and spoke. Before the Gastly opened their eyes and could release Nightshade, the owl's hypnosis had already started. The power of hypnosis spread out in circles. The Gastlys who were about to attack were hit by the power of hypnosis and only temporarily released Gastlys themselves also have a certain resistance to hypnosis. But Noctowl's mental power is obviously stronger. Although it did not make them fall into hallucinations and sleep, it also affected their ability to move. The Gastlys who were about to attack, swaying, and launching the attack without consciousness. One after another, dark red lightning was released from their eyes. Under the control of Noctowl's hypnosis, the dark red lightning hit their companions around them instead. The ultimate move of the Ghost System will also have an excellent effect on the Ghost System Pokémon itself, and several Gastlys were blown away. Pikachu, Volt. Looking at the remaining hypnotized Gastly, Ash decisively issued an attack order. Pikachu jumped into the air, and the whole body was shining with dazzling golden sparks. Sparks hit the Gastly in the air, and a series of explosions occurred instantly. In the smoke, it was barely possible to see that the Gastly figures were constantly flying out of the smoke. Ash defeated all the Gastlys who attacked them in just a few moves, and Dai and Serena were slightly relieved. After the Gastlys were attacked, many of them also smelling salts came over, but facing the powerful lineup of Ash, they knew it was not rival, and they quickly floated up and then drilled into the wall and disappeared directly. Escaped. Seeing the Gastlys disappear, Serena breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. He. However, just when she was relaxed, the surrounding voices sounded again, and she saw a series of figures passing through the wall again, which were the previous Gastlys. This time, it was not just Gastly, but 2 purple Pokémon led them. A big face appeared in the air, with eyes and a mouth. There was also a pair of purple claws, but the claws and the body were basically separated, completely floating in the air. It's Haunter, so they didn't run away, but went to get help. Seeing this scene, Sunday and Serena realized that the Gastly were not running for their lives. Pikachu and Owl immediately became alert and prepared to fight. He. At this time, a strange laugh sounded, and everyone turned around and looked behind them. The expressions of the Gastly and Haunter around them also changed slightly. Behind the 3 people, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It stood on the ground. Its body was like a dark purple air balloon, with a pair of sharp ears on its head and pimple-like spikes on its back. It had 2 hands and feet, a wicked smile with teeth showing on its face, and a pair of scarlet eyes staring at everyone. Gengar. Sunday and Serena were shocked again. There were not only Gastly and Haunter here, but also Gengar. Pika? Looking at the Gengar in front of him, Pikachu also took a fighting stance, and the 2 sides were in a confrontation. Gengar seemed to sense the dangerous aura of Pikachu and narrowed his eyes. At this time, the Gastly and Haunter around them, after seeing Gengar coming, had no intention of taking action. Stop. A voice sounded when Gengar and Pikachu were on the verge of a fight. Da-da-da. The voice sounded, and then a sound of footsteps in wooden clogs came from the stairs not far ahead, and then a figure was seen walking down the dilapidated stairs. As the floor upstairs was broken, the light shone on the figure, and everyone looked over and saw that it was a blonde boy who was older than Ash. He. Seeing this, Gastly and Haunter left the encirclement and flew to the side of the blonde boy and Gengar. Who are you? Serena looked at the newcomer and asked in surprise. These Gastly and Haunter seemed to respect him very much. My name is Morty, and I'm the gym trainer of Ecruteak Gym. The newcomer came forward and introduced himself politely. Ah, so this person is the gym trainer of Ecruteak Gym. At first they thought they had gone to the wrong place, but they didn't expect to meet the gym trainer of Ecruteak Gym here. Seeing that the Gastly and Haunter listened to him, it was obvious that he was a difficult guy to deal with. I'm so sorry, after this place was abandoned, there was no sunlight all day long. It was the favorite environment of ghost Pokemon, so it became the residence of Gastly and others without knowing it. They thought you were invaders, so they attacked you. I'm so sorry. Morty looked at Ash and the other 2 and said apologetically. So, we scared Gastly and others. Hearing this, Serena said with some guilt that they ran in by themselves and scared the Pokemon inside. No, because there is no prohibition on entering here, so this happened. Morty shook his head slightly after hearing this. In fact, such a deserted place should have been prohibited from entering long ago, but because this tower has an extraordinary meaning to Ecruteak City, it did not do so, and the locals of Ecruteak City knew the situation, and normal would not come here. You don't look like you are from Ecruteak City, you must be tourists. Morty made a look, and Gengar understood and conveyed his meaning to Gastly and Haunter. Soon, Gastly and Haunter disappeared into the shadows. Well, my name is Ash, and I'm here to challenge the gym. My name is Serena. My name is Sunday. Ash and the other 2 also introduced themselves, and Ash also explained his purpose. I see, but I'm sorry, this is not a gym, but the abandoned Tower of Warning. Morty nodded slightly after listening. As a gym trainer, he naturally had to accept the challenge of the challenger, but now this place is not a gym, so there is no way to have a Pokemon battle here. Tower of Warning. Yes, when you came here, you should have seen a building called Bell Tower, right? Morty nodded slightly, then walked over and looked at the mural on the wall. Yes, I saw it when I came here. Sunday nodded slightly. When he came here, he did see a tall tower not far away. This one is newly built, and the Bell Tower 300 years ago was actually a burnt tower. 300 years ago, the people here built this tower. After Ho-Oh visited, this tower became the only place where people and Pokemon could communicate. At that time, Ho-Oh was also known as a symbol of peace, but only a few people could get Ho-Oh as recognition. My ancestor was one of them, but 150 years ago, some people who wanted to use Ho-Oh as power appeared. Their behavior angered Ho-Oh, and in a rage, Ho-Oh directly burned the tower and disappeared from the eyes of humans, and no longer let humans see its figure. Today, everything about Ho-Oh has become a legend. Morty looked at the mural in front of him, his eyes full of melancholy. The legend of Ho-Oh is different from other legends. Many legends in many places are handed down from ancient times without much evidence, basically unverifiable. But the legend of Ecruteak City is different. Because of the existence of this scorched tower, even after so many years, the people of Ecruteak City still believe that the legend is true. Is that so? But I have seen it before. Ash listened to Morty's words and responded with a smile. What? Hearing Ash's words, Morty turned around in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Yes, when I just set out on my journey, I met it in the forest after the rain. Seeing Morty's surprise, Ash spoke again. In this regard, Serena and Sunday beside him did not comment. After all, Ash has the physique of a divine beast. Not to mention the past, he has already subdued several since he came to Johto region. He said he had seen Ho-Oh, that must be what he has seen. That's impossible. Since that time, Ho-Oh has cut off contact with humans. You must have seen it wrong. Morty looked at Ash in disbelief, and seemed unwilling to believe his words, because since he was a child, he has been waiting back and forth between the two towers, hoping that one day he can get Ho-Oh's return. But until now, there has been no movement. Perhaps hearing others say that they have seen it is too shocking for him, and Morty is obviously a little excited. Ash did not argue with him. People are often like this, only willing to believe what they know. But, if I remember correctly, when I went to Pallet Town last time, I saw a photo of Ho-Oh in Professor Laboratory. That should be taken by you, Ash. At this time, Serena, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. She didn't want to be thought that Ash was talking nonsense or pretending. Last time Ash took her to visit Professor Oak's laboratory, she did see a photo of Ho-Oh. What? Morty looked at Ash in surprise. He was the descendant of Ho-Oh's followers. He could tell whether it was the real Ho-Oh or not at first sight. Well, can you show it to me? Morty listened to Serena's words and didn't want to miss this great opportunity. He spoke to Ash in an encouraging tone. Ash didn't refuse after hearing this. He called up the photo of Ho-Oh that he had taken when he set out on a trip from the Pokémon Pokédex. This is actually, really Ho-Oh? Morty spoke in disbelief. Although he had never seen Ho-Oh, the Ho-Oh in the photo and the Ho-Oh on the mural were exactly the same. He could recognize it at first sight. He looked at Ash in surprise, Could it be that Ash was the person that Ho-Oh recognized again after being disappointed with humans? After all, as a Pokémon that brings happiness, Ho-Oh has always only appeared in front of upright trainers. Especially after being betrayed by humans, it is still willing to meet humans. Ash is obviously special. Morty looked at Ash in great surprise. You know, after being hurt, it is harder to gain the trust of Ho-Oh than to climb to the sky. Ho-Oh has not forgiven them yet, but Ash not only saw it but also took photos of it. Since Ho-Oh left, there has been a legend that it sent 3 sacred beasts to observe the world, and only when a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh appears again one day, will it appear again. The colorful feathers are the proof of the recognized person, but this legend has no basis. Can you return the Pokémon Pokédex to me? Seeing Morty silent, Ash suddenly interrupted his thoughts. I'm so sorry. Morty took a deep look at the photo on the Pokédex, and then solemnly handed his brother back to Ash. Ash took the Pokédex and put it back in his pocket, and Morty spoke again at this time. I'm sorry that I was too excited just now. The reason why our ancestors didn't repair this tower and built a new bell tower is to warn future generations. It's just because our family has been waiting for nearly 100 years, and has not waited for Ho-Oh to come again, so I just couldn't believe it for a while. After returning the Pokémon Pokédex to Ash, Morty said apologetically. Ash and the other two also nodded slightly. Such thoughts are naturally understandable. Ash, I accept your challenge. Pokémon Trainer recognized by Ho-Oh, let me see your strength. Morty looked at Ash with a serious look. As the descendant of Ho-Oh's followers, but now Ho-Oh has chosen someone else 507. He didn't feel unbalanced, but just wanted to see with his own eyes that they had been waiting for so many years without getting Ho-Oh's re-recognition. I want to see what's different about Ash. Okay, I just want to see your strength. Ash also smiled and replied. Ding, trigger the system task, defeat the descendants of the Pokémon family who once followed Ho-Oh with the 3 sacred beasts, and get the gym badge. Task reward, Ho-Oh Feather, contains Ho-Oh's blessing, which can make the 3 sacred beasts closer to you. Points, 100W. Any Pokémon level is increased by 5 levels. Ash, who had just accepted Morty's invitation to fight, heard the system prompt and immediately showed a strange expression. System, you are too cruel. Only use the 3 sacred beasts to challenge if it was Morty's gym. He couldn't imagine the scene. Tut tut tut. Are you going to compete here? After standing for a long time, Serena simply squatted down, listened to the two people's words, looked around and asked. Yubi, it's true that this is not a gym, but Ash, you are different. You are a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh. I will find a place that can match you. Morty was slightly stunned, and then responded with a serious look. Feeling Morty's respect for him, he was about to speak. Pikachu seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly jumped off Ash's body and went directly into a broken cave underground. Pikachu, did you notice anything? Pika. Faced with Ash's question, Pikachu didn't react, as if he didn't hear it, and turned around and continued to run towards a deeper place. What's wrong with Pikachu? Seeing that Pikachu ran away in an instant, Serena asked with some concern. Ash frowned slightly. Pikachu's contest condition was not right, as if it was controlled by something. Just when he wanted to use the wave power to detect Pikachu's location, he found that the wave power could not be extended. Not only the wave power, but also the psychic was ineffective. Something is wrong here. Don't worry, I'll ask Gastly to help, I believe it will be found soon. Morty thought Ash was just worried about Pikachu's situation, and quickly said that Gastly and Haunter knew this place best, and they could pass through walls, which was obviously more convenient here. After that, Morty signaled Gengar to ask Gastly for help. Soon, Gengar nodded and sank directly into the ground. CJBD. Seeing Ash frowning and lost in thought, Serena hurriedly thanked Morty. There was no other way. It seemed that there was no other way except waiting. This feeling of disharmony is basically the same as the last time I saved Thunder King and fought Team Rocket. If my feeling is correct, Team Rocket may have sneaked in nearby. Ash, who came to the conclusion, felt a little uneasy. If it was the same device targeting Thunder King as last time, and there were two special players, Pikachu might really be in danger. After all, although it has the strength of a champion, its skills are not mainly electric type. At that time, even Thunder King could not do anything about the Amethyst device, and Pikachu might find it difficult to deal with it. Thinking of this, Ash was very anxious, but because both Psychic and Wave power were suppressed, he could only wait for the Gastly and Haunter sent by Morty to send back the news. Hehehe. After a while, a Gastly flew back and exchanged a few words with Morty. Morty nodded and looked at Ash and the others. We have found Pikachu. Everyone, follow me. Morty gestured and then asked Gastly to lead the way. After hearing that Pikachu had been found, Ash breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed Morty's footsteps. On the other side, Pika? The eager-looking Pikachu ran all the way out of the cave and came directly to the bottom of the burned tower and drilled out. It jumped out of it impatiently, and as soon as it jumped out, a large insulating net fell on it. The person who caught Pikachu also laughed wantonly after seeing Pikachu. Ha 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 ha, Pikachu. I didn't expect that we could catch Pikachu again. The device given by the professor is really useful. The man, woman, and cat in front of him were the familiar Jessie, James, and Meowth. Jessie weighed the hexagonal amethyst in her hand and looked at Pikachu with a smug smile on her face. Ever since they saw Ash's amazing psychic, they haven't bothered Ash for a long time. As a result, some time ago, when they were working in Azalea Town in the Johto region, they were actually called by a high-ranking member of the Rocket team, a professor who was as prominent as an executive. He gave them this hexagonal amethyst, saying that it could limit the power of special ability users like Ash, and at the same time attract nearby electric Pokémon. After getting the hexagonal amethyst and knowing that they would not be discovered by Ash as soon as they approached him like before, the evil thoughts of the Rocket team trio towards Pikachu swelled again. Pikachu? In the insulation net, Pikachu hurriedly used Thunderbolt, but the electric-type energy transfer overflowing from his body was absorbed by the net rope. Ha ha ha, it's useless. This is what we prepared for you, Pikachu. That's right, meow, this time we are fully prepared. After catching Pikachu, the mission was completed for Team Rocket. Combined with the previous failed experiences, the three of them didn't dare to stay at all and quickly fled with Pikachu. What they didn't realize was that at this time, in the direction of the cave where Pikachu appeared, a pair of eyes were staring at them. After seeing this scene, they quickly turned back. At this time, just after following Morty to the outside of the burned tower, Gengar flew out from the shadows. Hehe, Gengar communicated with Morty. Although they couldn't speak, after such a long time, Morty and his Gengar had long been able to communicate with each other. You said someone took Pikachu away. Listening to the information brought back by Gengar, Morty spoke subconsciously, and Gengar nodded slightly. This was what one of the Haunters sent out told him after seeing it. Hearing Gengar's response, Serena immediately showed a worried expression. Where is it? Take us there. Seeing this, Morty hurriedly spoke, and Gengar nodded, then floated up and led the way in front. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and immediately followed. Although it was still daytime outside, for Gengar, daytime actually did not have much impact on other ghost Pokémon's song is that they prefer dark environments, and night operations will be more flexible for them. Under Gengar's leadership, Ash and his friends quickly caught up with the Rocket trio, and were shocked when they saw the Pikachu tied behind them. Rocket team, it's all you guys. Sunday shouted at the first time. The Rockets in front also heard the sound, turned around and saw Ash and others catching up, and immediately sped up. This is Pikachu who fell into the trap, so it's not our fault. See you later, little brat. Jessie and James shouted proudly. It seems that they trapped Pikachu with an insulating net, otherwise the Rockets would not be able to beat it. Serena frowned as she watched Pikachu in the net constantly using Thunder Shock, but it was always useless. Sure enough, they are coming for Pikachu. Sunday frowned as she watched this scene. First, they used a device similar to the one used to attract the Thunder King, and then prepared insulating materials, just to trap Pikachu. Don't talk about this for now. Ash didn't say much, took out the Pokeball to prepare for rescue, and at this moment, the backpack behind him suddenly opened. Rabbi, Celebi flew out of Ash's backpack directly, and then quickly flew towards the Rockets. Several people were stunned when they saw this scene. What is that? Morty's pupils shrank when he saw Celebi, and his face showed surprise again. This was also the first time he saw it, but he had heard about the legend of this Pokémon a long time ago. He didn't expect Ash to carry this Pokémon. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a Pokémon trainer recognized by Ho-Oh. Seeing this scene, Morty looked at the back of Ash in front of him and thought to himself. Rabbi, Celebi quickly flew in the direction of Team Rocket, and then his eyes suddenly flashed with light. With the power released by Celebi, the light enveloped Pikachu. Pika? An invisible force directly lifted Pikachu and directly destroyed the insulation net. Jessie and James felt that the weight on their backs suddenly disappeared. The two subconsciously stopped and saw that Pikachu was floating in the air. What? Did that guy do it? James looked forward and noticed Celebi floating in the air. It's a Pokémon I haven't seen before. In that case, let's catch it as well. Go ahead, Arbok. Please give me flowers. Go ahead, Weezing. The two threw the Pokeball almost at the same time, and Weezing and Arbok rushed towards Celebi at the same time. Ash was not worried when he saw this scene. No matter how bad he was at fighting, the legendary Pokémon would always be the legendary Pokémon. There was no need to worry about such a small scene. Psychic's strength was also much higher than his as a trainer. But Morty was not as clear as Ash. Seeing this scene, he subconsciously raised his hand and pointed forward. Go ahead, Gengar. With Morty's order, Gengar floated up from the ground, and then flew forward, blocking Pikachu and Celebi. Use Shadow Black Hole. Morty gave the order, and the smile on Gengar's face suddenly became evil and strange, and then flew into the air with his hands open. The next moment, dark purple energy flashed between his hands, and the two shadow balls condensed with the energy condensed by Gengar. A dark purple current was generated between the two shadow balls, and then the two shadow balls were connected together. Then Gengar rushed out, holding his hands in front of his chest and knocking the shadow balls together. The two energy balls were squeezed against each other and deformed instantly, but there was no explosion, but they were gradually compressed together. The originally dark purple energy ball suddenly turned into a pitch black sphere, like a black hole, and black arcs would occasionally appear around it. Boom! Gengar's eyes flashed, and he pushed his hands forward and pushed the energy ball out directly. The entire energy ball immediately flew towards Weezing and Arbok in front like a cannonball. The moment the energy ball hit Arbok, time seemed to stand still. Arbok stopped where he was. The entire energy ball seemed to hit Arbok like 10 lead balls. Boom! However, the next moment, the current of the energy ball rushed into the interior of the energy ball, and the entire energy ball instantly burst out with a violent dark purple energy. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the energy ball exploded like an air balloon, and a deafening sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The large-scale explosion continued to expand like a dark purple protective shield, and first hit Weezing on the side. This energy formed a semicircular explosion range on the ground, which was still expanding. The three members of Team Rocket were shocked when they saw this scene, and they turned around and ran away, but the energy expanded faster, and the owner was directly swept in. Bang! Another loud noise was heard, and the smoke spread with the explosion. In the smoke, the Rocket team flew directly from the smoke into the air. Why is it still the same result in the end? 227. Woo! It was all smooth at the beginning. James burst into tears. Not only did he fail to catch Pikachu, but the hexagonal crystal was also lost in the battle just now. What a disgusting feeling. Pika? On the other side, Celebi controlled the power and let Pikachu return to Ash's side. Thank you, Celebi, and Gym Master Morty. Ash looked at Celebi who had landed on his shoulder, and Morty beside him. Rabbi? Celebi responded sweetly, and at this time, Morty also walked towards them. Although he had no problem dealing with Team Rocket, it was indeed thanks to Morty's help from his Gastlys in the burned tower before, otherwise it would not have been so easy to find the Pikachu that was attracted away. You're welcome, I'm glad you're all right. Morty also responded calmly, these things were just a piece of cake for him. After saying that, he also walked towards Gengar who fell from the sky. At this moment, the smoke from the previous explosion had gradually dissipated. Looking in the direction where the smoke dissipated, a large deep pit was left on the ground. It was the trace left after the explosion of the shadow black hole just now, which looked extremely shocking. The special move of that Gengar just now was so powerful. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Sunday couldn't help but speak. Just the power of that special move just now was not inferior to the ghost-type skills of similar Pokémon that were 10 levels higher than his own. Yes, it seems that Gengar should be the rival of the next gym battle. Serena also nodded slightly, and then looked at the Gengar falling from the sky with a serious expression. No wonder when they were traveling a while ago, Ash suddenly told them that the really interesting gym challenge in Johto region was just about to begin. It's a very powerful rival. Sunday was also a little worried when he heard it. After all, it would be Ash's next rival. This is more interesting, isn't it? Ash smiled slightly. This shadow black hole skill was indeed very powerful. To be honest, even he was a little tempted, but Ash also had sufficient self-confidence in himself and his Pokémon. After Morty reunited with his Gengar, he looked at soaring in the sky. It was already dusk. Morty looked at Ash and the other two. Ash, it's getting late today. Why don't you go back to the Pokémon Center and rest? Tomorrow morning, I'll come find you and take you to the competition venue. Morty looked at Ash and said seriously. Competition venue? Aren't you going to the gym? It's almost near my gym, but I think the battle with Ash should be in a more special place. Morty smiled after hearing this, and then expressed his thoughts. Ash felt the other party's attention and agreed happily. Okay, I know. Well, see you tomorrow. Morty nodded slightly, then said goodbye to the three people, turned around and left with Gengar. Let's go too. Ash called the two girls, and Celebi consciously got into Ash's backpack. The three found the Pokémon Center in Ecruteak City. The two women handed the Pokémon to Nurse Joy for care and checked in. After the Pokémons recovered their strength and had dinner, the three of them rested in the Pokémon Center. At the same time, Morty, who had separated from Ash and the other two, did not return to the gym directly, but came to the door of a store on the street. There was a colorful neon light hanging in front of the store door, and the name of the store was written on it, Ecruteak Dance Hall. At this time, no one was coming in and out of the door. Morty also followed the crowd and came to the dance hall. The wide hall was surrounded by neatly arranged round tables and sofas. At this time, it was already crowded. After entering the dance hall, a female waiter came over. After seeing Morty, she was slightly stunned, and then hurried forward. Morty simply told the waiter a few words. The female waiter nodded slightly after hearing the words, and then left quickly. Morty found a corner seat and sat down. About 10 minutes later, the scene suddenly darkened, and then the originally noisy environment immediately quieted down, and a burst of elegant Japanese music suddenly sounded in the venue. Then, on the stage in front of the hall, the curtain was pulled open and 5 Stephanies with beautiful looks and wearing kimonos appeared on the stage. They began to dance with the elegant music, and as the 5 people danced, a large number of exclamations suddenly sounded on the scene, while Morty sat in the corner and watched the performance on the stage quietly. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed, and the performance gradually ended, and warm applause also sounded on the scene. After the lights were turned on again, the curtains were closed again, and all the guests left reluctantly while discussing. Only Morty was left sitting there, watching the guests leave, and slowly the entire dance floor was left with only staff cleaning and picking up garbage. At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded, and Morty looked up and saw that it was the 5 Stephanies who performed on the stage before, and they had not changed their kimonos. Morty, sorry to have kept you waiting. The leader was a blue-haired Stephanie who looked a few years older than Morty. She wore a gorgeous decorate on her head and tied her hair up, giving off a mature vibe. It's okay. It's a rare opportunity to see such a wonderful performance. I should apologize to you, Sister Mickey, for interrupting you all of a sudden. Morty waved his hand and responded. No need to be polite. You can come anytime you want. Mickey smiled and responded gently. But you are usually a busy person and don't have much time to come to see the performance. Is there something you want to do when you come to see me this time? The two of them were obviously familiar with each other, but they didn't have much contact with each other. Usually, they didn't receive guests alone, but when they heard that Morty was here, they immediately came to receive him in person. Today, there is a special challenger in the gym. Hearing Mickey's inquiry, Morty didn't keep it a secret. And listening to Morty's words, several girls were slightly stunned, although they were already familiar with each other. But usually Morty was responsible for the safety of the gym and the 2 towers, and they basically just performed and didn't interfere with each other. I don't know why Morty suddenly mentioned the gym to them. 29. Oh, so special that you, Morty, have to come all the way to tell us. I'm a little curious about what kind of trainer it is. Mickey asked in surprise. Well, I want to fight him on the top of the bell tower. Morty nodded slightly after listening to Mickey's words. Hearing this, the expressions of several girls inevitably changed. They are not just dancing sisters in the dance hall. Their ancestors were also one of the people who worshipped and followed Ho-Oh a long time ago, and their family has played an important role in the past. When Ho-Oh was worshipped in ancient times, their ancestors served as priestesses and danced the sacrificial dance. So they and Morty have similar identities. Their ancestors were all people who served Ho-Oh, but since Ho-Oh left, there are very few things they can do. Now, apart from preserving the tradition, they go to the bell tower to offer sacrifices every year on the day when Ho-Oh leaves, hoping to wait for Ho-Oh's return, and basically have nothing else to do. In their spare time, they perform in the dance hall, so the situation at the bell tower is basically in charge of Morty. But although Morty is in charge, because of the ancestors, when they have to go into the new bell tower to make some more important decisions, they still need to communicate with each other. Morty's gym is usually built in front of the new bell tower, and normally they fight in the gym. He suddenly came to make such a request this time, and it can be felt how much he values this challenger. A trainer that's special? Can I ask the reason? After hearing this, Morty was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head and responded seriously. This trainer, he has seen Ho-Oh, it is very likely that he is the trainer recognized by it. What? How is this possible? Originally, the Stephanies were still calm, but when they heard this, Mickey hadn't spoken yet, but the other Stephanies around her were already not calm. As the eldest sister, Mickey has always been calm and steady, and she also showed a surprised look, as if she didn't quite believe Morty's words. When I first heard it, I didn't believe it either, but he has a photo of Ho-Oh, and he is accompanied by the guardian of the forest. Hearing Morty's response, several Stephanies opened their eyes unconsciously, and for a moment they had a lot to say, but couldn't say it. Are you sure? I think it should be right. Morty nodded slightly and responded seriously after hearing this. I think if we fight in the bell tower, maybe Ho-Oh will be able to see it, so I hope you can agree to my request. Morty said seriously. Although he also protected the bell tower, it was guarded by both parties after all. If he wanted to use it, at least both parties agreed. If that's the case, I naturally have no reason to refuse. However, I have a request, so that we sisters can also go to the scene to watch the battle. Mickey thought for a while and then spoke. Mickey agreed to Morty's request, but at the same time she also made her own request, hoping to watch the battle on the spot. The other Stephanies looked eager to try, and it can be seen that they all have the same idea, hoping to go and see the trainer recognized by Ho-Oh. This, I think as the manager of the bell tower, it should be no problem. Morty listened and nodded slightly. Even in the gym, there are usually many students watching, so it won't cause any impact. That's good. I hope Ho-Oh can really see this game and give a response. Mickey also smiled and said after hearing Morty's response. I will, then I'll take my leave first, see you tomorrow. After saying that, 467 Morty stood up and said goodbye, and several Stephanies also stood up to see him off. Soon Morty left the dance floor, and several Stephanies stood at the door and didn't leave for a long time. Huh? I still can't believe it. Looking at Morty's figure leaving, several Stephanies still felt unbelievable. Don't think so much, won't we know the result tomorrow? But big sister, if it's true, does it mean that the legend will come true? Listening to Mickey's words, the youngest of the 5 asked quickly. Mickey also fell silent after hearing it. After Ho-Oh left, it was said that it sent 3 sacred beasts to observe humans, and disappeared without a trace. Finally, there is a legend that if someone can get the approval of Ho-Oh and get the colored feathers, combined with the sacrificial dance and the power of the clear bell, there is a chance to summon Ho-Oh back again. However, for now, the truth of this legend is still unknown. The clear bell was on the bell tower and was a magical bell that would ring when Ho-Oh arrived. It was also the only thing that was saved from the raging fire in the burned tower. The Kaiki dance is a ritual dance passed down from generation to generation in their family. However, at present, the most critical thing is that the colored feathers have always been missing. It is just unknown whether the trainer that Morty values has colored feathers. If he has colored feathers, or if he may have them in the future, then all 3 conditions are met, and there may be hope to welcome Ho-Oh. Everything should be discussed after Morty and him finish the battle. After listening to the little sister's words, Mickey spoke again. She has many concerns. It is naturally great for Ho-Oh to return, but in this era, is Ho-Oh's return really a good thing? Even without Ho-Oh, relying on various high-tech and play nice with ordinary Pokemon, the development of humans in Ecruteak City has been thriving in recent years. If Ho-Oh is not there, everything will be calm, but once Ho-Oh appears, will it repeat the mistakes of 100 years ago? It's not that she doesn't want to welcome Ho-Oh's return, but she is worried that if Ho-Oh returns, it will harm it and may even push humans to extinction. After all, more than 100 years ago, Ho-Oh's flames completely burned down the bell tower. Who can be sure that if such a thing happens again, what will be burned this time? She has many concerns in her heart, but since Ho-Oh has given people colored feathers, maybe it thinks that the human heart is pure and beautiful enough? If it has let go of its prejudice against humans. Of course, these are just her own wishful thinking, so her current attitude is to see the situation first, how this trainer with colored feathers is recognized by Ho-Oh. Got it. After listening to Miki's words, several girls seemed to understand her concerns, nodded in response, and then returned to the dance floor together. On the other side, after leaving the dance floor, Morty returned home, walked into the house, and went directly to the courtyard to listen to the noise in the courtyard. In the courtyard at night, a middle-aged man in ancient costume stood in the courtyard, holding a wooden spoon in his hand and scooping water to water the flowers. You're back. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Feng spoke without turning his head. Well, uncle, haven't you rested yet? Morty looked at the man and responded. This man is called Matsuno. He is Morty's uncle. Morty's parents are not in Ecruteak City, so he is currently Morty's only elder at home. I heard that something big happened at Burned Tower today. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just that someone went in and disturbed Gastly, who lives inside. After listening to Matsuno's words, Morty also briefly explained. As Morty's elder, Matsuno, although most of the things are now handed over to Morty, he naturally has the right to ask questions at ordinary times. Oh, who is it? It's a trainer who came to challenge the gym, from Pallet Town called Ash. They wanted to challenge the gym but they went to the wrong place and accidentally entered the Burned Tower. Morty explained that his family has always been responsible for protecting the Burned Tower and the Bell Tower. Now that his parents are not here, his second uncle is the real person in charge of the family, and Morty doesn't want him to have any misunderstandings. Is that so? Matsuno didn't say much after hearing this. By the way, second uncle, I will also have a gym battle with him in the Bell Tower tomorrow. After saying this, Morty also mentioned it deliberately. After all, the second uncle is now acting as the head of the family, and everything needs to be reported to him. Huh. It's okay to fight in the gym? Why do we have to do it in the Bell Tower? Hearing this, Matsuno stopped his hand directly. Because this challenger has seen Ho-Oh and took photos to record it. I think he is very likely to have become, or will be the spokesperson for Ho-Oh in the future. Morty also explained again. What? Matsuno heard Morty's words, and his originally calm face finally showed an extremely surprised expression. Are you telling the truth? Throwing the wooden spoon into the water tank, Matsuno suddenly turned around and looked at Morty. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears, or that Morty was joking with him. However, with Morty's personality and style of doing things, he would definitely not joke with him on such a big matter. I saw it with my own eyes, there is absolutely no mistake. Seeing the surprised expression of his second uncle, Morty was not surprised. He had this kind of surprised expression several times today. If that's the case, do those little girls have any objections? After a while, Matsuno slowly calmed down, then put his hands into his thick sleeves, turned around and his tone gradually returned to calm. Yes, I found them, and they all said there was no problem. Morty nodded. Since you have already agreed, just do as you said. Even if it is a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh, you have to see if he is qualified to get your gym badge. I understand, second uncle, then I will go back to my room first. Morty nodded slightly in response, then turned around and left directly. Matsuno was the only one left in the yard, and from time to time he could hear the sound of, promised, frog rosa woodwinds and running water. After a long time, Matsuno slowly opened his eyes, with a gleam in his eyes, and looked in the direction of the bell tower. Pokémon Center? After checking in at the Pokémon Center, Sunday washed his hair and walked into the room while wiping his hair with a towel. He saw this moment. Pikachu, Celebi, and Braixen were playing together. Serena was lying on Ash's lap, while Ash was leaning against the windowsill, with one hand resting on his head, looking out the window with a slightly gloomy expression. Ash, what's wrong with you? Sunday unconsciously slowed down his movements while wiping his hair. It was rare to see Ash in a daze. Serena had been staring at Ash's reaction for a long time, but Ash had been motionless and dazed, and didn't say anything. He thought Ash was thinking about something important, so he didn't disturb him. I don't know why, but I always feel a little uneasy, as if something is going to happen. Listening to Sunday's words, Ash looked at Serena who sat up, his expression slightly condensed. Serena and Sunday looked at each other. To be honest, it's rare to see Ash like this. Are you worried about the gym challenge? After seeing the powerful strength of Morty's Gengar today, it can be said that it is indeed extraordinary. Seeing that they will fight tomorrow, Ash will inevitably feel stressed. No. Ash shook his head slightly. He has challenged so many gyms and met the Elite Four and the champion without any panic. There is no reason to be panicked because of challenging the gym. As the practice of psychic and wave power becomes more and more profound, Ash's ability to predict danger is also constantly improving. This time, he always feels that something is going to happen. Ash still didn't speak, but he felt this way in his heart, and unconsciously looked at the back mountain outside the window. Sunday and Serena watched Ash fall into silence again. They didn't know what to say for a while. They could only not disturb him. 993 allowed him to think quietly. Ecruteak City? The next day, Ash and the other two woke up early in the morning, and Ash also yawned. Ash, did you not sleep well? In the past, Ash would look listless after tossing them. Yesterday, he went to bed early, but he still looked listless. Serena couldn't help but ask. A little bit. Ash nodded slightly in response. Is it okay? There is still a gym battle today. Sunday couldn't help but worry after listening. Even the Alliance conference didn't look as tired as Ashlau. Don't worry, it will definitely not affect the game. Although he didn't sleep well, it was unlikely to affect his command and judgment, so Ash was not worried at all. The faint uneasiness in his heart also came from other things. But he didn't say much now. Although he felt a little uneasy, nothing had happened so far, and he didn't want the two women to continue to worry. After hearing what Ash said, Sunday and Serena were slightly relieved, but Celebi, who was hiding in Ash's backpack, seemed to be able to sense Ash's slight anxiety. Her big eyes appeared from the backpack, and she looked at Ash with worry. The three of them first went to the front desk, and the two girls took back the Pokémon that were left here to recover their strength and contest conditions, and then the three of them went to the restaurant. After breakfast, they took back the Pokeballs and left the Pokémon Center. As soon as the door opened and walked out, they saw a figure standing outside the door, leaning against the pillar at the door, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Morty, Sunday said with some surprise when he saw who was coming. You are here. Have you been here for a long time? In fact, if you just tell us where you are, we can go there by ourselves. Ash also said at the same time. It won't be long, didn't I tell you? We will fight in a special place, and I must take you there in person. Ash, are you ready? Morty waved his hand slightly. He had been looking forward to today's battle since last night, so he came early to prepare. He didn't care that he just had to wait a little longer. Of course. Ash smiled confidently. What a joke, we have accepted the mission? That's good, we can set off. Morty smiled expectantly after hearing Ash's response, and then left the Pokémon Center with a few people. Following Morty all the way, the route we took was basically the same as the previous route to the burned tower, but at a fork in the road before the burned tower, we walked in the opposite direction of the burned tower. In this direction, under the guidance of Morty, we can see at a glance that another tall tower is standing in front. Then, is that the newly built Bell Tower? Looking at the tall tower, Serena couldn't help asking. The newly built Bell Tower looks equally old but also exudes a solemn feeling. Yes, that is the tower we rebuilt to welcome the return of Ho-Oh. Morty nodded slightly in response. I heard that there were two towers in the beginning, one for Ho-Oh and the other for Lugia? Why didn't the other one get rebuilt? Ash asked as he walked on the road. Yes, but the tower has been completely destroyed by the thunder. Nothing is left. Lugia has always blessed us with good weather and good harvests, but compared to Ho-Oh, which has disappeared without a trace, we have always believed that Lugia lives in the depths of Whirl Islands. Although the residents near Whirl Islands cannot get close to the inner circle, the cities on several surrounding islands are all good weather and good harvests, so although we hope it can return, we should not be so selfish. Morty smiled and explained after listening to Ash's words, it is not that they are partial to Ho-Oh, but because Lugia is now protecting more lives in other places. Ash nodded slightly without asking too much. After all, Lugia did live in Whirl Islands after leaving. There are also many islanders living on the islands outside the archipelago, and this sea also nurtures the two large cities of Asagi City and Kianwood City. When they left, it was because of the ever-expanding desires of humans. If they selfishly want Lugia to benefit them again and ignore the lives of others, I'm afraid that neither Ho-Oh nor Lugia will ever come to this city again. My gym is in front. Ash was thinking, and Morty pointed to the front and suddenly spoke. The few people looked over and saw an ancient gym building. It looked like an ancient temple with a large gym inside. Morty did not stop when he walked outside. He continued to lead the 3 people to the back of the gym. There was a hidden path behind the gym. Everyone walked up the stairs and soon came to the bottom of the bell tower. Looking at it from a close distance, the tower looked more solemn, and people couldn't help but look up to watch. Although it was rebuilt, this tower also has a long history. Yes, Ash, you are a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh. I think this is the only place in the entire Johto region that is worthy of you. Morty turned his head and responded. It can be seen that he still attaches great importance to all this. But Ash had already thought that the very special place Morty mentioned might be the bell tower. You are too kind. Ash responded modestly after hearing this. It should be said that he and Ho-Oh have never had a direct conversation, so it is not to say that he is recognized by him. No, although we haven't fought yet, in my opinion, it's not too much to fight with you. Okay, let's go. Morty shook his head slightly, then turned and walked towards the gate of the bell tower. The group followed Morty to the gate, and Morty stepped forward and pushed the gate open. A burst of ancient and vicissitudes of life came to their faces, and when they entered the tower, a voice suddenly sounded. Welcome everyone. The 4 people just walked in, and saw several beautiful figures standing in a row in front of them, with their hands clasped together and inserted into the wide sleeves. When they saw the arrival of several people, they talked a little. The 5 girls were wearing kimonos, and this ancient etiquette made them somewhat uncomfortable. After greeting, several Stephanie sisters slowly raised their heads, and Sunday saw this scene with a slight flash of light in her eyes. She was very curious about the reason why these Stephanie sisters appeared here. At this time, Morty also stepped forward. These Stephanie sisters were the 5 sisters that Morty had met yesterday. Mickey, the leader, took a deep breath and looked at Ash. At the same time, the other Stephanie's eyes also fell on Ash. Is this kid the trainer mentioned? After a moment, Mickey looked at Morty and asked. Yes, this is Ash. Ash and his family are descendants of one of the families that once served Ho-Oh, just like my family. We are now guarding this tower together. Hello, my name is Ash. Ash smiled and introduced himself after hearing this. Sunday and Serena also introduced themselves. Several Stephanies reported their names, namely the eldest sister Mickey, the second sister Kuni, the third sister Zuki, the fourth sister Naoko, and the youngest sister Sakura. What was a little surprising was that the name of the youngest sister was the same as the eldest sister of Cerulean Gym Misty, but Sakura was the eldest sister in the Kanto region, but she became the youngest sister here. However, according to the introduction, they seemed to have a younger sister, but because she was too young, she was not at the stage of performing with them. Ash also knew that these 5 Stephanies' background, they still bear the responsibility of the Shrine Maidens in this era. It just seems a bit untimely, because Ho-Oh is no longer there, so their dance can only be used for performance. But in fact, they all seem to have special spiritual power, which can make the Ho-Oh feather and clear bell resonate. At the same time, in addition to being Shrine Maidens, they are also Pokémon trainers. Their strength should not be underestimated. When fighting alone, many weaker gym trainers may not be their rival. The strongest among them is Suki, the 3rd oldest. At the same time, her spiritual power as a Shrine Maiden is also the strongest among the sisters. In the game, she is the main person who communicates with the protagonist and delivers clear bell to the protagonist. I'm sorry to bother you. We want to watch this game, can we? After introducing each other, Mickey came forward and asked Ash politely. After all, she was worried that she would affect the other party when she suddenly asked to watch the game. It's okay. Ash shook his head slightly. Having someone watching the game wouldn't affect his performance. He also knew why they came to watch the game, so he didn't need to take it to heart. Thank you very much. After getting Ash's affirmative response, Mickey responded politely again. It was obvious that they took it very seriously and even changed into the kimono of the Shrine Maiden. Except for performances and sacrifices, they would not dress like this on purpose. Okay, let's go, Morty said, and then led everyone over. This tower was built after the burned tower, and it still retains its ancient style. Even with advanced technology, it is not allowed to install elevators, so everyone can walk upstairs. Fortunately, everyone is well trained, otherwise it would take a lot of effort to climb to the top of the tower. Soon they arrived at the top floor, but Morty still did not stop, and continued to lead everyone to a big door. After opening the door, a strong airflow rushed over. Everyone looked over and could see the whole picture of Ecruteak City at a glance. Standing on it, it looks even higher. Xuan couldn't help but sighed as he watched this scene. Let's go, Morty said to a few people, then walked out, led everyone on the wooden corridor, and soon came to a staircase. The stairs lead directly to the top of the tower. Going down the stairs are all tiles on the top of the tower, which look dazzling. Soon everyone came to the top of the tower and found that there was a wide open platform on the top of the tower, and there was a shrine in the center of the platform. There are 4 bells about the size of 2 fists tied around the shrine. These bells are very special and look like they are carved from crystal. The whole platform is square, and 4 statues of Ho-Oh are carved in the 4 corners facing the 4 directions. Although there is no battlefield, there is still a large open space in front of the shrine that is enough to be used as a battlefield. Ash, let's fight it out here. Walking to the front, Morty bowed slightly towards the shrine. Mickey and Morty did the same. Then Morty turned his head and looked at Ash and said with a rising fighting spirit, I've been waiting for a long time, so come on. Ash nodded with a smile. The gym battle was about to begin, and the mission rewards would be available soon. Then, if you two don't mind, I'll be the temporary referee. Mickey walked over and said to the two of them, I'm fine. I'm fine too. Ash and Morty nodded one after another after hearing this, indicating that they had no problem. Then, the gym battle of Ecruteak Gym officially begins now, with Challenger Ash against Gym Trainer Morty. 3 Pokémon can be used. When all 3 Pokémon on either side lose their combat capabilities, the game is considered over. Now, the gym battle officially begins. Mickey professionally served as the referee. After the rules were determined, Mickey decisively announced the start of the game. I'm going to go up, and the next step is up to you, S.I. Morty directly threw out his first Pokeball. In the flash of light, a figure quickly appeared. As expected, it was a ghost Pokémon, and the one leading the charge was Gastly. Is Gastly the first one to be sent out? How will Ash respond? Serena and Sunday, who were watching the game, looked at the vanguard sent out by Morty and couldn't help but look at 667 Ash. It's you, Suicune. Ash threw Suicune's Pokeball decisively. Originally, he wanted to level up other Pokémon, but the system wanted him to fight with the 3 sacred beasts. A white light flashed, and a noble and elegant figure appeared. The blue body was dotted with many white block patterns, and it had a sapphire-like headdress and 2 white ribbon-like tails. What, is it Suicune? The incarnation of the legendary North Wind. Looking at Suicune appearing in front of Ash, both Morty and Mickey's sisters showed extremely shocked expressions. This is Suicune? Sure enough, Ash in front of him is the spokesperson of Ho-Oh. With the appearance of Suicune, whether it is Morty or Mickey's sisters, they are basically convinced that Ash is the human chosen by Ho-Oh. After all, the 3 holy beasts can be said to be the spokespersons of Ho-Oh. Did Ash send out Suicune? Serena was a little worried. This was Ash's first time fighting in a gym. No, not just in a gym, but in all the Pokémon battles since he came to the Johto region. Even in the battle with Thunder King, he did not send out Suicune. At this time, she also remembered Ash's uneasy look yesterday. Ash should have his own plans. Sunday looked at the field and his expression became more serious. Although the atmosphere was a bit heavy, she still had enough confidence in Ash's ability. Suicune, use Water Gun. As soon as he came up, Ash directly launched an offensive. Suicune groaned after hearing this, and opened his mouth to shoot out a hydro pump-sized water gun. Gastly, get out of the way. Morty had also been prepared. At a command, Gastly suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. The water gun missed instantly, and at this moment, the Gastly in the entire field seemed to have evaporated out of thin air, leaving only Suicune in the field. So fast. Sunday, who was watching the game, couldn't help but speak. It seems that the Gastly we met yesterday can't be compared with Morty's Gastly at all. Serena also frowned. Even if this Gastly has not evolved, it is of a very high level and well-trained. Its speed just now is also amazing. The wild Gastly they met yesterday can't be compared with it at all. And Ash was also a little surprised. This is an elite-level Gastly, and it is worth praising that ghost Pokémon usually rely on shadows to hide their figures. So it is more powerful when it moves at night, but Morty's Gastly can still hide without any flaws in such a broad daylight. Suicune, extrasensory. Since the naked eye cannot identify it, then use Psychic? With Ash's order. Water? Suicune moved quickly, his eyes suddenly lit up, flashing red like eyes of fire. The powerful Psychic spread indiscriminately in all directions, and soon the hidden Gastly changed into his original form because he could not withstand the attack of extrasensory, and his expression was also very surprised. Don't be chaotic, Gastly use Lick Attack. Morty was not surprised at all when he saw this scene. Since the opponent was a legendary Pokémon, it would be easy to break the trick of the Pokémon. Hehe. Gastly reacted quickly after hearing the words, opened his mouth wide, and then spit out his tongue, like a long whip, and swung it out directly. Although the ghost-type trick had no effect, the tongue could still be used as a whip. Use Water Pulse. Ash ordered calmly. Suicune heard the voice and spit out a blue energy. The ball fell on the ground and turned into a raging wave, attacking Gastly. Puff. The overwhelming waves directly submerged the attacking Gastly. The hit Gastly also fell directly to the ground, showing a painful expression. It's really hard to deal with. Morty stared at the Suicune in front of Ash with a serious look. For now, Suicune is really hard to deal with. On the other side, the 4 sisters standing on the other side, the youngest sister Sakura watched the current battle. They knew Morty very well, although he had not yet shown his full strength. But even if they went all out, they might not be able to deal with Ash's Suicune, let alone test Ash's true level. Sister Sakura is right, Suicune is the messenger of Lord Ho-Oh after all. Listening to her sister's words, the 4th sister Naoko also spoke at the same time. Ash, now with such a relaxed look, obviously hasn't really started yet. At this time, Zuki also added with a gloomy face. Gastly, Nightshade. As Morty ordered, Gastly, who was floating again, shot out strange red beams from his eyes. Suicune, Mirror Coat. Looking at the red light attacking 4.2, Ash also raised his hand and looked down coldly. The red light quickly attacked Suicune and landed on Suicune, who used Mirror Coat. Then, it turned into a brighter and richer red beam and bounced back. Boom! It hit Gastly, who was unprepared heavily, causing a strong explosion. The smoke spread instantly, and the people near the venue subconsciously raised their hands to sweep away the smoke. Whoosh whoosh! The wind on the top of the tower was very noisy, and soon the smoke was gradually blown away. On the ground, Gastly fell to the ground with his eyes spinning. Gastly lost his ability to fight. Suicune won. Mickey was slightly stunned by this scene, and after reacting, he quickly raised his hand and announced the result of the competition. Good, so strong. As Suicune began to show its true strength, Sakura, who was not so shocked at first, couldn't help but speak after seeing this scene. Although Suicune is a legendary Pokémon, its strength must be stronger than Gastly, but it is really amazing that it seized the opportunity and defeated Morty's Gastly with one blow. It's really amazing, Ash. Suicune is worthy of being Suicune. Morty couldn't help but speak when he looked at Ash. He thought he had considered enough, but he didn't expect that he still ignored it. Your strength should be more than just this. Ash also smiled and replied. This was the first match, but he also knew that Morty's strength must be more than this. Yes, it's been a long time since I took a gym battle so seriously. As Morty said, he took out a Pokeball and put Gastly back, and then took out another 29 Pokeballs. Although this was only the first battle, he had not been forced into a desperate situation. However, few trainers could see his first team Gastly. Normal trainers would basically lose when they met his Gastly. The next step is up to you. Go, Haunter. Morty threw the Pokeball and sent out the second Pokemon. As the light flashed, the next Pokemon to appear was also a Ghost-type Pokemon. This time, he sent out the evolved form of Gastly, Haunter. Is it Haunter this time? Serena said unconsciously as she watched this scene. Well, the level has been slightly improved. It must be stronger than that Gastly. If nothing unexpected happens, the third one must be. Sunday's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this. It must be said that Morty's strength as a gym leader is already very strong. He is a trainer of elite level strength. And according to his rhythm of sending out Haunter after Gastly, Morty's third Pokemon can basically be guessed. Well, there's no need to think about it, it should be that Gengar. Ash had already known Morty's lineup, which was basically the same as in the game, except that the general level was much higher. This was also related to Morty's different attitude towards him at this time. However, Ash did not intend to take back Suicune, and continued to send it out. Ash seems to still plan to send Suicune. I wonder if Morty can force out his second Pokemon. Serena looked a little curious. Suicune didn't consume much physical strength in the previous battle. Haunter, use Dark Pulse. This time, Morty took the lead in launching the attack. After hearing the sound, Haunter's hands floating in the air began to flash, and a burst of purple light shone. Pushing his hands forward, a burst of purple ring-shaped light shot out in the direction of Suicune. Face the enemy head-on, use Ice Beam. Facing the attacking Dark Pulse, Ash's expression was still relaxed. Suicune opened his mouth to condense ice blue light, and a tortuous ice blue light went over. In the field, two beams of light collided fiercely. After only a stalemate of about 1 second, Ice Beam directly defeated Dark Pulse and hit Haunter floating in the air, turning it into an ice sculpture. Bang! Haunter, turned into an ice sculpture, fell directly to the ground. What? Looking at this scene, Morty's face changed drastically. He knew that his Haunter might have a certain gap with Suicune, a legendary Pokemon, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. In just a tentative attack, Suicune has already shown its unstoppable skill power. Mickey also looked a little stern when she saw this. It is worthy of being a Pokemon blessed by Ho-Oh. Even Haunter, whose offensive means are much richer than Gastly, has no room to display. Hearing this, the sisters beside her nodded repeatedly. He. It has to be said that Haunter is still an elite-level Pokemon. Although Suicune's Ice Beam is very powerful, it did not directly make it lose its combat team. Crack! The ice shattered, and the powerful Ghost-type power overflowed. Haunter rushed out, holding the Shadow Ball that had been accumulated in both hands high, and threw it at Suicune. After Suicune dodges, use Water Pulse. Ash, who saw this scene, spoke decisively. Suicune evaded Haunter's Shadow Ball attack with a light splash, and then hit it with a Water Pulse. From a high position, the blue energy ball turned into a huge wave and directly swallowed Haunter, who could not dodge in time. Then, Haunter appeared in front of everyone with a blurred look in his eyes. Seeing Haunter fall into the chaotic contest condition of Water Pulse, Morty's expression became a little ugly. It's time to end, use extrasensory. Suicune fell back to the ground and heard the words, his eyes lit up with psychic red light. 887 Morty was also doing a dying struggle, hoping that Haunter's attack would not be affected by the chaos. However, Haunter, who was caught in the chaotic contest condition, heard his instructions but could not execute them seriously. He just shook his head, and the light of the night demon swept in all directions. Immediately afterwards, Suicune's extrasensory descended. Facing the powerful psychic oppression, Haunter finally lost his ability to fight after a muffled groan. Haunter loses the ability to fight, Suicune wins. Looking at the Haunter falling to the ground, Mickey waved and shouted. As for her four sisters, their faces were full of solemnity at this time. Ash is indeed a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh, with strong strength, but if he continues to fight like this, I am afraid that even Morty will not be able to find out his limit. On the other side, although two Pokemon have been defeated, Morty still did not panic, calmly took back Haunter, and then looked at Ash in front. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of blood-boiling feeling. Morty stood in place, even though it was already 2-0, but at this time, his face did not seem to have too much anxiety and regret. Indeed, it was a very interesting match. Ash also responded. Although he said so, he still felt a little regretful in his heart. Morty's 2 Pokémon were trained very well. It could give him a lot of pressure on his other Pokémon, but it was a pity that the system required him to send out the 3 sacred beasts, which made him more or less suspected of level crushing. If it was replaced with ordinary Pokémon he captured in the Johto region, this gym battle would probably be more interesting. You are really good, Ash, but I will not give up easily. Go, Gengar. The Pokeball was thrown out, and with a bang, a shadow rushed out of the light, rushed directly into the ground, and then slowly emerged from the ground. The scarlet eyes and the iconic evil smile were Morty's trump card Pokémon, Gengar. Sure enough, Morty's last Pokémon is Gengar. Sunday and Serena, who were watching the game, saw the strong Hideki aura emanating from the Gengar who appeared on the stage, and they spoke unconsciously. Go, Gengar. At Morty's command, Gengar rushed forward immediately, his body flashing in the air, approaching Suicune at an astonishing speed. Without using any special moves, just moving has produced an effect similar to agility. So fast. Sunday couldn't help but open his eyes wide at the scene, but on the other hand, he was still as steady as a rock. Gengar, use Thunderbolt. Hehe. Gengar's smile was wide, and an astonishing golden electric current instantly emerged from his body, and it hit Suicune on the ground with a bang. Mirror Coat. However, the moment Spark hit, Suicune also used Mirror Coat again. Size. Spark reflected and hit Gengar hard. The electric special move is very effective for Suicune, but Suicune didn't show too much pain in front of him. Tyoyushi was also hit. Gengar screamed. Here, Ash did not choose to let Suicune dodge Gengar's Thunderbolt attack directly, mainly because he considered that Thunderbolt was a great threat to it. But Gengar did not have an electric type after all, so he was very curious about the power of the Thunderbolt he used. At present, it seems that it does not pose a big threat to Suicune. This is really Suicune. Morty stared at the Suicune on the opposite side, his face slightly gloomy. Since the gym battle, he has no idea how many times he has expressed such emotion. The racial talents of legendary Pokémon are indeed far superior to ordinary Pokémon. If there is no absolute level suppression or external assistance, it is really difficult to defeat them by Pokémon battle. On the other side, Gengar floated in the air. It seems that Gengar can't beat Suicune either. Looking at the situation in front of her, Serena smiled. Suicune's advantage is quite obvious. It may not be so easy to decide the winner. Don't forget, Morty hasn't used the trick from yesterday. At this time, Sunday also spoke at the same time. Although Ash's Suicune had the advantage on the scene, they had seen Gengar's trick yesterday and were still a little worried. Suicune, use Ice Beam. Ash chose to take the initiative to attack, energy condensed, and the ice blue beam was released in the direction of Gengar. Morty looked stern when he saw this, and quickly shouted to Gengar in the field. Gengar, use Haze. Haze is an ice-type trick, and the corresponding trick is called Troy Mist, which is used to restore all the previous enhancements of rival hit by Haze. Mist can cover itself, so that its own contest condition will not be affected by the opponent's trick, and its attack or defense will be reduced. But at present, Suicune does not have a contest condition enhancement, so Haze has no effect, but it is obvious that Morty's goal is not to reduce Suicune's contest condition, but to use the cover of black smoke to avoid Suicune's attack. Ice Beam passed through Haze, and it was obvious that it did not hit. As the airflow surged, the smoke gradually dissipated. However, when Haze dissipated, Gengar's figure could no longer be seen. Suicune subconsciously looked around. Gengar itself is a ghost-type Pokémon with a strong ability to lurk, which is also its combat feature. Up. Ash's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Suicune subconsciously looked up at Kong Chen after hearing this. Gengar, now is the time, use Shadow Black Hole. Using Haze's smoke to block his sight, Gengar flew high into the sky. Seeing that Ash found it so quickly, Morty secretly admired him and gave the order decisively. He. Gengar shouted in the sky, opened his hands, and 2 energies continued to condense. 2 purple energy balls began to expand gradually. Is coming. Ash's eyes were slightly stern after seeing this scene. Let's try and see which side's trick is more powerful. Get ready, Suicune. Ash looked at the sky and gave Suicune an order at the same time. After Suicune heard the voice, a cold light flashed across his eyes, and the blue ice element energy in his mouth began to accumulate rapidly. The temperature in the entire venue began to drop sharply. Suicune groaned, and the ice element energy compressed to the extreme took shape in its mouth, and the ice blue piercing cold slowly overflowed. At the same time, a huge pressure was formed in the air. Gengar pressed the shadow ball in front of him with both hands. Promise money. The energy of the 2 shadow balls collided with each other, and not only did it not explode, but it gradually merged into one under Gengar's control. Black electric currents emerged around, and the dark purple energy ball also became extremely black. And this pure black energy ball continued to expand in Gengar's hand and looked even more amazing than yesterday. It seems that all the power has been used. What about Ash? Several sisters looked at the sky here, and the second sister Kuni spoke, then lowered his head and looked in the direction of Suicune. This is such a terrifying ice-type move. Looking at the ice elemental power condensed by Suicune, the little sister Sakura's beautiful eyes were full of shock. It should be sheer cold. The other sisters also looked at Suicune in surprise. Such a biting ice breath must be released by the ice-type ultimate move, Sheer Cold. Go. At this moment, the voices of the two people on the field sounded at the same time, and their respective special moves burst out. Bang! The two energies collided fiercely in midair. Although Gengar had the upper hand, there was still a big gap in power compared to Suicune's Sheer Cold. The energy made a loud noise at a position closer to Gengar. Boom boom boom! The next moment, the energy of the two energy balls began to expand continuously, like two explosive barrels that were detonated. The explosion of the shadow black hole was like a spherical protective shield, expanding rapidly like a black hole, as if to swallow everything up. Sheer Cold brought a chill that froze everything, and wherever it went, there was a piercing ice blue energy. Whoosh whoosh! The airflow whistled in, and everyone standing on the top of the tower couldn't help but raise their hands to resist. The light and energy generated by the explosion made everyone unable to open their eyes. It means that the explosion sound can be heard constantly in the ears, and the ones who are most affected by the explosion are naturally Gengar and Suicune. Gengar let out a shrill 987 wail, Suicune just groaned, but both were engulfed in the smoke produced by the energy explosion. The airflow lasted for a long time, and everyone was able to barely open their eyes and look at the scene in front of them. The smoke still hadn't completely dissipated. Everyone stared at the field nervously. The smoke slowly dissipated, and two figures gradually appeared in front of everyone. I saw that half of Gengar's body had completely turned into ice, and his body kept shaking. He couldn't even maintain his floating form and fell to the ground. He opened his eyes with difficulty, gasping for breath, and his face showed an extremely tired look. On the other hand, although Suicune had a few more scars on his body, he was still energetic and held his head high. Stand up, Gengar! Morty shouted to Gengar when he saw this. Gengar was encouraged by Morty's voice and struggled to support his body. Others also stared at the field, but Gengar was already struggling just to float again. He stared at Suicune on the opposite side, and seemed unwilling to admit defeat. Suicune, use Water Gun. Seeing that Gengar was already at the end of his strength, Ash also planned to end this gym battle. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Seeing Gengar floating again, Morty spoke decisively and signaled to launch an attack. Seeing that the Suicune on the opposite side had begun to accumulate stockpile, Gengar also raised his hands quickly. When he was about to launch an attack, he saw his body stiffen and his face changed drastically. Gengar's body fell straight back. Seeing this, Morty's face suddenly changed. Hehe. Stop, Suicune. Seeing this, Ash also hurriedly stopped Suicune's attack. Gengar. Seeing this, Morty subconsciously shouted, but at this time Gengar's eyes were like whirlpools, and he could not hear Morty's voice. On the other hand, although Suicune had some scars on his body, they were not serious, and he was not breathing heavily. It can be seen that although Gengar's special move caused damage to it, it was not fatal. Ahem. Gengar lost his ability to fight. Suicune won. Morty's Pokémon have all lost their ability to fight, so the winner of this game is the challenger Ash. After Mickey reacted, he coughed lightly, and then hurriedly began to announce the results of the game. After hearing the results of the game, Suicune proudly raised his head and let out a soft hum. Thank you for your hard work, Suicune. Ash also smiled and praised. Pikachu also spoke excitedly on the side. Suicune saw this and shouted, JB, twice. Although he was very happy in his heart, he did not show it. However, Ash, who has two special abilities, Wave and Psychic, saw its emotional changes clearly. Lost. Morty took back Gengar with the Pokeball and then said to the Pokeball said. There was not much disappointment on his face. He turned his head unconsciously and looked at the shrine in the center of the tower. After a long time, he took back the Pokeball and walked towards Ash. Ash, it was a wonderful battle. You won this game. Morty walked in front of Ash and stretched out his hand to Ash while speaking. Ash saw this and stretched out his hand to shake his hand, and stood up. Ash simply thanked him after hearing the voice, and Morty continued after letting go of his hand. I always think that being recognized by Ho-Oh is your greatest luck as a trainer. But, through this fight with you, I found that it may not be the case. Morty looked at Ash and spoke sincerely. Because Ho-Oh no longer appeared in front of humans, he felt that anyone who had seen Ho-Oh, or even got the recognition of Feng Jin, was a gift from the other party. But thinking about it carefully, it seems wrong. Ho-Oh has never put himself in a high position. It's just the wishful thinking of these guardians. Ash was able to see Ho-Oh, gaining the following of the Holy Beast is his own ability, not a gift. Ash was a little confused. Why did Morty suddenly talk about these things? Sorry, I'm just talking, don't take it to heart, please accept this. Morty looked at Ash's puzzled expression, waved his hand, and then took out a dark blue badge. The shape of the badge looked like a ghost. This is the proof of defeating the Ecruteak gym, the Fog Badge. Thank you. Ash nodded and took the Fog Badge. Ding, system task completed. Use the 3 sacred beasts to defeat the descendants of the Pokémon family who once followed Ho-Oh, and get the gym badge. Task reward, Ho-Oh Feather, an item with Ho-Oh's blessing, which can make the 3 sacred beasts closer to you. Points, 100 W. Any Pokémon level increased by 5 levels. Choose Pokémon as Owl, and upgrade from 4.37 to 4.42. After receiving the badge, the system prompt sounded synchronously. The Ho-Oh Feather was also put into the system warehouse. Ash nodded with satisfaction. The harvest of this gym battle was really rich enough. In terms of level increase, Noctowl, who joined the team later, also took a big advantage, and the upgrade speed was much faster than Kartana and others. By the way, Ash, what are your plans next? At this time, Mickey suddenly came over and asked Ash. If nothing else, I'll make some corrections and then set off for the next gym. Ash responded after hearing this. Is that so? If you're not in a hurry, do you want to stay and attend our sacrificial ceremony? Listening to Ash's response, Mickey made an invitation. Sacrificial ceremony. After hearing Mickey's words, Sunday and Serena also spoke in confusion. It's our annual sacrifice in Ecruteak City, the day after tomorrow. Every year at this time, we will hold a sacrificial ceremony for Ho-Oh, looking forward to Ho-Oh's return. Morty also spoke at this time and explained the situation to Ash and the other two. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I still hope you can come and participate. Mickey made another invitation, hoping that Ash could come to participate in this celebration. In fact, that day was the day when Ho-Oh left, and later it became a tradition in Ecruteak City, which would be held on time every year. At that time, they really hoped that Ho-Oh could return, but as time went by, people's lives became better and better. Gradually, Ho-Oh became a belief, rather than a necessity for it to return here, so the sacrificial ceremony born for Ho-Oh's return gradually became a festival in Ecruteak City. Every year, this day will be very lively, but whether Ho-Oh returns or not, this generation actually seems to no longer care. This is the case for ordinary citizens, but it is different for the descendants who once served Ho-Oh. Although it is nothing for ordinary people to live together, sometimes they often wonder what the meaning of such protection is. However, a mission is still a mission, even if it is meaningless, it will continue to be carried out and will continue to be passed on. The appearance of Ash, a trainer who has been recognized by Ho-Oh and followed by the Holy Beast, has given them some comfort. They didn't ask too much about the details of Ash's meeting with Ho-Oh, nor did they investigate why Suicune followed him. The reason for the invitation this time was that it would be very meaningful if a trainer who was truly recognized by Ho-Oh participated in such a ceremony. At the same time, they seemed to be able to give an explanation to the ancestors who had deep faith but never waited for Ho-Oh to return. Let them know that Ho-Oh appeared in front of people again, and Ho-Oh began to recognize humans again. Maybe one day, it will also appear on this newly built bell tower. And if there really is such a day, they will definitely try their best to not let the things that happened that year happen again. Okay, anyway, we are not in a hurry, if it doesn't cause trouble. Listening to Mickey's words, Ash had no reason to refuse. Originally, they were not in a hurry, and they had just received their 4th badge, and the journey to Chengdu was also completed. There was plenty of time, and since it was a sacrificial ceremony for Ho-Oh, it was reasonable to participate. Since meeting Ho-Oh at the beginning of the journey, receiving sponsorship from Professor Oak, and now getting the colorful feathers, his connection with Ho-Oh has gradually deepened. If there is a chance, he really wants to see it again. No, it's just a simple celebration, a transition, and it's almost the same as watching a performance. Mickey responded. In fact, some ceremonies were held on the top of the bell tower, and then the 5 sisters performed a sacrificial dance as usual. According to the ancient saying, after the sacrificial dance begins, the clear bell will ring, and after the clear bell rings, Ho-Oh will hear the news and come to bless people. However, since the last bell tower was burned down, although the clear bell was brought out, it has never sounded again. Okay, then we will bother you for a while. Ash nodded slightly after hearing the voice. The gym battle had just ended, so he took it as a holiday and had a good rest. After accepting the invitation, but the game was over, the 3 of Ash said goodbye to Morty and the 5 sisters and left the bell tower. Back to the Pokémon Center, it was still early, and after a rest, Ash and the other 2 decided to go out for a walk and buy some travel supplies. Although they didn't plan to leave immediately, they decided to prepare all the daily necessities first, so as not to waste time after the celebration. Please flowers. And as Mickey said, because the festival will be held the day after tomorrow, many places on the street have been decorated in advance. Some roadside stalls have also started to prepare, and it feels like the new year. But think about it carefully, for the citizens of Ecruteak City, the new year may not be as important as this festival. Everyone has started to prepare, this sacrifice should be very lively. Walking on the road, Sunday spoke unconsciously. She likes to join in the fun, so she is very happy to be invited to stay. After all, it is a festival passed down from generation to generation in Ecruteak City. Serena also spoke. Walking on the road, Ash frowned slightly, subconsciously stopped and turned to look behind, looking behind him, but all the people around were busy. Ash, what's wrong with you? Sunday and Serena saw Ash stop, and they also stopped. Seeing Ash looking at the back with a serious expression, they also looked around and didn't find anything special. Just now, it seems that someone is watching us. Ash lowered his head and thought. Since he came to Ecruteak City, he always felt a little uneasy. Besides, it was the festival season, and the streets were crowded with people. Even psychic and wave power didn't work well here. Maybe it was because nothing happened after defeating Morty, so he didn't take the previous premonition to heart, but now he had that inexplicable feeling again. It can't be a stalker. Hearing Ash's words, both women were shocked. After all, they were Stephanie's daughters, and they were quite sensitive to such things. But there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious around. Sunday glanced around and found nothing. Forget it, if it's a conspiracy, I believe it will be exposed sooner or later. Ash scanned the surroundings with Psychic again, but found nothing, so he stopped being suspicious and signaled the two to leave. After buying some necessities, it was just noon, and the three of them found a restaurant outside and had a local meal. Then they returned to the Pokémon Center, sorted out their travel supplies, and then the three of them played in Ecruteak City with peace of mind. Ash felt something was wrong at first, thinking that something might happen, but nothing unusual happened during the whole day of playing in Ecruteak City. This made Ash feel that he was too sensitive during this period, and that a lot of things might have happened during this period. In addition, Team Rocket actually took out special props that could suppress his psychic and wave power. In this way, the first day was spent in Ecruteak City, and the three of them went to the streets again on the second day. Today is much more lively than yesterday. The roadside stalls that were still prepared yesterday have all started business today, and the streets are full of the sound of merchants making money. There are snack stalls, souvenir stalls, and entertainment stalls such as fishing and ring throwing. It feels like 133 is basically no different from a festival. Wow, today is more lively than yesterday. Ash, let's go see if there is anything fun. Walking on the street, Serena looked around. Although the priest had not yet spoken, she could already feel the atmosphere. Okay, what do you want to play? There was nothing else to do, and Ash was not too nervous. He listened to Serena and asked. Serena began to think after hearing the voice, looking around to find out if there was anything fun. Ash. At this time, another voice sounded, and a figure came over with his hands in his pockets. Everyone looked over, and Ash and the other two recognized it at a glance. It was Morty. Morty, what are you doing here? Morty came over and asked Ash and the others standing on the street. Nothing, we are just strolling around to see if there is anything fun. Hearing this, Morty immediately became a guide and took Ash and the other two to play. With the locals, this kind of temple fair-like atmosphere became more intense, and interesting things could be seen everywhere. Puff! Just when everyone was playing, they walked to the street and suddenly a flame attacked. Everyone was frightened, but Ash reacted and opened the psychic barrier to block the flame again. When several people breathed a sigh of relief, they saw a fat man in a clown costume standing in front of them. Plask, who knows eruption, right? I'll give you the fire back. No, it's hot, brother, I know I was wrong. Before Plask opened his mouth to introduce himself, Ash had already used Psychic to control the flame just now and attacked Plask. Of course, Ash was just joking with him and didn't say that he would set him on fire. Sorry, I just saw you guys having so much fun, so I came to ask you if you need this mini clear bell that can summon the blessing of Ho-Oh and enhance your luck. The dusty Plask spoke apologetically, but it seemed that he would not change, and then took out two bells that looked like glass products. He started again. Seeing this, Sunday spoke helplessly. When they first arrived here, this guy also came to sell things, and now he wants to sell them his new products. However, this time it is not a treasure hunting machine but a prop that can summon the blessing of Ho-Oh. Okay, if your treasure is really so powerful, why do you still sell it to others? Serena replied to Plask without thinking. Plask was embarrassed after hearing the voice. That's right. Listening to the two, Morty nodded seriously, with an expression of approval. Let's go. Ash and the other two said hello, and then left directly with Morty. The failure of the sales promotion did not affect Plask. After all, buying and selling is a matter of willingness, and Plask did not force the sale, so no one cared about him. What everyone didn't notice was that Plask was watching Ash and his friends from afar, looking thoughtful. And Ash and his friends had a lot of fun under Morty's leadership. At night, all places were decorated with lanterns, and the streets were decorated with lanterns. Modern lighting equipment was turned off. Under the illumination of lanterns, coupled with the traditional ancient architecture of Ecruteak City, Ash and his friends really felt like they had traveled back to ancient times. At the same time, it became more lively. Tomorrow is the festival, and many people will not rest all night. The vendors on the street are also open until the second half of the night, and the whole atmosphere is the rhythm of the festival. It's getting more and more lively. Several people walked on the street, some holding candied haws, some holding cotton candy and drinks. The three of them had a lot of fun together that day. Celebi couldn't stand this atmosphere, so he ran out and sat on Ash's shoulders to eat the cotton candy he had just bought, and his face was covered with sugar silk. After a day, Morty became friends with Celebi. Knowing Celebi's situation, he naturally wouldn't say anything nonsense. By the way, there will be a performance at Ecruteak tonight, we can go and see it together. At this time, Morty spoke up. Many tourists also mentioned it during the tour, and this is a fixed program at this time of year. 3.8 In order to prepare for the dance of tomorrow's sacrifice, the Mickey sisters will perform the night before. Although the performance time is relatively late, it will not start until 10 o'clock, plus various other tedious warm-up programs. Their dance is the finale, and it may not end until the early morning. Okay, I really want to see their dance. Hearing this, Ash, who was originally serious, also nodded quickly. It was quite nice to see the beautiful figures of Mickey sisters dancing in kimonos. Feeling that Ash's interest was obviously higher than when he was shopping, Serena and Sunday were a little helpless, but they did go around other places and there was no other place to go, so they could only follow him to take a look. With this idea in mind, Sunday and Serena also nodded. The group soon arrived at the Ecruteak dance floor. As Morty said, the entire dance floor was now crowded. After searching for a while, several people finally found a place that was big enough for 4 people and had a good view. There are so many people. Looking around, Serena couldn't help but speak. The surroundings were crowded, and some had no seats and could only stand to watch the performance. After all, it was a free performance. People were the same and would never refuse something that could be experienced for free. Although the stage was still in the preparation stage, it was already full. At this time, Mickey and her sisters also went on stage to instruct the staff to set up the venue. At this time, they had not changed into dance costumes. Mickey was talking to the staff. When she turned her head, she accidentally saw the position of Ash and others. She was stunned for a moment, then gave instructions to the staff, and then walked over. Ash, you are here too. Mickey looked at Ash and others and said softly. Yes, I hope I didn't disturb you. Ash also stood up, and the others also stood up when they saw this. You're welcome. We're glad you guys can come and watch the show. Mickey shook her head slightly. She personally invited Ash to stay and participate in the sacrifice. Of course, she welcomed Ash to watch the performance unconditionally. The others exchanged a few pleasantries. Serena and Sunday also chatted with Mickey. Then Mickey went to prepare for the performance. There were some warm-up performances in the front and some acrobatics performances with Pokémon. Watching the performances, the atmosphere in the whole dance hall became very cheerful. It lasted for more than an hour. Near the early morning, the last performance was the ritual dance of the 5 Mickey sisters. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a light on the stage shining in the center of the stage. The curtain slowly opened, and at the same time, the sound of bells rang in everyone's ears. Of course, this is not the real sound of clear bell, but just a simulated atmosphere. The real clear bell sound has not been heard for more than 100 years. As the bells rang, the background music also sounded. Under the light, 5 Stephanies wearing kimonos of different colors appeared in the field and posed, and then began to dance to the music. Wow, it's so beautiful. Sunday looked at the Mickey sisters in the field and exclaimed sincerely. Mickey sisters' dance is really special. Morty nodded. Well, they really danced very well. Ash was also generous in his praise. Although the style of the kimono was conservative, it had a classical and dignified temperament, which was really wonderful with their dance. The performance was still going on, and everyone was watching attentively. Just when everyone was watching the performance seriously, suddenly, I saw that from the gate of the entire dance floor and the exhaust vents of the surrounding windows, bursts of black smoke instantly blew in from these entrances. In an instant, a large amount of black smoke spread throughout the dance floor, and the audience who were originally watching the performance attentively suddenly felt a pungent smell. At the same time, the sight was also obstructed, and the 5 sisters who were performing subconsciously stopped their actions. What's going on? Where is this black smoke coming from? Is there a fire somewhere? The scene was in a panic, and all the audience stood up and looked at the situation around them. Because of the smoke, they could not see the situation around them clearly. Everyone calm down, stand still, and don't panic, avoid stomp incidents. Mickey on the stage looked at the situation in front of her and shouted loudly. Sister, what happened? Sakura also walked to Mickey and spoke with some concern. Morty, the owner, what's going on? At this time, 2 women stood up and looked at Morty and asked. I don't know either. Morty looked around, frowned slightly, and felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, no one should dare to mess around in such a place, and this dance hall also has its own rules, such as no smoking, and it is impossible for a fire to start for no reason. At this time, Ash was sitting in his seat, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart suddenly became intense. He instinctively wanted to activate Psychic to explore the surroundings, and the next moment he felt a familiar suppression wave. Psychic can't be used again. At this time, Ash also reacted. This situation is only possible when facing those guys from Team Rocket. A sharp growl suddenly came from the side. Serena. Ash heard the sound and subconsciously reached out to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. Noctowl, blow away the smoke for me. Ash's eyes were slightly cold, and he quickly took out the Pokeball and threw it at Kong-chan. Without thinking too much, he threw the Pokeball directly. Although it would not be violent, the 420 strong airflow generated by the violent vibration of the wings was enough to blow away the smoke. Hurricane? Noctowl's wings swung rapidly, and the airflow rolled up instantly, and the surrounding smoke was gradually blown away. Everyone around felt the airflow, and watching the smoke gradually disperse, everyone around breathed a sigh of relief. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked around and saw that the air in the entire dance floor was still surrounded by many Pokémon. Who are these? Morty said in surprise. Looking at the air, a large group of Zubat, Coughing, Crobat and Wheezing were all staring at the people in the entire venue. Let me go. Serena. Just when I was surprised, I suddenly heard a voice. I looked up and saw that Serena was brought to the top of the beam without knowing when. At this time, many figures were floating above the Pokémon surrounding everyone below, all carrying jet backpacks flying in the air. There were also several figures standing on the beam. At this time, Serena had been held down by the shoulders by a red-haired woman and could not move. Several huge skylights on the ceiling were opened by themselves. Obviously, they all slipped in through the skylights. Sister. It was not only Serena who was caught, but also a little Stephanie who looked only 7 or 8 years old. She was also caught by these people at this time. Her little face was panicked and she shouted to Mickey and others on the stage. Anoka? How could it be? Mickey and others looked at Stephanie and showed surprise and worry. That little Stephanie was their little sister. She was a Maiko like them, but because she was too young, she had not officially joined the sacrifice. Who are you? What do you want to do by arresting my sister? Looking at the situation in front of her, Mickey, as the eldest sister, comforted her sisters, and then looked up at the figures on the beam. Haha, we are not interested in this little girl. One of the black shadows suddenly spoke, and Ash on the other side was not so patient and threw the Pokeball directly. Charizard, Flamethrower. Roar. Aiming at the direction of the sound, a blazing flame shot into the air, and the black shadow that opened the mouth also threw out a Pokeball, and then the figure that appeared directly jumped out of the Pokeball to block Charizard's Flamethrower. The blazing flame was directly absorbed by it, but the flame of the flamethrower still illuminated the opponent's full appearance. You are the executive of Team Rocket. I didn't expect that you were sent out this time. From the flames just now, Ash also saw the other party clearly and recognized him at a glance. Hehe, the kid from Pallet Town, thanks to you, the organization just fell into a big fall at your hands not long ago. The other party didn't seem to be angry after being attacked just now, but settled the old accounts with Ash. Another guy from Team Rocket. Sunday looked at Ash with some worry. Serena is currently in the hands of the other party. If they get away, the consequences will be disastrous. Ash also raised his hand to signal Sunday not to worry too much. If necessary, he would not worry too much, at most he would just summon Mutuo. The worst case scenario is that they will fight to the death with Team Rocket. No need to talk nonsense. Archer, tell me your purpose. Ash looked at the figure above the beam and spoke coldly. That's right, the person who came was Archer, the executive of Team Rocket in Johto region. Archer. Hearing the name Ash called out, Morty was also slightly stunned. As the gym leader of Ecruteak City, he had also heard a lot about Team Rocket. Archer is the current leader of Team Rocket in Johto region. He has often committed crimes in Johto region during this period and is notorious. As a gym leader, Morty has always hated such people. Hihi, don't be so angry. I was asked to ask these witch ladies to come with me, Archer said, while turning his eyes to Mickey's sisters on the stage. Hearing this, Morty's expression changed slightly. What a joke. Humph, the trainer family that protects Ho-Oh, you have no right to choose. Archer glanced at Morty coldly, and then looked at the subordinates around him. She looked at Archer's eyes and understood, and pushed Anoka forward directly. The whole body leaned directly from the beam, but the person behind her grabbed her hand. Anoka was astonished. Her little face was pale and closed her eyes. Anoka. Mickey's sisters were shocked and screamed subconsciously. Ash and the others all looked pale when they saw this, and said nothing, but they obviously understood that the other party was using this behavior to threaten. Obviously, Anoka is not a formal witch yet, that is, her main purpose is not to intimidate Mickey and her sisters. Team Rocket, what do you want to do? As the eldest sister, Mickey tried to keep herself calm, then raised her head and asked coldly. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with my actions, we will not hurt this cute girl, but we need to assist the power of your witch clan's sacrificial dance. Archer looked at the scene and sneered. Hearing this, Mickey and others and Morty paused slightly, and they could vaguely guess what they wanted to do. How? Looking at Mickey and her sisters in silence, Archer's eyes flashed with coldness, and everyone could feel it from their tone. These guys are really capable of anything. Looking at their younger sister, Mickey, and her sisters looked at each other, and there was no other way. Okay, I promise you, I will release my sister and Serena. Mickey said coldly. Don't think we are so naive. When our goal is achieved, these two girls will be safe. Archer is not so easy to talk to. Obviously he will not agree to release them so easily. The hostages in their hands are very important now. How can they let them go easily before the goal is achieved? What do you want us to do? There is no way, although she is very unwilling, but for the safety of her sister and Serena, she can only give in temporarily. Very good, then please follow our people. Archer laughed coldly at this, and as soon as the voice fell, several members of the Rocket team walked in at the gate. The audience who came to watch the performance subconsciously made way for a path. Mickey looked at her sisters and then walked out of the path. Morty subconsciously wanted to stop him, but Xiao, Mamahao, Ji next to him reached out and pressed his shoulder, shook his head slightly, and then looked up at the sky. Morty couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw the two Stephanies being captured. In this situation, in order to ensure their safety, no one dared to act recklessly. Soon, Mickey and the other 5 were taken away by the members of Team Rocket, and at this time, Archer looked at Ash again. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing that needs your help, Ash. As a human recognized by Ho-Oh, you should also go with us. You shouldn't refuse, right? Archer looked at Ash, smiling coldly, and his eyes also turned to Serena on the side. The goal of capturing Anoka was to threaten the Mickey sisters, and capturing Serena was obviously aimed at Ash. It must be said that compared with the previous 2 Team Rocket executives, Archer is obviously more difficult to deal with. So your target is Ho-Oh. Ash heard this and understood what the other party was thinking of doing. Why are you bastards doing this? Morty listened to this and actually guessed it, but it was precisely because he guessed it that he was even more angry. Hihi, we just heard that we need to get Ho-Oh's colored feathers, and then use the priestess's sacrificial dance to summon Fengzhou to appear. Even without colored feathers, this trainer recognized by Ho-Oh should be able to achieve a similar effect. We are helping the people of Ecruteak City fulfill their wish to see Ho-Oh again, you should be grateful to us. Archer did not hide his purpose, and listening to his words, the audience who did not leave the scene also showed surprise and whispered, "What a joke, I will never let people like you succeed." Morty replied after hearing the voice, "We are just entrusted by others. Ash, you should not want your partner to get into trouble, of course I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. I have also done sufficient investigation on you, a dangerous guy." Archer has been emphasizing that he was entrusted by others, but Ash does not believe that it is just entrusted by others. 483 Ash, don't listen. Serena was about to say don't listen to him, but just as she spoke, she was pushed forward by the red-haired woman of the Rocket team. In panic, Serena couldn't help but let out a cry. Ash's face turned slightly cold and his brows were furrowed. He knew very well that what these guys said was not reliable at all. Without saying much, Ash decisively put his hands behind his back and took out the colorful feathers that he had just obtained from the system space. "Archer, look at what this is. Compared to me going with you, this thing may make you more at ease." As Ash shook the colorful feathers in his hand, both Morty and Archer showed surprised expressions. Archer took a deep look at the feather in Ash's hand. The sacred aura emanating from it confirmed that it must be Ho-Oh's colorful feather. "Ha ha ha, very good Ash, you brought me a surprise, so hand it over and I will let your partner go." "No problem." Ash Salvation threw the colorful feather into the air. The next moment, a cross-shaped bat quickly flew over to catch the feather, then flew into the air, came to Archer, and handed the colorful feather to Archer. Looking at the colorful feather, Archer sneered at Ash, and soon soaring in the sky above, a cloud ladder fell down. Archer directly grabbed the cloud ladder and climbed on it. At the same time, he gave instructions to others, and then left directly with the cloud ladder. The Rocket team members around, as well as the large number of Zubat, Golbat, coughing, and wheezing in the air, did not leave. Obviously, Archer did not want them to leave easily, and was also worried that Ash and others would run away and do something bad. "What should we do now? Break out by force? They are likely to attack civilians." Sunday frowned as he looked at the situation around him. He knew that these guys were just stalling for time, but there were so many civilians around and so many Pokemon on the other side, the Pokemon in their hands would not be able to protect so many civilians. "Don't worry, wait a little longer," Ash whispered after hearing this, and then observed the situation around him. At this time, the civilians around him seemed very nervous. "Then, it has nothing to do with us. Can we leave?" Several of the civilians who couldn't hold back spoke nervously, but as soon as someone made a move, the surrounding Might Hyena immediately surrounded them. "Be honest, everyone. If anyone dares to leave, don't blame me for being rude," a member of the Rocket team said viciously. Hearing this, the civilians around him showed fearful expressions. Ash also thought about getting out, which was the best way, but now his psychic and wave power were restricted, and he was also stared at by many Rocket team guys, so it was difficult for him to take other actions. He swept his eyes from the distribution positions of the Rocket team members around him. Because Archer had specifically told them to do so before leaving, most of the Rocket team members who stayed here focused their attention on Ash and his friends. Needless to say, if Ash wanted to take out his Pokeball, he would be attacked by everyone. However, if he didn't take a chance, he would just sit there and wait for death. "Come out, Pikachu, and Wobbuffet." Ash threw 2 Pokeballs at the same time. However, the Rocket team members also focused their attention on Ash and his friends. Seeing that he really took action, they immediately commanded their Pokemon to attack. Colorful beam attacks shot towards them. Wobbuffet, Mirror Coat. Xuan. Wobbuffet's body lit up with a dazzling red light, and all the beam attacks that hit Wobbuffet were bounced back intact by it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom. At this time, a series of explosions sounded in the venue, accompanied by the miserable growl of the Rocket team members. "What?" The remaining few members of Team Rocket who were not hit by the rebounded beam were also completely stunned, and were all shocked by the changed situation. "Pikachu, use 10 million volt Thunderbolt." Seizing the opportunity, Ash gave an order, and the Pikachu next to him quickly rushed forward and blasted a Thunderbolt attack directly towards the gate. The members of Team Rocket who were originally guarding the gate were all shocked and subconsciously made way, and the gate was directly smashed to pieces by the Thunderbolt. Of course, many members of Team Rocket who failed to react were also foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. "Go!" Ash waved his hand and shouted, instantly igniting the scene. The civilians who were originally frightened heard this voice and instinctively began to flee and rushed towards the gate. "Damn it, do it!" The Rocket team reacted and immediately began to organize an attack. Some Pokemon and members of Team Rocket were not hit by the rebound attack of Wobbuffet and were ready to launch an attack. Charizard, Flamethrower. However, at this time, Ash also raised his head and gave an order to Charizard who had been released in the air. Charizard opened his mouth and a blazing flame blocked the Zubats who wanted to chase the civilians. At the same time, from the skylight and the surrounding walls, a group of black figures rushed in from outside, blocking the subsequent Rocket team Pokemon. "Hee huh, Gastly." Sunday looked around in surprise and said, a large group of Gastly appeared, directly blocking all the Pokemon that intended to attack civilians, and gradually suppressed the surrounding Rocket team Pokemon in terms of numbers. At the same time, beside Morty, a figure also floated out from the shadows. This was Morty's Gengar. Faced with such a situation, he had sent Gengar out to get help early. At night, he liked to let Gengar out to move around, and this time he just happened to run into him. Gengar slipped out quietly, arrived at the burned tower, and asked the Gastly and Haunters in the burned tower to come to help. With the appearance of the ghost army, the situation was completely reversed at once, fortunately just in time for Ash to take action. Everyone, leave this to Gastly and the others, let's go. Morty looked at the situation around him and spoke to Ash and the others. Ash nodded slightly, and then ran out with the crowd. Gastly and Haunter also fought with the Pokémon of Team Rocket, and Team Rocket had no way to spare enough energy to stop Ash and the others. Soon, Ash and the others ran out of the dance floor with the crowd, but when they came out, they were stunned when they saw the scene outside. Originally, the whole street was full of lights and wine, but at this time, the surroundings were covered by flames, and the surrounding stalls and houses were also ignited by flames, and the fire was still spreading. The people on the road had already run away without a trace, and the civilians who left the dance floor also fled everywhere, and panicked shouts of growl were constantly heard around. Are these also done by those guys from Team Rocket? Just to prevent us from chasing immediately. Sunday looked at the situation around him, frowning. Today, they were still playing happily on the street, but now everything was destroyed by those guys, and so many ordinary people were implicated. Morty ran out after him. After seeing the situation on the surrounding streets, he was stunned at first, and then his eyes flashed with strong anger. As an Ecruteak City gym trainer, he slowly clenched his fists at this moment. His mood at this moment could not be described in words. I will definitely protect Ecruteak City, protect Ho-Oh, and bet on my reputation as an Ecruteak City gym trainer. Let's go, save them. Ash was also very anxious. After coming out of the dance floor, his psychic was indeed usable, but if he detected the direction in which Archer of the Rocket team left, the feeling of interference was still very clear. But it was for this reason that helped him confirm the direction in which Archer and the others left. It was the bell tower related to Ho-Oh. Under Ash's leadership, everyone kept shuttling through the burning streets and found that not only the streets outside the dance floor, but also several surrounding blocks had been engulfed in flames. The citizens and the police are now busy and are putting out the fire quickly. The citizens are unwilling to evacuate and join the fire brigade to protect their property. A few people just ran across a street and came to a crossroads. Suddenly, a group of figures landed from the air and blocked the way of Ash and his friends. Then, in front of them, more and more members of the Rocket team rushed out from the corner of the Tianzi intersection. Damn, they are really haunting. Sunday couldn't help but frowned. Just kill them. Ash ran in the front. There were no civilians around. His psychic could be used temporarily, so he was naturally unscrupulous. Boom! When Ash was rushing forward, the ground suddenly shook violently. Feeling that a waveguide was coming at him quickly from below, Ash decisively used teleport to distance himself. At the same time, he subconsciously raised his hand and swung out a psychic barrier to protect Morty and Sunday, who were also running behind him. Just as the psychic barrier was formed, the ground broke apart and a huge figure rushed out. Please give me flowers. If Ash hadn't held up the psychic barrier in time, they would have been hit by the flying stones even if they were not within the attack range of the figure rushing out. Roar! The figure in front of him also lowered his head, revealing a fierce and ferocious expression. Steelix. At this moment, a sharp sound sounded in the air, and a figure swooped down from the air, and the dual wing beat flashed with silver light and attacked from the air at high speed like a fighter. Poof! Get out of my way. With a cold snort, Ash's eyes were filled with blue light, and the powerful psychic burst out from his palm. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fierce Skarmory was directly blown away by Ash's psychic. Bang! Falling heavily on the ground next to Steelix. Skarmory, what are these two Pokémon? Looking at the two familiar Pokémon in front of them, Ash and Sunday looked at each other. It seemed that the two guys from the battle with Thunder King were here again. We meet again. This time, we won't let you ruin our Rocket team's plan. At this time, two familiar figures from the Rocket team members who were blocking the road in front walked out from the back. When Ash and Sunday saw the two people who appeared, their faces changed. Sure enough, it's you again. Ash raised his right hand. The so-called enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. The two in front of him were the elite members of the Rocket team, Takemura and Yusheng, who had fought against the Thunder King when he appeared in Goldenrod City. Haha, your psychic is very strong, but it's useless in front of our Rocket team. Looking at Ash, Yusheng decisively took out a necklace with purple hexagonal crystals from his pocket, and then his fingers touched the purple crystal. A faint purple light shone on the surface of the crystal. At the same time, Ash also felt that the psychic in his body was suppressed by the purple crystal again. This thing was like a treasure specially prepared by Team Rocket for him. I won't let you pass. Steelix uses self-sacrifice attack. Yusheng launched the attack without wasting time, and Steelix rushed over with a faint golden light. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Ash obviously had no patience and took out the Pokeball to attack. Golem, roll out. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind, and Ash was slightly stunned, and felt a wave of air rushing past him, and then he saw the spherical golem rushing over at high speed. The friction of the air produced an amazing impact force, and then it directly hit it. Bang! The two sides had a violent physical collision, and each was deadlocked. Ash was stunned when he saw this scene. Ash, don't waste time here. 467, leave these two guys to me, you go and save Serena. Sunday looked at Ash and said seriously. You guys hurry up, Skarmory uses Steel Wing. At this time, Takemura also started to act. He shouted to the other members of Team Rocket next to him, and then he also issued an attack order to Skarmory. Woo! Skarmory rushed out first, and the others were about to attack. Steelix, use takedown attack. Ash also threw the Pokeball in his hand. The huge Steelix roared after appearing, and rushed towards the direction where Skarmory was rushing, and was directly knocked out by Skarmory. Marowak, show up and Boomerang. The other members of Team Rocket also issued attack orders to Pokemon. Seeing this, Sunday threw another Pokeball. Marowak appeared and directly grabbed a big loop and threw the boomerang out. Bang bang bang! Many Koffings and Zubats were hit by the boomerangs and fell from the sky. Morty, Ash, you go first, leave this to me. Sunday looked at Morty and Ash. The situation in front of them was already very bleak. What happened 150 years ago might happen again. They had no time to hesitate. Ash, go and rescue Serena and the others. Seeing that Ash seemed to be a little hesitant, Sunday continued. Please, Miss Sunday. Although Morty didn't say much, his eyes were full of gratitude and admiration for her. Okay then. Ash nodded slightly and took out another Pokeball from his pocket. Come out, Gastly, protect Sunday for me, I only ask you for anything else. Ha ha ha, are you still worried about leaving it to me? Listening to the Gastly speaking and the powerful aura on it, Morty's eyes flashed. He really didn't hear that Ash actually had such a powerful Gastly. Don't let them pass. Yu Shang shouted when he saw this, but just as he spoke, his Steelix was knocked to the street next to him by Ash's Steelix. Golem also immediately added a powerful rollout attack, which hit it hard. I am your rival. If you are distracted, you will lose miserably. At this time, Sunday also showed her pride as a top student of the Pokemon Academy and the eldest daughter of the ancient Pokemon family. Tisk, little girl who is in the way. Yu Shang frowned when he saw this. Under the cover of Sunday and the two Pokemon left by Ash and the other two successfully crossed the intersection and continued to run towards the bell tower. Damn, there is a fire here too. These guys are so hateful. After crossing the intersection and reaching another block, there was also a sea of fire. Morty was so angry that he gnashed his teeth at the situation. This is his home, and the flames of revenge in his heart have been completely ignited at this moment. Buzz, all residents of Ecruteak City and tourists who come to Ecruteak City for tourism, the entire Johto region is currently under attack by illegal organizations, and the purpose is not yet clear. At this time, the police are fighting against illegal organizations in various streets. Please evacuate the fire area and go to the Pokemon Center as soon as possible, and leave professional matters to professionals. Here, we also beg the Pokemon trainers who are staying in Ecruteak City to lend a hand and help us drive away the criminals who are wreaking havoc in the city. When the two were approaching the Bell Tower, they suddenly heard a familiar broadcast from the street. It was Officer Jenny's voice on the radio. Hearing this, Officer Jenny was also very panicked at this time. After all, the incident happened too suddenly, and the other party had almost no scruples and directly set fire to the streets. Fortunately, they did not attack civilians, so not many people were injured for the time being. At this time, their police force was also fighting with the members of Team Rocket, but now they had to fight and put out the fire at the same time, and their people were simply too busy. So there was no choice but to ask for help from the Pokemon trainers among the people. Ecruteak City itself has many trainers, and there are many foreign trainers. If they are willing to help, they should be able to cope with this situation. Now all the trainee trainers of the Ecruteak Gym have been dispatched, and Officer Jenny has requested it. Many ordinary trainers and foreign trainers in Ecruteak City have also stepped forward to help, temporarily alleviating the serious shortage of manpower. When Ash and the other two ran to other streets, they also found that some streets were in chaos. Some were fighting with Team Rocket, while others were helping to put out the fire and save people. Facing an organization like Team Rocket, looking at such a scene, it is inevitable that people will feel 3.9 relieved. In this world, there are still many young and kind trainers who stand up at this critical moment. This also proves that the Johto region is not completely rotten. The main reason why Archer can make such a big fuss without restraint is that the management of the Johto region Pokemon Alliance has too many problems. In Kanto, Giovanni, who has been beaten several times for failed operations, does not dare to make such a big move now. To put it bluntly, the decision-making level of the Johto region Alliance is completely rotten. If these guys in the evil organization are not beaten, they will only encourage their power trip arrogance and then become more aggressive. When traveling in the Kanto region, although Ash and Team Rocket occasionally had friction, it did not reach such a large-scale level as it is now. Everyone really came to help. Seeing this scene, Morty couldn't help but speak. Well, at this time, you can feel the preciousness of human hearts. In this way, we don't have to waste time on the way. Let's go directly to the bell tower. Ash also spoke when he saw this. With the help of other trainers, the two did not encounter many obstacles on the road. 20 minutes later, everyone finally arrived at the bell tower. There was a fire all around, but the bell tower was calm. Strange, the people in the gym should not let others approach. Why didn't I see anyone? Arriving in front of the courtyard of the bell tower, Morty spoke strangely because his gym was in front of the bell tower. If an outsider broke in, the people in the gym would definitely rush out to stop him. He originally thought that there should be traces of fighting when he came here, but there was silence all around. Hyper Beam. At this time, a golden light swept over with the ground. Be careful. Ash spoke subconsciously, but even without his reminder, Morty noticed the attack and quickly dispersed to avoid it. Boom boom! The ground roared, the beam swept through, and smoke filled the air. At the same time, many figures ran out from the surrounding forests and surrounded Ash and others in an instant. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A figure came out from the front, and a wheezing floated beside him. It was also the old rival, Proton, one of the 4 executives of the rocket team Johto region. What a bunch of troublesome guys. Morty couldn't help but clenched his fists as he looked at the situation around him. I should say this. I know you want to go over now, but I'm sorry, I can't let you go over. Proton sneered at the few people. A lot of people were transferred here. They guessed that the people outside might not be able to stop them. For them, Ash and others were the real troublesome guys. Where are the trainers in our gym? Morty looked at the situation around him, then frowned and spoke. Are you talking about those idiots? I have already transferred them there. They are probably fighting with our people on some street now. Proton waved his hand indifferently after hearing the voice. Morty was also slightly stunned when he heard this. Although the people in his gym might go out to support, it is impossible for them to all leave. There must be someone who will stay here. No one except him can transfer all the people in the gym out, not even the police can do it. Thinking of this, Morty suddenly felt bad. Take them down. Proton did not waste any more words and directly issued an attack order. The surrounding rocket team members threw their Pokeballs one after another. Wheezing uses Hyper Beam. Proton also launched an attack decisively. Hyper Beam accumulated again and shot directly in the direction of the 2. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, bang, boom. The 2 sides' special moves collided fiercely, and after a stalemate for a moment, an amazing explosion occurred in an instant. Smoke and airflow spread out at the same time, and the people around stretched out their hands to resist. Morty also took out his Pokeball. Let's make it quick. Gengar uses Explosion. Morty's Gengar appeared and directly launched a mega move of 2 Shadow Balls. The dark energy of Shadow Explosion exploded, and wherever it went, Zubat, Crobat, and coughing in the air instantly let out a painful cry and fell from the sky. Gengar, continue to attack, Curse of the Night. Morty, anxious, continued to command Gengar to attack. Gengar, who emerged from the shadows, had dark red lightning in his eyes and kept hitting the nearby Zubat and coughing. The battle under the tower has officially entered a white-hot stage. Outside Ecruteak City. At this time, looking from the hill outside Ecruteak City, many places in Ecruteak City were on fire, and they looked particularly dazzling from a distance in the dark night. And at this moment, on the cliff on the top of the mountain, a fiery red figure quickly climbed up the cliff and looked at the historic city in front of him from afar. Looking at the sky-high flames in front of him, his eyes also revealed deep uneasiness and anxiety. Roar! After a while, the figure roared at the same time, and then jumped off the cliff from different directions, running towards the city. At this time, the top of the bell tower? What do you want to do? Let us go quickly. At this time, Serena and Anoka on the top of the bell tower were tied up, still next to the top of the tower. Serena's the Pokeball was also put into her backpack and placed aside. At this time, around the entire top of the tower, there were 2 huge spaceships and several helicopters, all with red R patterns printed on them, obviously belonging to the rocket team. Serena shouted angrily, surrounded by members of the rocket team, and standing in the middle were 2 rocket team executives, 1 male and 1 female. Archer and Ariana, Mickey's sisters, were also present at the scene. Although they were not tied up, they did not dare to mess around because Serena and her sister Anoka fell into the hands of the other party. Shut up, little girl, don't blame us for being rude if you keep making noise. 860. The rocket team members next to her heard Serena's voice and immediately stepped forward to warn. Don't hurt them, catch us, what do you want to do? Mickey also spoke immediately when she saw this scene. At this time, she was the only one among the sisters who was relatively calm. Don't worry, everyone, I said it before, we are just entrusted by others, as long as you cooperate with our plan. Archer responded with a smile. Listening Archer's words made Mickey and others look unhappy. They felt that this person's smile made people feel uncomfortable. You always say you are entrusted by others, so do you want to shirk responsibility? Sakura, who has a straightforward temper, immediately scolded Archer after hearing his words. Hihi, our rocket team never needs to shirk responsibility when we want to do something in Johto region, but this time we are indeed entrusted by others. Well, it's almost time for you to come out. Archer chuckled twice. He really didn't lie. When they wanted to do something bad, they didn't need to shirk responsibility at all. They just admitted it directly. As he said, he looked to the side. 11 figures appeared in front of Ash and others. The moment they saw him, Mickey's sisters and Morty all showed incredible expressions. As Archer finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out from the stairs. Walking from the shadows into the light, when they saw the person clearly, the pupils of Mickey and her sisters all shrank unconsciously. Mr. Matsuno. The sisters spoke in disbelief, because they all knew the person in front of them. Mr. Matsuno? Who is this person? Serena didn't know him, and couldn't help but look at Anoka, who was also shocked. He is Morty's uncle, and now the acting head of Morty's family. Anoka's eyes were still full of disbelief, but she still explained to Serena beside her. What? Hearing this, Serena immediately showed a shocked expression. Morty's uncle? That is Morty's elder, one of the family members of the gym trainer who guarded the bell tower. Tet. Morty stared at Matsuno in disbelief. He never expected that the person behind the rocket's request was actually his familiar uncle. However, Matsuno did not explain anything to him, as if he did not hear what Mickey's sisters, Morty and others said, and walked straight to Archer's side, glancing at Archer. Where's the thing? Don't worry, our rocket team always keeps its word, and the thing is here. Ariana was obviously very dissatisfied with the other party's attitude, but Archer didn't care at all, and reached out his hand to take out the colorful feathers he had received from Ash before. Everyone could see at a glance that Matsuno, who had originally had a blank expression, finally changed his face after seeing the colorful feathers. Colorful feathers, give it to me. Matsuno was so excited that his breathing became heavy, and then he immediately stretched out his hand, his eyes full of covet. As you wish, Mr. Matsuno. Archer saw this and handed the colored feather to Matsuno without any hesitation. Matsuno carefully caught the colored feather with a sincere look, as if he was holding a newborn baby, afraid that a little force would desecrate it. Colored feathers, really colored feathers, ha 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 ha, I finally got the colored feathers, I will become a person who can bring welfare to people again. Looking at the feathers emitting a faint light in front of him, Matsuno's face was fascinated, and there was no trace of his previous serious look. That kind of obsession made everyone around him a little scared. Mr. Matsuno, what's going on? What are you going to do? Among the sisters, Zuki came out and questioned Matsuno in front of him. Although the five of them usually have to listen to the eldest sister in everything, in fact, the real backbone is still Zuki, who has the strongest strength and the strongest spiritual power. As a Maiko clan, don't you understand? As long as we can have colored feathers, plus the sacrificial dance, we can summon again. Ho-Oh is coming. Our Ecruteak city will once again receive the attention of God. Matsuno's face gradually showed a sick and crazy look. Are you crazy? Hearing this, Morty, Mickey and others no longer cared about the seniority. Although the person in front of them had always played the role of an elder in their eyes, after hearing his thoughts, they only felt terrible and crazy. I'm not crazy. The day that our ancestors hoped to wait for until their death will finally be completed in my hands today. We can't wait any longer. I don't want to be like my grandfather, who died without waiting for Ho-Oh and died with his eyes open. Matsuno shook his head frantically and hysterically. When he turned his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked completely crazy. His ferocious expression also scared everyone. At the same time, Archer and Ariana sneered contemptuously, but Matsuno was no longer paying attention to them. Have you forgotten the tragedy of more than 100 years ago? Wake up and look at everything around you. Even if Ho-Oh really comes and sees these scenes of this person, it will never recognize humans again. Zuki was also a little excited and spoke, although they had not seen the tragedy of more than 100 years. But just seeing the scene in front of them, they could feel the strong, ugly, and almost the same ugly human heart as 100 years ago. Such a scene would probably only make Ho-Oh completely furious. No, I will definitely let it stay. The power of Ho-Oh will always bring welfare to Ecruteak City. Hearing this, Matsuno spoke with a gloomy look, and looking at Matsuno's crazy look and his words, Zuki and others felt a burst of hair standing up, as if they thought of what Matsuno wanted to do. You think? No, that will bring disaster to Ecruteak. Can't the lessons of the ancestors over 100 years ago wake you up? Guessing Matsuno's thoughts, Zuki shook his head and responded excitedly. That's because those people over 100 years ago were too arrogant. After more than 100 years, we humans have the ability to control the power of God. Matsuno spoke indifferently and refuted Zuki's dissuasion. When he heard this, Zuki also understood that this person had long been greedy and it was meaningless to say anything to him. Zhao of money. He himself could not feel how naive and contradictory his ideas were. If humans are really strong enough to control the power of God, then why do they have to pursue divine power? Mr. Matsuno, why waste your words with them? Your great cause is about to be completed. Hurry up and start. We are all ready. At this time, Archer also walked to Matsuno's side, sneering and persuading him. Well, history will remember this moment. Matsuno responded excitedly, then turned around, walked to the shrine on the top of the tower, and placed the colored feather on the table of the shrine. The colored feather was on the shrine, and Matsuno looked up at the clear bells around the shrine. The two most critical conditions for summoning Ho-Oh were now met. At this time, Archer put his hands behind his back and looked at Mickey and others behind him, and then spoke. Then I will trouble you ladies next. Yes, that's right. Matsuno responded eagerly, and then slowly turned to look at Mickey and others behind him. The few people saw Matsuno's eyes, and their expressions were all dramatic. Then I hope you ladies can cooperate, otherwise, this place is much higher than the dance floor. Archer also sneered and spoke, and at the same time, his eyes did not forget to sweep towards Serena and the two people beside him. Although the tone sounded light, the content of the words was full of deep threats. Hearing this, the expressions of Mickey and her sisters instantly became ugly. They didn't want to do this, but they couldn't ignore the safety of their younger sister and Serena. The five sisters were instantly in a dilemma. Hurry up, I don't have such good patience. At this time, Ariana also urged. She never liked to waste time, and looked at Mickey and others coldly. Big sister, what should we do? The 5 sisters, except Zuki, all looked at the eldest sister Mickey nervously. Alas, at this point, 780 must not let Anoka and Serena get hurt. Mickey sighed deeply, then looked at the sisters, looking at Mickey's expression, although she didn't say it directly. But just hearing that they were not allowed to get hurt, the sisters already knew the eldest sister's decision. Seeing that the eldest sister had already spoken, the other sisters did not say anything more, and the 5 of them walked towards the shrine at the same time. Matsuno, Archer, and Ariana all stepped aside, and the 5 of them surrounded the shrine, and Zuki stood in the center position. The 5 people posed at the same time, and the real sacrificial dance was performed at this moment. The bells on the accessories of the 5 people moved with the sacrificial dance, as if the voiceover of the dance gradually sounded. The elegant sacrificial dance was performed here. Although I had seen it before in the dance hall, it seemed that because of the different venues, perhaps in this sacred place in the hearts of the people of Ecruteak City, this dance looked even more sacred and ritualistic. Although they were in danger, Serena and Anoka were still unconsciously stunned and actually admired the dance of their eyes. On the other side, Morty was very anxious, and Ash beside him frowned and thought about how to save Serena and Anoka from the rockets after trying to use Psychic to no avail. At the same time, Matsuno and the people of the rockets around them did not have the slightest appreciation in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with all kinds of greed called desire, just waiting to take over in the end. As the 5 people danced, time passed by, but there was no movement on the shrine. Why is there no movement? Are you lying to us? Ariana looked at the scene in front of her, and said to Matsuno with a cold expression with obvious impatience. Perhaps as a woman, she can appreciate the beauty of the 5 sisters more, but she was watching from the side, which also aroused her jealousy. No, it will succeed, it will succeed. Ecruteak City will surely welcome the arrival of Ho-Oh again. Matsuno shouted almost madly. He could see that the sisters did not play any tricks, and the sacrificial dance was real, but there was no response. He began to worry in his heart. But Mickey and the other 5 were immersed in the dance. Only with the most sincere heart could they dance the true sacrificial dance. At this moment, they all had a common wish in their hearts, which was a state of mind they had never had when they traveled and sacrificed before. Even they themselves did not know what the sisters were thinking that it was just their own thoughts, that is, they hoped that Ho-Oh would come and rescue their sisters and friends. The same actions and the same wishes of the 5 people pushed the power of the sacrificial dance to the highest peak. Suddenly, in the dark night sky, the 5 people seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy white light, just like the holy light descending from soaring in the sky, making the figures of the 5 people more holy and perfect. What is this? Ariana and others, who had looked a little ugly as if nothing had happened, also saw this scene at this moment. No, it's successful, it's about to succeed, ha 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 ha. Matsuno laughed wildly, and Serena and others looked at the scene in front of them, and also showed surprised expressions. The next moment, the colorful feathers in the center of the shrine slowly floated into the air, emitting a dazzling colorful light. As the light gradually spread, the clear bells hanging around the shrine reflected colorful and strange lights. Ding ling ling ding ling ling. At this time, Sunday, who was fighting Team Rocket under the tower, also heard the sound of the bells. Not only her, but everyone in Ecruteak City seemed to be able to hear the sound. What is this sound? It seems that the action on the bell tower has begun. Damn Ash, what is the origin of this guy? He can actually get the recognition of Suicune and Thunder King at the same time. The leader's evaluation of him is really not an exaggeration. Proton stared at Suicune and Thunder King who were blocking him with a gloomy face. Originally, he was arranged by Archer to stop Morty and Ash who were running over, but as soon as the fight started, Ash threw out the Pokeball directly. No, it should be said that it might not be his own will. He didn't even see Ash throwing out the Pokeball, but Suicune and Thunder King got out of the Pokeball by themselves. In this case, he was not in a hurry. So what if he let Ash and Morty go? He had done his best to hold back 2 legendary Pokemon at the same time. Boom! The next moment, a pillar of fire rose from behind. The 3rd holy beast, Entei, standing on the top of a tall building, opened his mouth and a purple flame came out. The holy flame hit Skarmory in the air, and an amazing explosion instantly occurred in the air. As the explosion sounded, Skarmory screamed and fell from the air in a mess with white smoke all over his body. Sunday felt the pressure drop sharply. What is this? She looked at the tall building where Entei stood with a surprised expression. At the same time, Thunder King released lightning all over his body, and thunder suddenly sounded in the air. Thunder's special move fell on a large scale, and all the other members of Team Rocket and their Pokemon around him were hit because they could not dodge in time. Lightning struck, and growls rose one after another, directly blowing away the Rocket Team members and their Pokemon around Proton. Roar. On the battlefield, the 3 holy beasts looked at each other and roared loudly. Suicune was responsible for holding Proton back, while Thunder King and Entei ran directly towards the bell tower without hesitation. The road was unimpeded, leaving only a lot of shocked trainers. It was obvious that they had not done a good job of psychological preparation for seeing the 3 holy beasts alive on the street. We said that we are also members of Team Rocket. Don't you understand? At this time, Jessie, James, and Meowth also planned to run over to fish in troubled waters after what happened, but they didn't expect that they would be surrounded by their own people as enemies as soon as they came in. Humph! We haven't seen you at all. Tell us if you are undercover sent by Pokémon Alliance. However, no matter how they explained, the other party didn't care at all, because the bosses they served on both sides were still different. These Team Rocket members in Johto region, although they still regarded Giovanni as the boss on the surface, followed Archer. After all, many of them are from the Johto region who are guilty of crimes, and it was Archer who saved them. Although several executives, including Archer, would usually mention Giovanni, in their hearts, Archer is their real leader. What a joke, we are legitimate members of Team Rocket, you guys are fakes. Listening to these people's words, the hot-tempered Jessie also pointed at their noses and cursed angrily. What did you say? Listening to Jessie's words, the other members of Team Rocket immediately surrounded them, and James and Meowth immediately showed expressions of fear. Roar! At this time, a roar came, and two swift figures rushed over. Salation launched an attack and easily knocked all the Pokémon of Team Rocket members to the ground. Jessie, James, and Meowth were also frightened and collapsed to the ground. After Entei blasted a member of Team Rocket away, he also fell back to the ground. With such a big and majestic body, he looked down at the members of Team Rocket who collapsed to the ground like an emperor. Ling Feng's eyes swept over the trio. The three members of Team Rocket met Entei's eyes and trembled all over. Entei himself has a natural coercion, whether it is for people or Pokémon. Finally, after dealing with the others, his eyes swept over the trio slightly, and Entei finally retracted his eyes and left with Thunder King. Ho-Oh gave them the ability to distinguish between good and evil, and they could not sense the malice from the main group of Team Rocket as those of ordinary Team Rocket. Although Jessie and James were also dressed as Team Rocket, Entei seemed to be able to see through the goodness hidden deep in their hearts, so he did not deal with them. Leave me out. Meowth wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. As a Pokémon, the pressure caused by Entei was the most obvious to him. At this time, he was already sweating coldly. I was scared to death. I was afraid I was going to die. James patted his chest unconsciously, thinking he was going to be eaten. What are you still doing? Why don't you leave quickly? At this time, Jessie had already stood up. Although she was a woman, she was the backbone of the team. Where are you going? Looking at the dangerous situation around him, James couldn't help but ask. Of course, powerful guys appear one after another. If we can catch them, the boss will definitely look at us with new eyes. Jessie clenched her fists and said with full momentum. Can this really succeed? Those guys are not Pokémon that we can easily deal with. James couldn't help but speak up when he heard it. He almost couldn't breathe just by being watched, and theoretically speaking, he was saved by them just now. What's there to be afraid of? When these Pokémon appear, something must have happened. Maybe there will be a fight. When they are exhausted, it won't be too late for us to take action. Jessie responded indifferently. It's not possible to confront them head-on, but they are professionals in taking advantage of the situation. That's right, Meow. Meowth also responded after hearing this. Okay, let's go. Listening to Jessie's analysis, James was also persuaded by her. Bell Tower. At this time, Bell Tower. As the Mickey sisters' dance gradually became better, Ash and Morty finally couldn't stand it anymore, and Archer immediately sent Ariana and Petrol to fight the two, and they were separated into different battle zones. Ash faced Petrol, the most mysterious and low-key of the four executives active in the Johto region. In this operation, he also wore the clothes of ordinary Rocket members and mixed in with the people guarding Anoka and Serena. If Archer hadn't spoken, he would probably still enjoy the role play just now. Compared with other members of the Rocket team, Petrol seemed to have basically no fighting spirit and no ambition, and he was completely opposite to Proton. Are you sure you want to stop me? I think we should still be able to talk to each other. Why don't we sit down and talk? However, after Ash spoke, Petrol unexpectedly started to get close. My most important partner fell into your hands, and you still expect me to sit down and chat with you in peace. Ash raised his eyebrows and frowned in response. Okay, I knew it would be like this, or I'll let you go. Petrol said softly, glancing at Archer who was concentrating on the Ho-Oh summoning ceremony in the distance. As if he had noticed the suspicious look in Ash's eyes, he actually stepped aside with his hands on his hips. Seeing this, the members of Team Rocket led by him also stepped back a distance to make way for Ash. Ash was also stunned when he saw this. What do you want to do? Ash frowned and asked Petrol. Nothing, I just don't want to waste time. Anyway, it's not rival, I'm too lazy to fight. Petrol spread his hands slightly after hearing the voice, looking lazy. This abnormal behavior made people more alert. What do you want to do? For a moment, Ash was a little confused about Petrol. Alas, I just don't want to fight a battle that I'm not sure of. If I have to give a reason. Probably, I don't want to fight a young and talented trainer like you. If one day you become a real big shot and hold a grudge, I will be very troubled. Petrol also knew that it was difficult for the other party to believe his words, but at least he had found a reason that sounded reliable. However, Ash fell into silence after listening to his words. This brother really lived a clear life. Although he said that he would wait for Ash to become a big shot in the future, that would be a matter of a long time. Besides, he was still an executive of Team Rocket. Even if a champion level 857 trainer wanted to target him, he would have to think twice. After all, if a trainer of their level wanted to escape, it would not be easy to be caught. What's more, Ash's main focus was still on traveling. How could he chase a Team Rocket executive all over the world? Such a reason sounded too forced, but Ash listened to it. Petrel's words, looking at his face still with a cynical smile. Ash had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He could feel that the other party just didn't want to fight him, so he just found a reason. After looking at Petrel deeply, Ash calmly walked past him. Chief, is it okay for the leader to let them pass like this? After Ash left, the Rocket team members behind Petrel unconsciously came forward and asked. It's okay, but things seem to be a little out of control. Do you want to talk to Boss Giovanni? Petrel glanced at the increasingly dazzling light on the stage in the distance with a serious expression. At the same time, he spoke again to let all the Rocket team members who followed him quickly withdraw from the bell tower. In his opinion, this action could not succeed. He just wanted to reduce some unnecessary casualties. Da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps on the right side of the top floor. Hearing the sound, Ariana, who was fighting fiercely with Morty, was slightly stunned, and then turned around and looked behind. Ash actually came from the left side of the roof. Seeing this, the surrounding Rocket team members came up and tried to stop him. Ash's way. What is Petrel doing? He let this brat come over so quickly. Seeing Ash coming, Ariana immediately distanced herself from Morty in front of her and ran towards the platform on the top of the tower where Archer and the Ho-Oh ceremony were held. At this time, Matsuno was looking at the situation in front of him with a crazy look. He could feel that what he expected would soon become a reality. Archer saw Ariana running towards him, and Petrel was nowhere to be found, and he squinted his eyes slightly. According to his arrangement, Proton guarded outside the tower, and Petrel and Ariana protected the corridors leading to the top of the tower. It stands to reason that even if the two were not Morty and Ash's rival, they would have no problem delaying them for a while. As a result, Petrel was defeated so quickly, but he couldn't think too much about whether Petrel was defeated or for some other reason. Anoka. At this time, Morty's attention also turned to the captured hostages. Serena. Ash was temporarily relieved to see that Serena was fine, but what caught his attention at this time was the position at the center of the top of the tower. At this time, the 5 Mickey sisters were completely immersed in the sacrificial dance. They seemed to be unaware of anything happening in the outside world. They just kept dancing. What do you want to do? Morty, who was surrounded by the Rockets and also noticed the abnormality of the 5 sisters, stared at the shrine and shouted. At this time, the clear bell was constantly making sounds. Mickey and the other 5 were still focused on dancing, while the shrine and their surroundings were shrouded in a layer of holy white light, and the colorful feathers in the center of the shrine emitted a sacred colorful light. Hehe, Ash, I have to admit that you are very strong and can break through my layers of blockade so quickly, but you are still late. Everything is too late. We are about to successfully summon Ho-Oh. Archer sneered and looked at the two with his hands behind his back. What? Are you kidding? Do you want Ho-Oh to see such a scene? Morty, who usually has a very good temper, shouted angrily after listening to Archer's words. Oh, that's not what I said. We are not the ones who want Ho-Oh to see this scene. Archer sneered, and then slowly made way. At this time, Morty looked forward, and his face became ugly again. Uncle, don't be stubborn. Looking at Matsuno, Morty's eyes were full of pain and helplessness. Haha, Morty, you will see it soon. The great moment is coming, and our clan will finally welcome the favor of Ho-Oh again. Matsuno looked at his nephew, and he didn't realize it at all. Instead, he kept showing off his achievements to him. What a joke. Have you really forgotten why Ho-Oh abandoned humans? Do you think Ho-Oh will look at you if you do this? Morty listened to Matsuno's words and retorted excitedly. The tone was full of regret. I don't care, just watch. I will definitely let Ho-Oh stay in the human world forever. Matsuno said coldly, no longer paying attention to Morty, and continued to look in the direction of the shrine. And Morty listened to Matsuno's words, and a terrible idea emerged in Morty's mind, as if he guessed the real goal of his second uncle after summoning Ho-Oh. I will never let you succeed. Even if it is his own uncle, he will never let the other party succeed. At this point, no one can stop me. What are you waiting for? Get rid of everyone who is in the way. Matsuno looked at Archer and others, and then shouted coldly without mercy. Archer just smiled coldly when he heard it, and didn't say much. Ariana walked towards Ash and others with a gloomy face, and said to Ash at the same time, you just watch here. I'm sorry that you can't disturb the ceremony above for the time being. What a joke, how can I let you succeed? Morty naturally couldn't stay honestly, and Gengar beside him was also eager to try. That being said, you will definitely be very angry, but I still hope you don't do anything rash, otherwise your friends will be in danger. Archer sneered and looked at Anoka and Serena not far away. Hearing this, Morty paused and gritted his teeth. Facing Archer's naked threat, Ash, who could not use his special abilities, also frowned and did not dare to act rashly. Ash, what should we do now? At this moment, Morty asked Ash. Suddenly, DBX. In the center of the shrine, the colorful feathers emitted a dazzling light, and then the colorful light spread out, turning into a colorful light column that shot straight into the sky. The light shone on soaring in the sky, and the dark soaring in the sky seemed to brighten up instantly. The dark clouds above soaring in the sky gathered, and the colorful light was like a portal. Everyone was attracted by the scene in front of them, and for a moment they forgot the tense atmosphere on the scene. Even Archer and Ariana turned their heads and looked behind them in surprise. Cry? Above the thick clouds, a high-pitched cry resounded through the sky, and the surrounding black clouds seemed to be dyed colorfully. In the light column covered by the shrine, a figure with golden light all over his body, but the feathers on his body flashed colorful rainbow light, slowly descended from the clouds along the colorful light column. Ha 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 29, here it comes, finally here, the moment I've been dreaming of finally arrived. This is Ho-Oh, what a noble figure. After more than 100 years, you finally descended on this land again. Matsuno looked up enthusiastically at the figure that appeared in soaring in the sky, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Apart from means and desires, his covet for Ho-Oh's redescent is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Is this Ho-Oh? Not only Matsuno, but everyone present, except Ash, all saw Ho-Oh's figure for the first time. For a moment, everyone forgot their situation. Song was staring at its figure. Ho-Oh descended from the sky, and when it looked around, the entire Ecruteak city was actually in a sea of fire. Cry? Looking at the situation around him, Ho-Oh flapped the dual wing beat violently, instantly spreading a strong airflow, and at the same time issued a high-pitched growl. The voice seemed to carry a strong sense of rage and disappointment. The scene of the burning sea of fire, the scene of more than 100 years ago, instantly reappeared in front of it. However, at this time, Matsuno seemed to have not noticed Ho-Oh's rage, and immediately walked forward. Ho-Oh, it's me, I am your most devout follower. I summoned you to ask you to continue to protect this city as before. Matsuno walked forward slowly, looking at Ho-Oh in front of him, as if he saw his own god. Ho-Oh, who heard the voice, also looked at Matsuno, but in Ho-Oh's sacred, all-knowing pupils. What he saw was not a complete person. To be precise, what Ho-Oh saw in his eyes, Matsuno was just a black, ugly mud with black smoke all over his body, and he could not be called a person at all. It's not that there is anything wrong with Ho-Oh's eyes, but Ho-Oh easily foresighted the selfish heart hidden under Matsuno's respectful, fanatical hypocritical face. Having been betrayed by humans before, it was very familiar with this kind of look. Cry? With a long howl, Ho-Oh waved dual wing beat, and a strong airflow instantly spread out, and the colorful light column was directly dispersed by the amazing force. The moment the airflow dispersed, Matsuno, who was standing below, was directly blown away by an invisible force, screamed, and fell to the ground. And Mickey and others who had been performing the sacrificial dance woke up slowly after hearing this sound. Looking at the situation in front of them, Mickey and others also showed surprise on their faces. At this time, the light column in the air had completely dissipated, and the dimmed colored feathers also fell on the shrine, and Ho-Oh floated in the air. Lucas, who was shining with golden holiness, looked at everything around him with disgust. Originally, it felt the power to summon it, because it knew the necessary conditions for summoning it. Sacrificial dance, clear bell, and the most important colored feathers, all three are indispensable. It did send out several colored feathers around the world. It thought that when it was summoned, it would be the time when it could live in peace with humans again. If the person chosen by the colored feathers was not pure in heart or was stained with filth, the colored feathers would automatically lose their effectiveness. After feeling the call, it expected that the time had come. Since it could be summoned, it meant that the owner of the colored feathers was an upright person, but the result was such a scene after it came. Not only was it not better than before, but it seemed that it had welcomed a guy who was uglier than before. And among all the people in front of it, it was only the boy with the peaked cap that it was slightly familiar with, but if it remembered correctly, the boy was still in its probation period and it was not the one who gave it the colored feathers. At this time, Ho-Oh was both raged and confused. Why did Ho-Oh reject me? Damn it, I am your most devout believer. Matsuno fell to the ground, looking at the figure in the air with an incredible face. Mr. Matsuno, don't you still understand? Ho-Oh has never seen the ugliness in human hearts, but what you are doing now. At this time, Zuki, one of the 5 sisters who had recovered from the sacrificial dance, stepped forward and looked at Matsuno and said, "No, this is impossible. No matter what, we can't lose the power of Ho-Oh again. What are you waiting for? Get started." Matsuno listened to Zuki's words and couldn't accept it at all. He turned his head and shouted hysterically at Archer and others. "As you wish, Mr. Matsu." Archer laughed contemptuously after hearing this, and then raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, the lower hatches of the 2 spaceships surrounding the top of the tower suddenly opened. Following this, a blue light shot out from each of the dark hatches, and the light shot directly in the direction of Ho-Oh. The 2 rays of light approached from the left and right, and when they were close to Ho-Oh, the light suddenly spread out, split into several thin lines and then connected together. The thin lines were spliced into a huge diamond-shaped energy cage. The next moment, the gaps between the rays of light flickered, gradually forming pieces of transparent shields similar to glass. Then the thin lines of light quickly disappeared, and the entire cage was like a huge diamond-shaped crystal, tightly trapping Ho-Oh in it. =R. Morty was furious when he saw this scene. He guessed what his second uncle said about keeping the power of Ho-Oh forever, but he didn't expect him to really do it. "I said, I want to keep the power of Ho-Oh, no matter what means." Matsuno slowly stood up and said with a grim face, "How ridiculous." Ash, who had not spoken, listened to Matsuno's words and spoke coldly. "What did you say?" Hearing Ash's voice, Matsuno felt as if he was insulted, and looked at Ash with a grim expression. "Are you really thinking that Team Rocket is helping you? Huh? Stop being naive." Ash looked at Matsuno as if he was looking at a poor guy. He knew Team Rocket very well. How could they spend so much energy and make such a big fuss for no reason to help an irrelevant guy? What? I mean, you were fooled by the guy next to you. Ash pointed at Archer and hit Matsuno mercilessly. There is no sympathy for such a person, even if he is Morty's uncle. What did you say? Matsuno was surprised after hearing this, and then looked to his side, only to see that Archer still had a sneer on his face, but there was a hint of teasing in his smile. Alas, since you have exposed it, there is nothing I can do, Mr. Matsuno, thank you on behalf of Team Rocket. But as a thank you for the organization's help, we will take over the power of Ho-Oh. At this time, Archer no longer concealed anything. It was impossible for them to do a loss-making business. Only Matsuno, who was not cunning but had a paranoid personality, would foolishly think that they would really help him. The Rocket's goal was, of course, the power of Ho-Oh. At the beginning, they looked down on trash like Matsuno, but after learning about his plan, he still kept in basic contact with Matsuno, waiting for the appearance of the colored feathers. With the appearance of the colored feathers, Matsuno immediately contacted them to start the plan. It seems to be helping Matsuno, but in fact, they are the ones who really want to get the power of Ho-Oh. And their goal is to obtain the power of Ho-Oh, use the power of Ho-Oh and the influence on the people of Johto region to control the entire Johto region, and then swallow up the Kanto Alliance in conjunction with the leader Giovanni in Kanto region. He believes that by doing so, Team Rocket can continue to grow, and as the territory expands, the power in his hands can also expand again. What? After listening to Archer's unreserved conspiracy, Matsuno was stunned on the spot. No matter how crazy he was, he knew that he was fooled. Ariana next to him put her hands on her waist and sneered, and now Matsuno also understood. Indeed, everything was in the hands of the other party from the beginning. The other party said that he would help him catch Ho-Oh, but all the resources for catching were in the hands of the other party. If the other party caught Ho-Oh, they would have it. He had no way to deal with it. It was just that at that time he wishfully thought that the other party was helping him. At that time, his heart was completely occupied by desire, and he didn't think about why the other party helped him. Isn't it clear enough? I have never seen such a stupid guy as you. Ariana spread her hands slightly, sneered, and said sarcastically, "Assholes, I won't let you go." Matsuno also knew that he was fooled, and rushed forward. Seeing this, Ariana threw the Pokeball in her hand forward. Arbok rushed out, and then swung out its tail directly, knocking Matsuno out. Matsuno screamed, fell to the ground, and tried to stand up with difficulty. "I won't be polite if you want to die, Archer, this guy is useless now, right?" Ariana spoke coldly, then looked at Archer and asked. Because when Matsuno started working with them, he was always arrogant during the cooperation period, and Ariana herself was an extremely proud woman. Matsuno's attitude had already made her unhappy. If it weren't for this plan, she would have killed him long ago. "Whatever you want." Archer also spread his hands indifferently, obviously agreeing with Ariana's words. Matsuno was indeed useless to them. "Use Bite, Arbok." Ariana heard this and sneered cruelly, and gave the order again. Arbok roared silently, spit out his snake tongue, and rushed directly towards Matsuno. Matsuno was shocked by this scene, and his heart was filled with sadness. In this situation, he couldn't find anyone to save him, and no matter how much he regretted it, it was too late. "Gengar, use Shadow Ball." Boom! At this moment, a voice sounded, and a Shadow Ball came and hit Arbok, who was rushing towards Matsuno directly. With a loud bang, it hit Arbok directly, sending Arbok flying. However, Arbok quickly twisted his body to let the Shadow Ball pass by him. The Shadow Ball flew back to soaring in the sky and fell to the ground. At the same time, a figure slowly landed. It was Morty's Gengar. Morty did not look at Matsuno, but looked straight in the direction of Team Rocket. In fact, in his heart, he blamed his second uncle more than anyone else, but there was no way. After all, he was not his family judge. Although he had made a big mistake, how to deal with it still had to be left to the family and the citizens of Ecruteak City, and to the Pokémon Alliance to judge. Team Rocket could not hurt him. Ridiculous guy. Ariana could see Morty's thoughts, but she only thought it was ridiculous and naive. JWA. When Matsuno saw that it was his nephew who saved him, he was also stunned. He didn't expect that it was his nephew who saved him at this time. But seeing that Morty didn't even look at him from beginning to end, it can be seen that Morty didn't forgive him either. "Ash, let's stop here for now. We'll take Ho-Oh." At this time, Archer sneered, then raised his hand slightly to signal, and the next moment, the hatch of a spaceship quickly opened, and a blue light shone out. The light shone on the cage that trapped Ho-Oh, and then directly pulled Ho-Oh towards the spaceship. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all wanted to stop it, but the members of the rocket team in front kept blocking them. And at this moment, Anoka and Serena were still in their hands. Ash and others did not dare to act rashly, and they still had to rescue the people first. Screech! However, at this moment, Ho-Oh suddenly let out a long roar, and a dazzling golden Lucas emanated from his body, and then swung the dual wing beat, emitting amazing power. Boom! Amid the roar, the transparent crystal cage made a deafening sound, and the next moment, the entire cage was directly shattered. Mickey and the others were delighted when they saw this, but before the 630 people could be happy for long, Archer sneered. The next moment, the cage fragments that were shattered in the air seemed to have life, and they gathered together again by themselves, and quickly pieced together like a puzzle. Ho-Oh was trapped in it again, and the whole cage was still intact. Ho-Oh looked at the cages around him in surprise. How could this happen? Looking at this scene, Mickey and the others were surprised again. Humph! This is the latest technology of our rocket team. No matter how many times it is destroyed, it can be restored again, and the stronger the force used, the stronger the shield will be after it is restored. Archer looked at this scene and sneered. In order to deal with Ho-Oh, they naturally couldn't be unprepared. This shield was originally intended to be used against Mewtwo, because Mewtwo has been getting stronger almost every day since its birth, so Team Rocket has been secretly researching this. Especially after Mewtwo betrayed Giovanni, Team Rocket invested more funds in the research of this technology. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this, and even Morty understood that these guys might not be that strong, but the strange high-tech they were going to use was really difficult to deal with. At this time, Ho-Oh in the air seemed to be a little unconvinced, and released powerful power again. This time, he released colorful energy and hit the shield again. Bang! Snap! The shield also shattered again. The stronger the opponent's power, the stronger the shield will become, but Ho-Oh can still easily shatter it, which is enough to show how powerful Ho-Oh is. However, the next moment, the fragments gathered in the air again, and the speed became faster and faster. Naturally, Ho-Oh could not continue to stand there stupidly. Swinging dual wing beat, Ho-Oh quickly shuttled out of the debris and was ready to fly away immediately. Just as Ho-Oh flew away from the debris, Archer suddenly showed a sneer on his face. The next moment, the fragments flying in the air suddenly stopped scattering, and then rushed towards Ho-Oh as if equipped with navigation. Ho-Oh, who had just flown out, turned her head and saw countless fragments attacking her. Just as she wanted to dodge, she saw that the fragments did not attack her at all. Instead, flying came to her again at high speed, and then quickly pieced it together again, and once again became a complete cage to trap it in it. Ho-Oh was obviously more surprised to see this situation. Others were also extremely surprised, and Team Rocket and others were just proud of themselves at this time. Ash looked at Serena and the others. There are too many people here. If they make a little movement, they will find that facing so many people, Ash is not afraid at all. The main worry is that they will threaten Serena and her friends' lives. Just when Ash was thinking about how to deal with it, suddenly, a dark figure flew up from the guardrail behind Serena and her friends, outside the tower. With a sinister smile on his face, he completely blended into the darkness, and then a sound was heard. Hee. When the sound sounded, the black figure suddenly showed waves of red ripple-like hypnotic waves in his eyes, because he flew up from outside the tower. At this time, Serena and the members of Team Rocket who were guarding them were staring at the Ho-Oh of sky on the top of the tower. No one noticed what was happening behind them. As the dark red hypnotic waves came, several Pokémon and Team Rocket members hit by hypnosis fell to the ground without suspense. At this time, a figure flipped up from the direction of the stairs, and Ash and Morty were happy to see the person coming. Air Cutter. The person who came was none other than Sunday. It seemed that she had defeated Takemura and Yusheng. The moment Sunday appeared, she gave another command. Pidgeot unfolded dual wing beat with a flashing light, and then swung it out. It threw out a piece of jagged circular blade. Sizzle. Air Cutter is different from air cutting. Air cutting is to condense the air together, similar to the effect of air cannon, while air cutter disperses the force to make it sharper. Several air cutters broke through the air, and the surrounding rocket team members were scared and dared not move forward. At the same time, they precisely controlled and cut off the blockade on Serena and Anoka. At this time, seeing someone launch Sucker Punch, the remaining rocket team members who were guarding Serena and others were also anxious. But just when they wanted to take out more Pokeballs and send Pokemon to catch Serena and Anoka. In the air, Ash's Gastly exerted his strength again and fired a beam of Nightshade, which blew them away. Pikachu, Volt Tackle, clear the way. Gengar, Shadow Ball, support. On the other side, Ash and Morty naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Boom! In the high-intensity continuous explosions, the tragic growth of Team Rocket members continued. Pikachu and Gengar took the lead and opened a path for Ash and Morty. The two quickly ran to Serena and Anoka. Serena, are you okay? No, I'm fine, thank you Ash and Sister Sunday. Serena, who was successfully rescued, was also very excited. On Anoka's side, she took back her and Serena's Pokeballs from the rocket members who were sleeping soundly after being infected with hypnosis. Here, Serena, this is your Pokemon. Well, it's time for us to fight back. Serena took the Pokeball with a firm look in her eyes. She felt bad for holding Ash and the others back for so long. On the other side, Archer, Ariana, and others looked a little ugly, and Archer immediately looked up at the sky. Hurry up. At Archer's command, the spaceship in the air began to move again, releasing the traction beam again to hit the cage where Ho-Oh was, preparing to take Ho-Oh away directly. Don't even think about it, send Gengar. Serena and the others have been rescued, so there is nothing to worry about for the others, and Morty can't let them succeed. Seeing this, Ariana gave an order, and her subordinates rushed forward one after another, throwing Pokeballs at the same time, and many Zobats and Coughings flew out instantly. Gengar uses Dark Knight Curse. Morty was also not ambiguous at all. Facing the attack, he immediately launched a counterattack, and launched a continuous attack of Dark Knight Curse on Zubat and Coughing in the air. However, there were many opponents, and Morty could not completely defeat them for a while. The Pokemon of Team Rocket began to attack separately. Some rushed towards Mickey and others, while others rushed towards the direction of Ash and others. However, Mickey and the others were not weak women. If it weren't for the fact that their younger sister Anoka was captured, they would not have surrendered easily. Now that their younger sister had been protected by Ash and the others, they had no scruples. Sisters, it's time to fight. Go ahead, fire Pokemon. As they spoke, the sisters threw out their Pokeballs. The eldest sister Mickey used a fire Pokemon, the second sister Kuni used a water Pokemon, the third sister Zuki used a moon Pokemon, the fourth Naoko and the fifth Sakura used a sun Pokemon and a thunder Pokemon respectively. The 5 sisters cooperated well, and the attacks of the 5 attributes flew all over the sky, temporarily resisting the attack from Team Rocket. On the other side, Ash and the others also faced a large number of attacks from Team Rocket. Anoka, come behind us. No, Anoka can fight by herself. Come out Eevee. Anoka shook her head firmly, and then threw out a Pokeball. Her Pokemon was an Eevee. Okay, let's fight together, don't force yourself. Serena nodded slightly, but still reminded Anoka not to force herself. I'll help too, Sunday said, and took out the Pokeball. Bang! Murwak, use the bone to return the 10,000 darts. Braixen, Flamethrower. Eevee, use Swift. The 3 Stephanies also started fighting. Ash signaled Gastly floating in the air to guard the 3 women to prevent any accidents. Then he decisively moved towards Archer and Ariana. After all, these 2 guys are the backbone of the Rocket team. If they are dealt with, the ordinary Rocket team members will be easier to deal with. Don't even think about going anywhere. Seeing Ash approaching, several Rocket team members immediately blocked Ash's way with their Pokemon. Ash's expression also turned completely cold. Humph, I've tolerated you for a while, but you've got the illusion that anyone can stand in my way. Charizard, get rid of them. Ash threw out the Pokeball, and the red light flashed. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Charizard appeared, and a blazing flame shot out of his mouth. The thick column of fire swept across, and all the Pokemon and Team Rocket members blocking the road in front were hit, and a path was directly forced open. Ariana and Archer subconsciously made way when they heard the sound, and the flames passed by them, and the high temperature made them very uncomfortable. After a while, the flames gradually dissipated, and there were still sparks floating in the air. Archer looked up and squinted his eyes to see Ash and Charizard approaching step by step. Seeing Ash approaching, Archer and Ariana's expressions became serious. Asterisk. When they had hostages in hand, they could still keep calm, but now, without hostages, Ash is one of the most dangerous enemies of Team Rocket. The disastrous defeat in the last Thunder King incident forced them to be extremely alert. It seems that it has not been long since the last fight. This time, I will pay you back all the old debts and the threats just now. Ash looked at the 2 coldly. Listening to Ash's words, Charizard and Pikachu also showed sharp eyes at the same time. Listening to Ash's words, Archer and Ariana's expressions changed slightly, and the 2 sides immediately became tense. Flamethrower. Ash didn't waste time and launched an attack directly. Charizard's eyes flashed with fire and Flamethrower was released. Houndoom. Seeing this, Archer threw the Pokeball again, and Houndoom rushed out and rushed directly towards the flames in front of him. Bang! Houndoom hit Flamethrower head-on. Although Charizard's Flamethrower's power has increased to a higher level, Archer's Houndoom just happened to have Flash Fire ability. So he directly blocked the attack with his body when the flame hit Houndoom. It was gradually absorbed by Houndoom's Flash Fire ability. Flamethrower. After absorbing Charizard's Flamethrower, Archer also began to fight back, and Flamethrower also responded and shot in the opposite direction of Charizard. Houndoom has the power of Flash Fire, but Charizard is gone. Although they are both fire Pokemon, they are not immune to damage, and this is after Flash Fire has increased its power. Archer thought so, but without Ash's command, Charizard raised his hand and recorded the Dragon Claw with a flashing green light. Bang! The pillar of fire was directly annihilated into nothingness by the green light. What? His expression became extremely solemn. Houndoom's Flamethrower was the power after Flash Fire, but Charizard used Dragon Claw to easily disperse it. Unlike Houndoom blocking Charizard's Flamethrower, Ash's Charizard did it by looking at the absolute gap in strength. Arbok, use Poison Fang. When Archer was surprised, Ariana also launched Sucker Punch at the same time. After all, the revenge from last time has not been taken yet. Arbok rushed out immediately after hearing the voice, opened his sharp teeth and flashed purple light and rushed directly towards Ash's direction. Charizard, Flamethrower. Ash watched this scene and gave an order. Charizard opened his mouth, and a trace of gas came out of his nostrils, and the next moment he opened his mouth and spit out flames. Bang! The fierce flames spit up again, and Arbok, who rushed up, had no time to dodge and was hit directly in the front. After a scream, Arbok was instantly engulfed in the flames, and his body turned into a fireball and was directly knocked out. Damn it! Ariana clenched her fists unconsciously when she saw this. After Arbok 707 was knocked down, he could not stand up again, and was directly defeated with just one blow. Archer couldn't help but frown. If his Houndoom didn't have the Flash Fire ability, he probably wouldn't have suffered from the attack just now. Ash's Charizard was really too strong. Houndoom uses Thunder Fang. While Charizard attacked Arbok, Archer quickly issued an attack order. Houndoom rushed towards Charizard in an instant after hearing the sound. Lightning flashed, and turned into lightning teeth in front of Houndoom, rushing directly towards Charizard. Wobbuffet, use the return fist trick. Ash also threw out a Pokeball, Wobbuffet against Houndoom. Ash's Wobbuffet released the Return Fist skill, and the red light flashed. When Archer's Houndoom rushed up, the two sides collided violently. Bang! Boom! The Return Fist counterattacked and directly bounced Archer's Houndoom back. The double force counterattack made Archer's Houndoom bounce back with gritted teeth, and his body was completely out of control. Mook. Ariana threw the Pokeball again, and a Mook appeared in the field, landing right behind Houndoom, using its body as a cushion to catch Archer's Houndoom. On the other hand, Ash's Wobbuffet was still there, as if nothing had happened. Charizard also looked at Wobbuffet beside him. This guy usually slacked around in the Pokemon home, but he didn't expect that he was so good at fighting. This kid is really hard to deal with. What should we do now? Ariana frowned and asked as she looked at the scene in front of her. If the last Thunder King action could still be said to be negligent, this time, even Ariana had to admit that facing Ash brought him great pressure. It's hard to say whether the 4 executives of the Johto Region Rocket team can take down Ash. Hurry up. Archer spoke in a low voice, and the voice came out of the headset, and soon a response came from the other side of the headset. Understood. Swish, swish, swish. Above soaring in the sky, the hatch of the spacecraft opened again, and then a black gun barrel extended out, and then a red light was released from the gun barrel. The light broke through the air and directly hit the cage where Ho-Oh was, and the red light merged into the cage. Boom! Cry! The red light directly merged into the cage, and red electric currents continued to emerge from the cage. Ho-Oh's eyes widened instantly and let out a shrill roar. Swish, swish, swish. The red light energy continued to be released, and Ho-Oh in the cage continued to be attacked. Archer was already unable to withstand Ash's fierce attack, but Ho-Oh was resisting. Its strength and terrifying performance were beyond expectations. It broke the shield several times in a row. It should be impossible for other Pokemon to break it. However, after breaking the shield several times and strengthening it, Ho-Oh was still able to break through the defense. So now, it must lose its resistance first. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the voice. Ash frowned slightly when he saw this, thinking that he had to get rid of the 2 guys in front of him as soon as possible. At this time, Ho-Oh, enduring the pain, slowly lowered his head and looked around. The battle on the top of the tower continued, and the whole city around him fell into a sea of fire. Turning his head slightly, he saw a charred tower not far away, and the picture in his mind more than 100 years ago gradually emerged. Everything in front of him seemed like more than 100 years, that is to say, his waiting and expectation for more than 100 years finally turned into nothing. Thinking of this, Ho-Oh's heart was quickly replaced by anger. Cry! A long howl attracted everyone, and the next moment Ho-Oh's eyes flashed red. Bang! With a loud bang, Ho-Oh dual wing beat vibrated, and the cage around his body cracked again, unlike the initial shattering. From this, it can be seen that the strength of the cage is indeed constantly increasing, but it still cannot stop Ho-Oh's powerful strength. The fragments were blown apart, and Ho-Oh's eyes flashed. Even if it was a Pokemon, it was not stupid. It was a legendary Pokemon that had survived for hundreds and thousands of years. Its experience and wisdom were not comparable to ordinary Pokemon. Boom! Looking at the fragments around him still gathering, Ho-Oh suddenly opened his mouth and quickly gathered energy. A 7-color flame suddenly released from his mouth. Bang! 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 The colorful flames swept around, hitting the scattered cage fragments around, and the explosions continued. Although the flames were gorgeous and beautiful, their temperature was extremely horrifying. The fragments that were hit first exploded 3.8, and then melted directly in the high temperature. The explosions in the air continued, and colorful sparks floated in the air. At the center of the explosion, when everyone looked, they only saw Ho-Oh's angry eyes. Li, ho 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 ho. Accompanied by a roar, the airflow surged around, and everyone subconsciously stretched out their hands to resist some of the rocket team's Zubat and coughing were blown away uncontrollably. Is the power so strong? At this time, inside the spaceship, Professor Sheila was watching the scene in front of him. The device he studied last time had an excellent effect on Thunder King and Ash. This time, this capture device was originally used to deal with Mutwo. With such strength, it was unexpected that it failed. Of course, it doesn't mean that Ho-Oh is stronger than Mutwo, but I still underestimated the power of these Pokemon. I can only say that this thing may not be able to capture Mutwo successfully. Professor, what should we do now? Looking at the scene in front of him, his men asked in panic. Don't panic, continue to attack. Professor Silano was not panicked at all. Although he broke free from control, he had not completely given up. Yes, Professor. Listening to Silano's instructions, his men continued to operate, and soon the 2 spaceships shot out the red rays that had attacked previously. Ho-Oh's eyes watched and avoided the first ray of light attack, and at this moment, another ray of light came and hit Ho-Oh's body directly. Screech! Ho-Oh was covered with red lightning, and he roared again, turning his head to look at the spaceship behind him that hit him. Boom! A colorful flame that was enough to 29 purify all evil was released from his mouth again. This was Ho-Oh's strongest trick, Sacred Fire. The sacred flame directly hit the huge spaceship, and the astonishing high temperature instantly melted the outer shell of the spaceship, and the surrounding metal gradually turned red. The next moment, the flame also penetrated directly into it. Boom! After the spaceship was attacked, it instantly made a loud noise, and violent explosions continued to occur everywhere in the entire spaceship. Bang! Ho-Oh turned his head, and the flames swept around, and even hit a helicopter parked in the air next to it. Under the impact of the huge force, the helicopter directly made a loud bang. The helicopter exploded, and the flames scattered in the air. The members of the rocket team on the helicopter screamed and quickly jumped off the helicopter. At this time, in the exploded helicopter, half of the fuselage was directly bounced towards the direction of the bell tower under the force of the explosion. Bang! Half of the fuselage hit the lower floor of the bell tower where everyone was, but the people standing on it also felt the amazing vibration. Serena and others subconsciously held the guardrail next to them, and some members of the rocket team fell to the ground because they could not react. The huge spaceship also fell from the sky and hit the ground not far away. The huge explosion instantly flashed a dazzling flame. What are you doing? No matter what means, get it done quickly. Archer felt the situation around him and found that the situation was very critical. He quickly put his hand on his ear and shouted to the inside. Yes, Archer, I will handle it now. Professor Selena's voice came from the headset. Everyone get ready, maximum power, and attack together. Professor Seleno also made a backup plan. After hearing Archer's voice, although he saw the powerful power of Ho-Oh just now, he still did not choose to retreat. Soon, several hatches of the remaining spaceship opened at the same time, and several devices like antennas extended out. Chirp! Several devices flashed at the same time, and then released bursts of golden electric currents, and several electric currents were released at the same time towards where Ho-Oh was. Because it was known in advance that Ho-Oh was afraid of the electric system, so such a high-voltage thunder shock attack was prepared. Just now, after smack down the spaceship and helicopter, Ho-Oh felt the danger and turned around to see several sparks coming. Bang! Cry! After being hit, Ho-Oh let out another shrill roar. Several lightning bolts attacked at the same time, each of which was as powerful as Thunderbolt. The Phoenix Lord had been hit by many in a row. Now that he was hit by these currents, his body was unable to move for a while. While Ho-Oh was unable to move, the helicopters around him also took action, setting up guns and cannons to attack Ho-Oh. Da-da-da! Bang bang! The sound of gunfire above soaring in the sky was uninterrupted, and the entire soaring in the sky was illuminated. There were also explosions in his ears, and Ho-Oh was soon drowned in the energy shock wave generated by the explosion. Stop! Morty on the top of the tower watched this scene and shouted rage. He couldn't tolerate it. Gengar uses Shadow Black Hole. Morty rage shouted loudly, and Gengar rushed into the air, releasing the Shadow Black Hole special move, directly smacked down all the surrounding Team Rocket Pokémon. Rabbi. Listening to the movement in soaring in the sky, Celebi, who was hidden in Ash's backpack, made a weak growl. Ash paused slightly and turned to look behind him. Celebi did not come out, but was still hidden in the backpack, but Ash could feel that it was trembling. Feeling the trembling Celebi, Ash himself also felt a stronger sense of uneasiness. Everyone, go all out, Ash said to Charizard, Wobbuffet, and Pikachu in front of him. Roar! Charizard roared at the sound, took the lead in taking a step forward, and landed heavily on the ground. Pikachu and Wobbuffet paused slightly when they saw this scene. Charizard's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the dual wing beat swung, releasing ancient power. It looked like a normal ancient power, but Charizard released flamethrower at the same time as the fossil flew out. Boom! Flamethrower exploded forward, sweeping across the ancient power in front of it, and the released flames directly attached to the fossils. 10 fossils were burned red, and their appearance seemed to be melted by the flames. Houndoom, use Dark Pulse. Seeing the ultimate move in front of him, Archer spoke quickly, and Houndoom released Dark Pulse directly after hearing it. Boom! Dark Pulse was released, and the dark energy beam hit several red-hot fossils. However, when the explosion shattered the flame fossils, the power of the explosion dispersed, and the huge fossils continued to sputter. The broken small stones were still coming towards Archer and the others, and Mook rushed forward to help resist. Bang bang bang! Grimmer! Mook screamed as he resisted. Although he could resist the stones, the high temperature of the stones made him growl in pain. Bang, bang, bang! Dark Pulse failed to completely resist the attack, and many burning stones still attacked, first hitting Mook, and then hitting Houndoom hiding behind it. Nice combo, well done, Charizard. Ash was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. Since he captured the owl who could easily perform combo skills, he assigned homework to many Pokémon in the Pokémon home. It was to practice a set of combo skills of his own. The skill that Charizard used at this moment was the skill that Ash had just researched not long ago. First use Ancient Power, and then use the high temperature of Flamethrower to attach to Ancient Power. This trick will be much easier to practice than other tricks before. Because this set of combination moves does not require so many release orders for skills, but releases them one after another, and there will be a certain distance from the body, so it will not hurt itself. Ash can rest assured to let Charizard work hard in the Pokémon home. For Ash and Charizard, this time it suddenly performed this skill on the spot, and for the learning cycle of new tricks, Charizard spent a very short time. Ash also knows that it can be imagined that Charizard has also worked hard to complete the combination moves in such a short time. On the other side, Archer and Ariana's 2 Pokémon were also defeated. The 3 looked at the fallen Pokémon and showed ugly expressions on their faces. The gap between them and Ash is really big, and this is still under the condition of using high-tech equipment to limit Ash's own powerful special abilities. Ash walked forward and patted Charizard's wings gently. It can only be said that it is worthy of it. The special experience has made it hardworking. Even in Pokemon Paradise, it has not relaxed at all. Roar? Charizard responded with a low roar, and then continued to look forward. Ash also looked at Archer and Ariana with ugly faces. The show is over, it's time to end it. Can you still get away this time? Ash took a step forward and stared at the Master coldly. In fact, compared to catching them and handing them over to the Johto Region Alliance, he would rather get rid of them directly. However, now they are in the Johto region after all, and they still have to abide by their laws. Listening to Ash's words, Ariana gritted her teeth in anger and fell into Ash's hands again. She was really unwilling in her heart. But now, the facts are in front of them, and they can't do anything. Archer frowned at this time. Ho-Oh has already gotten rid of control, but if he is not caught, this time will be a waste of a good opportunity. Retreating in such a hurry, it can be regarded as stealing a chicken and losing a rice. Not only did they fail to catch Ho-Oh, but because of the huge noise this time, future activities in the Johto region will only become more difficult. Such firepower should be able to. Archer quickly calculated the gains and losses in his mind, and the explosions continued to ring in his ears. He thought that such a strong firepower should not be able to withstand it even if it was a legendary experience. As long as Ho-Oh can be defeated, there will be a chance to capture it. In any case, he will have to hold on for a while. However, at this time, a roar was heard in the explosion, and the surrounding flames were all bounced away by a powerful force. In the flames, Ho-Oh's eyes flashed with red light, and his whole body was wrapped in golden light. He floated in the air and panted slightly. Looking around, I saw an extremely strong and deep hatred flashing in Ho-Oh's eyes, and then he suddenly raised his head, and a colorful fireball quickly condensed in his mouth. Boom! Then it swept all around, and several helicopters were hit by the flames before they could dodge. Bang bang bang! The explosions of collisions continued, and several helicopters were directly smacked down by Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh's offensive continued without interruption, and continued to sweep towards the spaceship next to it. Hurry up and open the protective shield. Inside the spaceship, Professor Silano saw this and hurriedly spoke under rival. This Ho-Oh's attack was no joke. The previous spaceship did not have time to open the protective shield and was smacked down in one blow. Got it, King. After hearing the sound, the subordinates immediately took action and operated quickly. Outside the spaceship, a green energy barrier suddenly opened. Bang! The sacred flame hit the protective shield, and a loud noise was heard instantly. The protective shield suffered a strong shock. Although inside the protective shield, Professor Silano and others still felt a strong vibration. However, at this time, Ho-Oh seemed to have fallen into madness, and launched attacks around without hesitation. Many heavy helicopters were smashed down by its powerful force before they could dodge. The people on the top of the tower looked at the sky, and the helicopters continued to burn and catch fire, and then fell, and felt the amazing power of Ho-Oh again. Cry! Ho-Oh let out another long howl, and the red light continued to flash, and the flames in his mouth were released again. The people on the top of the tower were shocked. This time the attack came directly to the top of the tower. Ash saw this and spoke quickly. Be careful! Ash shouted to everyone. Boom! The next moment, amazing power fell directly from the sky, and the flames hit the top of the tower. The sacred flames directly hit the building on the top of the tower. There were many people on the rocket team. At the moment when the flames hit the top of the tower, many members of the rocket team were directly blown away by the power generated by the explosion, while Ash and others, Wang Wangzhao, had their own Pokemon protecting their trainers. In an instant, the sound of miserable growls could be heard everywhere, and the whole top of the tower was full of seriously injured Team Rocket members. At this moment, under the impact of the sacred flame, the top of the tower instantly burned up. The flames penetrated the floor, and penetrated several layers of the tower's thick floor, and the flames spread directly. As the flames quickly spread from the wooden boards and pillars, from a distance, the windows of the upper floors of the bell tower could already see the shining flames. Boom! Stop! However, at this time, in the spaceship, Professor Sheila was still launching crazy attacks, and the lightning of the turret in front of the spaceship was constantly released, and roars were heard. Bang! The high-voltage electricity hit Ho-Oh again, causing Ho-Oh to growl in pain again, and Ho-Oh's anger became even stronger. Ho-Oh of fiery wrath locked his eyes on the spaceship. He released the terrifying power of his body and attacked angrily, directly blocking all the lightning around his body, and condensed the flames in his mouth and blasted them around again. Not only the spaceship and helicopter attacking Team Rocket, but also the bell tower and the ground jungle around the bell tower were attacked by flames, and the fire began to spread rapidly. In the forest, many Pokemon fled like frightened birds. This is not a solution. Ariana looked at Archer and said as the flames burned around. Archer also frowned. At present, they had few remaining fighting Pokemon. If they continued to delay, they might be captured alive by Ash and others. Tisk! Retreat! Archer was silent for a moment, and then responded unwillingly. Team Rocket suffered heavy losses this time, but there was nothing they could do. The device they developed could not deal with Ho-Oh. The mediocre face was beyond their control. Yes. A voice came from the headset. Archer and Ariana turned around suddenly, and the two walked directly towards the guardrail beside them. Stop! Ash saw this scene, and naturally he couldn't let them go easily. Just when he was about to stop them, suddenly a dazzling flame came from the sky. Again, colorful flames swept towards the ground in front of Ash. The entire ground seemed to be cut by a fire knife, and a huge gap was directly left on the ground. Ash subconsciously stopped. Ash, you should think about how to deal with the crazy monster first, ha ha ha. After hearing the voice, Archer turned around and looked at Ash, glancing at the direction in the sky. It is obvious that they did not intend to take responsibility for cleaning up the bad situation caused by them. As soon as the voice fell, the spaceship flew to their sky, the stairs opened, and the two turned around and climbed the stairs. And around, the rocket team members who were still able to move also quickly followed, and as for those who could no longer move, they were all abandoned where they were. The rocket team's executives are all like this, insidious and vicious, and also merciless. Ash, it's too late, the fire is spreading wildly, we have to leave here quickly. Ash wanted to stop it, but at this time, Morty's voice came from behind him. Several Stephanies gathered together, and the fire was constantly burning around them. It was about to spread to the entire top of the tower. For the safety of everyone, he had no choice but to retreat first. Boom, bang bang bang, the air energy attacked again, and Ho-Oh's flames hit the top of the tower again, and wood chips and bricks flew everywhere. Ash saw this and spoke at the same time. Go. Ash quickly took back Wobbuffet, and ran to Serena, Sunday, and others with Pikachu and Charizard. You go first. Seeing this, Morty looked around, and then hurriedly spoke to Ash and others. Morty looked around and found the figure of his second uncle. He was greatly affected by the explosion just now, and he had already fainted on the ground. He could ignore the members of Team Rocket, but he was his uncle after all, so he couldn't watch him die. As for the subsequent punishment, he would definitely not show mercy. Morty gritted his teeth and ran to Matsuno's side, grabbed his hands and lifted him up, but after all, Matsuno was an adult, so it was normal for Morty to feel tired. Boom! At this time, Ho-Oh's flames swept across the building on the top of the tower, and the others had already begun to withdraw, and Xiao stood behind to cover the rear. As the rocket's spaceship left, he could feel that the psychic suppression on his body had been reduced a lot, and he could protect himself in this dangerous environment. Oops, Morty! Ash shouted, and saw that several flames were attacking Morty and himself at the same time. CJBD. What? Morty raised his head, his eyes were dyed red by the fire, and his expression changed drastically. The next moment, Ash raised his hands, and deep blue psychic light surged in his eyes. In an instant, two psychic barriers appeared in front of Morty and himself respectively. All the fireballs from Morty's side were blocked. Perhaps Ash underestimated the power of Ho-Oh's skills, and the fireballs on his side were more dense, so the barrier couldn't block them all. Ash. Seeing this, Morty quickly wanted to put down his uncle on his shoulder and rushed towards Ash. After all, Ash used part of his strengths to save him, so the energy barrier couldn't block Ho-Oh's fire attack. Rabbi? At the critical moment, Celebi suddenly rushed out of the backpack behind Ash, and then rushed towards the direction where the flames fell at a high speed. Celebi quickly propped up a blue energy barrier and blocked in front of Ash. Bang! The flames attacked with a loud noise, directly blocking the sacred fire. After blocking the attack, Ash breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time, Ho-Oh in the air seemed to notice Celebi in front of Ash. His pupils shrank, and he recognized Celebi, and seemed to become more angry. Ho-Oh looked at Celebi, let out a roar, and then dived down from the air and rushed towards Celebi. Rabbi? Seeing Ho-Oh rushing towards him, Celebi could only rise quickly and then fly far away to avoid affecting Xylee. Celebi. Ash watched this scene, but Celebi had already led Ho-Oh away. There was no other way, so he could only call Morty to evacuate here first. Morty helped Matsuno to catch up quickly, and everyone went down the floor. Fortunately, some places below were not very serious. Sunday, Serena, and Kuni all used their own water Pokemon to use water gun to clear the way, and everyone quickly escaped from the Bell Tower. Celebi was attacked by Ho-Oh and ran to the street without knowing it. The fire was already spreading in many streets. At this time, Celebi was flying fast in front, and Ho-Oh was chasing behind, releasing flames from time to time. The surrounding streets were attacked fiercely by Ho-Oh. At this moment, it was no longer the patron saint of the citizens of Ecruteak City, but directly transformed into an existence that destroyed everything, instantly causing great panic in the city. Everywhere on the street, people could be seen shouting growl in panic, and the panicked figures of citizens running away. Boom! Chasing behind him, Ho-Oh sprayed a stream of flames forward. Celebi turned and looked behind him. Seeing that he could no longer dodge, he could only stop. The tentacles above his head suddenly flashed a green light, and streams of green particles suddenly condensed. Then with a roar, Celebi put his hands forward, and a stream of green light shot out. That was the ultimate move of the grass-type Pokemon, Sunshine Blaze. Although it was already late at night, Celebi was still a legendary Pokemon after all. Even at night, it could still quickly absorb energy and launch attacks. Bang! Sunshine Blaze and Sacred Fire collided, and in an instant, the location where the energy collided seemed to be illuminated by the sun's light. Darkness. Boom! Following it was an almost deafening explosion. The power of the explosion shook the burning houses around, and the walls and glass were shattered by the power of the explosion. Rabbi? Celebi watched the attacks being blocked and breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, another large fireball came from the smoke. The fireball directly dispersed the smoke, and the moment it flew over, it suddenly opened up to form a huge big character shape. Celebi panicked when he saw this, and quickly turned around to avoid it. The fire hit one of the buildings and instantly exploded like a missile. The fire went straight up into the sky. Not good at fighting Celebi, looking at the situation in his eyes, was also very panicked. Facing Ho-Oh rushing towards him again, Celebi could only choose to fight and retreat. However, at this time, as Ho-Oh fell into madness, the soaring in the sky and ground around Ecruteak City suddenly experienced some strange changes. It seemed that holes were broken in the air. As the holes continued to expand, purple particles continued to overflow from the edges. The same was true for the ground. As these holes expanded, when they touched the trees and flowers, the flowers and plants withered quickly. Even the towering trees disappeared quickly when they touched them, and the dense leafage fell one after another. Even without touching the ground, the withered leaves turned directly into dust in the wind. This attracted the attention of the citizens of Ecruteak City. However, at this time, if this situation did not only occur in Ecruteak City, many places in the Johto region also began to appear this strange phenomenon one after another, and were soon captured by the media and urgently reported through the news. Bell Tower. At this time, Ash and the others also ran out of the Bell Tower, and everyone was safe and sound, but the Rocket Team members who stayed there might not be so lucky. Ash and the others didn't have time to pay attention to them, let alone be sentimental. These guys deserved it, and they couldn't blame others. What's going on? Looking at the situation around, not only was there a sea of fire, but the surrounding soaring in the sky and the surrounding ground, the gradually expanding strange energy made the people who had just left the Bell Tower look shocked. It must be because of Ho-Oh. Mickey walked out after watching this scene. Ho-Oh is a legendary Pokemon with life force. When it is calm, most of the life is thriving, but when it rages, it will affect the surrounding life to wither. Ash also knows very well that just like the 3 divine birds in charge of the priesthood on Asia Island, their fighting will lead to climate change. Ho-Oh's power is still above them, and the power it represents also began to collapse when it rages. This is not what it wants to cause, but it will naturally become like this when its emotions are out of control. This is also the true manifestation of the legendary first-level gods who have the power to destroy the world. What should we do now? Looking at the situation around them, Sunday and others were a little at a loss. They didn't know how to solve the situation at all. The only way now is to calm Ho-Oh's anger, otherwise everything will be over. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone paused after hearing the voice. When they turned their heads and looked, they saw a familiar figure. Please give me flowers. Mr. Plask. When they saw the person coming, Sunday and Serena were stunned. The person in front of them was Plask, who wanted to sell them things before and always said eruption. What are you doing in this place? Looking at the person, Sunday couldn't help asking. Ha ha ha. Now is not the time to talk about these things. In short, we must first prevent the world from completely collapsing under the power of Ho-Oh. We must find a way to calm Ho-Oh's anger. After hearing this, Plask smiled awkwardly, and then responded seriously. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Of course, they knew that they had to stop Ho-Oh, but how to stop it? But how should we do it? Mickey and others frowned. Even they didn't know how to calm Ho-Oh's anger. People more than 100 years ago couldn't do it. Ho-Oh burned down the bell tower at that time, and left directly after venting his anger. But this time, Ho-Oh's anger was obviously far greater than that more than 100 years ago. Ash was staring at Plask. This guy didn't look like an ordinary person. He seemed to know a lot of things. Ahem. This, Ash, you must take the colored feathers back again. Then use the power of the colored feathers and the sacrificial dance to convey your feelings to Ho-Oh, so that you have a chance to calm Ho-Oh's anger. Seeing Ash's eyes, Plask coughed awkwardly, and then explained the way to deal with it. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment after listening to Plask's words, although they didn't quite know who this guy in front of them was. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no other way now, and his method sounds reliable. But the colored feathers. Hearing this, Serena spoke with some concern, and turned to look at the bell tower behind her, where the fire had completely spread. In a sea of fire of this degree, even if she had psychic, Serena didn't want Ash to risk it. Ash frowned slightly. He had just left in a hurry and indeed forgot to take the colored feather back, so the colored feather is still in the bell tower. There is no need to worry about the colored feather. After all, that thing is Ho-Oh's own feather, and it should not be afraid of fire. However, it is definitely very dangerous to go back now. I'll go get it back. Ash said to the few people, and then turned around to go back. Ash, I'll go with you too. Serena also spoke hurriedly when she saw this. She knew that there was no point in persuading Ash at this time, so she simply planned to act with him. BTE. Without waiting for Sunday to speak, Ash shook his head directly. I can go by myself, you guys go to a safe place first. 270 this time he responded in an irrefutable tone. To be honest, it would be much easier for one person in this situation. If many people go together, if something happens, he will be distracted again. Hearing Ash's words, the two women were slightly stunned, and Serena nodded subconsciously. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed more convenient for Ash to be alone. You know, this time it was her fault that she was easily caught by the other party, even though Anoko was there. Even if only one person was caught, Ash might hand over the colored feathers, but it still made Serena feel useless. Be careful. Finally, seeing that Ash had made up his mind, in order not to drag Ash down, Serena could only remind him to be careful. Sunday basically said the same thing. Yeah, I know. Pikachu, Charizard, let's go. Ash nodded slightly, then spoke to Pikachu on his shoulder and Charizard in the air, and the next moment, he jumped directly onto Charizard's back. Roar! Charizard roared and flew directly with Ash towards the top of the tower. Ash was going to be stupid like in the anime, encountering similar things. Obviously there could be a better solution, but he just rushed up and gave it for free. After coming to Charizard's back, for safety, he did not hold a layer of psychic barrier. Ash, you must be fine. Serena clenched her fists tightly and watched Charizard take Ash away. Everyone. At this moment, Morty also stood up. Now Ash is going to find the colored feathers, so we need to resist Ho-Oh's attack before he finds them. Sunday nodded. Yes, that's right. If this goes on, Celebi and won't be able to hold on for too long. In this way, Sunday, Serena, Morty, and Anoka formed a tactical team to delay Ho-Oh's time. And Mickey and others have to prepare to start the sacrificial dance again. The two women looked at the burning bell tower with worry. Now they can only put all their hopes on Ash. They looked deeply and said, follow the temple and follow Morty away. Ash flew high into the sky. If I remember correctly, the colored feathers should be placed on the shrine on the top of the tower. Flying to sky, there was black smoke above, and it was difficult to see the situation clearly. Charizard rushed through the black smoke and came to the top of the tower. However, let alone the colored feathers, even the shrine was gone. A huge hole was burned directly through the floor, and the shrine seemed to have fallen down. Ash frowned slightly at this scene. Charizard, go down and see what's going on. Looking at the huge hole in the center of the ground at the top of the tower, with flames burning all around, Ash gestured to Charizard. Charizard roared and flew directly towards the hole. When he entered the tower, the surroundings were burning fiercely. The ground was also burned and collapsed. It was very likely that it was almost burned by the flames. The shrine fell and directly smashed the ground. Cough. Ash coughed lightly. The heat and smoke around him made him feel a little uncomfortable. Now he got it. The shrine fell and it was very likely to be broken, but the colorful feather was on it. It was impossible for it to be with the shrine all the time. It was possible that it fell to any floor. First, carefully searched the lower floor of the tower, but no trace of the colorful feather was found. Ash continued to let Charizard fly to the lower floor. At the same time, Ash also needed to hold up the psychic barrier to avoid the flames, as well as the wood and stones that fell from time to time, and took Ash to search layer by layer. Boom! While Ash was looking for the colorful feather, Ecruteak, an unprecedented fierce battle was also taking place in the city. Ho-Oh chased Celebi all the way to attack. On the dark soaring in the sky, another colorful flame swept across, and the hot air waves swept around. Celebi couldn't cope with Ho-Oh at all. Not to mention that it was not good at fighting, even its attribute was completely suppressed by Ho-Oh. Both the fire and flying attributes suppressed the grass attribute Celebi to death. Faced with such a situation, Celebi could only choose to fight and retreat. Morty and others took Mickey and her sisters to a safe place, put Matsuno down together, and rushed to the battle scene. Cry. Watching Celebi constantly avoiding attacks, Ho-Oh seemed to have lost his patience. Dual wing beat swung wildly, releasing a strong airflow. In the burning city around, the flames were suddenly swept up by the storm, and the flames formed several huge fire tornadoes driven by the airflow. The flame twister was controlled by Ho-Oh, and the surrounding buildings that were originally on the verge of collapse were completely crushed. All the tornadoes trapped Celebi like a cage. Celebi looked around with a bit of a long look. Ho-Oh dual wing beat swung, and several flame tornadoes gathered directly in the middle. The strong airflow and flames made Celebi have nowhere to escape. In an instant, all the tornadoes gathered together to form a more powerful flame twister. The power rushed straight to the sky, forming a scene with great visual impact in the dark night. Morty and others just arrived. Seeing this scene, while feeling the airflow around, they looked at the huge tornado in front of them and were a little worried about Celebi's situation. After all, Celebi's own attributes could not support it to be in such a terrifying attack. Rabbi? At this moment, a growl sounded from the tornado. Boom! The next moment, the flame twister was suddenly dispersed by a burst of energy, and the flames scattered in the air. Celebi's figure appeared again, and it was flashing blue light all over. The same blue light continued to burst out from his eyes. There was no way to avoid such an attack. It could only use the spirit to disperse the tornado and the flames. Cry. However, just as Celebi had just resolved the crisis, he saw a growl sound in front of the sparks. A burst of white light in front of him made it difficult for Celebi to open his eyes. Ho-Oh was shining with a burst of white light, and the power enveloped his body to form a huge flying bird that rushed directly over. Bang! Rabbi! Celebi had just blocked the flames, and before he could react, he was hit directly. He screamed and his body fell uncontrollably from the air. Ho-Oh is not only powerful in the power of fire, but also a flying spirit. The threat of flying's ultimate move should not be underestimated. Celebi is a grass-type Pokémon, and even though it has a psychic type, it is still afraid of flying skills. This divine bird attack is very effective for Celebi. Celebi's body fell, but Ho-Oh still chose to chase him. Breakson, flamethrower. At this moment, Serena, who arrived, threw a Pokeball to help. Her Braixen immediately launched an attack, and Flamethrower was released, attacking Ho-Oh who was chasing Celebi. Ho-Oh was originally chasing Celebi at high speed. He felt the danger approaching, and reacted quickly. He dodged the attack with a glance, and then attacked directly in the direction of Serena and others. Boom! A ruthless sacred fire was released directly. Seeing this, Braixen quickly adjusted his movements and swept his flames in the direction of Ho-Oh's sacred fire. Bang! The two flames of both sides collided, but there was no suspense. Braixen's flame was easily suppressed. Braixen's expression suddenly changed and he strengthened his strength again, but he still couldn't stop the power of sacred fire. This is too strong. Serena showed a shocked expression. She knew that the legendary Pokémon were all strong, but she didn't expect that the power difference of the same fire skills could be so great. Feraligatr, use Hydro Pump. At this time, a voice sounded next to her. Sunday threw out the Pokeball, and the Feraligatr that had been cultivated for a long time was also released by her. The blue water column was released, and the power of the water column joined in at the moment when Braixen was about to be unable to resist. Gengar, Nightshade. Morty also gave the order without hesitation. Boom! The three forces gathered together, and they barely resisted this sacred fire, and an amazing explosion instantly occurred in the air. After the explosion of the two forces, an amazing airflow was generated. Woo! Morty and the others were gathered very close, and were blown away by the airflow. At this time, Ho-Oh rushed out of the smoke and rushed towards the crowd, releasing a colorful flame again and attacking them directly. Boom! At this critical moment, a spiral water column came from a distance and collided directly with Ho-Oh's flame, barely resisting Fang's attack this time. The collision and explosion of water and fire released a strong steam. Ho-Oh's red eyes narrowed slightly, watching the changes in front of him. Ho-Oh looked in front of him again, and saw that the smoke had gradually dissipated and three figures appeared in front of Serena and others. When seeing these three figures, Morty and the others showed a look of surprise, and finally arrived at Ash's Pokémon. Three sacred beasts? Entei. Serena looked at the three figures in front of her in surprise, obviously not expecting them to suddenly appear here. After all, she was caught by Team Rocket a long time ago and didn't know that Ash had already released Suicune and Thunder King in this battle. But when she saw Suicune and Thunder King, she could quickly react that they were Ash's Pokémon. But what was this extra Entei? At this time, Sunday also explained. It turned out that after the three holy beasts dealt with Takemura and Yusheng, they left the giant Steelix to clean up the mess. Then she climbed up the bell tower to rescue people, and the three holy beasts were responsible for dealing with the Rocket members in the city, and at the same time saving the Pokémon trapped in the fire along the way. This delayed a long time. In front, at this time, the three holy beasts walked side by side to the front and looked up at Ho-Oh in the sky. Roar! Entei took the lead and let out a low roar, as if he wanted to communicate with Ho-Oh. What are they doing? Serena, Anoka, and others were behind, looking at this scene and asked in confusion. It seems that they want to dissuade Ho-Oh. Morty watched this scene. He also had some understanding of the three sacred beasts in the Johto region legend. Can it be done? Serena was very worried when she heard it. It would be great if it could be done, so that Ash would not have to risk his life. I don't know about this. Morty shook his head slightly. He had no way to be sure about this kind of thing. 997 At this time, the three sacred beasts simultaneously sent growl to Ho-Oh, as if they were urging Ho-Oh to calm down. In fact, their relationship has completely reversed now. In the past years, they had a deep hatred for humans just after they were resurrected. Although Ho-Oh asked them to monitor humans, they had no good feelings towards humans, so there has been no progress for so many years. On the contrary, Ho-Oh worked hard to resurrect the three sacred beasts and gave them power and responsibilities. This also reflects Ho-Oh's tolerance and understanding of humans. Although they have been hurt by humans, they are still willing to try to accept humans again. But now the situation seems to have completely reversed. After meeting Ash, two of the three holy beasts gradually understood Ho-Oh's tolerance towards humans. As for Entei, today it chose Norman to come all the way and resolutely chose to stand on the side of humans, which can also prove that the human world has indeed left a good impression on it. Now the three holy beasts have abandoned their past prejudices and no longer treat all humans with one stick, and recognize from the bottom of their hearts that there are many trustworthy people among humans. And now Ho-Oh, because of this incident, no longer has a tolerant and broad-minded mood towards humans, which makes the two sides enter the opposing contest condition. However, the three holy beasts are not on the side of humans, but on the side of Ash and others, except Entei. They also cannot forgive those who attacked Ho-Oh, but now they must calm Ho-Oh's anger. Otherwise, its anger will burn Ecruteak City and even the entire Johto region. They can ignore the life and death of humans, but Ho-Oh's power obviously affects Pokémon. If this collapse power continues, small Pokémon will inevitably be hurt. They are not only worried about the safety of other Pokémon, but also worried about Ho-Oh. They are worried that when it comes to smelling salts, it will find out what it has done and will regret it. However, at this time, Ho-Oh's eyes are red, and the voices of the three holy beasts echo in his ears, but he can't hear them at all. Looking at the three familiar figures in front of him, Ho-Oh did not feel any relief at this time. Instead, he saw them standing on the side of humans, and his anger exploded even more fiercely. Hearing Ho-Oh's voice, the three sacred beasts changed their expressions, and the next moment, boom! Ho-Oh did not hesitate and instantly released Sacred Fire in the direction of the 3 sacred beasts. The 3 sacred beasts changed their expressions when they saw this, and Suicune opened his mouth directly, and the water flow condensed with a bang, and the powerful hydro pump was instantly released forward. Bang! Hissing! The 2 energies collided violently, and the water and fire suddenly made a hissing sound, and a large amount of water vapor burst out. However, Suicune's power came from Ho-Oh after all. Although the water system had a greater advantage, the power of the hydro pump was gradually suppressed. Roar! Seeing this, the Thunder King roared growl, and an amazing thunderbolt emerged from his body, and a thunderbolt was released. Boom boom! 3 energies collided, and the amazing explosion expanded again. In the smoke, the Phoenix Lord rushed directly through the smoke and attacked the direction of the 3 sacred beasts. Roar! Seeing this, Entei roared at Thunder King and Suicune, and the 3 sacred beasts moved at the same time, jumping away in different directions. Ho-Oh swooped over, was dodged by the 3 sacred beasts, and quickly rose into the air, but still brought a strong airflow. Morty and others below quickly stabilized their bodies. After Ho-Oh rose, the airflow decreased, and everyone reacted and looked up at the sky. Ho-Oh circled back into the air and looked down. Suicune was still on the street ground, Entei stood on a roof, ignoring the burning flames and looking at the sky, and Thunder King stood on a telephone pole. Cry! Ho-Oh cried, and an orange-red flame condensed in his mouth, and then the flame directly turned into a fireball, releasing a large character explosion, and released it in the direction of Suicune. Suicune suddenly jumped and splashed, avoiding the attack, and exploded on the ground, instantly producing a shocking explosion. Despite this, they still hesitated and were unwilling to fight Ho-Oh. However, Ho-Oh did not hold back at all. For it was not only the betrayal of humans, but also the loss of reason, thinking that the 3 sacred beasts had betrayed it and everything would be destroyed. Roaring again, Ho-Oh's eyes, which were originally glowing red, flashed a burst of golden light, and the next moment, 2 golden lights shot out of his eyes at the same time. Not only fire and flying, although it is not a psychic Pokemon, Ho-Oh's psychic moves are also amazing. The extrasensory in his eyes was released, and the flames and house fragments were crushed in the places swept by, and the impact force directly attacked Entei's position. Roar! Entei jumped down from the house, dodging the attack while looking at Suicune and Thunderdust. With their eyes, they actually formed a very good tacit understanding. They understood each other's meaning with just one look. Thunder King and Suicune nodded slightly. The eyes of the 3 holy beasts immediately became firm. After Entei landed on the ground, he raised his head instantly. Roar! The 3 holy beasts had already made a decision after looking at each other. In this situation, Ho-Oh would not listen to their explanations, so they could only fight first. Entei dodged the attack, raised his head after landing, and also released Sacred Fire. Entei's Sacred Fire was not as colorful as Ho-Oh's, only a single purple. But even so, its temperature was higher than half of the fire-type tricks. Entei's Sacred Fire swept into the air. Seeing this, Ho-Oh quickly shifted his body, and with the advantage of flying, he easily avoided Entei's Sacred Fire. On the other side, Suicune's attack also arrived on time, condensing the water flow energy into a huge water ball, and water pulse sprayed into the air. Ho-Oh saw this and quickly flapped his wings. Before the water pulse ball came, he used the back of his wings that were flashing with flames to knock the water ball away. Bang! The water ball was knocked away and hit a burning building. A big hole was instantly blown out of the entire building. At the same time, the water in the water ball burst out, instantly extinguishing a large area of fire. Boom! Ho-Oh saw this and was about to launch an attack when he heard a roar and a golden lightning swept over. Thunder King was seen standing on top of the electric pole, with golden spark bursting out of his body, and even the surrounding electric wires began to emit new ember. The speed of the lightning was amazing. When Ho-Oh was about to take action, it directly hit its body. The power of Thunder King alone is not inferior to what Team Rocket just used on Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh was hit and immediately let out a roar, but this also stimulated Ho-Oh's madness even more. Okay, Zhao, boom! Ho-Oh swung dual wing beat to deflect the lightning around his body, and at the same time he was slightly panting. He had consumed a lot of power when facing Team Rocket before, and was also injured by the attack. After a series of continuous attacks, even Ho-Oh's physical strength was a little bit behind, but the more power he consumed, the more rage he felt in his heart, and the crazier his actions became. Buzz! After deflecting Thunder King's thunder shock, Ho-Oh gathered dual wing beat in front of him, as if he was holding himself, and then his body gradually flashed a holy light. That is. Recover. Morty and the others were also surprised by this scene. They finally saw Ho-Oh start to get tired. Although Recover could not fully restore his own physical strength, it was enough for Ho-Oh who had abnormal physical strength. Seeing this, the 3 holy beasts knew that they couldn't continue like this, so they launched their own attacks, preparing to interrupt Ho-Oh's recovery. But when the 3 holy beasts were about to launch an attack, the light on Ho-Oh suddenly dissipated, and the next moment when the dual wing beat opened, a colorful flame blasted out. Roar! Bang bang bang! Under the cover of the dual wing beat, the sacred fire suddenly erupted, catching the 3 holy beasts off guard, and the flame directly hit the Thunder King on the electric pole. The wires and the electric poles were hit by this force at the same time, and the moment the wires broke, the flames flew everywhere. At the same time, the Thunder King was also hit by the power of the sacred fire and crashed into a building not far away and was engulfed in the sea of fire. It was not over after knocking the Thunder King away. Ho-Oh continued to swing the dual wing beat and attacked the direction of the Thunder King. Entei and Suicune looked at each other when they saw this, and the sacred fire and hydro pump were released in the direction of Ho-Oh at the same time to block Ho-Oh's pursuit of the Thunder King. Ho-Oh quickly rose up, dodging the attacks of Entei and Suicune. At the same time, while rising in the air, extrasensory released again. 2 rays of light in his eyes swept towards water and fire respectively. Entei and Suicune looked at each other and stood 180 degrees apart. Then they launched their own attacks, and released Sacred Fire and Hydro Pump forward. Bang bang, boom boom boom, both of their special moves collided with Ho-Oh's extrasensory at the same time, and an explosion of devastating level broke out in an instant. Roar! At the same time as the explosion, a roar and a thunderous sound were heard in the ruins of the previous flames. Thunder King rushed out with a strong electric current all over his body and hit Ho-Oh in the air directly. Ho-Oh glanced at the corner of his eyes, and the swing of dual wing beat suddenly rose. Thunder King rushed past and failed to hit Ho-Oh. Suicune and Entei also jumped to a high place at the same time, launching long-distance attacks one after another, but they were all avoided by Ho-Oh. The 3 sacred beasts and Ho-Oh is still fighting, but at this time, something strange is happening in the ruins of Alph, far away from Ecruteak City. In the depths of the ancient ruins in the Johto region, there is an underground palace buried in history. As Ho-Oh's power goes out of control, the various places begin to collapse, and the ruins of Alph are in ruins. The palace deep in Alph was also affected by this force. CJBC, this kind of material collapse began to appear all over the world, and it was spreading rapidly. As the gaps in the void continued to expand, it began to cause more serious damage to the palace. At this moment, on the dark palace walls, totems with strange letter patterns suddenly flashed with strange light. The lights of a whole row of wall murals were lit up one after another like buttons, and the next moment, the letters on the murals seemed to come alive. Mimi Mimi, the entire palace, hundreds of murals, all came alive in an instant, and each letter came out of the murals, and then gradually gathered together. Mimi Mimi Mimi. At this moment, the patterns on the wall slabs disappeared, and these letters floated in the air and gathered together. The next moment, it was like a swarm of bees rushed out quickly towards the collapsed space next to it. Anything touched by these collapsed gaps, dead objects would turn into dust directly, and living things would completely lose their vitality. But they seemed to be fearless and rushed directly to the gap, and then poured into the gap one after another. Soon, hundreds of them all disappeared in the gap. Ecruteak City. The battle was still going on. Celebi, who was knocked away by Ho-Oh, slowly flew out of the ruins and looked around. Looking at the 3 sacred beasts and Ho-Oh who were still fighting, he slowly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. It seems that something big is about to happen. Ring Ring Tower? Found it, go over there quickly. On the other side, in the Ring Ring Tower, Ash finally found the colored feather under the ruins of the middle level of the Ring Ring Tower through Psychic. Roar! Charizard let out a low roar, and then flew out in the direction of the colored feather. After arriving, Ash jumped off Charizard's back, walked into the ruins, and picked up the feather. At this time, the colored feather was still here, but it had lost its luster, the light was dim, and it was even getting darker. The original colored feather gradually turned gray, and it seemed that the color was still disappearing rapidly. Ash frowned slightly and tried to use Psychic to inject power into the feather, but it was useless. It seems that it was because of Ho-Oh. As the master, Ho-Oh is now completely disappointed with humans, so it will eventually become like this. Boom! Roar! As Ash was absorbed in looking at the colorful feather in his hand, there was a roar, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. Ash subconsciously grabbed the feather in his hand. Pika? The ground beneath his feet had been burned directly through by the flames, and his body fell uncontrollably with the ruins, and Pikachu also made a panicked growl. Roar! Charizard flew up quickly, and Ash also used Psychic to teleport Pikachu to its back. Okay, let's get out of here. Ash landed on Charizard's back, and after getting the colorful feather, Ash gestured to Charizard, who nodded after hearing the voice, and then prepared to take Ash and Pikachu away. Help! Can anyone hear it? Just as he was about to leave, he heard a panicked cry for help. Hearing this voice, Ash looked over and saw several familiar figures huddled in the corner and shivering on the lower floor. Because the floor he was just on the ground collapsed, blocking the area around them, leaving only a very small space. Moreover, in the process of coming down from above, Chen Han's Psychic spent most of his energy on dealing with the burning wooden boards, stones, etc. that were not falling. He didn't even notice that there were still living people on the lower floor. These idiots. Charizard, go over. Ash shook his head helplessly after taking a look, and saw at a glance that it was Jessie, James, and Meowth, a trio hugging each other and trembling. Ash, who still had more Psychic, commanded Charizard to carry him to fly towards the trio. It's over. What about Jessie? I don't want to die. Why are you asking me? I haven't become a big celebrity yet, and I don't want to die either. The two hugged each other and cried, thinking that they were doomed this time, and the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. The two who were hugging each other in pain opened their eyes subconsciously after hearing the voice. After getting used to the dazzling firelight, they saw Ash standing on Charizard's back. It's you, little brat. Seeing Ash, the 3 members of Team Rocket seemed to see a savior with bright eyes. Really? Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Ash didn't bother to care why the 2 of them appeared here. Anyway, he could probably guess that they were planning to fish in troubled waters, so he ignored them and gave 10 orders. Roar! Charizard let out a low roar, and the 3 members of Team Rocket were startled, thinking that Ash was going to attack them. But Charizard opened his claws, and released the Dragon Claw with a flashing green light, and blasted directly towards the wall behind them. Bang! Waving his claws alternately, he easily slashed the entire wall. When Team Rocket reacted, his face was overjoyed. I don't care about you, Ash said lightly when he saw this, and then motioned Charizard to leave here. Charizard nodded slightly, took Ash and flew out, ignoring them, while Jessie and James still cast a grateful look at Ash, and hurriedly ran out after seeing him leave. Although they were still on the tower, with Weezing and Victreebel there, they were able to get out, so Ash didn't care about them much. When they were in the air outside the tower, they felt that the temperature suddenly dropped, and it felt that breathing became much smoother. At the same time, Ash also realized the severity of the situation. The collapse in the surrounding air was getting worse and worse, and the withering of vitality was also expanding outside Ecruteak City. Of course, Ecruteak City itself was also constantly collapsing. Boom boom boom. Soon, the continuous explosion sound attracted Ash's attention, and Ash looked at the Air Minister in the distance. Flames, water, and lightning kept interweaving in the air, and it seemed that a fierce battle was obviously going on. Looking at the situation over there, Ash planned to rush over immediately, but at this moment, the surrounding soaring in the cracks of the sky, a group of dark figures rushed out continuously. Meow 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 meow. Ash heard the noises and looked around with a slightly changed expression. Who are these? Unown. Ash was very surprised. He didn't know why the Unown suddenly appeared in this place. Looking at the dense Unown in the sky like a swarm of normal, Ash was full of questions. He didn't know why the Unown appeared here. Looking at them at this time, they were also rushing towards the battle in front. Ash felt a little uneasy and immediately said, "Follow them, Charizard." Quickly signaled, Charizard nodded after hearing the voice, and quickly followed with Ash. Bang! At this time, the battle between the 3 sacred beasts and Ho-Oh was still going on, but at this time both of them expected that a greater crisis was quietly approaching. Avoiding Ho-Oh's attack, the Thunder King was about to attack again. Meow meow. Suddenly, dozens of Unown swarmed into the battlefield and surrounded the Thunder King. Roar! The Thunder King, who was about to launch an attack, was slightly stunned when he saw the Unown suddenly appearing around him. He looked around and found that there were still a surprising number of Unowns gathering around him. Seeing this, the Thunder King roared and burst into amazing lightning that spread in all directions. Mimi. Seeing the Thunder King's attack, the Unowns scattered one after another, but when the Thunder King's electric current attack dispersed, they gathered again. Seeing this, the Thunder King waved his claws to drive them away, but at this time, these Unowns were like flies and could not be shaken off. The Thunder King jumped out of their encirclement with force, but they soon gathered together again. Mimi. And it was not just the Thunder King. At this time, other Pokémon, Entei, and Suicune all noticed the situation around them. Unknowingly, there was a large group of black dots hovering in the air on the soaring in the sky, and then they directly entered the field, not just towards the Thunder King. At the same time, it also attacked Entei, Suicune, and Ho-Oh. Roar! Seeing the Unown coming, Entei let out a low roar, and then released the sacred fire directly, and the flame blasted towards the Unown. Boom! Swish, swish, swish. 0. However, when the flame hit a group of Unown, the flame seemed to be blocked by an invisible air wall. After the air wall blocked Entei's sacred flame for a moment, the flame suddenly penetrated, but did not hit the Unown. All the Unown seemed to have no entity. The sacred flame passed directly through their bodies, and then it seemed that a door to another dimension opened behind them, directly sucking all the flames in. Seeing this, Entei frowned slightly, and before he could think more, he saw the Unowns rushing over one after another, and Entei was about to dodge. Boom! A colorful flame attacked and directly knocked Entei out. Entei roared, knocked the colorful flames away, and his body fell on the street. Meow meow meow. The Unowns rushed towards the fallen Entei like cats smelling fish. At the same time, a large number of other Unowns also rushed towards Ho-Oh. Seeing the Unowns around him, Ho-Oh seemed to find them annoying. He opened his mouth and released sacred fire again, but the result was basically the same as when Entei just launched the attack. All of them were blocked by a wall of air and soon absorbed into a strange space. On the other side, Suicune and Thunder King were also busy dealing with the Unowns, and the scene became a little chaotic for a while. Entei was hit and fell to the ground by Ho-Oh. Although Ho-Oh was very powerful, it could still fight. But as soon as it fell, all the Unown rushed over and stuck to its body, wrapping Entei into a black ball like a parasite. The 3 legendary sacred beasts were unable to break free at this time. What are these? Looking at the flying Unown, Serena and others spoke with confusion. This is Unown. At this time, Morty looked at the sky with a shocked face, and everyone looked at him at the same time after hearing Morty's voice. You know, Sunday asked when he saw this. Yeah, I've seen stone tablets with their images in ruins of Alf. Unown is said to be a super ancient Pokémon. It is said that 973 is the origin of human writing. In ancient times, people began to invent writing because they saw Unown. But they should have already been. Morty knew a little about some ancient legends and ruins in Johto region. He had also been to ruins of Alf. At that time, he just wanted to see if there were any traces of Ho-Oh or the 3 sacred beasts in the ruins. However, he saw the figure of Unown on many walls, but he had never seen it alive. It was for this reason that Unown was considered to be an extinct Pokémon. But why did it appear here? Serena listened to Morty's explanation and figured out the origins of these guys a little bit. But there was still one thing that was unclear, that is, why these guys appeared, and they seemed to be malicious. I don't know this either. Morty shook his head slightly. He really didn't know why, because everything about Unown was completely unknown, just like its name. So I don't know why they came and what they want to do. Do they have such a strong power? Sendai listened to Morty's words and looked towards Entei, who was still struggling. But the Unowns were like a huge wave that vowed to completely submerge him, gradually wrapping up Entei's whole body. You know, Entei is one of the 3 sacred beasts, with amazing power, but he couldn't break free. And not only that, even Ho-Oh's attack didn't work. Charizard, Flamethrower. At this time, a voice sounded, and a flame fell from the sky, shooting directly towards Entei and the Unown. Bang! The Unowns hit Entei, and after being attacked, the power surrounding Entei was also weakened a lot. Roar! Entei quickly seized the opportunity and broke free, quickly throwing them off his body, but even though he was attacked by Flamethrower, it only slowed them down temporarily. Soon they recovered again, and then gathered together again to look for the target, seemingly unharmed. Ash. Morty and others also noticed Ash in the air, and Serena and Sunday were relieved when they saw Ash appear. At this time, Ash frowned and looked at the surrounding situation. Although Entei had escaped, Ash's face was not very good. I never thought that Unown would appear. Others didn't know, but Ash knew very well. Unown seemed harmless, but it was definitely a big boss-level Pokémon. Their number was amazing. Although they were rarely seen now, once they appeared, there were at least hundreds or thousands of them. And this is the most powerful part of Unown. Although a single individual is very weak, their ability will increase exponentially with each additional one. The more they are, the stronger they are. It seems that there is no limit or bottleneck. Not to mention the 3 sacred beasts, even top-level gods like Ho-Oh and Lugia may be defeated when they encounter enough Unown. It is not clear why they appeared in Ecruteak City, but seeing that they flew out of the cracks of collapse just now, it is very likely that they came because of Ho-Oh. While Ash was thinking, the Unown who were attacked before seemed to have noticed Ash. Looking in the direction of Ash, they flew into the air one after another. A circle of light flashed around the bodies of several Unown, and then the light rotated in front of them and turned into a beam of light and blasted out. Several Unown attacked at the same time. This is also the only trick of Unown, hidden power. Ash, be careful. Seeing that all the Unown launched an attack, Serena and others below shouted loudly. Ash looked at the attack in front of him and prepared to fight back. Boom! But a purple flame came first and blocked the hidden power of the Unowns, and officially separated from the Entei. After Entei helped Ash block the attack, the Unowns quickly attracted Entei's attention and rushed towards Entei again. This time, Entei had experience. When the Unown rushed over, he quickly jumped away and kept a certain distance from the Unowns. Roar! At the same time, Entei roared. After seeing this scene, Thunder King and Suicune also began to move quickly. They did not dare to stay in place, otherwise they would definitely be caught by the Unown. Following Entei's roar and Ash's command, the 3 holy beasts quickly moved and led a group of Unown to move in the burning city streets. The 3 holy beasts cooperated very well and used the terrain to quickly lead the Unown to a 3-way intersection. Then the Master and Concubine each occupied one of the intersections. In the middle of the intersection, hundreds of Unown were attracted to the central position, and then the 3 holy beasts gathered energy at the same time to attack. Boom! Hydro Pump, Sacred Fire, Thunder, the 3 sacred beasts' special moves burst out at the same time and hit the Unown in the middle of the intersection. Bang! Boom boom boom! The power of the 3 sacred beasts was released in the direction of the Unown, but the situation was different from before. It was first blocked by the air wall for a moment, and finally passed through the Unowns directly. The 3 energies collided with each other, and an amazing explosion occurred instantly. At the same time, the Unowns were growled while being whirlwinded by the airflow of the explosion. But it still seemed that they did not suffer any damage, and soon gathered again. The 3 sacred beasts had no choice. Ash was commanding the 3 holy beasts while paying attention to the situation in the air. Ho-Oh was also dealing with the Unown, and the dense crowds around him made people feel scalp numb. However, Ho-Oh lost his mind at this time and just launched attacks around him frantically, but there was no doubt that he was facing so many Unown. In the case of losing his mind, Ho-Oh simply couldn't cope with it, and all the attacks were absorbed by the Unown. However, Ash could still see that when he attacked from the back just now, it seemed to be effective. When he attacked from the front, it seemed that they had a way to avoid damage. However, even if he could hit them, in this case, they seemed to be able to recover quickly. Moreover, at this time, the number of these Unown was also increasing, and they seemed to be constantly summoned from the cracks of the collapse. At this time, a sharp growl came, and Ash turned his head to see that Serena, Sunday, and Morty were also surrounded by Unown not far away. Pikachu, T1 Volt. Ash immediately ordered Pikachu when he saw this. 29 Pikachu jumped up from Ash's shoulder. Pikachu Thunderbolt was released, sweeping through the air, and the Unown scattered after hearing the sound. Ash rushed over with Charizard, ready to get off Charizard so that Charizard could better participate in the battle, but suddenly, Ash, be careful. Serena's voice suddenly sounded, and Ash was slightly stunned, and a psychic light flashed in his eyes. Several Unown who were staring at him behind him appeared in his visual perception. Mimi. The next moment, hidden power was released directly from behind Ash and Charizard, and Ash immediately planned to hold up the psychic barrier. Rabbi? At this time, a voice rushed out quickly and blocked behind Ash, raised his hands, and a green energy barrier took shape, and Protect was turned on blocking the attacks of the Unown in front of him. Celebi. Ash was slightly stunned, and his hands that were performing psychic also stopped in midair. After reacting, he quickly signaled Charizard to land. Charizard brought Ash to the ground, and Serena and others quickly ran towards him. Celebi turned around and smiled after seeing Ash land safely. However, the next moment, a colorful flame from soaring in the sky attacked, and the Unown who were attacking Celebi dodged. But the Unown dodged, and Celebi was too late to do so. The flame fell, and the power of Protect disappeared almost at the same time. Bang! Rabbi! Celebi screamed after being hit by the flame, and was shrouded in smoke. In an instant, Celebi fell directly from the smoke garden. Celebi. Ash teleported sadly from Charizard to the fallen Celebi, hugged it, and felt a scorching temperature in his hands, but Ash still held it in his arms, and tried to use Psychic to treat it. Rabbi. Celebi turned his head with difficulty and looked at Ash weakly. After seeing that Ash was fine, he smiled a little. Thank you. Seeing this, Ash thanked him with some heartache. At this time, Ho-Oh let out a sharp roar in the sky, and the airflow continued to spread. As this energy continued to spread, everyone could clearly feel that the collapse around them was accelerating. As the collapse around them expanded faster, the Unown seemed to have sensed it and gathered together. Even the part that was entangled with the three sacred beasts quickly gathered in the direction of the Phoenix Lord. Hundreds of Unown gathered together in a dense mass, which made people feel numb. I saw these Unown gathered together and suddenly began to rotate rapidly. In an instant, all the Unown turned into a letter storm rotating in the air. The letter storm drove a strong airflow, and the surrounding flames and things were swept away and turned into dust. The next moment, the storm formed by Unown circled directly in the direction of Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh launched an attack, but the power of so many Unown gathered together was amazing. All the attacks released by Ho-Oh were sucked into the other dimension. Bang! Tick! Soon, the letter storm tackled Ho-Oh, and Ho-Oh immediately let out a shrill cry of growl, and was directly sucked in. Boom boom boom! Ho-Oh was sucked into the dark Unown Storm, and the large amount of gathered power made Ho-Oh unable to escape. It was injured and consumed a lot of physical strength, but it didn't feel it too obviously under Rage's contest condition. Even if Recover was used for recovery, there was no way to replenish all the consumed contest condition. In the storm, many Unown quickly attached themselves to Ho-Oh, hanging on his body like parasites. The Unown that were attached to Ho-Oh seemed to be gradually absorbing Ho-Oh's power. Ho-Oh burst out with power several times to bounce them all off. But every time they bounced off, other Unown quickly attached themselves to them, which was even more difficult than the device that Team Rocket used to capture them. Slowly, Ho-Oh's power began to weaken, and he could no longer break free. A large number of Unown kept attaching themselves to him, like a puzzle. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix Lord's body was completely covered by 10 pieces of black. Cry! With a weak roar, Ho-Oh's red eyes were also covered by Unown, gradually forming a black sphere. Outside, the continuous Unown storm made it impossible for the surrounding objects to get close. At the same time, the collapse of the surroundings did not stop, but accelerated. The space cracks became larger, and groups of Unown ran out from time to time. At the same time, the speed at which the earth withered was also accelerating crazily. Roar! The three holy beasts saw this and rushed to the outer area of the Unown Storm. Ho-Oh was trapped, so they naturally wanted to rescue him. The three attacked at the same time, but the storm formed by Unown was like a natural barrier, easily blocking all the attacks released by the three holy beasts, and there was no way to break through. Ho-Oh actually. Morty looked at the center of the storm in surprise, and could only vaguely see Ho-Oh being completely submerged by Unown. Everyone was full of doubts, not knowing what Unown's purpose was. Boom boom! At this moment, a sound of collapse came from all around them. It turned out that a collapse was expanding towards them, and when it touched the house, it caused the house to collapse, and it also came towards everyone. Oh no, let's get out of here! Ash shouted hurriedly when he saw this, and everyone was ready to leave after hearing it, and at this time, the three holy beasts jumped in at the same time. Roar! Attacked the location of the collapse, and the ultimate move Tackle was at the location of the collapse. The force of the impact suppressed the expanding collapse back. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw this. They didn't expect them to suppress the collapse. However, after their attack stopped, the cracks in the collapse began to expand again. At this moment, everyone also knew that the three holy beasts could only suppress it, and there was no way to completely eliminate the collapse. What should we do now? Sunday and Serena asked with a worried look on her face. Everyone. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, and Mickey's sisters and Plask ran over here and soon came to the side of everyone. Where is Ho-Oh? They were in a relatively safe place before, and saw Ho-Oh disappear in the black storm and rushed over immediately. In Unown. Morty said with a serious look. How could this happen? What do they want to do? Mickey's sisters also changed their faces after hearing the voice. I think it was Ho-Oh's rage that caused the ecological collapse and affected the place where Unown lived, so Unown wanted to stop the source of the collapse. But they probably don't know that the more they suppress Ho-Oh, the more serious the collapse will become. And Ho-Oh represents the power of life. Once Ho-Oh dies, I'm afraid that many lives will be affected and then face the fate of extinction. At this time, Plask spoke with a serious look. In short, it is now stuck in another dead end. Unown actually wanted to stop the collapse out of instinct. They didn't have much thinking ability and thought that as long as they solved the root cause of Ho-Oh, it would be enough. But the more this happened, the stronger the rage of Ho-Oh would be. If Ho-Oh was defeated or even killed by them, as the god of the origin of many lives in the Johto region, many things in the Johto region would perish with it. The three sacred beasts, Suicune, Entei, and Emperor, would be defeated. Then what should we do? Hearing this, Mickey asked with a worried look on her face. We must wake up Ho-Oh and eliminate its rage. When Ho-Oh wakes up and eliminates its rage, the collapse will naturally stop, and these Unown will automatically leave. Plask carefully explained the solution to everyone, but it was obviously not that easy at the moment. By the way, Ash, where is the colored feather? As if thinking of something, Plask suddenly raised his head. If he wanted to rescue Ho-Oh, the colored feather was the key. I have found it, but... Ash frowned slightly, and then took out the colored feather. The luster of the colored feather was dim at this time. It was just a light gray before, but now it has completely turned black. Has it been polluted so seriously? Seeing this scene, Plask's face became quite ugly. The original greedy desire would pollute the colored feather. This colored feather had fallen into the hands of Archer and Matsuno before. Although Ho-Oh was successfully summoned, it was still seriously affected. For some reason, even my psychic can't restore it. Ash frowned and said, at this time he wanted the system to immediately change him another colored feather. It must be because of Ho-Oh. This colorful feather is the proof of mutual trust between Ho-Oh and humans. Now Ho-Oh no longer trusts humans, so it naturally loses its effect. It's over. There is no other way. Plask said in a lost tone, kneeling unconsciously, supporting the ground with both hands and showing a look of despair. The others also looked at each other with solemn expressions. It's no wonder they are desperate. Now everyone can see that this colorful feather is no longer useful. Ho-Oh no longer trusts humans, and they have no way to enter the inner space blocked by Unown to rescue Ho-Oh. Even if they rescue it, it will not believe that humans are a dead end. Ash lowered his head in silence, but when he lowered his head, he happened to see Celebi, who was also worried in his arms, and a light of hope suddenly lit up in his eyes. No, it's not over yet. Listening to Ash's words, everyone's expression changed and they all looked at Ash. Ash, however, was looking at Celebi in his arms. He felt a little distressed to see that it was injured and exhausted, but now all hope was on it. Ash, what are you going to do? Sunday and Serena were a little worried, and finally Serena asked first. Celebi, can you help us and send us back to the past? Ash glanced at Celebi. Yes, he hoped that Celebi could use its powerful ability to travel through time to send them back to the past. Back to the past. Everyone was very surprised to hear Ash's bold decision, and Plaske also looked at Ash in surprise and slowly stood up. I didn't expect that this young man would have such a bold idea. You know, traveling through time is something that ordinary people dare not even think about. Ash ignored the surprise of the people around him, and just looked at Celebi and waited for its response. Rabbi. Celebi shook his head decisively, and then shouted at Ash a little anxiously, as if he wanted to explain something to Ash. Ash listened carefully, but couldn't hear clearly what Celebi wanted to say. Celebi saw that Ash couldn't hear clearly, and he was a little anxious. Celebi, I am communicating with you through telepathy now, please tell me the reason. Then, Ash could only use psychic. I can't take you back to such a close timeline. What do you mean by such a close timeline? Ash continued to ask. In the original plot, in the theater version of Transcend Time and Space, the god of time Dialga had accurately sent the fools to the time before Arceus was attacked. So what is the difference in Celebi's power? Floating in front of Ash, Celebi waved his hands and explained quickly. Time is different from time. If you want to change this time point, you must go to the same timeline. And if you want to use time travel to change this period of history, then you must go back to that timeline, and the exact same person will appear. Ash roughly understood what Celebi meant. This was also the time paradox he had seen in many movies and TV shows. Two identical people appear in the same timeline. Is it possible for such a thing to happen naturally? However, Ash still had some hope. Rabbi. Celebi continued to explain that he couldn't let Ash and others go back. If two people met at the same time, it would easily cause time and space disorder and cause big trouble. Celebi also knew what Ash wanted to do. Ash probably hoped to go back to before Team Rocket appeared and directly capture Matsuno. Then prevent the arrival of Team Rocket, so that when it returns to this era, history will be changed, but this time is too close, it dare not take the risk to try. Ash also completely understood Celebi's concerns. People from two different timelines cannot meet each other, otherwise there will be completely unpredictable situations. If two identical people want to meet, it can only be in different time and space. In essence, they are not the same person, but another self in a parallel universe. That is a problem of space and has nothing to do with time. To put it bluntly, it is a parallel universe. Only Ash from two different time and space can meet, but Ash from the same timeline is impossible. And the method Ash thought of is because in Ash's memory, when Arceus appeared, he changed history by traveling back in time. Ash thinks that this method can also be borrowed here, but the difference is that the time point this time is too close. The era of going to Arceus is too long ago. Ash and others did not exist at that time, so they can go to the same timeline to change history. But it is not possible now. If you go back a few days ago, you will naturally meet the giant a few days ago. Simply put, it is similar to the Avengers. Mega heroes have to avoid contact with themselves in other time and space when they travel back. What can we do? After hearing Ash's words, everyone has rekindled hope. Although it sounds quite risky, everyone present is willing to take such a risk. Is there no way out? Plask also felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head and couldn't help sighing. If you can't go to a time that is too close, then what about the time more than 100 years ago? Ash pondered for a moment, and then looked at Celebi again. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Ash's bold idea. It's really a bold idea. Ecruteak City more than 100 years ago is an era that no one dares to imagine? Ash, what do you want to do more than 100 years ago? Serena asked in surprise. Ho-Oh was still in Ecruteak City more than 100 years ago, right? If I can find it at that time, maybe I can find a way to restore the colorful feathers to shine again. Listening to Ash's words, everyone understood Ash's idea. This is indeed very likely to be realized, and there was no conflict at all because there were no people like them more than 100 years ago. And after Ash went to contact Ho-Oh this time, Ho-Oh might not have to come to Ecruteak City and would not encounter these things. Think about it carefully. When these legendary powers are too close to humans, they always attract some bad things. Jeba. It is better to disappear in front of humans as soon as possible. Feeling Ash's mood, Celebi nodded slightly. If it was more than 100 years ago, there would be no problem. There would be no conflict between the characters in that time period. Ash's idea can still be implemented. Rabbi, Celebi, I can do it, but it will take such a long time to go back and forth. My current contest condition cannot send too many people. Celebi was seriously injured and lacked physical strength, so it could not exert its full strength. How many people can it take? Listening to Ash's translation, Sally and Sunday asked anxiously. Rabbi. Ash looked at Celebi and said, it said it can send at most 2 people. Ash asked me to go with you. Ash, I'm fine. I'll go. Morty, Mickey sisters, Sunday spoke at the same time without thinking. Serena wanted to speak, but she knew that her strength was not enough and she could not help Ash, so she held back the words. No, it's enough for me to go alone. You are still needed here. Can you send me and Pikachu? Ash shook his head, rejected everyone, and then looked at Celebi and asked. Rabbi. Celebi nodded slightly to indicate that it was no problem. Ash, are you going alone? Serena asked worriedly as she watched this scene. Ash, this is not a joke, you are unfamiliar with the place. Sunday also spoke at the same time, thinking that it was too dangerous for Ash to go alone. Morty and Mickey sisters did not speak, but their eyes were also fixed on Ash, and they all felt that Ash was a bit arrogant. However, if it were not for Ash and his companions to turn the tide tonight, they might not even be able to pass the Rocket Team Kanto. Even at this time, the key to the plan, Celebi was close to Ash. Don't get me wrong, I can go and come back quickly by myself, and we need you here, don't we? Ash glanced at the situation around him and continued, that collapse seems to be suppressed. Before I come back, please don't let this city fall completely. Ash looked at the few people seriously. From the previous attacks of the 3 sacred beasts, it can be seen that the erosion speed of the collapse can be suppressed by using the ultimate attack. It would take some time for him to go back to the past, so the others who stayed behind didn't have to do nothing. They needed to suppress the collapse and buy time for Ash. Ash, please. Morty looked at Ash and said, he should have gone. After all, this was their Ecruteak City's business, and it was also a mistake made by their family. However, Ash was the one chosen by Ho-Oh, so he felt that only Ash could do such a thing. Yeah, Ash responded. Ash, you? Sunday and Serena looked at this scene, their eyes reddened and their faces full of worry. I'll leave this to you, I'll be back soon. Ash looked at Sunday and Serena, walked up to them, smiled gently and touched the hair of the 2 girls. Yeah, Serena and Sunday tried not to cry. Come back, Charizard. Then, Ash took out the Pokeball and took Charizard back. Okay, let's get ready. After arranging everything, Ash put the colored feathers back and then spoke to Celebi. Rabbi? Celebi slowly flew into the air, then took a deep breath, and a burst of blue light instantly emanated from his tentacles. Celebi frowned and closed his eyes tightly because he was too strong. Soon, a blue light emanated from his body, and then the light also enveloped Ash and Pikachu. Ash looked at the light on his body, and felt that his body was out of control as if he was pulled away by a force. The next moment, a blue energy vortex appeared behind him. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with surprise and showed curious expressions. Is this the power of time and space? Whoosh! The next moment, Ash and Pikachu turned into a beam of light, were sucked in, and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Ash, you must come back safely. Sunday and Serena watched Ash disappear, regardless of whether he could hear or not, and shouted loudly into the air. Rabbi? Celebi continued to exert his strength. After all, it was more than 100 years ago. Ash and Pikachu had already entered the time and space tunnel and had not arrived yet, so it still had to support it. At the moment when Celebi supported the space-time tunnel and teleported Ash to more than 100 years ago, Mimi, the surrounding Unown seemed to have sensed it, because traveling through time and space is a kind of power that violates the rules. And now, the Unown are unconsciously correcting the collapse brought by Ho-Oh. The sudden appearance of the power of time makes them feel the power that should not appear at normal time nodes again. Soon they locked on the direction of Celebi and rushed towards Celebi. Mimi, more than a dozen Unown released hidden power at the same time and blasted towards Celebi mercilessly. The amazing power came instantly, and everyone's eyes were on Celebi. When they felt the attack of the Unown, they reacted subconsciously. Be careful. Gengar use Shadow Blast. Quilava, use Flamethrower. Braixen, Flamethrower. Sunday, Serena, and Morty all reacted and resisted the offensive at a command. The three energies simultaneously resisted part of the Unown's attack. But the number of Unown was too large, and the hasty resistance still failed to resist all the power. Bang! Rabbi. The remaining hidden power attacked, and Celebi in the air was instantly hit. In the explosion, accompanied by a scream, Celebi fell directly from the air. Celebi. Everyone was shocked. Serena ran up and hugged the falling Celebi, who was still smoking at this time, with a painful expression on his face and then fainted. Time and space tunnel. At the same time, when Celebi was attacked and fell, Ash immediately placed himself in a strange tunnel, and was originally moving freely, but suddenly, boom boom boom, Suddenly, the tunnel began to shake dramatically. Ash just noticed it and felt that his body was completely out of control. Woo, what happened? Pika. Pikachu didn't know what was going on, but he had a bad feeling. Please give me flowers. At this time, Ash felt as if he was caught in a turbulent current, like a lone boat on the sea, his body swaying around completely out of control. At the same time, it seemed that he repeatedly hit the invisible wall from time to time. After several consecutive tackles, Ash and Pikachu lost consciousness one after another. On the other side, how could it be? What happened to Ash? Sendai also ran over, and was shocked when he saw this scene. Celebi was attacked, and it was unknown whether Ash had successfully arrived more than 100 years ago. Moreover, Celebi was now injured like this. How would Ash come back then? Those guys are rushing over, let's protect Celebi and leave here first. Mickey looked around and found that many Unown had gathered again, and she shouted to everyone. Roar! At this time, all three sacred beasts jumped down and rushed in front of everyone. Entei turned his head and looked at everyone, indicating that they would cover the rear. Suicune and Thunder King's eyes were more on Serena and Sunday. If it really came to a critical moment, they would definitely be more inclined to protect Serena and Sunday. Please. Now they had to protect Celebi's safety, and they couldn't care about too many other things. Morty responded, and then signaled everyone to leave first. The three holy beasts fought and retreated, blocking the Unown while retreating with everyone. Fortunately, most of the Unown have now trapped Ho-Oh, otherwise, they might have difficulty getting out. And for everyone, it's not just the Unown that's more difficult, but also the ever-expanding Hookai. Everyone retreated while attacking the expanding Hookai, which could slow down the erosion of Hookai. Otherwise, before Ash came back, this Ecruteak city might have disappeared. Although they didn't know whether Ash had returned to the time more than 100 years ago, they had to fulfill their duties. If they couldn't hold on when Ash came back from there, it would be too tragic. I don't know how much time has passed. Hey, is it raining? It was pitch black in front of me. Ash felt his cheeks were wet. Without opening his eyes, he thought it was raining, but he couldn't feel the coldness of the rain. Woo. He slowly opened his eyes, a little uncomfortable with the light, but fortunately the light around was not particularly bright, and at this time, 10 furry blue faces were right on his face. The round yellow pupils stared at him with curiosity, and when they saw Ash wake up, those eyes subconsciously showed a light of surprise, and stepped back again and again. Ash sat up suddenly and found himself lying on a piece of grass. Looking around, it seemed to be a large forest. Soon his eyes fell on the little guy next to him, Tien-sankai. Ash looked at it with a surprised look. Is this Shinx? Ash looked at the Pokémon in front of him with a little surprise. It has a big oval face and a pair of big ears. The cross-shaped hair in the cochlea is saffron-colored, and there is a bunch of upright blue fluff on the top of the head, like aloof hair. The hair below the neck and the back half is black, and the rest is blue. The circle of hair at the ankle of the front foot is also saffron. The hair at the end of the tail is also saffron color, like a star hanging on the tail. Maiwa. At this time, this Shinx also tilted its head and looked at Ash in confusion, because it just saw Ash suddenly fall from the sky with its own eyes. Why is it Shinx? Ash looked a little confused. Logically, he should have arrived in the Johto region more than 100 years ago, and Shinx is a common Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. Logically, it should be rare in the Johto region. Is it possible that Shinx of this era is already very common in the Johto region? By the way, Pikachu. At the same time, Ash suddenly found that Pikachu was not around, and hurriedly activated the power of the wave to start looking. Maiwa. At this time, Shinx looked at Ash's worried expression and followed Ash. Soon Ash found Pikachu. The place where it was unconscious was not too far from Ash, it was nearby. Ash hurried forward to check it out, and was slightly relieved to see that Pikachu was not too seriously injured, and then woke Pikachu up. Pikapi. Pikachu slowly woke up, and was very happy to see Ash, and then began to ask where this place was. I don't know where this place is yet, but, Shinx, thank you very much for waking me up. Maiwa, listening to Ash's thanks, Shinx felt the kindness of the human in front of him, squinted his eyes and responded gently. Pika? Seeing this, Pikachu also jumped down and greeted Shinx in a friendly manner. Both of them were electric Pokemon, and they also released electricity to communicate with each other. Shinx, do you know if there are any cities nearby, and which direction to go? There is no way to determine the current location, but Ash is a little uneasy in his heart. Maiwa? After listening to Ash's words, Shinx nodded slightly, and then ran in one direction. Seeing this, Ash immediately followed, jogging behind Shinx, and soon Ash saw the light in front of him. It turned out that the exit of this forest was very close. After walking outside quickly, Ash found that it was on a high slope. When looking down from the high slope, a huge city appeared in the distance. Looking at the city in front of him, Ash's expression changed instantly. What is this? It was a strange city in front of him, which was basically certain that it was definitely not Ecruteak City. Because Ecruteak City still retains the ancient architectural style, it is almost certain that the architectural style of Ecruteak City would not change at all when it returned to more than 100 years ago. And the city in front of him was clearly a completely modern architectural style, that is to say, not only more than 100 years ago, but it was not even in Ecruteak City anymore. How could this be? Did something happen over there? Ash's brows gradually frowned. He thought to himself that this was a problem. It seemed that the vibration he felt in the tunnel was caused by some problem during the crossing process. This made Ash even more worried. Was there something wrong with Celebi over there? Maiwa. At this time, Shinx was beside Ash, tilting his head in confusion, as if asking Ash what happened. Oh, I'm fine. Thank you, Shinx. We have to leave first. After hearing the voice, Ash looked at it, then responded, and looked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Anyway, let's go to the city first. Pika? Pikachu nodded slightly, and then Ash slid down the hillside, while Shinx stood there and looked at Ash. It was just an accidental encounter, but Shinx looked reluctant when he saw Ash leaving. After a pause, he slid down the hillside with him. And Ash came to the city as soon as possible. There were many people coming and going on the streets of the city. Looking at the city's buildings, Ash was sure that this was a city he had never been to. But he couldn't be sure where it was, so Ash just found a passerby. Excuse me, I'm lost. Where is this place? Ash pretended to be a lost traveler and asked a passerby. Here, this is Eterna City. Passersby were not strange. After all, there are countless trainers traveling abroad now, and people often get lost. The name of the city is not written outside, so it is normal for lost people to not know where they are. Eterna City? Sinnoh Region? Hearing this, even Ash, who was always calm, temporarily lost his composure and even forgot to thank the passerby who asked for directions. It took him a long time to react. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. The other party didn't seem to care. After responding, he left directly, leaving Ash standing there alone. After the passerby left, Ash still stood there in a daze without moving. Sinnoh Region, how did you get to Sinnoh Region? I was a little surprised when I saw Shinx, but now I finally confirmed that this is not Johto Region, but Sinnoh Region. It's not that Shinx appeared in Johto Region, but that I have already run to Sinnoh Region. What's more terrifying is that I am not only in Sinnoh Region, but now I don't know which era of Sinnoh Region I am in. Because I did enter the time and space tunnel, Ash didn't think that he was simply teleported to Sinnoh Region in parallel. We must find out quickly. Ash left quickly with Pikachu. The location can be asked by passersby, but there is no way to ask the time, otherwise he might be regarded as a fool. Although he has never been here, Ash is also very clear that Eterna City is a city with a long history in Sinnoh Region, and naturally there is a Pokémon Center. It is relatively easy to find out when you arrive at the Pokémon Center. It took Ash about 5 minutes to find the Pokémon Center and come to the calendar hanging in the Pokémon Center. When he saw the calendar, Ash was also stunned. At this time, there was a full 8 years difference from the time he was in. He did go back to the past, but the time and place were not right. Ash walked out of the Pokémon Center a little absent-mindedly, not knowing what to do. He sat down on the bench next to him, put his backpack next to him, leaned on the bench, and looked at the blue sky. Pika? Pikachu also knew the situation and looked at Ash with some worry. It's completely wrong. Something must have happened over there. Pikachu, it seems we can't go back. Looking at the blue soaring in the sky, Ash was also a little helpless. Sure enough, his intuition was not wrong. He was actually in the Sinnoh region 8 years ago. Although 8 years was not too long, he did not belong to this era and did not know what to do. He could not even go home because he was only 2 years old at that time. Although he believed that when his mother Delia saw him, as long as he explained the whole story clearly, she would definitely believe him. Because although his mother seemed to be slow to react, her intuition was extremely accurate and she should be able to feel that he did not deceive her. But there was still a 3-year-old self in that family. He could not call him a brother, and the 3-year-old Ash was still the Ash who had not been possessed by him. And what he was most worried about now was the situation in Ecruteak City. If he could not go back in the end, he did not know what would happen to them. Alas, Celebi, this joke is a bit too big. Ash looked up at the blue sky and sighed deeply. Pika? Pikachu's ears also bent down, and his face was full of worry. Are you worried about everyone? Actually, I am also worried, but what can I do now? This time, even I. Ash looked at Pikachu, and he was also very worried in his heart. But what can he do this time? Unless Celebi is fine and can realize the situation here, and then take him back. But even if Celebi reacts and takes himself back, there is still no way to save that era, unless Celebi can find him in this era and then send himself back to Ho-Oh more than 100 years ago. As for myself now, I can only describe it as powerless. Pikachu was also very panicked when he heard Ash's words, and then began to wave his short hands and shouted at Ash. It seemed to say not to give up. Once you give up, then everyone else and that era will be completely finished. Pikachu. Ash looked at Pikachu and fell silent. If it was that stupid thing. Yeah, I must think of a way quickly. Ash listened Pikachu's words also quickly sorted out the unprecedented frustration and cheered up. His companions must still be in danger. He promised to go back to the past to save them. He must not give up. What should I do? What should I do? Calm down, Ash. Since your rebirth, this journey has been too smooth for you. When the system cannot be relied on, you must think of a way to save yourself. Ash, who was thinking hard about calm mind, became very anxious, but the more anxious he was, the less reliable solution he could think of. Ash had to force himself to calm down quickly. He kept searching for everything about the Pokemon world in his memory, trying to find out if he could find a 100-point solution to the current predicament. Damn, the situation over there is too critical. Morty and the others will definitely not be able to hold on for too long. Damn it, I can't waste precious time. Huh? Time? Sinnoh region, related to time. Oh, and this. He kept recalling in his heart, not missing any details. Ash finally caught a key word, his eyes gleamed, and he stood up suddenly. And this, the Pokemon in Sinnoh region, if I can find it, I can travel through time more easily and comfortably. A ray of determination flashed across Ash's eyes. There is still hope now. If there is no Celebi, isn't there a more powerful existence in Sinnoh region? Dialga, the god of time, as long as he can find it and get its help, let alone the time of more than 100 years ago, even taking it to travel through time and space will not be a problem. Pikachu looked at Ash with a puzzled face, not knowing what good idea Ash had come up with, but it had absolute trust in Ash. The two have been traveling all the way until now. No matter how dangerous the situation is, Ash can finally take it out of danger. Ash, calm down. Think carefully about how to find Dialga. Although he thought of the only Pokemon that could help him, he still needed to plan it carefully. After all, as the legendary first-level god in the Sinnoh region, he was also in charge of time and had his own exclusive space. The difficulty was much greater than finding Celebi and Ho-Oh. Wouldn't he be able to experience the only convenience of being a time traveler at this time? Because others didn't know how to find Dialga, but he still knew that the more critical the moment, the more he needed to calm down. Xiao Xiang calmly thought about the necessary conditions for finding Dialga. Think of 3 core conditions for finding Dialga. According to his memory, Ash knew that there were 3 main conditions for finding Dialga. The first condition was his token Diamond Jade, which was the main prop that could summon Dialga. The specific function was like the colorful feathers of Ho-Oh and the silver feathers of Lugia. And the Diamond Jade needed the 3 lake gods in the Sinnoh region, and needed to assist their power to open the power of the Diamond Jade, which was the second condition. Finally, the summoning location, the entrance to time and space, the spear pillar in the deepest part of MT Coronet, the summoning ceremony must be performed there. To go to the spear pillar, you must find the gun key, which is the third key condition. These 3 conditions are all heavyweight. It takes almost a lifetime for ordinary people to complete these things. For example, Team Galactic in the original plot took almost 10 years. Of course, they don't have such a big foresight advantage as Ash, and sorting out their thoughts can also save Ash a lot of trouble. The first thing to find is naturally the Diamond Stone, which is the most likely to get him at this stage, and it must be obtained. After getting the Diamond Stone, it's time to get the 3 holy mushrooms. In fact, it's not easy to summon them, but if you have the Diamond Stone in hand, they should be able to sense it. If it doesn't work, you can only let Mutwo invite them out. As long as it's not in front of Team Rocket, it will definitely be no problem to let Mutwo help. After all, as the creator of Mutwo, Team Rocket knows it too well. When in the Bell Tower, Ash wanted to ask it to come out to help several times, but he finally held back. At first, he did think about ordering Mutwo to delete everyone's memory afterwards, but Team Rocket had already experienced this method in the new island. The incongruity of this incident will definitely arouse Giovanni's suspicion, but this time it is different. Although Team Rocket's hands are long, they can only reach as far as the Johto region. The 3 holy mushrooms are Pokemon that can see through people's hearts. As long as they are sure that they are looking for Dialga to do good things, they should help. As long as they can get their support, they can go to find the location of the gun key. That thing is in the ruins of Salation Town, and that place is also guarded by Unown. Ash really doesn't want to get entangled with them unless it is necessary. Although they are not strong individually, they are really annoying. However, Ash believed that as long as he could get the support of the 3 sacred mushrooms, he should be able to avoid a dispute. This was also the reason why he put the gun key last. He had to get the support of the 3 sacred mushrooms first, which would save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Ash did not know the exact location of the gun key, but he thought that the 3 sacred mushrooms must know it. Therefore, if you want to find Dialga, these 3 conditions are definitely indispensable. Okay, that's it. Now it depends on whether you come at the right time. Degree. Ash turned his head and looked at the huge building in the distance. Even though the distance was a little far, he could still see the building clearly. If I remember correctly, the diamond should be in the History Museum of Eterna City. It was like this in the original history. Later, because Team Galactic attacked the museum Snatch, although they failed, it was taken away by others on the way to Celestic Town. The reason was that Team Galactic's boss Cyrus had been undercover in this museum. He revealed the transfer route of the diamond and then let his subordinates take it away. Now that he has come to Eterna City, he just doesn't know whether the diamond stone is exactly in the museum all those years ago. If it is here, he may have to take some abnormal means to borrow it. Pikachu, the situation is urgent, we may have to play the villain for once. Pika. Although Pikachu didn't know what Ash was going to do, he nodded in support without hesitation when he saw his determined eyes. Even if he was a villain for once, it would be enough to save his companions. Ash knew very well that the diamond stone was in the Museum of Eterna City, but it was a treasure related to the legendary gods in the Sinnoh region after all, although even after 8 years, even when he looked down on the Sinnoh region, there was no research progress. But it is also a heavily protected item. If you want to get it, you must use some special means. You can't just go over and tell others that I'm going to save the world 8 years later. Please lend me your diamond stone. If you do this, others will only think you are crazy. So if you want to get the diamond stone, you must use some not so shady means. There is no other way. In extraordinary times, you should do extraordinary things. Just return it to him after using it. Isn't it okay? Okay, we should go. Hearing Pikachu's response, Ash nodded, put on his backpack and walked towards the museum with Pikachu. Pikachu also jumped on Ash's shoulder and left with Ash. The museum is not far from the Pokémon Center. It will take about 10 minutes to reach the destination. What surprised Ash a little was that there were a lot of people outside the museum for some reason. They almost surrounded the entire museum. He couldn't find a place to squeeze in. He was very confused. Why is this museum so popular at ordinary times? With curiosity, Ash walked up. Outside the museum gate, there were many police officers standing guard on both sides, seemingly protecting some important items. The staff members in front of the gate looked around, and in the middle were several men and women in white coats, all of whom looked anxious and impatient. Excuse me, what happened here? Ash asked a trainer carrying a backpack, who was obviously a traveler, not a local. Since he was a foreigner who came to join in the fun, he must have figured out what happened here, so it was right to ask him. Haven't you heard? It is said that a very remarkable artifact will be delivered today. Hearing Ash's inquiry, the other party also responded. This matter has almost spread throughout Eterna City. What kind of artifact is it? Ash's eyes flickered slightly after hearing the voice. Could it be? It is said that it is a gem related to the legendary Pokémon Dialga that controls time. Do you know the god of time? That is the legendary god of Sinnoh, the Pokémon on the statue in the square of Eterna City. The other party also explained after hearing Ash's inquiry. Compared with other regions, there are actually few people who don't know the legends of Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space in Sinnoh region. Like other regions like Johto region or Kanto region, most people are unfamiliar when mentioning Ho-Oh and Lugia, but in this place, these two gods seem to be highly respected since ancient times. It is said that a long time ago, people here have been arguing about the god of time. Which of the celestial space gods is the real one? 443 who exists represents who created the Sinnoh region. Each of them believes in their own beliefs, and naturally hopes that the god they believe in created this land, but it was later confirmed that both sides existed at the same time. Compared with these two, the Karen Dragon Giratina, who is on par with them and even has a more eye-catching performance in the original plot, is rarely known. Is that so? Ash listened to the simple response, but he was secretly glad in his heart. It is better to come early than to come at the right time. Although he was sent here by mistake, he just caught up with the time when the Diamond Jade was unearthed, because he had no memory of when the Diamond Jade was sent to the museum in Eterna City for collection. If the Diamond Jade has not been sent when he comes, it will be much more troublesome for him to find it. When will it be sent? Ash asked again. He was very anxious now. This is not very clear. It is said that the Canalave excavated, Kj, is now City Gym Trainer Mr. Winter Melon and his son Rourke personally led people to escort the bandits. After hearing Ash's question, the other party did not think much, just thinking that Ash was also interested in the Diamond Jade, so he seemed so eager. And Ash fell into deep thought after listening to it. Two familiar names again. The identity of this Mr. Winter Melon is the gym trainer of Canalave City in Sinnoh region in the original plot, and his profession is also a miner. His main job is to dig rare ores and fossils left over from ancient times, and his son Rourke is not a normal person. He is also a gym trainer in Black Gold City in Sinnoh region. In memory, he was the first strong enemy when Ash first came to Sinnoh region, and made Ash at that time taste the first defeat in the gym battle in Sinnoh region. But now it is 8 years ago, and Rourke at this time should not be considered a gym trainer. According to the plot, even 8 years later, Winter Melon still does not recognize his son Rourke, thinking that he is just a child, even though he has become a gym trainer in Black Gold City at that time. It is said that there was such a story at the beginning, which caused a rift in the relationship between the father and son. Originally, Donghua wanted to propose that Xuan, who was mentioned in the original plot and the movie version, be the gym trainer, but was rejected by the other party, and he also suggested that he consider letting his own Roark take the position. But obviously Donghua felt that his son was not mature enough at that time, so he did not accept Xuan's suggestion, which also led to the young and competitive Roark leaving Canalave City in a rage and going to Black Gold City. Later, he also became the gym trainer of Black Gold City with his own ability. Since then, the relationship between the father and son has been in a very awkward contest condition. However, both of them are relatively famous miners, so it is not surprising that the Diamond Jade was dug out by the father and son. At this point in time when he came, many things in his memory had not happened yet, so he could only rely more on his feelings and luck. At present, it seems that luck is still on his side, and he must seize this opportunity next. This time, he was really lucky. Ash thought that since the Diamond Stone would be delivered sooner or later, he might as well wait here first. Like ordinary tourists, he stood outside waiting for the Diamond Stone to be delivered, but he waited for an hour and still didn't see anyone delivering the diamond cloth. The tourists around him were obviously a little agitated, and at this time, in front of the museum's gate, the guys in white coats were whispering. Obviously, they all came here for the Diamond Stone. From their dress, it can be seen that they are researchers, and they can't wait. Didn't they say that it would be delivered to the museum at this time? Why hasn't it been delivered yet? The first one who couldn't help it was a grandmother with short hair. Her face was quite bad, and it seemed that she didn't like others being late. Professor Mustard, wait a little longer. Maybe something delayed you on the way. I'll contact them now. Hearing the grandmother's complaint, the staff in the museum also wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They didn't dare to offend this great god in front of them anyway. This grandmother was not just a simple old lady. Her real identity is the most authoritative archaeological professor in the entire Sinnoh region. So far, she has discovered many historical secrets handed down from the Juxuan era Shenbei region. She can be said to be the most authoritative and famous among all the experts who came today. Her family is also full of talents. The most important thing is that she has a reputation in the Sinnoh region that does not belong to the Sinnoh Pokemon professor. They are all top talents in their respective fields. Her knowledge is amazing, but the only thing is that her temper is a bit weird. Normal people are also cautious when communicating with her, for fear that a wrong word will offend her. This time he was invited to come for the Diamond Stone, because it is said that the lustrous orb related to another god Palkia is kept in her Celestic Town laboratory. And this time, coming to study the Diamond Stone, maybe he can get a glimpse of the secrets of the two most ancient gods of Sinnoh. If so, it will be a good opportunity for their museum to enhance its reputation. Really, young people nowadays have no sense of time at all. Professor Mustard responded impatiently, folded his hands in front of his chest and closed his eyes, very unhappy. Seeing this, the people around him did not dare to take the initiative to offend her, and the staff walked aside, tremblingly took out their mobile phones to ask about the situation. Da-da-da. At this time, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the museum, and a staff member ran out in a panic. Not good. A cry attracted everyone's attention, and the staff member was also stunned when he saw so many people outside, and quickly sorted out his emotions. Then he went to the other staff members and said something carefully. After hearing what he said, the faces of several staff members changed. What did you say? The staff members all showed shocked expressions on their faces. Mr. Donghua and his team have received news that a group of unidentified forces suddenly appeared and wanted to snatch their diamonds. Now the two sides are fighting. Let us send people to support them as soon as possible. The staff who came hurriedly explained the situation. They just received a call for help in the museum, saying that someone was going to snatch the diamonds. So the escort sent a signal for help. Hearing this news, the staff did not dare to neglect it and ran out to explain the situation immediately. Damn, who is that person and where is he? On the road west of Eterna Forest. Send someone there immediately, and notify the police to ask for help, and also notify the curator. The person in charge quickly arranged the response measures. Things are getting a little tricky now, and they must be solved as soon as possible. After dispatching them, the person in charge took 10 deep breaths and then walked towards Professor Mustard Orchid. Professor Mustard Orchid and all the professors, I'm really sorry, there are some problems with the Diamond Jade, and the research work may be delayed. The person in charge spoke in a low voice. The other researchers' faces changed after hearing the voice, not knowing what happened. Only Professor Mustard Orchid showed anger on his face. What did you say? Do you know the importance of that thing? Professor Mustard Orchid questioned angrily. No matter what happened, she just wanted to know whether the Diamond Jade was safe in the end. I'm really sorry. Snatch, a guy of unknown origin, suddenly appeared. We didn't expect that Mr. Wintermelon and others are now trying their best to protect the Diamond Jade. We have sent people to support them and will definitely protect the treasure. The person in charge was frightened by Professor Mustard Orchid's aura and bowed to express his apology. If something really happened, then their museum would have to bear the reputation of not protecting cultural relics well, and he naturally did not dare to neglect it. It's better to be like this. What's going on? That's right, why do you look so flustered? Is there something wrong with the treasure? At the same time, the tourists standing outside were whispering. Although the staff just came out to react in time, the brief panic was still seen by many people. People are like this. They are always full of imagination about unknown things, so there will always be various different versions. Ash looked in the direction of the museum and found that some police officers and staff guarding around were gradually withdrawing. This means that the Diamond Jade is likely not to be delivered in a short time. After keenly noticing this, Ash thought to himself, is there really another accident? After pondering for a moment, Ash slowly withdrew from the crowd and disappeared from the scene. At this time, the faces of several researchers in front of the gate were not very good. After all, they all came for the Diamond Jade. The hot-tempered Professor Mustard Orchid stood there with a gloomy face and said nothing, and at this time a figure squeezed in from the direction of the slightly looser crowd. Grandma, what happened? Huh? Nana? Why are you here? When Professor Mustard Orchid saw the person coming, he was stunned for a moment, and his originally gloomy expression suddenly became as warm as spring breeze. His tone was no longer as hot and aggressive as before to the staff, but full of kindness and pride. I happened to be near here. What happened? In front of him was a blonde girl about 12 or 13 years old, who happened to come here. After hearing about the Diamond Jade, she was also very interested, and when she came over, she happened to see her grandma. But she never squeezed in to disturb her, but after seeing the situation at this time, she couldn't help but come out to ask. Alas, it's all these unreliable guys, saying that an unidentified person intercepted the team on the road and wanted to violently snatch the Diamond Jade. Facing her granddaughter, Professor Mustard Orchid was not as impatient as she was with other people. In fact, although her temper was not very good, it was mainly because she had a dislike for stupidity. As long as it didn't delay her time, she would not be angry under normal circumstances. For an older researcher like her, every minute and every second must be devoted to the research field. In her opinion, the waiting time is wasted. There is also the issue of transportation. Since they knew it was such an important thing in advance, they should have taken it seriously from the beginning. She was very dissatisfied with the attitude of dealing with it seriously only when they encountered a difficult problem. This kind of thing should be prevented in advance. Stephanie's expression changed slightly after listening to Professor Mustard Orchid's words. Seeing the situation here, most people were speculating whether something had happened and they couldn't be sure. I heard that they are fighting and people have been sent to support them. Grandma, let me help too. Listening to Professor Mustard Orchid's words, Stephanie suddenly spoke up and offered to help. No, it's too dangerous. Professor Mustard Orchid refused without thinking. Although she was cold to others, she wanted to take care of her granddaughter in every way and was surprisingly doting on her. Naturally, she didn't want to see her in danger. But if the diamond is taken away by bad guys, it will be troublesome. Grandma, don't worry, I am not a child anymore, I can take care of myself. Stephanie did not give up. She turned around and ran away without waiting for Professor Mustard Orchid's response. Nana, wait a minute. Professor Mustard Orchid called out at this scene, but Stephanie seemed not to hear it and walked through the crowd and left. Mustard Orchid also showed an anxious look on his face. At this time, a figure slowly walked out of the museum. It was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a flamboyant blue short hair. Mr. Cyrus. Seeing the person coming, the staff on the scene immediately greeted him. Professor Mustard Orchid also stopped after hearing the voice. 850 turned around and looked at the person. Professor Mustard, long time no see. I'm really sorry that something like this happened. It's really our museum's negligence? The man nodded slightly to the staff, then walked up to Professor Mustard and apologized. Cyrus, you'd better deal with these things as soon as possible. If anything happens to my granddaughter, I will never let you go. Professor Mustard didn't give the so-called curator in front of him any good look at all, while Cyrus didn't seem to be angry at all, still keeping a gentlemanly smile. On the other side, after leaving the crowd, Ash quickly found the museum's support team. It's up to you, Charizard. Ash threw the Pokeball, and Charizard appeared directly in front of him. Ash saw this and quickly teleported with Pikachu to its back. Then he waved his hand and created a super evolution barrier. Charizard fly to the sky and follow those guys. Ash gestured, Charizard nodded slightly, and then immediately swung dual wing beat flew into the air. The museum's support team quickly joined the nearby police and formed a long convoy. There were about a dozen cars heading out of the city. Ash motioned to Charizard to follow him all the way. Soon they arrived outside the city. From the air, they could see large tracts of forest ahead, with no end in sight. That is the famous Eterna forest in the Sinnoh region. Ash, who didn't know the exact location of the other party, could only follow the support team, so that he could find the location of the Diamond Jade more easily. And at this moment, bang! A sound suddenly came from his ears. Ash was slightly stunned after hearing the sound, and then the wave force went directly over. A burst of smoke came out from the top of the forest in the distance. Ash looked over there with a slightly depressed expression. He could feel many wave auras, and they were all fluctuating violently. It was very likely a melee to protect the Diamond Jade. Ash looked into the distance. According to this distance, if he went to the Eterna forest, it would take a long time to arrive even if he took a shortcut. Charizard, take me there. In the air Ash didn't have so many concerns. He pointed in the direction of the smoke. Charizard changed direction immediately after receiving the order. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, on the road next to the hill on the west side of the forest, a hearty battle was going on, and explosions were heard one after another. Two helicopters were hovering in the sky. The roads on both sides were blocked by collapsed rocks, and the vehicles in front and behind could not get close. In the middle, a large truck was surrounded in the center. A group of people dressed in silver clothes with golden words and patterns on their clothes surrounded the truck. Several figures outside the truck were protecting the truck, staring at the people outside with greedy eyes. At the same time, the Pokémon around and in the air were fighting fiercely with each other. Everyone, hold on for a while, the support will be here soon. At this time, a figure in front of the truck stopped 3 figures alone. Although the situation was urgent, he was still cheering for everyone around him. This person is Kanalave City's gym trainer Dongua. Facing such a situation, he still has a firm and resolute expression. Huh? Really tenacious, Skuntank, use Night Slash. Pure ugly, use Shadow Claw. At this time, 2 of the 3 people in front launched an attack at the same time, and 2 Pokémon rushed out at the same time. One is a Pokémon with purple hair and looks like a skunk, named Skuntank. The other is a fat cat with a fat body and a fierce expression, called Pure Ugly, both of which are relatively common Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. The 2 Pokémon launched an attack almost at the same time and rushed forward, and at this time, Dongua waved a shovel and spoke. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Facing the beat-up of the 2 Pokémon, the huge figure behind Dongua was not afraid at all, and rushed forward after listening to the sound. Dongua is a gym trainer, and the Pokémon he is best at is Steel-type Pokémon, which is also known for its toughness. Roar! Steelix rushed out, roared, and suddenly swept his tail, sweeping directly forward. Bang bang bang! Skuntank and Pure Ugly were the ones who took the initiative to attack, but at the moment of rushing forward, they were swept away by Steelix's tail. At this time, the last of the 3 was watching this scene and was about to take action. Your rival is me. Guided uses rollout attack. A red-haired young man with black-framed glasses and a gentle look blocked his way, and then gave an order to his Guided, who rolled forward after hearing the sound. Humph! Boy, you are too young. But the other party sneered. Toxic Rogue, dodge, and then use Brick Break. Toxic Rogue heard the command and jumped splash to avoid Guided's rollout attack. Then his hands flashed with silver light, but the target was not Guided at all. But behind him, when Steelix, who was a winter melon, had just repelled Skuntank and Pure Ugly, Toxic Rogue's attack fell and hit Steelix's head directly. Wow! Steelix screamed, and his huge body fell to the side and hit the mountain wall beside the road. Bang! This brick break caused a lot of damage to Steelix, and on Team Galactic's side, although Pure Ugly and Skuntank were attacked, it was obvious that they were just luring. The 3 Pokémon showed a very tacit cooperation. They seemed to know that Dongua was the strongest here and they had to get rid of him first. And the young man next to him was Dongua's son Roark. Although he could be called an excellent trainer, he was still too young. Dongua also frowned after seeing this scene. They were originally at a disadvantage in numbers. The other party had no martial ethics at all. He had tried his best to support, but his companions around him were almost unable to resist. Humph! The farce should end soon. Hand over the Diamond Jade. At this time, the leader of the 3 came out and looked at Dongua and his son with a sneer. What a joke, how could I give the Diamond Jade to guys like you? Winter Melon responded coldly, unconsciously clenching his fists. The thing in front of him was an important item related to the god of time Dialga. Since these guys came to rob like this, it means that they are definitely not good people. As a gym trainer, they must not be allowed to succeed no matter what. Then don't blame us. The leader snapped his fingers when he saw this, and saw that a helicopter had flown to the top of the truck carrying the Diamond Jade. The ladder slowly fell down. 2 Team Galactic members fell down along the cloud ladder, and then directly took out 2 laser guns, using lasers to attack the truck compartment, preparing to take away the Diamond Jade inside. Stop. Winter Melon saw this and quickly spoke in a cold voice, turned around to stop it, but saw a large group of Team Galactic members coming up directly, blocking the way in front and behind. Your rival is us. The 3 of them naturally couldn't let Dongua go and do something bad. After all, they were already sure of victory. Dongua was so angry looking at the faces of the 3 that he gritted his teeth, but then he calmed down and immediately leaned over to his son Roark's ear and spoke. Listen Roark, don't let the things fall into their hands. I'll hold them back later, and you take the Diamond Stone and run away first. Dongua made a quick decision and planned to let his son take the things and go first. This was the only way to save the Diamond Stone. After hearing the voice, Roark looked at his father worriedly. Even if his father was powerful, he couldn't withstand the attack of many people. Don't talk nonsense, as long as you are fine, I will be fine. Their main target is the Diamond Stone. You are in greater danger now, do you understand? Dongua knew that his son was worried about him, so he analyzed the situation carefully. If possible, he would rather go by himself, but he knew even more clearly that without him, the resistance camp would collapse in an instant. Guotake had no ability to delay for long in front of this guy whose experience was not inferior to his. Get ready, Steelix. Dongua shouted, and Steelix, who had fallen in the rubble, roared and stood up again. Tisk, he hasn't fallen yet. On Team Galactic's side, the 3 people also frowned at this scene, secretly sighing at the other party's tenacity. Use Sandstorm. With Dongua's order, Steelix's joints rotated rapidly, and then waves of yellow sand flowed out from the gaps between his body. As his body joints rotated, the yellow sand swept over nearby. Damn. On Team Galactic's side, everyone's vision was blocked. Take advantage of now. Dongua shouted at Rourke. Seeing this, Rourke also hardened his heart, turned around and ran towards the direction of the truck. Guidud followed behind him, and Rourke looked at the top of the truck. 2 members of Team Galactic had already hooked up the angular transparent gem with their claws. At this time, Ash, who was hiding behind rock on the hill, also saw it. That is undoubtedly the legendary Diamond Stone. It finally appeared. Pikachu, Charizard, this is our next target. Ash looked at the Diamond Stone and said, and Pikachu and Charizard nodded at the same time. Guidud, grab the thing for me. The 2 members of Team Galactic were holding the Diamond Stone and were just relaxing when Mikey gave the order. Guidud flew up directly, knocked the 2 away with his hard body, hugged the Diamond Stone, and then decisively flew down from the truck and handed the Diamond Stone to Rourke. Rourke turned his head, took a deep look at his father, and then turned around and ran up the mountain road with the Diamond Stone. Go, Rourke. Dongua looked at his son with a look of relief on his face. Damn, you still need to be so clever at this time. Looking at this scene, the 3 members of Team Galactic all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Sorry, I won't let you go, you may have to stay with me for a while. Dongua looked at the 3 people and responded unceremoniously. We are not interested in you, an old man, Skuntank, use smokescreen. The 3 looked at each other, and then 360 gave an order to Skuntank, and then Skuntank released a burst of black smoke, using the same method as Dongua. Woo. The pungent fog hit Dongua, and Dongua subconsciously covered his nose, and his vision was seriously hindered. Stop, Steelix, stop them. Dongua was very anxious when he realized that they were going to chase Rourke. Steelix roared and rushed forward. When his huge body moved, it brought a gust of air and directly knocked the smoke away, but he saw that the owner in front of him had disappeared. Looking up, he found that the 3 had all boarded the helicopter's ladder and left. I'll leave this guy to you. Don't worry, Executive. The other Team Galactic members who were standing there responded in unison. They may not be Dongua's rival, but at least they can delay him long enough, and their real goal is only the Diamond Jade, and they will not stay here to tangle with Dongua. Waste time. The 3 executives boarded the helicopter and left, chasing in the direction of Rourke's escape. Stop, damn guy. Dongua could only watch the helicopter go away, without doing anything to stop it, and the surrounding Team Galactic members quickly surrounded it. Dongua watched the helicopter fly away, unable to stop it, and the other Team Galactic members gathered around. Almost all the others were defeated, and the trainers who came with them were all of average strength, and some of them could only be considered ordinary miners, not even trainers. Now he was the only one left, and he could only hope that his son Rourke could escape their pursuit. On the other side, Rourke took the Diamond Stone and plunged into the forest without looking back, because the mountain road was the most difficult to track, and as a miner, he was more comfortable with such an environment. However, Team Galactic was flying in the sky after all, and soon found his trace. Hey, kid, you can't run away, just hand over the Diamond Stone in your hand. A voice sounded in the air, and Rourke, who was running on the mountain road, was slightly stunned, turned his head and looked up at the sky. So fast? Then Dad. No, Dad is definitely not that easy to defeat. I must protect the diamond first. Rourke's first reaction when he saw them was to think of his father, but he quickly cheered up. He must protect the diamond now. What a joke, who will give it to you? Rourke decisively increased his speed and looked ahead. There was a forest, which was the Eterna Forest. If he could enter this forest, the opponent's helicopter would lose sight directly. They would not be able to control him by relying on the air advantage. Humph? Then it's no wonder we used heavy hands. Skuntank, use Dark Pulse. The 3 people above had also foresighted Rourke's intention. Letting him enter the forest would become a game of hide-and-seek. They would naturally not let Rourke succeed. The Pokeball was thrown from the air and flew directly over Rourke's head. The light flashed, and Skuntank fell. Boom! Ah! Rourke was shocked when he saw this, and followed Guidud to dodge left and right. Dark Pulse rushed directly between Rourke and Guidud. Fortunately, he dodged in time, but he didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Purugly, use Body Slam. Rourke just dodged and half-crouched on the ground. He heard the sound and saw a shadow coming. Rourke immediately rolled to the side and barely avoided the attack. Bang! Purugly's fat body fell from the air, generating a strong impact force, which directly bounced Rourke away. Woo! Rourke fell to the ground, and the Diamond Stone also unconsciously fell out of his hand and rolled to the side. Rourke felt the severe pain in his body, but he didn't care much. He gritted his teeth to support his body and stretched out his hand to take the Diamond Stone. Guidud saw this scene and immediately rushed forward to protect his master. Toxic Roke uses Brick Break attack. Toxic Roke fell from the air and used his special move again. Brick Break attack smackdown directly hit Guidud. This attack was amazingly powerful, and coupled with the restraint of fighting special moves on Guidud itself. The amazing power instantly knocked Guidud out and directly lost his fighting ability. Guidud. Rourke glanced at Guidud and shouted worriedly, but thinking of the task entrusted to him by his father, he could only force himself to be firm in his heart, turned around and tried to climb towards the Diamond Stone. Humph! It's just a useless dying struggle. The 3 of them had already gotten off the helicopter at this time, approaching step by step with 3 Pokemon. Damn, I'm really useless. Looking at this scene, Rourke cursed himself in his heart for being useless. Really, we wasted so much time in vain. The three walked forward, glanced at Rourke with disdain, and then walked towards the direction where the diamond stone fell. Rourke still wanted to grab it, but he had no strength left. At this moment, a pair of hands suddenly appeared and picked up the diamond. Rourke and the three members of Team Galactic were all very surprised when they saw this scene. Rourke slowly raised his head and saw a boy holding the diamond in one hand and holding the brim of his hat with the other hand. On his shoulder stood a Pokémon, Pikachu, which is hard to see in the Sinnoh region. Rourke was puzzled. He had never seen this boy before, and this boy didn't look like he was with this group of guys. Where did you come from, kid? If you don't want to die, put down the gem in your hand. The three members of Team Galactic spoke coldly, looking at the kid in front of them. They felt that he didn't know how to live or die. Ash looked at the man and two women with strange hairstyles in front of him and recognized their identities at a glance. It was indeed them, but he didn't expect that they had been thinking about the diamond so early. Ash was a little confused. He came here and found that the robbers were Team Galactic. These three people were none other than Team Galactic's three executives, Huaxing, Suxing, and Zhenxing. Similar to the rocket team in Johto region, Team Galactic also has 4 executives, but only 3 appeared at this time. There is also a guy named Karen, but he is not the main fighter. He is usually responsible for logistics and research. This kind of situation usually does not happen. Boy, who are you? Hand over the things to me. Seeing Ash said nothing, the hot-tempered Suxing said coldly, good money is good. Who I am has nothing to do with you, but I have to borrow this diamond first. Ash fiddled with his hat slightly, and then replied calmly. The 3 of them were slightly stunned. The kid in front of them looked younger than Rourke. When facing the 3 of them, he was not panicked at all, and even made their master feel a strong sense of uneasiness. Rourke was also stunned after hearing the voice. He glanced at Ash and was quite surprised. This boy looked a few years younger than him, but he also came for the diamond jade? What a joke. Hand over the things quickly. We don't have time to play with a kid like you. Zhenxing put his hands behind his back and walked forward. He was usually the leader among the 3, and he was also the calmest one among the 3 in the face of various situations. Team Galactic 3 executives, I should be the one to say this, I don't have time to play with you now, Ash said calmly after hearing the voice, and the 3 people's faces changed when they heard Ash's words. 1 + 4, 13. The 3 were surprised. The current Team Galactic was just established not long ago, and it was far from being as famous as it would be 8 years later. Not many people even knew them, and the 3 were surprised how Ash knew their identities. Charizard, Explosion, and Burning. They said they didn't have time, but they didn't know that Ash was the one who had to race against time, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Roar! After the voice fell, the 3 were stunned, and only heard a roar from the air, and a figure wrapped in flames fell from the sky, and a fist hit the ground fiercely. Bang! Boom boom boom! The explosion and burning were amazingly powerful, the ground continued to crack, and pillars of fire emerged from the ground, constantly attacking the 3 people. Looking at the shocking power in front of them, the 3 of them widened their eyes unconsciously. The 3 Pokémon in front were the first to be hit by the blazing fire column. Bang, bang, bang! After a series of explosions, the 3 were also blown away by the power of the explosion and fell to the ground in embarrassment. While Rourke on Ash's side was slightly better, he was still blown a long distance by the airflow. After a long time, the power gradually subsided, and a burst of flame arcs appeared on Charizard's body. This was the sequelae of the explosion and burning skill. The side effects of skills with too strong power are usually not easy to overcome. There was a ruin in front of them, and the ground had also turned into scorched earth, with crackling sounds from time to time. Smoke continued to emerge from the charred ground, while emitting strong heat, and the air above the ground became distorted. Toxic Rogue, Purugly, and Skuntank had already fallen to the ground with their bodies covered in black. At this time, Zhenxing, Suxing, and Huaxing also fell to the ground, their bodies slowly covered with dust and stone chips. You, who are you? Zhenxing stood up with difficulty and looked in the direction of Ash. They didn't expect that the 3 of them were defeated so easily by a kid of unknown origin. You don't deserve to know. Ash was too lazy to say anything more to them, and turned around to leave. In fact, the executive of Team Galactic was not too weak, but it was 8 years ago after all. Their strength had not yet reached the height of 8 years later, including Rourke. Rourke now looked a few years older than himself, otherwise he would not have been beaten so badly. At least when fighting alone, he would never be afraid of one of the 3 executives of Team Galactic, so at this time, Ash has a natural advantage against these guys and can solve the problem faster. Ash said, taking the diamond stone and preparing to turn around and leave. Wait, you can't take it away. Just as he turned around, a hand grabbed his trouser leg, and Rourke raised his head and spoke with difficulty. Ash turned around and looked down at him. In fact, he still admired the other party's willpower in his heart. His expression quickly calmed down, and then he slowly squatted down and grabbed his hand. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you, but I have to take the diamond stone with me for some reason. Of course, I promise to return it to you later. Please understand? Ash forcibly grabbed Rourke's hand. He knew that if he took the diamond stone, Donghua and Rourke might not be able to explain it. But there was no other way. He needed the diamond stone now and had to do it. He felt a little sorry for Piaoan. CJBH. After pulling Rourke's hand away, Ash stood up, took out the Pokeball, took back Charizard and turned away. Rourke looked at this scene and wanted to speak, but for some reason, he saw the deep helplessness and urgency in the other person's eyes. He could feel that the other person must be really in urgent need of the diamond stone. Although he didn't know where the other person was going to do it, he felt that the other person should not be a bad person. Finally, the raised hand was slowly put down. Ash quickly left the scene and walked to the edge of a cliff. Below the hillside in front was the road down the mountain, and vehicles were coming and going below. Ash stood on top, holding the diamond stone in both hands and looking at it. Now that we have it, the next step is to find the 3 gods in the lake. After getting the diamond stone, the next step is to find the 3 gods in the lake, namely Uxie, the god of wisdom in Lake Acuity, Azelf, the god of will in Lake Valor, and Mesprit, the god of emotion in Lake Verity. At present, the closest to him is Lake Valor, which is located near Veilstone City, and Veilstone City is also relatively close to Eterna City. The farthest one is naturally Lake Acuity, and Lake Verity is located at the starting point of Sinnoh Region, near Sandgem Town and Twinleaf Town, which is not too far away. After careful consideration, Ash finally chose to go to Lake Verity first, because Mesprit is the god of emotion after all, and has the ability to sense human emotions. They will not easily appear in front of humans, let alone easily help humans find Dialga, and they must be made aware of their purpose. Since Mesprit can see through human emotions, it is easier for them to understand the purpose of their trip. I believe that they will definitely be willing to go after knowing the truth. Help me, and if one of the 3 holy mushrooms falls on my side, it will not be difficult to deal with the other 2. Okay, it's decided, let's go to Lake Verity together. Da-da-da. Ash, just when he decided to go to Lake Verity, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind him. Little thief, why don't you hand over the diamond jade? A figure ran up from the mountain road behind, shouting loudly while running towards Ash. Ash was slightly stunned, turned his head and looked behind him, and found that it was a Stephanie. She wore a light blue short-sleeved top with a jibble pattern, black shorts, and a pair of white high-top sneakers. She had a dazzling golden long hair, a beautiful face, a pair of big eyes, and silver pupils like gemstones. Normal song, but these eyes were staring at me with anger at this time. DB. Ash looked at the girl in front of him and was slightly distracted. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before, and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But there was no time left, and he didn't want to dwell on it anymore. He really didn't have much time left, so he turned around and jumped down the hillside, sliding down the slope smoothly. Stop. Who would have thought that although Stephanie looked very cute, her personality was no less than that of a boy. When Ash jumped down, she actually jumped down without hesitation. The 2 of them slid down the slope at the same time, one in front of the other. Ash raised his eyebrows after hearing the movement. In the waveguide perception, Stephanie was following closely behind her. It was also the first time he saw Stephanie so courageous, but he didn't have time to think about it, so he sped up and went down the hillside. Don't even think about running, Fangtooth Shark, use Dragon Claw. Stephanie looked at Ash in front of her, took out the Pokeball from her waist and threw it. I saw a figure jumping out, a shark standing on 2 feet with a dark blue body. The Pokemon fell from the sky, and the dragon energy turned into green light to wrap around his blade-like arms, slashing towards Ash. Ash noticed the movement and curled his lips. At the same time, a passing truck appeared in his perception. Pikachu, hold on. Ash called out, and Pikachu grabbed Ash's shoulders tightly. Ash used his legs to jump up, splashed directly from the hillside, and the whole person jumped directly towards the truck in front. Bang! He landed on the large compartment behind the truck. The truck was so big that the driver didn't seem to notice that there was an extra person in the car, and there was a loud noise behind Ash. The Dragon Claw attack of Gabite just hit the position where Ash was before, and the ground made a loud noise. Don't try to run, Gabite. Stephanie in the back still didn't want to give up after seeing this scene. With an order, the Fangtooth Shark jumped up again and continued to chase in the direction of Ash. Ash had just landed on the moving truck and hadn't been able to stand firmly. Gabite rushed up again. Pikachu turned around and was about to attack. The psychic blue light in Ash's eyes was also ready to go. At this time, the backpack behind Ash suddenly trembled and the zipper was quickly opened. Mew. I saw a petite figure coming out, and then the electric tail. A burst of golden star bullets suddenly shot towards Gabite in the air. Gabite had no way to avoid it, so he could only raise his hands to resist and block all the attacks. Although the attack was blocked, Gabite's offensive was also resolved. Ash looked at the figure jumping back to Ash with some surprise. Shinx, in fact, the little guy had been following him all the way. Later, Ash found this through the power of waveguide and found an opportunity to sit on a park bench to rest. He deliberately put his backpack aside, and sure enough, the little guy came in. But I didn't expect that it would rush out so actively when I was in danger this time. Roar! At this time, the sharp-toothed shark also accelerated its dive and jumped in front of Ash, staring at Ash fiercely. Ash temporarily turned his eyes away from Shinx, while Stephanie on the other side ran down the hillside and jumped without hesitation when facing the moving truck. It's true that although she is Stephanie's daughter, and she is also sweet-looking, the cute little girl who looks weak is surprisingly good. Bang! Originally, Ash said he would use Psychic to catch her, but he didn't expect that she would easily jump onto the carriage. The girl used her shoulders and back to dissolve the inertia of the moving truck. After a brief expression of pain, she quickly stood up. Hand over the diamond. Stephanie looked at Ash and spoke coldly. She had tracked all the way here and met Rourke on the way. She found that the people of Team Galactic had disappeared. Of course, Stephanie didn't know the true identity of those guys because she met Rourke. Rourke explained the situation to him, and she followed him all the way. Although Ash was about the same age as her and didn't seem to be in the same group with those guys, she didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to take the diamond that belonged to the museum back. She knew that this diamond was very important to her grandmother. She spent her whole life searching and researching. When she was young, the most common thing she heard from her grandmother was that she was afraid that she didn't have enough time. Because she was old, she was worried that she would not be able to find out the secrets of the legend of the Sinnoh twin gods until she died. So she made up her mind since she was a child. Although she loved the life of a Pokémon trainer the most, she also had to take care of archaeologists in the future. So she traveled to the ruins in various places in the Sinnoh region to learn knowledge since she was a child. Please give me flowers. The person who stole the diamond was undoubtedly trying to steal her grandmother's dream, and she would never forgive him. Ash didn't know Stephanie in front of him. Although she looked familiar, he couldn't remember her for a moment. The main reason was that there was no such plot in the original plot. Ash didn't even know that Team Galactic had planned to snatch the diamond once before he went to Sinnoh region. According to the original plot, the diamond was indeed stored in the museum, and the snatch did not occur until they came to Eterna City. This means that according to the original plot, even without herself, Team Galactic failed to succeed in the snatch incident that occurred 8 years ago. Could it be that it was solved by the girl in front of him? Well, if you think about it carefully, it is very likely. This Stephanie supported Rourke just right, and then snatched the diamond back and returned it to the museum, so that in the normal timeline later, the diamond would appear in the museum of Eterna City. Ash didn't say much, just raised the diamond stone. Shinx just pulled the zipper of his backpack, so he stuffed the diamond stone in. Gabite, use the sharp stone blades. Stephanie frowned when she saw this scene, and gave a merciless order. Gabite crossed his hands and sharp stone blades suddenly appeared around his body. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Gabite swung his hands, and the stone blades suddenly broke through the air and attacked Ash. Pikachu, quick attack. Ash picked up Shinx beside him, his eyes flashing with bright psychic blue light. He directly blocked all the stone blades that attacked. What? Pikachu? Pikachu's body lit up with a bright light, turned into a silver flash and rushed out directly. Bang! Pikachu suddenly accelerated, and Gabite was hit in the face by Pikachu before he could react, and his body subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Psychic. And this Pikachu is so fast. Stephanie looked at the speed of Pikachu and couldn't help showing a surprised look on her face. Stephanie looked at the situation in front of her in surprise. Although Quick Attack was fast, it still lacked a little power. Facing Gabite, who was both a ground and dragon type, the power of the normal type Quick Attack skill was limited. Even Pikachu could not cause effective damage to Gabite. After Gabite stood firm, his eyes were stern and his body began to exert force, pushing Pikachu away directly. Pikachu's body was blocked and fell on the carriage again. Gabite, use Slash. Seeing this scene, Stephanie launched another fierce attack. After hearing the sound, Gabite rushed forward, with a white light flashing on the nail of one finger towards Pikachu. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Seeing this, Ash also reacted quickly. After hearing the sound, Pikachu jumped into the air and swung its body, and its tail flashed with metallic luster. 3, 2, 7. Bang! The next moment, the ultimate moves of both sides collided fiercely, and an astonishing power burst out instantly, and the airflow exploded. Ash used Psychic to protect himself. Stephanie subconsciously reached out to fight. Otherwise, if she was not careful, she would be blown down. This was on a moving truck. The power of both sides collided, and the power of the tail and claws stalemate together. Neither side could give up. Ash stood opposite Stephanie, looking at the scene in front of him, thinking about it, and then Charizard came out and took him away directly. Suddenly, looking forward, Stephanie's expression changed slightly. Not only Ash, but Shinx, who was in Ash's arms, also changed his expression. Ash subconsciously ran forward, and Shinx consciously jumped onto Ash's shoulder. Then he saw Ash rushing towards Stephanie quickly. Seeing this scene, Gabite's expression was bright, and she immediately wanted to stop Ash's move. The claws immediately exerted force to block Pikachu, and then swung his body and swung his tail towards Ash. Ash jumped up and dodged Gabite's tail. Because he was on a moving car, he staggered a little when he fell, but he still tried his best to stand firm and continued to run towards Stephanie. Pika? Gabite wanted to stop it again, but before she could turn around, she saw Pikachu rushing up with Iron Tail. Seeing this, Gabite had to raise her hand to resist. Stephanie was shocked by Ash's actions, thinking that this guy was going to attack her. Although she would exercise normally, as a Pokémon trainer, she had never encountered a real-life PK situation. Stephanie subconsciously panicked and stepped back several steps to keep a distance. However, she saw Ash approaching but with a few body lengths left, and suddenly the whole person hung directly over. Stephanie was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to be so fierce. In panic, she felt that both shoulders were grabbed. The other party's strength and inertia made her body fall uncontrollably. Screaming, Stephanie fell to the ground, and Ash was on top of her. What made Stephanie even more panic was that while Ash was on top of her, his body and head were still moving closer to her. Seeing the face in front of her getting closer and closer, Stephanie's panic became even stronger. In the blink of an eye, the tips of their noses were about to touch. Boom, boom. Stephanie felt her heartbeat speed up, and Ash paused slightly when he looked at the exquisite and beautiful face in front of him. He had been busy running for his life and forgot to look carefully. Looking at Stephanie in front of him from a close distance, with long eyelashes, silver pupils, and a face as if it had been specially treated by God, Ash was also slightly stunned, because his heart was rarely moved. Stephanie felt her heartbeat, and then she saw Ash staring at her and reacted. She raised her hand angrily and grabbed Ash's shoulder. Her other snow-white little hand clenched into a fist and was about to punch this playboy hard. Let me go. Stephanie turned her head to the side, ready to punch Ash in the face, but because of this, she could see the top of Ash's face. Something passed by quickly, and Stephanie was slightly stunned, and her head stopped in midair. When she looked carefully, she found that it was a huge road sign. Stephanie was stunned, and she didn't seem to feel uncomfortable being pressed by Ash. Stephanie was surprised. It turned out that the guy in front of her was trying to save her, not to hurt her. If Ash hadn't spoken just now, she wouldn't have been able to notice it at all, and she might have been knocked away by the road sign just now. She actually misunderstood him. Pika? At this moment, in the battle ahead, Pikachu, who was in the same direction as Ash, obviously noticed the road sign approaching and jumped up quickly. Pick up? Gabite was slightly stunned when he saw Pikachu jump up for no reason, but Pikachu just issued a warning of caution. Like its owner, even in battle, Pikachu would still remind the other party to be careful of other dangers. Gabite listened, turned around in confusion, and saw a huge road sign coming. Roar! Gabite had no time to dodge, so he could only raise his claws and chop it down on his head, directly slashing the road sign in front of him, and half of the road sign fell directly. The sharp-toothed shark itself was safe and sound. But at this time, the fallen plate road sign was carried along the airflow of the moving truck and flew directly to the front. Then it fell from the front of the car. The driver who was driving was shocked by the sudden fall of half a road sign. In panic, he subconsciously hit the steering wheel, and the car shifted. Ash and Stephanie, who were originally in the car, were not prepared at all and their bodies were thrown down directly. The two were originally close together. After being thrown out, they rolled twice and were thrown off the car. The outside of the mountain road was a cliff, and the two fell off the car directly. Meow. Shinx held Ash tightly, with a panic expression on his face. Stephanie was obviously encountering this situation for the first time, and subconsciously hugged Ash tightly. Pika? Roar? Pikachu and Gabite also showed worried expressions when they saw their respective masters falling, and Fu jumped down without hesitation. Gabite opened his arms and used the sharp blades in his hands as gliders to glide. Although it can't fly now, it can still reduce the speed of falling by gliding for a short distance. Then he controlled the direction and flew under Pikachu and caught Pikachu. The two looked at each other and smiled. Although they had just fought fiercely, Pikachu reminded him and Ash also saved his master. At the critical moment, both sides temporarily put aside their grievances and worked together. Falling from the car, falling from a high altitude, Stephanie screamed in panic. Ash looked down from above Stephanie. There was a dense jungle below. Fortunately, this place was just at the foot of the mountain, not a particularly high place. Ash's hands were tightly grasped by Stephanie. In desperation, he could only grit his teeth and exert force suddenly, turning Stephanie's body in the air. Stephanie was originally screaming, and when she felt the movement of her body, she subconsciously opened her eyes and found that her body was turned directly and was in the upper position. Seeing this scene, Stephanie looked up at Ash in surprise. At this time, Ash's expression was still as calm as ever. But in Stephanie's heart, it was like a drop of water falling on the originally calm lake, and ripples spread out in circles. Puff! Ot-tot-tat! Before they could react, they saw Ash's face change. They both fell down and landed on the dense tree below. Ash subconsciously hugged Stephanie in his arms. Stephanie felt her face hit a warm embrace. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Ash's slightly painful expression, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make any sound. The sound of branches breaking in her ears filled Stephanie's heart with complicated emotions. Bang! The next moment, they both fell from the tree. Ash's back landed first. Psychic cushioned and the backpack supported him. The diamond jade was not affected either, which slowed down the impact of the fall. Woo! At this time, Ash finally couldn't help but groan. The two fell down and still hugged each other and rolled a few times. Ash also let go of his hand when he saw this. Stephanie lay there, and Ash himself rolled a distance due to the inertia of the force before falling to the ground. The diamonds in the backpack that was not closed were thrown out directly and landed on the grass not far away. Huff! Ash lay on the grass and panted heavily. To be honest, after adding Psychic, he didn't fall hard, but he was beaten by the branches when he fell on the tree. Stephanie showed a worried look and stood up quickly, just about to speak. At this time, Ash slightly raised his head and looked forward. The diamonds fell on the ground, and he didn't have time to hear what Stephanie was saying. Although he was a little painful now, he didn't care about it. He quickly stood up, then staggered forward, picked up the diamonds, and prepared to leave here. However, due to excessive physical consumption, he fell down uncontrollably after walking 2 steps. When Ash was about to use Psychic to support his body, suddenly, he felt his hand being hugged. When he turned around, he found that Stephanie was looking at him with a complicated expression. Holding his arms with both hands, Ash felt a strange gentleness and softness, but Ash didn't have much time to think about other things now. With his other hand, he put the diamond stone out of Stephanie's sight. It must be said that his physical energy consumption was really a bit large this time, but psychic can still be used. The girl looked at Ash guarding the diamond stone like protecting food, and couldn't help thinking in her heart, is the diamond stone really so important to him? In her opinion, this diamond stone, for the boy in front of him, is worth his life in exchange. After all, it is Stephanie's son. Even if she doesn't know the reason, the softest part of her heart is still touched by Ash. Stephanie didn't say anything, just supported Ash, walked to the side, and let Ash sit under a tree. From beginning to end, she didn't want to snatch the diamond stone from his hand. Ash heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, and at this time, Gabite and Pikachu also fell from above and ran towards Ash and Stephanie beside him respectively. Pikachu, meow. Pikachu and Shinx were both worried about Ash's situation, and Ash smiled after hearing the voice. I'm fine, don't worry. Ash reached out and touched their heads and responded with a smile. He is so gentle. Looking at Ash, Stephanie unconsciously gave Ash an evaluation in her heart. Not only at this time, but also when he just fell off the truck to protect himself, and also in the car, he suddenly rushed over. Although the behavior seemed a bit rough, it could better reflect the boy's gentleness. Ash felt the other party's gaze, just rested for a while, and then stood up. It's time to go, Ash said, and left with Pikachu and Shinx. Wait a minute. At this time, Ash subconsciously called Ash, with a worried look in his eyes. Sorry, if you want the diamond, I can't give it back to you for now. Ash responded with a firm look in his eyes, as if telling Stephanie that if she wanted the snatched diamond, she would become the boy's enemy. I just want to say, thank you for what I did just now. Stephanie listened to Ash's words, was stunned for a moment and then responded. Nothing, just an instinctive reaction. Ash's expression was also much more relaxed after hearing this, and then responded as usual. After all, he also has many constraints in this world. As a person from the future, he acts very cautiously, fearing that a small mistake will cause changes in the plot 057. But what are you going to do with the diamond? Now the entire Eterna City police are dispatched, you will be in danger. Stephanie listened to Ash's response, although it was a little cold, but Stephanie didn't care, but asked worriedly. I have my reasons, but I can guarantee that I will definitely send it back after I finish my business. Ash lowered his head and thought for a moment. Seeing that Stephanie had no intention of continuing to entangle with him, he temporarily let down his guard. What is it? It is also very important to me. I must know the reason. Stephanie continued to ask, but in fact, she was just worried about Ash. The police are definitely looking for Bayu now, and those snatch forces are unknown whether they will appear again. Looking at Ash's current contest condition, she is very worried, but she didn't say it clearly. Listening to Stephanie's words, Ash was silent again. In fact, there is no need to be so entangled in such things. Just like when Arceus appeared, Xena met her ancestors and directly explained that she was a crossover, and things became easier to handle. Sometimes, it may be better to talk about things openly. It is still easy to cause misunderstandings if nothing is said. The key is that Stephanie in front of him looks quite unsophisticated. Maybe it can help him. Even if I tell you, you may not believe it. Ash was silent for a moment, then looked up at Stephanie in front of him and said, How do you know I won't believe it if you don't say it? Stephanie listened to Ash's words and responded firmly. She had her own judgment and knew how to judge right and wrong. Listening to the other party's words, Ash exhaled slightly, then turned around and sat under the tree next to him. This back and forth really made him tired. The matter was a bit long. If he had to talk about it, he could take a break. Seeing Ash sitting down, Stephanie also walked to Ash's side and sat down with her Gabite. I'm not actually from this era. Ash sorted out his words and thought about how to start so that people would believe it more easily, but after thinking about it, he still didn't know what way to express it. After a while, he decided to use the most direct way of expression. When Stephanie originally wanted the other party to explain it to her, she was already telling herself in her heart that no matter how fantastic the other party's words were, she would try to believe him. But when Ash really said it, Stephanie was still shocked. She nodded as if she understood, but soon showed a shocked expression again. Wait a minute, what do you mean? What do you mean we are not from the same era? Stephanie was so surprised that she stuttered. Isn't this the hometown of Dialga, the god of time? Are you so surprised? Ash looked at the other party's surprised look and teased him. Mentioning the god of time should make it easier for the other party to believe in him. Stephanie paused after hearing this. Since the god of time exists, this kind of thing is indeed possible, but it is still too shocking to her. I came here from Johto region 8 years ago. A big thing happened there. Ash ignored Stephanie's surprise and told her everything that happened in Ecruteak City regardless of whether she believed it or not. Stephanie listened and became more and more surprised after learning Ash's story, and gradually became fascinated. After a long time, Ash almost explained the matter of Ecruteak City clearly. Then, I came here alone with Pikachu using Celebi's power. In the end, Celebi used the power of time to send him here. Wait a minute, but if that's the case, shouldn't you have returned to Ecruteak City more than 100 years later? Why are you here? Stephanie did not refute Ash's words, but asked with doubts. In fact, she had begun to believe what Ash said in her subconscious. After I entered the time and space tunnel, I felt a vibration. I guess it is very likely that something happened to Celebi, which caused me to be teleported to the wrong time and place. Of course, this is just Ash's guess. Anyway, he came to the wrong time and place, and there is no doubt about it. Is that so? Stephanie lowered her head and thought, as if evaluating the authenticity of Ash's words. Then, what does this have to do with your desire to fight for the Diamond Stone? I have to go back as soon as possible. In the Sinnoh region, the only one who can help me go back is Dialga, who is known as the God of Time, so I must find it and ask for its help. Ash said as he picked up the Diamond Stone. Ash wanted it to take him to Ecruteak City more than 100 years ago, and then send him back to his own time. So that's it. Stephanie understood that Ash wanted to use the power of the God of Time to complete the goal of his trip. If Dialga can really be found, that would be the best, but even the people in the Sinnoh region have always thought that Dialga is just a legend. Can a trainer from another region really find it? But Dialga has always been just a legend in the Sinnoh region, and no one has really seen it. That's why I need this Diamond Stone. If I want to find Dialga, I need 3 conditions. Since the biggest secret has been revealed, there is no need to hide other things. If you make it clear, you don't have to explain it repeatedly later. One of them is the diamond. Stephanie was very curious. Is there really a way to find Dialga? You know, even her grandmother who has studied it all her life has never heard of it? Yes, we need the power of the diamond, and we also need 3 lake gods that can drive the power of the diamond. Ash nodded after hearing this. The legend of the lake god is also widely spread in the Sinnoh region. People in the Sinnoh region have basically heard of it, but no one has really seen it. Does it mean Lake Acuity, Lake Verity, and Lake Valor? But many people have explored it, but no one has ever found any Pokémon in the lake. As the granddaughter of a leading figure in the archaeological world, Stephanie naturally knows about the 3 sacred mushrooms, namely the 3 lake gods Oxyazelf and Mesprit. Although they know about them, almost no one has seen them. Some people even spend a lot of money to build submarines to explore the bottom of the lake in order to see them. However, after exploring the underwater world, they still haven't found anything. It can be said that there is nothing at the bottom of the lake. As long as we have this diamond jade, they should show up and meet each other, Ash said while holding the diamond jade. Like the 3 gods of Sinnoh, the 3 gods in the lake were also created by Arceus. In theory, their power sources are the same. They can definitely sense the appearance of the diamond jade. What's the remaining condition? The last condition is the location. You must bring the diamond jade and the 3 sacred mushrooms to the spear pillar where Dia and Ka were born. Spear pillar is where Arceus created the 3 gods, so that place is also the place where the 3 saints were born. Spear pillar? Where is it? It's deep in empty coronet. If you want to enter spear pillar, you must grab the gun key to open the door. Then do you know where the gun key is? If I'm not mistaken, that thing should be in the Salation ruins. Just like that, Stephanie asked and Ash answered. After listening, Stephanie nodded slightly, and then quickly raised her head to look at Ash. These things. Why do you know so much? Stephanie was surprised. Her grandmother had studied for so many years, but she only understood the tip of the iceberg. The boy in front of her said a little, which exceeded all the knowledge her grandmother had gained from her research. Ash knew everything before, but when it came to this, Ash immediately couldn't answer. He couldn't say that he relied on the memory of the time traveler, so Ash's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Stephanie looked at Ash's embarrassed expression and spoke quickly. She didn't insist that Ash tell the reason. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Besides, since Ash came from the future, there should be many taboos that cannot be said clearly. Thank you. Anyway, I have made everything clear. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I definitely can't return the diamond jade for the time being. Sorry. As Ash said, he put the diamond jade back into his backpack. Stephanie lowered her head and thought after hearing the voice. After a while, she stood up and looked at Ash. I will believe what you said for now, but just in case, you must agree to one condition of mine. Stephanie looked at Ash. In fact, she had completely believed what Ash said in her heart, because he had no need to deceive her. If he really intended to deceive her, wouldn't it be easier to just watch her die without helping her? If he got into trouble, he could easily get away with it. What conditions? Ash was slightly stunned, feeling that this Stephanie was very different. Normal people would definitely not be able to accept such things for a while. You have to take me with you. I have to see if what you said is true. If you lie to me, I will take the diamond back at any time. Stephanie looked at Ash seriously. She already believed Ash in her heart, but why did she have to say that? In fact, it was not doubt, and she really felt that it was not easy for Ash to stray into other regions at different times and desperately look for ways to go back and save CJCC our companions. She felt very touched in her heart. She didn't really want to take back the diamond. She just wanted to help the boy in front of her and repay his kindness for saving her life just now. Of course, she couldn't say these words directly, so she chose a kind of supervision excuse to put forward conditions. Ash looked up at Stephanie in front of him, and could more or less feel that she was not sincere, and felt that this Stephanie was really different in his heart. It was almost time to rest. Ash stood up without responding and then took out the Pokeball. Ash glanced at Shinx beside him. This kid was a wild Pokemon. It was fine that he hid in his backpack last time, but now he seemed to be planning to follow him. Ha ha ha, my dream finally has a chance to come true, and the world will also be changed because of my dream. She then took Gabite back, and Pikachu and Shinx jumped onto Ash's shoulders. Shinx cried pitifully at Ash after hearing this. Okay, everyone hold on and get ready to go. In addition to Pikachu's Shinx, they occasionally need to stop and rest on the road. Okay. Ash smiled helplessly. Ash reminded, and soon, Charizard took the two of them into the air, and Nana subconsciously reached out and grabbed Ash's coat and the natives set off towards Sinlay Lake. Do you want to go with us? Meow. On the other side, Ash and the other two rode Charizard towards Lake Verity. Lake Verity, which is near Veilstone City, is still a certain distance away from where the two are. Stephanie sat behind Ash after being pulled by Ash. After introducing herself, Nana was obviously a little excited. Shinx nodded excitedly after hearing Ash's words, and moved closer to Ash and rubbed his furry face against his. Slowly, her cheeks began to heat up. After a moment of stunned, she reacted and glanced at Ash. She was relieved when she saw that he didn't notice. The black shadow looked at the direction where Ash and Nana left, and his tone was full of madness. Charizard, please. Ash threw the Pokeball, a roar sounded, and the tall Charizard fell to the ground. Ash jumped on its back. Hey, didn't you hear what I just said? If you don't agree to me, I can't let you go. Stephanie was obviously a little anxious when she saw this, thinking that Ash was going to send her away. However, before she finished speaking, she saw Ash stretched out his hand and placed his open hand in front of her. My name is Ash, please give me your advice. Ash thought to himself that after the matter was over, he would eventually return the Diamond Jade, but the process of looking for Dialga should not be too dangerous. After Dialga appeared, the Diamond Jade could be returned. Compared with returning it himself, giving it to Stephanie in front of him would obviously save him a lot of trouble. Stephanie was slightly stunned, looked up at Ash sitting on Charizard's back, and soon a smile bloomed on her face again, and then she also stretched out her hand to Ash. You can call me Nana, please give me your advice, Ash. Meow. If they just walk, it will take at least 10 days or half a month, but if they fly, the time required can be greatly shortened. Okay, I can't do anything about you. I can take you there, but you can't run around without my permission. Ash shook his head at this scene and could only agree to let it follow. He is so gentle. Nana, who was behind, watched Ash and Shinx get along, and unconsciously thought of the situation when she fell off the car before. Okay, it's the boy who came here with the power of assist time and space. You really gave me a big surprise. At the current amazing speed of Charizard, it can arrive in a few hours, and this also takes into account the factor of carrying two people. Not long after the two left, a gloomy figure walked out from the shadows behind the tree. However, at this moment, Eterna City was in a complete uproar. Now the entire Eterna City has entered the contest condition, and the police have been mobilized. The reason is that the diamond was snatched by Snatch, causing a sensation in the city, and a large-scale search has begun. At the same time, the identities of the group of people who snatched the diamond were also exposed. The public learned that this was a recently rising, unknown team organization called Team Galactic. This time it was directly famous and was officially identified as a dangerous criminal organization by the Sinnoh Alliance. I'm really sorry, I didn't keep the diamond. At the museum, Dongua brought his son to Eterna City and met Nana's grandmother, Professor Mustard Orchid. Rourke knew that he came here for the diamond this time, but he lost the diamond, so he naturally felt very guilty. Alas, this kind of thing can't be blamed entirely on you. Although Professor Mustard Orchid has a strange temper, he is also rare to be kind and tolerant to young people like Rourke, and did not blame him too much. You just said that the diamond was finally taken away by a boy? So he defeated the 3 guys from Team Galactic as soon as he appeared. At this time, Dongua also asked, feeling incredible that a boy with an unknown identity could easily defeat the 3 guys who seemed very difficult to him. Well, he said that he had a reason to take the diamond away. He seemed to be very anxious. He also said that he would return the diamond after his goal was achieved. Rourke nodded slightly after hearing this, and told the 2 of them the details of the incident. Is it okay? Do you need to organize people to find her immediately? Dongua asked hurriedly. Professor Mustard Orchid's granddaughter is mainly a Stephanie, which makes people worry. Delicious, delicious. Ash, did you make this? You eat too. Nana didn't say anything polite to Ash, and directly picked up a piece of puff pastry and ate it, with a satisfied expression on her face. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and there is no way to determine whether the other party will use despicable means. So Ash found a place and signaled Charizard to land. The 2 landed by a lake temporarily. Ash jumped down first and then turned to help Nana. Watching the Pokemon eating, Ash and Nana sat on the rocks by the river, and Ash took out a food box full of puff pastries. This child, Professor Mustard Orchid shook his head helplessly after hearing this. After hearing this, Ash also thought of Sunday and Serena, and he couldn't help but worry. Then he took out the Pokemon food from his backpack and distributed some to the Pokemon. Charizard consumed the most food, so Ash gave most of the food to it. No, it was made by my companions who traveled with me. I wonder how they are now. Pulling Nana off Charizard's back, Ash said to her and the Pokemon, let's take a break first and recharge our energy. The key is that the 2 of them were like partners who had traveled together for a long time, and there was no awkwardness. This feeling made Nana feel very wonderful. Well, let's leave this matter to the Alliance and the police. What kind of guy could it be? I have no idea at all. Dongwa couldn't help but think about it. She knows her granddaughter's personality best. She is exactly the same as when she was young. She will not give up until she catches the boy this time. I didn't go to the Johto region more than 100 years later, and I wasted so much time. I don't know if they can withstand the expansion and collapse. After hearing this, Professor Mustard Orchid spoke at the same time, and then continued to ask. At least for now, it seems that the boy and Team Galactic are definitely not in the same group. She was a little surprised. Although they had only known each other for half a day, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She used to travel alone, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Professor Mustard also nodded. In fact, she was still a little worried about her granddaughter. Although she was already an excellent trainer, she was still too young after all. Dongwa is still a little worried. After all, the true identity of the boy is still unclear, and it is unknown whether Team Galactic will continue to chase the boy, Snatch Diamond. If they really continue to attack, it will still be very dangerous. Although his son also said that the boy easily defeated the 3 executives of Team Galactic since he appeared, this evil organization has always been nasty and will not play by the rules. Thank you. When he didn't live in the Pokemon home, Ash also felt how amazing the appetite of the large tonnage Pokemon was after being tired. Please give me flowers. This is the snack prepared by Serena for him. Ash usually keeps it for emergencies, and it comes in handy now. Hearing this, Rourke also hurriedly said that he originally wanted to tell the girl that the boy who took the diamond jade seemed to have something to hide, but the girl did not listen to him continue. On the contrary, this half-day journey with Ash even made her feel that it was good to have a companion around. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. Although Charizard didn't show it after continuous flying, he must have been very tired. By the way, have you seen my granddaughter's Iona? Not only it, but Ash was also the same. He was overexhausted. During the flying, he didn't even have the spare energy to hold up the psychic barrier, and his perception of the surrounding situation was greatly reduced. It doesn't matter. If Rourke is right, the boy should not be a bad person. Besides, my Nana is not as fragile as you think. After listening to Dongwa's words, Professor Mustard Orchid responded decisively. If Ash heard it, he might give her a thumbs up. It can only be said that he knows Stephanie too well. Well, I did meet a little Stephanie. She asked about the diamond jade, and before I finished talking, she went after the boy. Ash and Nana didn't know the situation in Eterna City. The two continued to move towards Lake Verity. DB, they asked you to come here because they believe in you, Ash. You should believe in them, right? They will be fine. Nana looked at Ash's expression and knew that Ash must be worried about his other companions. She also knew that Ash must value them very much, otherwise he would not risk going back to the Johto region more than 100 years ago, so she comforted him. Well, thank you. Ash knew that she was comforting him, and he thanked her, but his mood was still not very high. You just said that if the colored feathers could not be restored, then you would ask Ho-Oh not to descend on the forest near Pallet Town again. Are you really willing to give up such a treasure? And if history really changes, I'm afraid for you. Nana looked at Ash and asked unconsciously. Ash had previously said that the things about Ho-Oh and the colored feathers obtained from the system were given by Ho-Oh. Nana also knew that the purpose of Ash's trip was to ask Ho-Oh more than 100 years ago to help purify the colored feathers and then take them back to his time to save the Phoenix Lord at that time. Or according to the worst plan, at least tell Ho-Oh not to appear in front of him, so that Ash will not be able to obtain the colored feathers, and the subsequent events will not happen. These things will not affect other people. Perhaps the only one who may be affected is Ash himself. In fact, Nana's worry is not unreasonable. In fact, when he first set out on the journey, Ash also relied on filming Ho-Oh to get a sum of startup funds from Professor Oak. It can only be said that if this history changes, it will have a lot of impact on him. I don't know what kind of changes will happen, but I am here now and I have no other choice. Ash shook his head slightly, picked up the puff and ate it. He didn't think so much. As for the future, his companions are all there, and the most important group of his companions, and Ho-Oh who also suffered an unexpected disaster, are all the objects he wants to save. At this time, in the cave, a transparent figure like water slowly floated out of the cave and then swam towards the surface of the lake. This time, he did not choose to explore the entire Lake Verity directly, but carefully spread it out, so as not to offend Mesprit, who also has a psychic type. Lake Verity is a lake surrounded by trees. From the sky, it looks like a sinkhole normal. Ash originally thought that Team Galactic would not give up, but he did not expect that the whole process was quite peaceful. However, when she went there, she didn't find anything special. She was always curious in her heart. Could Ash really see the legendary god of the lake? Listening to Ash's words, Nana was silent. This boy didn't think about himself at all, but just rushed around blindly. It was the first time she met such a person, and it seemed to be the same when he saved her. Ash held the diamond stone tightly, closed his eyes slightly, and began to try to radiate his psychic. Nana put her hands to her mouth and made a trumpet shape towards the direction of the lake and shouted loudly. Fortunately, there was no one near Lake Verity at night, otherwise they might be scared by the sudden shouting. Hey, Mesprit, if you are in there, come out quickly. Tick. Before he could ask, he saw a pink light column suddenly flashing in the center of the lake in front, rushing directly from the bottom of the lake to the sky, illuminating the surroundings. As for Eterna City, they were still searching nearby, and had no idea that Ash and Nana had left Eterna City very far away. It was not until night that Charizard led them to finally arrive at Lake Verity. Please, come out, I need your help. Please, come out to see me, Mespri. But at this time, Ash was staring at the lake in front of him. At the same time, the diamond stone in Ash's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. We have arrived at Lake Verity. What should we do? Ash looked at the diamond stone and called out firmly in his heart. The lake was still calm as if nothing had changed. As the light column covered, they soon heard the sound of water. Ash quickly stood up with the diamond jade stone, and soon saw a transparent figure emerging in the light column. Nana looked at the lake in front of her, then turned her head and asked. She had been to not only Lake Verity, but also Lake Acuity and Lake Valor. The dark cave entrance appeared under the cover of light. If Nana could see it clearly, she would understand why some people spent a lot of money to build a dive boat to explore but couldn't find it, because the instrument and human eyes could not see it at all. Boom? No. Nana looked at Ash with some worry as she saw nothing had changed. If he failed, he would be very disappointed. After a while, the sound of water drops suddenly came to his ears, as if there was a sound of water drops in the cave. Nana also showed a surprised expression. She had been to Lake Verity more than once, but this was the first time she had seen such a situation. The two looked at each other in silence while eating. The Pokémons also rested well. After Charizard regained his vitality, the two continued to ride it towards Lake Verity. Hearing this sound, Ash suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Lake Verity. If the legend is true, Charizard landed with the two of them. The two got off Charizard's back and walked to the front of the lake. The night was sparkling, and the moon and the stars hanging in the sky were reflected on the lake. Ash. Nana also heard the movement and turned to look at Ash. However, the Pokémon who were sleeping in the surrounding forests were still affected by a certain amount of astonish. Some flying Pokémon were scared and flew out of the forest. At this time, under the cover of the light column, a cave made of corals gradually appeared in front of the two people at the bottom of the dark lake. Ash said as he squatted down, opened his backpack, and took out the diamond stone inside. Nana was also surprised when she saw this scene under the cover of light. The real figure gradually appeared. It looked like a Pokémon normal. Its body was grayish-white, with two fan-shaped tails, each with a ruby in the middle. Its face was pink, with another ruby on its forehead, and four hair-like appendages on both sides of its head. Is this Mespri? Nana asked in surprise. Although she had heard the name and seen it on some murals in ruins, she still saw the real Mespri with her own eyes. Mespri looked at Ash, curiously looking at the boy who awakened it and possessed Psychic. After a while, the pink light column gradually disappeared in the night. Mespri slowly floated over, tilted his head and put one hand on his mouth, looking at the diamond gem in Ash's hand in confusion. Eli. He hummed softly, as if asking Ash why the diamond gem was in Ash's hand. Mespri, please, I have something very important to ask for, and I need Dialga's help. Ash didn't waste time, and directly explained his purpose. Ailey. Mespri was slightly stunned after hearing this, needing Dialga's help. This matter is very serious. They guard the 3 lakes 29, and also the power of time and space, and they must not be easily touched by people, because disrupting the order of time and space is a very serious matter, and it is possible to bring disaster to the whole world if you are not careful. Mespri looked at Ash in embarrassment, but he had the diamond jade in his hand, and then looked at the obvious anxiety in Ash's eyes. Mespri is the god of emotions, and can clearly perceive human emotions, good and evil thoughts. Ash and Nana were both slightly stunned. When Nana was wondering, Mespri had closed his eyes, then made a low sound, and the gem on his forehead suddenly emitted a faint light. Woo. And on the other side, Azelf, the god of will, whose head was blue like a mushroom. After a while, Mespri opened his eyes and put down his hands. Ash also opened his eyes and shook his head, which was a little confused and swollen. Oxy, the god of wisdom, who looked similar but with a yellow head like an external brain. Oxy and Azelf, who were summoned, also looked very surprised. Mespri actually summoned them suddenly, and also discovered Ash and the others beside it. This surprised them even more. He actually summoned them in front of 2 humans. Avery? Ash you? Nana said worriedly, but saw that Ash and Mespri seemed to be in petrified contest condition and motionless. After putting down his hands, Mespri nodded to Ash. Although they did not belong to the same region, as the god of emotion, he was also moved by Ash's fearless behavior. Mespri suddenly let out a long roar, and a dazzling pink light emanated from his body, and the gem on his forehead also lit up. Swoosh! Soon, the purpose of Ash's trip appeared in front of Mespri. From the incident in Ecruteak City, the battle with Team Rocket, to the appearance of Unown in the end, Ash had no choice but to borrow Celebi's power to travel through time and space. For such a matter, it is indeed necessary to see Dialga, and it believes that Ash can also get Dialga's recognition. After hearing about Ash's deeds, Dialga will definitely be willing to help the boy in front of him. Besides, if the collapse is allowed to continue to spread, I am afraid that the Sinnoh region in the future may also be affected. Ailey. She had never encountered such a situation before, and she did not dare to act rashly at this moment and could only watch silently. 2 sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the next moment, a similar figure appeared beside Mespri. but because he accidentally came to the wrong time, all the reasons for wanting to find Dialga help were seen clearly under Mesprit's own psychic. Mesprit nodded again, and Ash finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mesprit agreed to help, so it can definitely convince Yuki and Enorm. Avery. From Ash's eyes, he could not see any malice or evil thoughts, and from the other party's anxious expression, he could feel that he really needed Dialga's help urgently. Thank you, I have the Diamond Jade. Do I still need Uxie and Azelf and the gun key? Ash, are you okay? He asked worriedly. Seeing this, Mesprit took his hand off his mouth, and then flew up and placed it on Ash's forehead. With the 3 gods in the lake, I believe the unknown in the Salation ruins will not come to trouble again. Ash also made a low sound, feeling something entering his brain, but he did not resist and subconsciously closed his eyes. Avery? At this time, Mesprit was actually invading Ash's brain through his own power. When Ash and Nana were wondering, they didn't know that at this time, in the distant Lake Valor and Lake Acuity, with Mesprit's call, waves had already been set off in the 2 lakes. Yellow and blue light pillars shot up into the sky in the dark night, which was basically the same as the process of Mesprit's appearance before. Many people saw this wonder from a distance. Lake Verity? Ash, what is it doing? Nana asked curiously beside Ash. 120 yes, it should be calling Uxie and Azelf. Ash was silent for a moment, and then he thought, yes, he had forgotten that there was no need to go to all 3 places. Because the 3 holy mushrooms were born at the same time, they have the ability to sense each other, and they can sense each other's existence even outside Norman. In the original plot, because one of them was in danger, the other 2 naturally sensed it and immediately rushed to rescue via teleport. So, it is obvious that even if the distance is very far, Mesprit can still contact Uxie and Azelf. The light beams of Lake Acuity and Lake Valor quickly dissipated, and above Lake Verity, under the gaze of Ash and Nana. No, nothing, Mesprit just wanted to know the purpose of my search for Dialga. Ash shook his head slightly to indicate that he was fine. Ash expressed his gratitude after hearing the voice, and then asked, since we have received Mesprit's help, we must speed up our pace next. After all, the distance to Lake Acuity is still quite far. Mesprit shook his head slightly, and then stepped back a little. Ash and Nana looked at this scene and were also confused. Ailey, are you willing to help me? Ash looked at Mesprit and nodded, and asked doubtfully. Boom? Although they don't hate humans like the 3 holy beasts, they are more aware of the evil of human hearts because their powers are related to their hearts, so they are avoiding contact with humans. Is this Uxie and Azelf? How come they suddenly appear here? Nana looked at the scene in front of her with a little surprise. They have telepathy with each other. It should be Mesprit who summoned them. Ash said at the same time after figuring it out. Yuk, Arno? At this time, Uxie and Azelf also surrounded Mesprit, as if asking it why it summoned them in front of humans. As the god of wisdom, Uxie guessed that it was about this human, but it still looked at Ash with caution. Being smart often means thinking more, and in its opinion, Mesprit is the god of emotion among the 3, so he is most easily blinded by emotions and the easiest to be deceived. So it was still a little worried. Mesprit opened his hand when he saw this, and Yuk and Azelf also grabbed Mesprit's hand when they saw this. Then the 3 Pokemon closed their eyes at the same time, and soon Mesprit transmitted everything he saw in Ash's mind to Uxie and Azelf's minds. The 3 holy mushrooms can communicate information, and soon the images that had appeared in Ash's mind were transmitted to Uxie and Azelf's minds. Obviously Mesprit directly explored Ash's mind, and this method could never be deceived. No one could hide their true thoughts in their mind detection. Because it is the god of emotions, Mesprit should theoretically be the most likely to act emotionally, in other words, it is easy to be deceived. Unfortunately, the mind detection trick it is also the strongest among the 3 gods of the lake. On the contrary, it is the most difficult to deceive its trust. After learning Ash's intention, Uxie and Azelf finally let down their guard. They will certainly hate evil people, but those who are kind-hearted and have a sense of justice will make them unconsciously get close to them. Soon, the 3 Pokemon in the lake gathered and flew around Ash's mother. Nana couldn't help but stretch out her little monster. Originally, I thought they would hide, but unexpectedly, they came up to me. Nana smiled happily. Pikachu and Shinx also came up. If Ash didn't have something on his mind, this scene would be too harmonious. Mesprit, Uxie Azelf, can you please help me with this? I urgently need Dialga's power now, Ash said to them. Listening to Ash's words, the 3 holy mushrooms stopped playing and flew in front of Ash. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then let's go find the gun key, Ash said at the same time, and then prepared to walk towards Charizard. But at this time, Uxie and Azelf flew up, and then landed on both sides of Ash and Nana, respectively, surrounding Charizard and other Pokemon, forming a triangle with Mesprit. What are you doing? Nana looked at the 3 Pokemon in the lake with some confusion. Ailey? Yuk? Yano? The 3 Pokemon simultaneously released Growl, and the next moment, their own unique light instantly emerged from their bodies, and the non-cloth on the forehead of the Temple Master Mushroom also emitted light at the same time. The light flickered and directly enveloped Ash and the others, as well as Pikachu and the others. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Ash and his group disappeared directly on the spot, and the Master and Concubine Mushroom also disappeared immediately after. Not long after, several people appeared in a dark place. It was so dark around that they couldn't see the situation clearly. It seemed that they fell from the air, but soon touched the ground. Nana was a little unsteady, and the quick-eyed Ash quickly reached out to support her. What's going on? Nana breathed a sigh of relief after standing firm, and then quickly asked. It's Mespri's teleport. Charizard, are you all okay? Ash responded. He could also use teleport. Although he couldn't teleport over such a large area or in such large numbers, he still knew what was going on. Roar, Pikachu, meow. Charizard and Pikachu responded with sounds. Charizard also walked to the front and swung his tail to act as a light. Ash and the others looked around and seemed to be in a cave. Could it be the Salation ruins? Ash was a little confused. It seemed that they used teleport to send several people here in order to save time. No, I've been to the Salation ruins, and it's not like this. Nana shook her head slightly after hearing this. Airy? At this moment, Mespri and the others also teleported over and flew to the side of Ash and the others. Not the Salation ruins? Then could this be the door of the gun column? Ash was also very surprised when he heard Nana's words, and then looked at Mespri and asked. Airy? Mespri nodded slightly, confirming Ash's guess. Ash said inwardly, good guy. Even the process steps were omitted directly. It's good to be able to take the back door. It was directly transmitted in by teleport. King is good, if you think about it carefully, it's not difficult to understand. Team Galactic obviously captured by force and couldn't get it. Mespri and the others support, so naturally it is necessary to take a big detour to open the blockade garden of the gun pillar door through the gun key. But the 3 holy mushrooms are within the authority, and it is not surprising that they can directly enter the gun pillar door through the ultra-long distance teleport transmission. Arno? Azelf also pointed to the road ahead at this time, and then followed Uxie to fly up the wall. And Duo followed up at the same time. Ash and others followed as soon as possible. Let's go. Ash nodded after hearing the voice, and then called Nana behind him, and followed with the Pokemon. Yeah. Nana nodded, and followed to move deeper, slowly under the guidance of the 3 holy mushrooms, and soon came to a man-made staircase. Nana followed behind and walked up, leaving the cave. A huge ancient ruin appeared in front of him, and he could see the starry night when he looked up. There were many stone pillars around him, which looked very old. In the center of the ruins, there was a raised altar with 2 shorter stone pillars on it, and both of them were well preserved. Is this the place where Dia, Ka, and Pocky originated? Nana said in surprise. She didn't expect that the secret that her grandmother had spent her whole life pursuing was witnessed by her in a chance encounter with Ash. Eli? The 3 holy mushrooms flew to the altar, and then signaled Ash to put the diamond on the pillar on the left-hand side. Ash nodded slightly and then walked forward. After putting the diamond on it and stepping back a few steps, Ash arrived at a safe place. The 3 holy mushrooms flew to the middle of the 2 pillars, and then the 3 Pokemon directly formed a triangle formation. Ailey? Yoke? Dialga, please send me to Ecruteak City more than 100 years ago. Ash looked at Dialga in front of him and said firmly. It seemed to show them that the legends of the enclosure MT Coronet were real. Ash and Nana subconsciously reached out to cover it, and the light became more and more dazzling. Slowly, Ash and Nana showed quite surprised expressions. Not to mention Nana, she had only heard of this legendary scene in legends, but today she saw it with her own eyes. After a moment, Dialga slowly landed beside Ash and others, then turned his head to look behind him and then looked at Ash. Yano? Although it feels the power of the Diamond Jade being summoned, it obviously did not expect that humans would appear here. Dialga nodded and returned. Ash was relieved after hearing Dialga's voice. As long as Dialga was willing to help, the problem would be solved. You know, the origin of all legends and myths in the Sinnoh region came from MT Coronet, and many trainers traveling near MT Coronet heard this roar. Roar? Feeling Dialga's momentum, Ash was not afraid, and took a step forward and spoke at the same time. Dialga looked down at Ash, and his expression became much more relaxed. Dialga, I need your power. Ash spoke directly, CJCC, and Dialga in the air frowned slightly and looked down at Ash after hearing the voice. Perhaps it was because he had not seen humans for too long, and there were too few people like Ash who directly asked for his power. But no matter what the situation, the power of time cannot be used by Salation. If there is no need and reason to persuade it, it will not agree. Eli? At this time, Mespri floated up and came to Dialga, watching the 3 sacred mushrooms appear in front of him. The 3 sacred mushrooms are equivalent to interviewers. If the person summoned is not qualified, they will not agree to help at all. And it is precisely because the 3 sacred mushrooms are here that Ash made such a direct request that Dialga was not angry, willing to find out what happened. Eli? Mespri gestured in front of Dialga, then slowly closed his eyes, and the gem on his forehead began to emit light. The light also shone on Dialga's forehead. Dialga slowly closed his eyes, and the images that emerged from Ash's mind were also input into Dialga's mind. She knew that Ash's plan was undoubtedly half successful if he could get Dialga's help. After a moment, the light on Mespri's forehead disappeared, and both parties opened their eyes. Roar? At the same time, Nana next to him also smiled. Behind the stone pillar with the diamond jade, a wave of ripples flickered in the air. Roar? Dialga looked at Ash calmly, feeling Ash's urgent mood at this time, but Nana next to him was worried whether Dialga would help. The Pokemon in front of him is Dialga, the god of time who controls the power of time, from the legend of Sinnoh in ancient times. Obviously, Ash's love and sincerity for Pokémon still won its recognition. There are sharp metal fins behind the slender neck, and a huge fan-shaped metal armor at the front of the tail. There is a silver breastplate on the chest with a diamond-shaped blue gem in the front, and the 4 nails are also made of the same metal. Its eyes are scarlet, and in the night covered by dark clouds, it glows faintly. It looks around a lot, and its eyes stay on Ash and Nana. A roar that seemed to travel through time and space suddenly sounded. This sound was not only heard clearly by Ash and Nana, but also by the residents near Mt. Coronet. Such communication obviously explained time, and it was unknown how long it would take to explain it with words. It naturally gives people a strong sense of oppression. Nana subconsciously becomes nervous, and when she feels this momentum, Charizard behind Ash also subconsciously becomes alert. As the power of the 3 Pokémons was released, dark clouds gathered on the top of Mt. Coronet, covering the sky with 590 stars, and thunder suddenly sounded above soaring in the sky. The residents living around Mt. Coronet were attracted by this strange scene. With dark blue skin all over his body, he stood on all fours, like a sauropod dinosaur, and seemed to be wearing a silver metal helmet on his head. You mean you want me to sit on your back? Ash was slightly stunned when he saw this scene, and then asked. It was the first time that Ash saw such a scene with his own eyes, and the shock level was no less than the moment when he saw the arrival of Ho-Oh in Ecruteak City, and even more than that. Accompanied by a roar, a huge figure gradually emerged from the blue gate in front of him. At the same time, the diamond jade on the stone pillar above the gun column suddenly resonated under the power of the 3 sacred mushrooms, emitting a dazzling light. The 3 Pokémons roared in unison, emitting their own light, and then the 3 lights connected together to form a triangle. As the space behind fluctuated, a blue circular energy channel opened instantly. Climbed onto Dialga's back, took out the Pokeball and took back Charizard, while Pikachu and Shinx followed Ash all the time. Nana, I'm leaving now. You go back to Eterna City with Mesprit first. When I'm done with things, I'll come find you with the diamond. Ash turned his head and looked at Nana and spoke. She said she wanted to follow him to confirm the truth of the matter, and now it's basically confirmed. It just so happens that Mesprit and the others can use teleport, so it shouldn't take too much effort to take Nana back. Wait a minute, I haven't said I want to go back yet. I want to go with you. At this moment, Nana suddenly spoke excitedly. She had never thought of letting Ash go alone from the beginning to the end. She followed him just to help Ash. Ash was also slightly stunned when he heard this. Listening to her words, he also knew that she wanted to follow him, not because she didn't trust him, but that was more than 100 years ago, and time travel is full of unknowns and uncertainties, and life and death are unpredictable. So he doesn't want to take Stephanie with him to take risks. I don't know what kind of dangers I will encounter, so. Ash was silent for a moment and then spoke. It's because of the danger that I want to go with you. What if something happens to you, then, what should I do with the diamond? Nana responded excitedly, thinking in her heart that if something happens to you, I will be very sad, but she couldn't say it, and finally she could only talk about the diamond. But these words couldn't be said. Ash could still feel it. Looking at Nana's emotional face flushed, Ash fell silent. After a while, when Nana slowly lowered her head and a feeling of loss appeared in her eyes, Ash reached out to her. Then let's go together. Ash put aside his worries, smiled and stretched out his hand to look at her. Yeah. Nana nodded deeply at this, and then took Ash's hand, just like when she sat on Charizard's back at the beginning. This time, sitting Dialga's back, Nana didn't even notice that her hands naturally hugged Ash's waist. Let's go. Yeah. Roar? Ash spoke, Nana grabbed Ash's waist and responded, and Yaliuka roared at the same time. Along with the roar, the gem on Dialga's chest suddenly flashed a blue light, and his body was also covered by the blue light. The next moment, the fan-shaped metal at the tail suddenly expanded, and Dialga opened his mouth, and a blue spiral airflow distorted the space. Boom! Then from the distorted space, a blue-purple energy like a galaxy roared out and blasted directly towards soaring in the sky in front. It was as if it hit something invisible and intangible in the void, and instantly opened a huge energy channel. Ash knew that this was Dialga's ultimate move, the Roar of Time, and this trick was enough to reverse time. Dialga floated up immediately after, releasing blue light on his body, turning into a blue light ball. Ash and Nana were shrouded in it. He rushed into the energy channel with the two of them, and the channel soon disappeared. The 3 holy mushrooms floated in the air and watched the channel disappear. The rest depends on Ash's own ability. They can only do this. Whether they can change history depends on Ash himself. They can only pray that this magical boy can save his own era. On the other side, Dialga took Ash and Nana through the time and space tunnel and broke through the long river of time. Dialga easily found the time node when Ho-Oh was still in Ecruteak City more than 100 years ago, and took Ash to break through the time blockade and finally arrived at his original destination. Landing in a forest, Ash and Nana jumped off Dialga's back. Is this here more than 100 years ago? Nana looked around in confusion, a little unsure, and didn't see anything different at the moment. Please give me flowers. Ash looked around and found this forest very familiar. Yes, it was the forest next to the new bell tower. Because of the construction of the new bell tower, a large part of this forest was mined. Although this forest looks intact now, it is obviously because the new bell tower has not been built yet. Ash looked into the distance and soon found a tower. It was the burned tower that he saw in Ecruteak City. but it is still intact now. It seems that the time he came here should be correct. That bell tower is still there, it must be correct. Ash pointed at the tower and said, 0.0. Is that the tower you said was burned by the legendary Ho-Oh? Nana looked at the tower and spoke at the same time. It was indeed a very spectacular tower. It was a pity that human desires turned it into a ruin. Yeah. Ash nodded slightly, his eyes became firm. This time he would change everything no matter what. Roar? At this time, Dialga suddenly lowered his head, looked at Ash and roared, as if he wanted to say something to Ash, and looked at Ash's backpack at the same time. You mean when the matter is done, I will call you with the diamond stone, right? Ash quickly understood Dialga's meaning through psychic. Roar? Dialga nodded. Although it is the god of time, it cannot interfere with history, otherwise it is unknown what kind of variables will happen, so it is still up to Ash, the person involved, to solve it himself. I understand, thank you Dialga. Ash nodded slightly. Dialga has helped him a lot this time. He can solve the rest of the things by himself. Of course, he will rely on its power when he returns after the work is done. Roar? After getting Ash's response, Dialga nodded slightly, then raised his head, flew into the air, opened the door of time and disappeared directly in the sight of Ash and Nana. Ash, what should we do next? Watching Dialga leave, Nana looked at Ash, wanting to ask what to do next. Over there, come quickly. Just at this moment, a voice sounded, followed by a series of footsteps. Soon, a large group of people appeared in front of the two, each holding a spear and wearing armor, looking at the two with their faces. Huh? Children? And with monsters. These people were dressed like soldiers, and they looked very surprised when they saw Ash and Nana. After all, the two were still children, and Ash was carrying Pikachu and Shinx. It seemed to surprise them very much, because in this era, Pokemon is still a relatively dangerous existence for many people. Although there are some who can live in peace with Pokemon 080 and can use their power, they are only a very small part, and most people still stay away from it. Not only with monsters, Ash and the others' dress is also a strange dress for them, even if they are children, they still make them wary. Who are you? A soldier looked at the two cautiously and asked. It can be seen that people in this era are very wary of unfamiliar things. Ash and Nana looked at each other and didn't know how to explain for a moment. They couldn't say that they were from the future. Unlike Nana, these people obviously wouldn't believe this situation. That, we have something important to do. We hope to, meet your leader. Ash thought for a while and then responded. He didn't know who was in charge of the bell tower in this era, let alone who was in charge of the entire Ecruteak city. He could only try to communicate first. Leader? Are you talking about the lord of the city? What a joke, how could you let a guy like you meet the lord of the city? Listening to Ash's words, the leading soldier leader immediately refuted. And listening to him, Ash probably understood that the Ecruteak city of this era seemed to be a city, similar to the ancient city, which was managed by the lord of the city. We have something important to do. Nana also explained when she saw this. She also knew that these people would not believe anything she said, and she still had to see someone who had weight in her words to solve the problem. You are so eager to see the city lord, you must have bad intentions, arrest them all. In this era, there are still many disputes, and many killers are trained since childhood, so even if the two are children, these soldiers did not relax their vigilance at all, not to mention that Ash and the other two are followed by monsters. Ash, what should we do? Ash didn't want to make things worse, and then he gave an order, and Pikachu immediately rushed forward after hearing the sound, facing a soldier rushing over, and turned into a stream of light and crashed into him. The woman looked at Ash and the other two again. The two people's outfits did look out of place. Among the many families currently serving Ho-Oh, the Maiko clan and the Matsuno clan are the two most powerful families. With the experience of transcending time and space in the original plot, Ash would not easily trust the people here. If this woman is Miki's ancestor, then he can believe it, but as for others, it is hard to say. The soldier responded after hearing the voice. At first, they did come because they saw Dialga. After all, it is not a small matter for monsters to break into the city. The other side saw this. After all, they were just soldiers from ancient times. Although they knew it was very dangerous, they quickly surrounded them again. We can only send it. Pikachu use quick attack, Shinx use swift, it's enough to beat them back, don't hurt anyone. Ash paused slightly after hearing the voice, then looked around. Coming to this era, he was also a little wary. Mistress, we saw an unknown monster appear before, so we came to investigate and found these two children. They don't look like locals. Nana retreated to Ash's side and asked. What happened? Nana also took out the Pokeball to prepare for the battle. When they saw the woman, the expressions of several soldiers turned to respect. Although in this era, women would not easily show up in public. At this time, a voice sounded, and everyone paused after hearing the voice, and then many people turned their heads to look. Who are you? Why did you come to our city? Stop it. Looking closely, she was 70% similar to Miki, the eldest of the 5 sisters of Ecruteak more than 100 years later. But the Maiko clan that worships Ho-Oh is an exception, and even if they are soldiers of the shogunate, they must also be respectful. And they said they wanted to see the city lord right away. We are going to arrest them. Bang? Yes, my name is Violet. You said you wanted to see Master Chang. Is there something? The Shrine Maiden did not hide anything after hearing the voice, nodded slightly, and briefly introduced herself. The woman walked up and glanced at Ash and the others. Especially when she looked at Ash, she felt very strange. Ash's eyes seemed to know her. Found a woman in a kimono standing not far away, and the soldiers stopped their actions. The woman was very curious. If people dressed like this wanted to enter the city, they would definitely be stopped outside the city. No wonder the soldiers regarded them as suspicious people. But from her intuition as a witch, 4.6 also felt that the two were not bad people, and Ash also gave her an inexplicable sense of intimacy. When he saw the other party, Ash's expression also changed. This woman gave people a very familiar feeling. At the same time, Shinx also jumped into the air and swung its tail, but did not aim at them, but continued to attack the ground under their feet. All the soldiers were frightened and retreated again, and did not dare to move forward for a while. Ash looked at her appearance and clothes and could roughly guess her identity. She looked quite similar to Mickey, so maybe she was her ancestor. Quick attack tackle easily broke the spear in the soldier's hand, and the amazing force also numbed the soldier's hands, and his body retreated uncontrollably. Are you the shrine maiden serving Ho-Oh? Maiko-sama. Can I talk to these two alone? Violet also saw Ash's concerns, and after a moment of silence, she decided to trust him, and then spoke to the soldiers around her. But the soldiers were a little hesitant when they heard this. You can stay outside the forest. If anything happens, I will be responsible. Violet spoke at the same time, meaning that if she was in danger or was abducted by them, and the city lord blamed her, she would be responsible. Yes. After hearing what Violet said, the soldiers stopped talking and left the forest one after another, and then Violet looked at Ash. Now you can explain the situation. I want to see someone, Ho-Oh. After confirming that there was no one else around through psychic, Ash directly explained his purpose. Huh? But they said you wanted to see the city lord. Violet was very surprised, but she thought of the problem in Ash's words 29. I just want to find someone who is important enough, and they understand it as the city lord. Ash listened to Violet's words and explained. In fact, he really didn't care whether he was the city lord or not. The main thing was to find someone who could help him meet Ho-Oh. If it really didn't work, he could only use martial arts to put pressure on him. The reason why he didn't do this was mainly because he was more than 100 years ago, and his every move could change history, so he had to be cautious. What is your purpose in meeting Ho-Oh? If there is no legitimate reason, I don't think I can agree to it. Violet listened to Ash's explanation, which was reasonable. There was more than one person who was important enough to help him meet Ho-Oh, but they themselves understood him as the city lord. However, even though she felt very close to Ash, Violet was not unable to agree to his request casually. Maybe something big will happen soon, and someone will harm Ho-Oh. Ash knew the time period he came to, because Ho-Oh did not live in the bell tower all the time, but only came here occasionally. But unlike the modern days when he did not come, Ecruteak City would hold a sacrifice on this day, which was also a dark day. Because the sacrificial dance and the summoning of the clear bell can summon Ho-Oh at any time, this has formed a fixed pattern, allowing those who are eyeing Ho-Oh to make sufficient preparations in advance on this day. So Ash knows that the time he came is right. If it is today, then summoning Ho-Oh will be the same as when Ash traveled through time. But it can only be today. Although Dialga is the god of time, he has no way to prepare to find the time when Ho-Oh descends on the bell tower in other time periods. What did you say? Hearing Ash's words, Violet showed a surprised look on her face. She is a witch who serves Ho-Oh. Naturally, she has the highest respect for Ho-Oh and will never allow anyone to have bad intentions towards Ho-Oh. And everyone in their entire city, including civilians, is full of respect for Ho-Oh. Ash's words are indeed incredible to her. Are you serious? It's urgent. I won't joke with the lives of the civilians in Ecruteak. No, the city. Ash shook his head slightly after hearing this. He didn't know what the world was like more than 100 years ago. He was not in the mood to joke at all. Can you explain it more clearly? If someone really wants to harm Ho-Oh, how did you know? Violet looked at Ash's expression, and it didn't seem like he was joking with her. Ash looked at Nana when he saw this. Nana already knew it when they were in Sinnoh, and since Violet in front of him was very likely the ancestor of Mickey's sisters, she should be reliable. The key point was that when he was talking just now, Ash also used psychic to sense her emotional fluctuations. There is no doubt that Violet's sincerity passed his test. Maybe you don't believe it, we both came from the future. Ash started to try to explain this to Violet. Sure enough, when Ash just said that he came from the future, Violet's eyes suddenly showed surprise and suspicion. After all, this kind of thing is still too far-fetched, but if you look closely at the two people's outfits, they are indeed different from any region country. Nana, who is also a party involved, can empathize with Violet's doubts. When she first learned that Ash came from the future, she was also shocked. However, for her, at least there are two Pokémon that can control time, Celebi and Dialga, as an explanation. Violet is completely in the dark. However, as a witch, Violet still tries to remain calm. This kind of thing is really incredible. Do you have any proof? Violet said it more obscurely. She didn't say directly that she didn't believe it, but she could also hear the doubt in her words. I wonder if you have this thing in your era. Ash took out a Pokeball, then pressed the button to open the Pokemon 340 ball, and then an owl flew out of it. Seeing this scene, Violet showed a surprised look. Is this a monster? In a society more than 100 years later, the monsters you call are called Pokémon by humans. There is a profession called Pokémon Trainer. At that time, humans and Pokemon coexisted, and trainers used this Pokeball to capture Pokemon. Ash explained simply. He was not sure whether there were Pokemon in this era. Ball, because the GS ball seemed to have been made a long time ago. It's amazing. Violet was very surprised. Obviously she had never seen such a thing. In her heart, she obviously believed that Ash and Nana were from the future. Seeing this, Ash temporarily put Noctowl back. So, you came here from more than 100 years later? Violet asked again. Ash was indeed like this, but Nana was not, but she didn't say much at this time. Then how serious things happened in the future? Believing Ash in her heart, Violet also began to ask about the situation. Ash said that someone wanted to harm Ho-Oh, and she would never tolerate it. In the future, this city is called Ecruteak City, and the bell tower has been reduced to ashes by the flames of Ho-Oh. Because someone tried to possess the power of Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh rage, so Ho-Oh burned down the bell tower and left, and has not appeared in front of humans for more than 100 years. And I got Ho-Oh's feather by chance, when I came to this city. Ash described everything that happened more than 100 years later to Violet. Because things were complicated, it took a long time. In short, Violet was still generally informed of what was about to happen, as well as what was happening more than 100 years later. I came here to see the Ho-Oh of this era, hoping to borrow its power, purify this colorful feather, and return to the future to save our era. As Ash spoke, he took out the severely polluted colorful feather. Violet had seen Ho-Oh, so she could naturally recognize its feather, which was Ho-Oh's feathers are undoubtedly. But now, the feathers have been completely polluted, without any color, and are full of greed and desire. Is it really like this? After hearing what Ash said, Violet had no doubts because of the Ho-Oh feathers as evidence. Miss Violet, are you willing to believe us? Nana asked with some doubt. In fact, she still did not fully realize the significance of Ho-Oh to the people of this city at this time. To be honest, I have been able to sense some possible or impending disasters since I was a child. Since this morning, I have felt very uneasy, as if something is about to happen. She has outstanding spiritual power among their witches, and can often sense some bad things. Today she had a premonition that something big was going to happen, but she had never been able to confirm it. She was uneasy in her heart, so she came out for a walk and relaxed before the night's sacrifice, and as a result, she met Ash and Nana. Now after listening to Ash's explanation, she also judged that it was very likely to be true. Listening to Violet's words, Ash and Nana looked at each other. It was a great thing for them that someone was willing to believe them. After all, in this era, having one more friend was always good news. Why are you willing to believe me? And tell me this. Violet was also very strange. Normal people would not believe this kind of thing. She was a little curious why Ash was willing to tell her. I just mentioned that someone stole the colored feathers to summon Ho-Oh, and they also took away a little Stephanie. She has 5 sisters, and they are all future priestesses. The eldest sister looks very similar to you. I think they are very likely your descendants. Those bad guys used little Stephanie to perform a sacrificial dance around their sisters to summon Ho-Oh, and captured them to obtain Ho-Oh's power. If that's the case, this matter is very serious. We must meet the city lord immediately and let him be on guard against this as soon as possible. After listening to Ash's description, Violet felt that the most urgent thing was to stop this from happening immediately. Ash explained that because she was Miki's ancestor, Ash chose to believe her. Okay. Violet listened and immediately looked at Ash and asked. She couldn't forgive that in her era, someone would actually do such a thing to betray Ho-Oh. In the more than 100 years since Ho-Oh left, even without Ho-Oh, the people of Ecruteak City still continued this prosperity. Violet nodded slightly and then asked. After more than 100 years, many things cannot be really figured out. Zhao's just didn't expect that someone would want to possess Ho-Oh's power and destroy the prosperity of the city. Whenever she thought of the betrayal of Ho-Oh by humans mentioned by Ash, she felt extremely rage in her heart. Maybe humans really shouldn't rely too much on the power of Ho-Oh? Ash shook his head slightly. The existence of Ho-Oh may be indispensable to the ecological environment, but it is definitely not necessary for human cities. I'm sorry, I don't know either. It's been too long. Even your descendants may not know who it is. Miss Violet, are you going to find Chindu? That also asked at the same time. Well, if possible, can you please go with me? No, although Ho-Oh has brought you prosperity, the continuation of prosperity still depends on humans themselves. Violet smiled and listened. The entire Ecruteak City can be so prosperous today, indeed because of brought by Ho-Oh. But Ash came from the future after all. After listening to him talk about the future of this place, she was also fascinated for a while, and there was no way to refute it. This is the fact. Soon, surrounded by the soldiers, Ash and Nana followed Violet to the direction of Chinfefu. Violet also understood after listening to Ash's words. After all, the other party came from such a long time ago. Along the way, many people stopped to watch. After all, Ash and Nana's outfits and the magical beasts on their bodies were indeed very eye-catching. The soldiers were naturally worried. After all, Ash and Nana were of unknown origin. However, with Violet's guarantee, the soldiers did not say much and left everything to the city lord to judge. Stephanie is like this by nature. Nana looked at the bustling streets around her, especially the streets more than 100 years ago. Everything was incompatible with the future and was full of freshness. Ash shook his head slightly. It's not that he didn't want to say it, but he didn't know who attacked Ho-Oh this time. He could only say that there was no description of this history in the original plot. Is the street in this era actually like this? Is that so? Then do you know who wants to harm Ho-Oh? There is also a very good way, that is to stop the sacrifice and block the bell tower, so that no one can get in. Listening to Ash's words, Violet was silent. What you said was wrong. If it was in the past, she would definitely refute it firmly. These are all the prosperity given to us by Lord Ho-Oh. Only the City Lord's shogunate can dispatch troops and must be handled by the City Lord. It would be better to first catch those who are hiding in the dark. What is that? It looks delicious. Ash did not refuse. After all, he did not come to the wrong era, so everything was still in time. But although they are a big family, they are not responsible for public security. During this period, in addition to some guards privately raised by some big families, because Ho-Oh is in this city, it can constantly attract more and more outsiders, making this place more and more prosperous. Although she is a shrine maiden, it is not that she can make the City Lord believe her with just 2 or 3 words. Ash and others still need to produce evidence. Soon, Violet summoned the soldiers outside and then explained to him that she was going to meet the City Lord. Ash, tell me more about the future. As she listened to Ash's words, she looked forward to the future more and more. Yeah. Ash nodded slightly to her and told her some simple things about the future. Violet listened with great interest and unknowingly came to the City Lord's mansion. On the way, Ash and the others also learned that although they had the protection of Ho-Oh, the City Lord also worked hard to develop the city. When they arrived at the door, the soldiers explained the situation. Because Violet was a witch, the guards did not dare to neglect it and quickly notified the housekeeper of the City Lord's mansion. The housekeeper came and politely invited everyone to come in, and said that someone had been sent to notify the City Lord. Soon, everyone was brought to the reception room. Everyone knelt in the reception room, and soon a waitress came to the bed to serve tea. Dear guests, please wait a moment. The City Lord still has some things to deal with and will come soon. Okay, you don't have to accompany us, go and do your own things. Violet responded simply. The housekeeper responded and left soon after. Only 3 people were left in the reception room, and they were sitting there idle. In a city that worships Ho-Oh like a god, it is still very difficult for people to believe that someone is going to harm Ho-Oh. The City Lord shook his head slightly, obviously not believing Violet's words. The City Lord continued to speak, wanting to confirm more from Violet. About 20 minutes later, footsteps were heard and 3 figures walked in. Now you can tell. After the 2 retreated, the City Lord looked at Violet and asked, as for the gathering of people you mentioned, the situation is unclear at present. If a large-scale search is launched, it will definitely cause panic. Violet was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then looked at Ash and the other 2, and then looked at the 2 people behind the City Lord. Don't be so polite, Violet, you are a witch, you don't need to care so much about these red tape. Who are these 2? Violet believed Ash's words and explained her thoughts to the City Lord. Yes. Although the 2 guards are protecting the City Lord, they will absolutely obey the City Lord's orders, and they will also guard outside, so they are not too worried. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked very energetic, with his hands in his sleeves, followed by 2 samurai swords. Lord Mayor, I got the news that someone wants to covet Ho-Oh's power and intends to harm Ho-Oh. Although it was still unbelievable, he had to believe that the things Ash and others showed were indeed not in this era. Violet briefly introduced them, and then spoke urgently. Yes, to be honest, it was Ash and Nana who told me. Although this matter sounds incredible, please believe it. Violet said, and began to tell her what Ash told her. Ash originally wanted to stop her in his heart. After all, even if the other party was the City Lord, he didn't trust her very much. To be precise, he didn't trust most people here. He believed in Violet mainly because she was the ancestor of the Mickey sisters, but since Violet had already spoken, it seemed that she still believed in her. After listening to Violet's explanation, the City Lord unconsciously looked at Ash and the others, his face full of surprise, and slowly lowered his head and fell into deep thought. This is the case, Lord City Lord, whether it is true or false, at least we should strengthen our vigilance. After Violet explained the situation clearly, she continued to speak. Even if we don't search in advance, or cancel the sacrifice directly, at least we should strengthen our vigilance to avoid tragedies? Are you really from more than 100 years later? As for the City Lord did not doubt the identities of Ash and Nana. The Lord Mayor frowned slightly, then sat down himself, motioning the 3 to sit down as well. Oh, I rarely see you so anxious. What happened? Don't worry, sit down and talk slowly. Lord of the city. Ash and the others also showed Pokeballs, Pokemon, Pokédex and other things from the future, which made the City Lord believe them. Especially the 2 warriors, it is obvious that they have been on guard against Ash and the other 2 because of their attire, especially with 2 monsters following Ash. Unless you can be sure that all the things you said are true, how did you know that someone is going to harm Ho-Oh? Those who can become the City Lord must not be ordinary people. He glanced at the 2 people behind him, and then waved his hand. Even the 2 guards who had been calm all the time looked at each other unconsciously. This is not surprising. For the people here, Ho-Oh is an extremely sacred existence, and this kind of thing is naturally very serious. What? Violet, you are kidding me. Ash and Nana did not have the habits of the ancients, they just stood up, not as formal as Violet in front of them. I can't make a rash decision just because of your words. The sacrifice is about to start, and Ho-Oh will come soon. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of Ho-Oh. I can't easily cancel the sacrifice. Haha, the sacrifice tonight is about to begin. I didn't expect you to have time to come here. It's true, so I hope you can gather people to deal with this matter immediately, or cancel the sacrifice directly. You can retreat for the time being. Violet spoke with a serious look, and when he heard Violet's words, the Lord Mayor couldn't help but frown. I never thought that someone could travel through time and space. The city lord fell silent after hearing this. The middle-aged man in the lead spoke, and at this time Violet also stood up, clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. The city lord waved his hand casually, and then looked at Ash and the others. It was hard not to attract attention with their outfits. Let me introduce them briefly. These two are Ash and Nana. Lord Mayor, I came here this time because I have something important to talk to you about. I understand. I will strengthen the guard and let the troops increase patrols, but the sacrificial activities cannot be stopped. After thinking for a moment, the city lord spoke. He meant that the sacrifice must not be stopped, but the guard will be strengthened and suspicious people will be investigated throughout the city. Great, thank you. After hearing the response from the city lord, Violet breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude. Don't say that. As the city lord, I will never allow any harm to Ho-Oh. Don't worry. The city lord said with a serious look after hearing the voice. Then, I will go back to prepare for the sacrifice. After gaining the trust of the city lord, Violet was also relieved and was about to prepare for the sacrifice. Okay, then I won't keep you. You two have special identities. Don't run around in the city before the sacrifice, so as not to be regarded as a suspect. The city lord nodded slightly, and then reminded again. I understand, I'm drunk. Ash nodded slightly after hearing this. If they were to start a search, they would be easily regarded as suspects in this outfit. Ash, come with me, I'll take you to the hotel. After the three of them stood up and said goodbye to the city lord, Violet spoke to the two of them, and soon the two of them left with Violet. The city lord also called people immediately and began to arrange the response. Ash and the other two, led by Violet, came to a hotel that looked warm and cozy. The hotel was run by an old couple who seemed to be familiar with Violet. Violet exchanged a few words with them, and the two of them stayed smoothly without paying. Violet knew the identities of Ash and the others, and naturally knew that they did not have the currency of this era, and the old couple simply regarded Ash and the others as foreigners. Then Ash, I will go back first. The sacrifice will start at dawn tonight. At that time, I will have someone come to find you and take you to meet Ho-Oh. Violet explained the situation. In this era, Ho-Oh would come every year at this time, and he did not even need to gather the conditions mentioned by Ash. Knowing that Ash was coming to meet Ho-Oh, in order to avoid trouble, Violet also mentioned it specially. Thank you, Miss Violet. Ash nodded to her and thanked her. No, it should be me who thanked you. Violet shook her head, and then bowed deeply to Ash. Violet also admired this young man who came to this era more than 100 years ago without fear of hardship in order to save his own era. After that, Violet said goodbye and left, and the two stayed in the hotel. In the hotel room, the two sat at the table, eating the food prepared by the hotel and chatting. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Nana thought that she would encounter many dangerous things when she returned to more than 100 years ago, but she didn't expect that things would go unexpectedly smoothly. Ash fell into silence. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Ash, what's wrong with you? I don't know, I just feel that something is not right. Ash shook his head slightly, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Is it because you are worried about your future partners and put too much pressure on people? Nana asked carefully after hearing the voice. Maybe. Ash replied lightly, but he didn't think so in his heart, so he could only be vigilant. Anyway, thank you for your concern, then. Don't be so polite, I should thank you. If it weren't for your appearance, I wouldn't be able to experience the real Sinnoh legend in person. Nana responded with a smile. Her grandmother has been conducting research in this area since she was a child. Although the progress is much faster than other archaeologists, many things are only in the theoretical stage. After all, there is no way to be confirmed. If he can return safely this time, it will definitely have a far-reaching impact on his grandmother's research. That's not what I'm talking about. Ash looked at Nana and said calmly. Nana was slightly stunned and looked at Ash in confusion. If it wasn't about this matter, what else could it be? I mean, thank you for believing in me and standing firmly by my side. Listening to Ash's explanation, Nana couldn't help but think of the situation in Sinnoh region. At that time, she and Ash should be considered to have known each other through fighting. At that time, she didn't know the specific situation, and she didn't ask clearly before she started fighting. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. This matter, if I really want to say it, it's me who should apologize to you. At that time, I attacked you without knowing the right and wrong, but you still protected me. I don't know what happened. I always couldn't calm down and was impulsive when encountering things. Nana said while lowering her head unconsciously. Now thinking carefully, she was too impatient before. With Ash's personality, if she hadn't been aggressive at that time, there would be no misunderstanding at all. Always full of blood, rushing around, unconsciously hurting the companions around him, in the past Gabite is the same. Nana seemed to think of something sad, and a trace of deep self-blame flashed in her eyes. Although I don't know what happened, since Gabite is still with you now, I think it can definitely understand your feelings. Feeling Nana's emotional changes, Ash also comforted her. Although the two of them are very compatible and look like partners who have traveled together for a long time, they have only known each other for a day, so Ash did not continue to ask. Yes? Thanks to Gabite for always being with me. I'm sorry Ash, I wanted to take care of you, but I didn't expect that I would need your comfort in return. Nana listened to Ash's words and nodded in agreement. She used to be very strict with her Pokemon. So strict that she often got injured even in daily training, but Gabite and other Pokemon never left her. Fortunately, she later woke up and realized that excessive training is often not good. It's just that sometimes, when encountering big things, she still can't control her emotions, just like when she just met Ash. Ash identified the person as the culprit who stole the diamond and took action directly. There's no need to thank so many people. We are friends, aren't we? We should take care of each other. Ash smiled. Although they didn't know each other for long, they had been together for more than 100 years. If this time could be counted, they were also 100 years old. Friends? Yes. Nana was slightly stunned, then showed a sweet smile. In fact, she didn't say it out loud. Because of her personality and her focus on training Pokemon, she had never had any friends. After the change, she realized that she didn't know how to get along with others harmoniously. After hearing Ash's words, she was actually very moved in her heart. Ash is her first real friend of the same age. Unconsciously, the two chatted a lot, and Ash also shared with her some interesting things in his travels, including the scene of encountering legendary Pokemon, and the struggle with the evil organization. Nana listened with relish and felt that Ash's travel life was very exciting. In comparison, her travels seemed much more boring. Now that I think about it carefully, the most interesting thing I have encountered since I became a trainer and started traveling is probably this time I met Ash and came to this place 100 years ago. Gradually, the two of them were a little tired. They had spent a lot of energy this day. After eating and drinking, they ended the chat and went back to the room to rest. The inns of this era were not like those in later generations. There were no beds or anything. Basically, they made their own beds and slept on the floor. However, the two did not make their beds. They just lay on the table in the room and slept. After all, there were things to do at night, so they couldn't sleep too deeply. Pikachu and Shinx also huddled in the corner to rest. It was getting darker and darker. There were no candles in the room. It soon became completely dark. Ash and Shinx, who were sleeping soundly, did not notice it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Pika? As if he heard a sound in his dream, Pikachu lay on the ground without opening his eyes, but his ears suddenly stood up. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed at the window on the door. The whole house was illuminated by the fire. Ash, who was resting, opened his eyes immediately. Subconsciously, he looked towards the door, window, and other directions. Nana, get up quickly. Ash quickly got up after realizing that something was wrong. Pikachu and Shinx also stared at the window and the door vigilantly, feeling that the atmosphere was very strange. Huh? What happened? Nana listened. Ash's voice, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and slowly stood up. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a series of air-breaking sounds were heard, and the window was directly broken, and sharp arrows shot in. Be careful. Ash quickly urged Psychic to prop up a barrier around him and Nana. Bang, bang, bang? Probably not. Ash approached with Nana 5.0, and Pikachu and Shinx also jumped off his shoulders, staring at this group of unknown guys. Swoosh. Ash shook his head slightly. Through the wave guide experience, he could feel that Violet was not outside. The scary face man screamed and fell out. Swish. She was almost attacked, and she was immediately awake. Who could it be? Could it be Miss Violet? It seems that someone doesn't want us to leave here. Huh? Oh, it's quite a scene. The sharp arrow flew in, and this time, the arrow's tip was burning with fire. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. The leading boy raised his hand lightly and slapped the scary face man in the face 10 times. Just when Nana was full of doubts, the attack from outside came again. The city that claimed to respect Ho-Oh the most, but in the end, it was also leader. Looking at Ash and the other Pokemon were safe and sound. The scary face man who was blown away by the fanning looked very ugly. Who is that? If it wasn't Violet, then who could it be? Ash didn't feel surprised when he saw them not answering, but he felt like laughing. The other black-clad archers were all shocked to see the boy and girl covered by the blue psychic barrier. It seems that they want to kill us, so there is no need for us to be polite to them. At this time, Ash's eyes were completely cold. The range of psychic barrier continued to expand, and all the rockets shot at it were bounced away. But because the room was made of wood, as the rockets fell, the whole room was quickly completely ignited. In an instant, the whole room was full of flames, and at this time, in the courtyard outside the room, a group of masked men in black stood outside the house, led by a guy wearing a mask. Staring at the burning room in front of him, there was a group of archers standing behind him ready for battle. They should have been shot into hedgehogs. All the black-clad men quickly retreated to the scary face man who was slapped away by Ash, and watched them vigilantly. Sure enough, they are dangerous people with monsters. Listening to Ash's words, Nana was also confused, and subconsciously thought of Violet, who knew the other party the most. Ash's eyes flashed with a cold light after hearing the voice. Tell me who sent you here. Ash asked leisurely. Although he was surrounded, he was not afraid at all. The sharp arrows hit the psychic barrier, making a crisp sound. Although this could not rule out her involvement, in fact, He already had a suspect in his heart at this time. Although there was no definite evidence, he was still willing to believe that Violet would not betray them. However, there was silence under Ash's question. Listening to Ash's words, Nana's heart was also full of doubts. Besides, she was the one who brought them to this hotel, so her first reaction was that Violet did it. What's going on? Nana also reacted at this time. He could sense through the power of Wave Guide that many people were ambushed outside the hotel at this time. Looking at the increasingly fierce fire in the house, the leader, the scary face man, spoke coldly, thinking that even if they didn't turn into hedgehogs, they would inevitably be burned to ashes. Looking at the silent black-clad people, Ash raised his eyebrows. Even if you don't say it, I can guess that the only one who can mobilize such a battle is the City Lord. Listening to Ash's words, the scary face leader and Nana looked at Ash in surprise. The City Lord is right. You are indeed a difficult guy to deal with. The other party still didn't say much, just praised, and then raised his hand. The black-clad people around took out the black spheres and threw them into the yard. Be careful. Nana subconsciously spoke to Ash, and saw that the things like shells fell around. After hitting the ground, thick black smoke instantly filled the air. Ash, who was well prepared, directly propped up the psychic barrier to isolate all the black smoke outside. This thing, you should taste it yourself. As Ash waved his right hand, a fierce psychic whirlwind blew up at the scene, blowing all the black smoke directly to the direction of the black-clad people. Oops. Including the 29 scary faces, everyone was engulfed by the black smoke. Then a strong sense of sleepiness came over me. It was obvious that the smoke had a hypnotic effect. It was originally a weapon to deal with Ash and his men, but it was used by Ash instead. At this time, the smoke enveloped the entire courtyard, covering all the men in black. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated. The scary faces and all the men in black fell to the ground. After seeing them all fall, Ash smiled faintly and removed the psychic barrier. At this time, Nana beside him asked, Ash, what should we do now? According to my guess, Violet may not know the conspiracy of the City Lord. She is probably kept in the dark now. I have to find out the truth of the matter. As he said, Ash walked to the scary face who was in the lead. Through psychic, he quickly controlled the unconscious scary face, and then woke him up through the panacea that could remove all negative effects. In front of the technology of future people, the effect of the smoke more than 100 years ago was still too poor. Tell me, who sent you here? Lord. Nana was still a little shocked after hearing the other party's answer, although she was mentally prepared. In theory, as the Lord of Ecruteak City, he should be the one who believes in Ho-Oh the most. What is your Lord's intention? However, when Ash asked about the intention of the scary face man, he fell silent. It's not that Ash's psychic attainments are not high enough, but that the scary face man really doesn't know what his Lord is planning. He is mainly responsible for catching the two of them. Come out, Noctowl. After a little thought, Ash released Noctowl and gave it the colored feathers, asking it to find Violet first. After the owl left, Ash controlled the scary face man to tie them up, and then turned left and right on the street and took them to the prison. What, are these two still awake? This arrest operation is more complicated. Anyway, you open the door first. Scary face said calmly to the old man guarding the prison. Violet had told him everything before, and when he knew the future, he was in a state of panic, but he quickly calmed down. He took a rough look and found that there were more than 10 people imprisoned here, including other cells. The City Lord listened to Ash's words, with a faint smile on his face, and then asked, 014111029014262030. Soon, a figure came in surrounded by a group of guards, and the scary face followed the man who was used. When he knew that he would fail and made Ho-Oh furious, he did not give up, but thought that since he already knew the result, he could definitely change his fate. The City Lord spoke, looking at Ash with a mocking face, and he went to great lengths to come from the future, but in the end he still ended up with the same fate. He was very surprised in his heart, and it turned out that Plask was inseparable from this matter. I didn't expect that the City Lord's mansion would actually build such a hidden underground cell, Nana said as she looked around. No, I should thank you, because you let me know what will happen in the future, but maybe you should also thank me? The man who looked like Plask noticed Ash's gaze and asked, what about you? Who are you? Nana would not trust others easily now, and did not respond, but asked back. On the other side, Ash's attention fell on the other group of people in the cell. When he saw the other group of people in his cell, Ash was also stunned. Ignoring the other prisoners, he went directly to the cell where Ash and Nana were imprisoned. The City Lord glanced at the Pokeball on the table not far away, and Ash's backpack. The other people in the cell cursed, and the man who came was Lycan Quantianran who had been seen today. I came here and only knew you and Violet. You are dressed so strangely, why were you caught in such a place? When I change my fate and completely rewrite the future, your future will no longer be threatened. When they saw the man coming, the other people in the cell rushed to the cell, as if they wanted to rush out and tear him to pieces. Really? Who are you so sure to suspect me instead of Violet? Ash continued to ask after hearing what he said. Today, Ash showed it in front of him, and he knew that Ash's Pokemon were all in the Pokeball. Knowing that Ash was not a threat to him, he was relieved. Then, under Ash's control, he locked the two of them in a prison cell with another group of people. Hey, isn't this Plask? The only difference is that the guy is wearing sunglasses, and the guy in front of him is not. Oh, I heard from my people that you have guessed it was me. I'm curious, how did you think of it? A hole, let us out. Hello. This is not an ordinary cell, but a secret cell located under the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord built the cell privately, and it was obvious that he had no good intentions. It's you? Ash looked at the City Lord in front of him, and said coldly. And those who were imprisoned, when they heard the footsteps, showed indignant expressions on their faces. So that's how it is, but it's a pity that you made a wasted trip this time, and the final result will not change. You should know my origins. Today, more than 100 years later, her descendants are still worshipping Ho-Oh, that's all. However, before the other party could respond, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and everyone fell silent immediately. Da-da-da. The people around were confused by the conversation between the two parties. You are already the City Lord, why do you still do this? Nana asked angrily after hearing his words. You are right, but I am not happy as the City Lord at all. There are many noble families in the city, many of whom are associated with monsters. They think that serving Ho-Oh is the right thing to do, and they never take me, the City Lord, seriously. The nobles of other cities around are also eyeing this city protected by Ho-Oh through various means such as economy and infiltration. You naively think that I am the only one who wants to do this. In fact, even without me, other forces around are also coveting the power of Ho-Oh. Listening to Nana's questioning, the other party did not seem to have any intention of hiding anything. Ash frowned slightly when listening to his words. Do you think you can rest easy after getting the power of Ho-Oh? Power only brings temporary submission. Don't worry about this. I have my own way to make everyone obedient. It just so happens that these things you brought from the future can help me realize my dream better. Goodbye, boy from the future. The City Lord sneered after hearing the voice, picked up an empty Pokeball, and seemed to have been prepared for the other things Ash said. After saying that, he turned around and left. Controlling Ho-Oh could also be said that Ho-Oh followed him to repay him. He believed that such a statement would definitely be accepted and would attract more people to come to him. How did you know? Ash and Nana looked at each other, and then asked. My name is Akai, and I am from a hunter family living near the city. Let's leave here first. Ash said after hearing the voice. Nana nodded, and the two stood up almost at the same time. It's impossible to escape from here. The security outside is tight, but we can't even escape from this cell. After all, we can't even get out of the cell, and even if we can get out, the guards outside are not vegetarians. Listening to their words, Ash and Nana couldn't help but smile. It was just their idea that they couldn't get out. They both came here to act, and it was easy to get out of here. A psychic blue light flashed in Ash's eyes, and the next moment, he teleported directly from the cell to the outside. VR. The two guards nearby were knocked unconscious by two psychic waves that Ash raised his hand and blasted out before they could speak. Then, under the surprised gazes of Akai, Wang Qian, and others in the cell, he took the key from the guard's waist and unlocked the door for them. So we decisively rejected his request, and then we were imprisoned here. Except for a small number of weak bones in the family, most of them are imprisoned here. At this time, a figure walked in and observed the situation in the cell, followed by a black figure. It's a pity that although he may have made sufficient preparations for Ho-Oh, he didn't for himself. Later, we learned that he wanted us to help him capture Ho-Oh. Although we are all hunters, we usually only hunt some ordinary animals. We also know that the Phoenix Lord brought butterflies to this land. Seemingly knowing that Ash and the others were curious about each other's plans, he explained. Then he would take advantage of the situation to push Akai and his people in front of the residents of Ecruteak City of Rage, and directly put the blame on them. Not long ago, that guy sent someone to say that he had something to talk to us about. Ash and Nana recognized it as a Gengar at first glance, and the appearance of the person who came surprised Ash a little. After that, when he controlled Ho-Oh, he could use the name of protecting Ho-Oh to deceive the people of Ecruteak City. He would change from the real murderer behind the scenes to the hero who saved Ho-Oh. After catching Ho-Oh, he can spread the false news that the people who hurt Ho-Oh have been caught. It must be said that ordinary people at that time believed it. Listening to Nana's question, he also responded, and the expressions of others were similar to his. It can be seen from their respect for Ho-Oh, because we are the ones they plan to frame after success. Ash also had to sigh that the ambition of this City Lord was very big. Besides, the action on the City Lord's side has already begun, and they obviously can't sell Wooleye Farm. A whole, what does he want to do? Watching the other party leave, Nana was obviously a little angry. At this time, the man next to him who looked very much like Plaske spoke again. Who is it? At the same time, a voice was heard outside, and everyone looked towards the door at the same time. The boy in front of him was about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a white samurai suit and a samurai sword on his waist. Except for the slightly different dress, he looked basically the same as Morty, and he also had a Gengar with him. Stop. Nana also knew that they came here just for show, but how to settle these people in the prison? Use the power of Ho-Oh to fulfill his ambition of conquering. First, let someone capture Ho-Oh, then announce outside the team that all those who are unfavorable to Ho-Oh have been executed. While gaining reputation, he can also secretly control the power of Ho-Oh. Nana stood up and grabbed the fence and shouted loudly, but the other party did not respond. He just ordered the guards to keep a close watch and then left. Listening to Ash's question, the other party also responded. The man who looked very similar to Plaska, Akai, was just that Ash did not expect that their ancestors were actually hunters. Ash looked at the other party in surprise, and the other party also looked at Ash, because the dress or face of the two people were worthy of surprise in the eyes of the other party. Who are you? Ash looked at them and continued to ask. Normal people should not be caught to be framed, right? Ash, what should we do now? Ash also reacted. It turned out that the group of people in front of him were used to take the blame for the city lord in the future. The man looked at Ash and the others who had successfully escaped from prison with some surprise, paused, and then asked, "Are you Ash?" "Yes." If it weren't for the other party's clothes, Ash would have thought that Morty had come here with him. After listening to the other party's words, Xiao Huo felt that there was no need to hide anything and nodded slightly in response. "My name is Morty. Violet asked me to find you." The other party introduced himself, and Ash was slightly stunned. Even the name is exactly the same? But it is true. It seems that everyone in their family can be called Morty. In fact, the future gym trainer Morty is not named Morty. It's just that others are used to calling him that. "How do you know I'm here?" Ash responded after hearing the voice. Although he was sure that the other party might be Morty's ancestor, Ash was still a little confused. "This should be your thing," Morty said, and took out something, which was his colorful feather pendant. When he was attacked in the hotel before, Ash gave the feather to Noctowl as a token. Because Violet had also seen feathers, so as long as Noctowl went to find her, she would definitely recognize them. At the same time, Ash gave the colored feathers to the owl. As long as Violet saw them, she would immediately realize that something was wrong. "Well, but in our era, it is called conquering?" Ash nodded, without saying much. "I wonder how Ash and the others are doing." Morty looked at this scene and asked in surprise. "This is really too convenient? I heard something from Violet, can you tell me what happened?" It was the owl sent by Ash, and Ash reached out and touched its feathers. Although his Gengar can usually hide in the dark without much impact, other monsters are different. If there is such a convenient thing, it will definitely be much easier. Hoot hoot. Just like that, a group of people rushed out of the prison. Looking at the guards who fell to the ground around them, everyone picked up their weapons, and then rushed out directly. The sacrifice is about to begin. We must stop him quickly. Let's hurry over there. Ash and Nana walked to the table, took back the backpack and Pokeball, and then took out Noctowl's Pokeball and temporarily put it back. "Let's go, or it will be too late," Ash said at the same time. After being shocked, Morty quickly calmed down. This is to fight against the Shogunate. Morty has completely believed what Ash and everyone said. At this time, the outside of the Bell Tower was already crowded, and many civilians in the city came to the periphery early, ready to watch the arrival of Ho-Oh. Conquering. Morty fell into a short silence after hearing the voice. The two words sounded the same, but the actual meaning was different. "That guy wants to harm Ho-Oh and has detained us for so many days. We have to find him to retaliate and ask you for help." But just as Violet said, Ash and the others were not normal people, and they also jumped out of the cell easily. Morty followed the owl all the way here, and unexpectedly came to the city lord's mansion. When he was outside, he found that in addition to some patrolling soldiers, "Noctowl, thank you for your hard work." As hunters nearby, they always thanked Ho-Oh for his kindness every time they went out hunting. In addition, the Shogunate army has now become their real enemy, and Ash saved them. How could they just leave like that? The sacrifice hasn't started yet, but Violet is already feeling uneasy. When the owl came to her, she felt something was wrong, so she immediately went to find Morty and explained the situation to him. Now she doesn't know what's going on. Even if it is the city lord, it is absolutely impossible to be forgiven for betraying Ho-Oh. CJ. Yeah. Ash nodded slightly, and then saw another figure flying in from outside. Bell Tower? Okay, thank you all. Everyone lined up on the top of the tower, kneeling on the ground, waiting for the start of the sacrifice. The leader, Akai, said to Ash and others, and everyone around him nodded in agreement. Is this the future technology of the Sky Demon Beast? Moreover, one person can lead many monsters. In their era, it is impossible to lead many monsters in the city? Wait, brother, take us with you. After getting the colored feather, Violet immediately realized that something might have happened to Ash, and immediately found her good friend, Morty, who was also from the Ho-Oh Guardian family. After listening to Violet, he knew that someone was going to do something bad to Ho-Oh. As the guardian family of Ho-Oh, he would definitely find a way to stop it. That guy has already started to act, and the one who tried to occupy the power of Ho-Oh was your beloved city lord. Ash didn't keep Morty in suspense and got straight to the point. What? How could this happen? Morty was stunned when he heard this. Since taking over this place, their city lord has always been a role model of diligence and love for the people to outsiders. The prosperity of this place is not only due to the grace of Ho-Oh, but also inseparable from his governance. We are here, isn't that enough to explain the problem? If you don't believe it, just ask the people here. Ash listened and responded at the same time. After hearing the voice, the people around him began to talk about what kind of person the city lord is. After learning about the city lord's overall plan, Morty was completely stunned. He didn't expect that under the blessing of Ho-Oh, there was still such darkness hidden. According to the ritual, all the families serving Ho-Oh came to the Bell Tower, and the representatives of each family had already climbed to the top of the tower. But the interior was completely blocked by the Shogunate army, and no one could enter it. Only this place was heavily guarded, so he decisively broke in. Unexpectedly, Ash and others were actually locked up here. Okay, Although he was very curious about the future, Morty was also very aware of the emergency and immediately suppressed his curiosity. The Lord of the City has arrived. At this moment, a voice sounded. After hearing the voice, everyone looked over and saluted the Lord of the City. As a witch, Violet could only step forward. Lord of the City. Violet, today is a very important day. The arrival of Ho-Oh depends on you. Although Ho-Oh will come on its own without the need for a sacrificial dance at this time, Violet's sacrificial dance is still a very important part of his plan. Yes, Lord of the City, about that matter. Violet didn't know that the person in front of her was the biggest enemy at this time. Instead, she was still concerned about how well he was doing with his safety work. After all, there was a warning from Ash, which always made her feel a little uneasy. Don't worry, I have arranged everything. Not even a fly will be let in. Reading, where are your two friends from the future? Aren't they going to meet Ho-Oh too? Well, I have sent someone to find them, but there is no news yet. For some reason, the brief exchange with the City Lord made her feel very uneasy, just like when she had a premonition that something was wrong before, and then she met Ash and Nana not long after. It's almost the same now. This is the intuition of the witch, but there is no way to fully predict it? Really? That's a pity. I wanted to thank them. The City Lord sneered secretly when he heard this, and then responded hypocritically. But his expression was well hidden, and Violet didn't notice it. Violet fell silent. At the same time, the City Lord turned around, and the smug smile on his face could no longer be concealed. Haha, they can't come anymore. Everything was already a sure win for him at the moment, and he only needed to wait until the sacrifice began, and he would become a hero admired by thousands of people. The power in his hands would also reach an unprecedented peak. In another scene, Ash, Nana, and Morty quickly rushed to the direction of the bell tower. The road was very quiet, and almost no one could be seen. Swish, swish, swish. A burst of air-breaking sound suddenly came, and Ash's expression changed. He quickly teleported to Nana's side and propped up a green energy barrier. Several sharp arrows were bounced off, and those flying towards Morty were also blocked by Ash with Psychic. Who? Morty immediately drew his samurai sword in a serious manner. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next moment, figures fell from the sky, and a group of men in black blocked their way. At the same time, many figures also fell on the surrounding buildings and instantly surrounded the owner. Another group of guys wearing scary masks came, but Ash did not sense the guy who was psychically controlled by him before. These guys were the ones who murdered us before. Nana recognized these guys at a glance. These are all samurai of the shogunate. It seems that this matter is indeed closely related to the shogunate. Morty tightly grasped the samurai sword in his hand, and his expression became cold. As the family that protects Ho-Oh, they will not let go even if the City Lord makes a mistake. People from the Matsuno family. The scary face man looked at Morty and looked around. From the family emblem he wore, he could tell that he didn't expect that people from the Matsuno family would also be involved. But the order they received this time was to act at all costs and not let anyone interfere. When they saw Ash and others escape, they were also surprised. Naturally, they couldn't let Ash and others pass through here and interfere with the City Lord's plan. Although I don't know how you escaped, this road is forbidden to pass. The scary face man stopped Ash and others. It was obviously impossible to let a few people pass easily. Do you know what you are doing? You will destroy the entire Ecruteak city by doing this. Morty held the samurai sword and angrily scolded. In his opinion, the current development of Ecruteak City is all thanks to Ho-Oh. The behavior of the City Lord is undoubtedly ungrateful and self-destructive. Tisk. We are only responsible for executing the orders of the City Lord. As for other things, it has nothing to do with us. Obviously, these people have been brainwashed a long time ago. It is not that they are controlled by the City Lord, but they have been instilled with the idea of loyalty to the City Lord since childhood. It has been deeply rooted over the years. Please give flowers, 0. Okay, don't waste time with them. Ash obviously didn't bother to waste time with them. Now that he has figured out the whole story of the Ho-Oh incident 100 years ago and found the murderer behind the scenes, Ash doesn't have the patience to waste time with them. Fortunately, the City Lord has long expected that things will not be so simple and has prepared for you. Present. Papa? The scary face people clapped their hands, and then a series of black shadows appeared in the air. In the dark sky, a large group of Zubat and Golbat appeared in front of them. They were all forced to wear a restraint similar to a slave shackle. This is a device developed in this era that can forcibly control the monsters. Soon, Zubat and Golbat surrounded the three of them. Ash frowned slightly when he saw this. He was not afraid, but these Pokémon were not like the rockets. They were all innocent, and it would take a lot of time to deal with them. Humph. I didn't expect that the Shogunate had secretly detained so many monsters in recent years. But you are not the only ones who can mobilize monsters, Gengar. At this time, Morty shouted, and Gengar flew out of the shadows. Hehe. Then Gengar sent out a series of growls. Soon, more and more black shadows appeared around, and figures floated out from the shadows. There were Gastly and Haunter. Although the number was far less than that of the City Lord's mansion, it could at least greatly improve the number gap between the two sides. Young master of the Matsuno family, do you want to betray the Lord of the City? The leader, Scary Face, saw that the situation was not good, and immediately pointed at Morty's nose and shouted angrily. Haha, our Matsuno family is only willing to be loyal to the leader who can bring peace and tranquility to people, not the guy who is blinded by interests and dares to plot against Ho-Oh. At this time, Morty did not give him any face and directly retorted. At this time, the Matsuno family he represented was completely torn apart with the City Lord's mansion. This scene made Ash next to him nod slightly. Sure enough, the Matsuno family of Mickey's sisters and Morty was still trustworthy. Morty's uncle Matsuno also became a little crazy because of the nearly 100 years of waiting. In that case, then you will die with them. When the scary face people saw this, they were about to give orders. Kill all these shogunate lackeys. At this time, a series of voices came from behind, and Akai and others who were running behind also rushed up with a group of people. They all held spears and were aggressive, scaring the scary face people on the opposite side to retreat again and again. Akai and others came to Ash and others and protected them. You go first, leave these guys to us. Can you handle so many Pokemon? Nana asked with obvious concern. Although Akai and others had more people, they were all elites of the City Lord's mansion and had Pokemon to assist them. Hehe, don't underestimate us hunters. If they hadn't used sinister means to plot against us at the beginning, they would have had no chance of catching us. Moreover, we can thrive in the forest, so we naturally have monster companions. Akai smiled proudly and blew a whistle. The family members around him responded one after another. For a while, the whistles were heard one after another. Buzz buzz buzz. Then, accompanied by violent movements, a large group of Pokemon flew in the air. Pidgeot, Spearow, Beedrill and other monsters flew in one after another. It is worth mentioning that, unlike the monsters on the side of the City Lord's mansion, they have no shackles on their bodies. In a blink of an eye, the number of Pokemon on the hunter side is far more than that on the side of the City Lord's mansion, plus the ghost companions summoned by Morty's Gengar. They have already occupied a large advantage in number. Damn traitor. Looking at this scene, Scary Face's expression also became quite serious. Then I'll leave it to you, let's go. I didn't expect that they had such a trick, but in this case, I can leave this place to them with peace of mind. He called Nana and Morty. Nana nodded, and Morty also put away the samurai sword. Humph, even the hunter families living outside the city know to be grateful to Ho-Oh, your city lord actually. Morty was somewhat moved when he saw this scene. Even these hunters who failed to obtain the right to live in the city know to repay Ho-Oh's kindness. He really couldn't imagine how cold-blooded the city lord was to set his sights on Ho-Oh. Okay, we have other things to do, let's go first. Ash reminded Morty, and then ran forward. Want to leave? Stop them. At the command of the scary face man, many Zubat and Golbat rushed over immediately. Pikachu, T-in-1 Volt. Ash directly used Psychic to bless Pikachu's Thunderbolt to launch an amazing spark attack. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Fangtooth Shark, Claw. Nana and Morty also reacted immediately, and they attacked the Pokemon together, easily creating a passage and leading the Pokemon out. When the scary faces wanted to command the Pokemon to continue chasing, the Orion family also started to fight against them. Although the City Lord's mansion was more well-trained, the hunters had more flexible tactics and were more closely coordinated with the monsters. They used the terrain of the surrounding streets to try to disperse the people in the City Lord's mansion and then defeat them one by one. Just as the three of them were rushing to the bell tower, the sacrifice had already begun on the top of the tower. After a series of tedious preparations, Violet finally danced the sacrificial dance in front of everyone. Everyone on the top of the tower showed a serious expression, ready to welcome the arrival of Ho-Oh. At the same time, above the bell tower, the clear bell began to ring, and the bell sound gradually spread throughout the city. All the civilians in the city knew that this bell sound meant that Ho-Oh was about to come. Is it too late? Ash and the other two also heard the sound, and he even heard this sound more than 100 years later. However, the originally melodious bell sound was not something that Ash thought was worth taking the lead at this time. What is this? Nana was a little confused, but she suddenly heard a bell sound. This bell means that Ho-Oh is about to come. Morty explained while listening, frowning, and looking at the tower in the distance. At this time, a high and clear long whistle suddenly sounded at the top of the bell tower, and the next moment, a colorful light column fell from the sky, and a figure covered by golden light gradually descended from the air. All the family members who served and guarded Ho-Oh below bowed devoutly, and the people who came to watch stood outside the tower, and they all showed pious expressions. Slowly descending, Ho-Oh looked down at the humans below. Every year, the scene is exactly the same, but this time, for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. With doubts, he landed on the shrine, and at this critical moment, I saw dozens of sounds of breaking through the air, and more than 20 iron chains from all directions broke through the air at the same time. Hearing the sound, Ho-Oh wanted to avoid it, and was about to flap his wings. The chains had shot out one after another, directly entangled Ho-Oh's wings, neck, and claws. In the blink of an eye, Ho-Oh's body was tied up like a dumpling. Cry! Ho-Oh let out a roar, and the people who were worshipping Ho-Oh in front of them raised their heads after hearing the sound, looking at Ho-Oh in the struggle, all showing surprised expressions. However, this was not the end. Dozens of warriors who were ambushing beside the city lord all jumped out, each holding a chain to tie several electric Pokemon such as Pikachu, Raichu, and Electrike in shackles, and used Thunder Shock on Ho-Oh who wanted to struggle. Sizzle! Cry! Ho-Oh let out a shrill scream. Bold, who dares to go abroad because of Ho-Oh's people? The people watching the ceremony below could not see the specific situation above, but they could judge that someone was against Ho-Oh. As followers of Ho-Oh, they were naturally very angry. 5.4 immediately questioned loudly. At the same time, Violet above also stopped moving immediately, looking at the distance behind her with a look of horror. At this time, the figure standing there had a strange sneer on his face. Violet saw his smile and understood it instantly. Lord City Lord, you. Violet stopped and asked the City Lord loudly. Violet's question also attracted the attention of many families present, and they all looked at the City Lord. Hehe, what, do you want to disobey my city? The City Lord was too lazy to pretend at this time, he sneered and walked forward slowly. So you are the mastermind behind this, right? Violet looked at the City Lord in front of her, no longer respectful as before, and asked coldly. Ha ha ha, that's right, from the beginning, everything was arranged by me in secret. The City Lord did not hide his ambition at all. When the people from the surrounding families heard this, they all showed surprise. This thing was actually done by the City Lord? Why did you do such a thing? I do this for the prosperity of our city. Only by keeping Ho-Oh here forever can this city prosper forever. The City Lord slowly raised his hands and responded with excitement and madness. Didn't you hear what Ash and others said? Your behavior will only bring devastating consequences to the future. Violet didn't expect that he could do such a thing after listening to the future described by Ash and others. Of course I have thought about this. I have to thank them. Norman came all the way from the future to tell me this, which made me pay more attention to today's action and prepare these electric monsters. The City Lord pointed to the large number of electric-type Pokémon chained by the warriors around him, and smiled very proudly. As long as Ho-Oh is controlled here, the future will not happen. I can be said to have indirectly helped them save the future, don't you think? Violet. Faced with Violet's questioning, the City Lord was unmoved, but felt that what he did was completely correct. I will never let you succeed. Violet responded angrily, and ran towards Ho-Oh to help it. Humph. The City Lord hummed, and a playful smile appeared on his face. When Violet ran towards Ho-Oh, several figures suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. When Violet saw the people who stopped her, she immediately showed an incredible look on her face. You guys. Violet, don't stop the City Lord's plan. Violet was extremely shocked that the people who stopped her were the people from the same families who served Ho-Oh. She looked around in great shock. Many people from the families walked to the City Lord, leaving only a small number of people, such as the people from her witch family and the people from the Matsuno family, who were as surprised as her. I didn't expect you to run away. Violet was so angry that she trembled all over. She didn't expect that many families in this city had already been blinded by desire and colluded with the City Lord to try to get involved in Ho-Oh's power. We are also for the future of Ecruteak City. Seeing Violet's angry look, the family members who betrayed Ho-Oh had some shame on their faces, but they soon disappeared. The future will be destroyed by your actions today. Violet yelled at them angrily, and then rushed forward regardless of her weak fighting power. However, she was just an ordinary Stephanie after all, and she was not aggressive at all. She was soon caught by the traitors under the City Lord. Let me go. Violet struggled hard. She blamed herself very much now. She thought it was all her fault. It was because she wrongly trusted the City Lord that led to this situation, and also implicated Ash. Okay, take them away, don't ruin my big plan. The City Lord also spoke at this time. He had been secretly colluding with these families and secretly communicating with them. It was for this day. Of course, he also knew that there were some stubborn guys. He knew that he could not turn them over, so he was too lazy to work hard on them. Song was careful to guard against. For example, the witch family where Violet was, and the hardcore supporters of Ho-Oh such as the Matsuno family. He knew that he could not turn them over. But fortunately, most of the families were moved by the interests, and they all chose to stand on their side. At this time, these betrayed family members rushed up and controlled the people of Violet's family and Matsuno's family. Then they were forced to go down the tower. Violet kept struggling, but she had no way to break free. At this time, Ho-Oh roared again, and as his body exerted force, the iron chains on his body instantly made a tightening sound. The next moment, the two outermost iron chains broke with a sound. Obviously, these iron chains could not trap Ho-Oh. If this continued, all the iron chains on his body would be broken free. Sure enough, the power is amazing, but thanks to that little ghost, I am quite well prepared. The City Lord couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene, and his eyes were a little fascinated. This is the calendar area he wants to pursue. Ho-Oh seemed to have heard his words, and the rage in his eyes became more and more obvious. He turned his head and pulled the iron chain towards the direction where the City Lord was standing, preparing to attack. However, at this time, the City Lord sneered and snapped his fingers. More and more electric monsters were pulled up behind him. Da-da-da. A considerable number of them were commanded by members of the 500 families who had surrendered to the City Lord. Hundreds of electric-type monsters launched thunder shock attacks on Ho-Oh, who was struggling almost at the same time. Cry. Ho-Oh, who was entangled by the iron chain, immediately let out a shrill and miserable growl. The power of thunder and lightning was extremely effective on it, and the strong paralysis made it difficult for it to move at all. The electric monsters continued to maintain the discharge contest condition with high intensity, ensuring that Ho-Oh was always in a long-term paralysis contest condition and could not struggle at all. According to the mayor's idea, they only need to wait until Ho-Oh's physical strength is exhausted, and then they will capture it naturally. No, don't hurt it. Listening to the miserable growl of Ho-Oh, Violet screamed in pain, but she could only watch Ho-Oh suffer and be taken away uncontrollably. Morty, haven't you come yet? There was no other way. All Violet could think of now was that Morty, who had just been asked by her, could find Ash as soon as possible and ask them to stop everything in front of them. Soon, Violet, her family, and the people of the Matsuno family were taken to the bottom of the tower. At this time, the people watching under the tower had no idea what was happening. They watched the dazzling spark and could only discuss anxiously. Violet was being watched by these guys. When she continued to walk down the middle of the bell tower, she saw several pairs of eyes staring at her group in the shadows inside the tower. When she saw Violet being caught by several people, 3 figures rushed out from the shadows at the same time. 3 figures, blue, yellow, and orange, attacked the betrayers directly, with flames, torrents, and lightning power coming at the same time. Bang bang bang! Enemy attack. As the 3 figures launched their attacks, the surroundings were filled with screams of misery. Violet also felt that the hand holding her loosened a little, and she quickly broke free. Then all 3 figures jumped to Violet's side, staring at the betrayers warily. Is it you? Looking at the 3 familiar figures in front of her, Violet was slightly stunned, and then she showed a happy expression. In front of her were 3 Pokémon with different attributes. If Ash was here at this moment, he would be extremely shocked, because their appearance was exactly the mini version of Suicune Entei and Lei. At this time, they did not have the huge size and extremely powerful power like in later generations. Of course, they were not Violet's Pokémon, but wild Pokémon. Pokémon just happened to live here. They suddenly appeared here for unknown reasons, and many people were worried and scared. And because of their unique appearance, the wild Pokémon living nearby often excluded them. However, after Violet came into contact with them, she felt that they had no ill intentions, so she let them live here openly as a priestess. As a priestess, Violet was naturally favored by wild Pokémon. Of course, it might also be related to the strong Ho-Oh aura on her body. In short, as Violet accepted the 3 Pokémon, the attitude of the wild Pokémon nearby became kinder to them. The mini 3 sacred beasts were also very well behaved and protected this place very seriously, so slowly, other people got used to their living here. And she would occasionally visit and take care of them, and from time to time she would bring some delicious food over, and slowly the relationship became much closer. In this case, let you try this. Just like the powerful big move released by Pokémon, if it fails to hit the opponent, it means that there is no threat at all. Violet looked at the 3 sacred beasts and said sincerely. However, even the Master Ball with a 100% capture probability produced by the system in Ash's hand cannot do this. Please help me, Ho-Oh is in danger now. This is impossible, there is such a powerful force. Cry? So even if it is a Master Ball, Ash will only use it after defeating the opponent or sneak attacking, otherwise even the Master Ball will be useless. Since the 3 sacred beasts had always been taken care of by Violet and had witnessed the coming of Ho-Oh many times, seeing them at this time they definitely can't just sit back and watch Violet get into trouble. In order to protect Violet, the 3 sacred beasts could only fight with them. The city lord was a little panicked when he saw this scene, but he still forced himself to calm down. Top of the tower. The golden light on his body burst out completely in an instant, directly deflecting the power of thunder and lightning. The next moment, Ho-Oh dual wing beat swung vigorously, and the iron chain on his body collapsed instantly. At this time, on the top of the tower, Ho-Oh, who was in the middle, was constantly suffering from the horrifying electric torture, and he roared in pain again, and his eyes gradually flashed red. However, at this time, many of the people arranged by the city lord also heard the noise and rushed over. Some of them brought Zubat and Golbat, and saw Violet and the 3 sacred beasts resisting and immediately launched an attack. Because in the eyes of people like him, humans have developed these devices simply to capture Pokémon, just like the monster restriction device they are using now. Swoosh! At this time, after Ho-Oh broke free from the chain, he also looked at the city lord and others below with rage. It is worth mentioning that although the 3 Pokémon have not yet obtained the power of Ho-Oh to become the 3 sacred beasts in the true sense, their own combat power is already quite strong. People in this era are still afraid of Pokémon, calling them monsters, and there are not many trainers, so they can't handle it at all. Thank you. Violet was very moved when she looked at the 3 sacred beasts, and then she thought of some things about Ho-Oh, and she had to solve the problem as soon as possible. In a blink of an eye, all the iron chains were broken, and Ho-Oh swung dual wing beat to break free from control. However, let alone ordinary Pokémon, Li, King, and Zhao, balls, even Master Balls would be useless if they were hit by a beam of light before they touched Ho-Oh's body. In short, he regarded this ordinary Pokeball as a future version of the monster restriction device. As long as the Pokeball successfully collects Ho-Oh, it can only listen to him honestly. In the eyes of the city lord, he has regarded the Pokeball as a good thing that can catch and successfully subdue the monster as long as it is thrown out. For a while, the 3 sacred beasts actually faced many Pokémon of the city lord's subordinates and also gained the upper hand, but it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Violet was very anxious when she saw this. Bang bang bang! Then he took out a red and white ball from his body, which was the Pokeball from Ash's backpack. Sensing Violet's emotions, the three sacred beasts nodded at the same time, and then continued to roar and attack the enemies around them. He threw the Pokeball towards he threw it in the direction of Ho-Oh, thinking that he could catch Ho-Oh directly. The City Lord's face changed. He didn't expect to be hit by such a strong thunder shock attack, can actually release such a powerful force. Boom! Because reality is not playing games. The game mechanism determines that as long as you throw a Pokeball, no matter how strong the opponent is, it must be collected in the Pokeball for a moment. Roar! But it is different in reality. Pokémon is neither blind nor stupid. Unless it has been defeated and lost its fighting ability, or a trainer who likes to throw balls at it, as long as it can still move, how can it be stupid to watch you throw things at it without any reaction? Bang! Ho-Oh let out a sharp cry, facing the Pokeball flying towards him, and directly swung his wings back, only to hear a bang. The Pokeball thrown by the City Lord was directly slapped away and instantly turned into fragments by the powerful force. What? How is this possible? The City Lord was stunned on the spot. He remembered correctly that the Pokeball was indeed used in this way. He couldn't understand why it didn't work this time. At this time, Ho-Oh would not indulge him. A colorful light flashed in his mouth, and then a blazing colorful flame was released from his mouth. Boom! With a loud bang, the colorful flame descended and attacked directly in the direction of the City Lord. Seeing this scene, the City Lord was shocked, and at this time a warrior in armor next to him rushed up and threw the City Lord away. Lord, be careful. The loyal guards helped the Lord avoid the attack. The flames hit the ground. Under the shocking impact, the entire ground instantly broke apart. Wooden boards flew across the sky while the flames exploded. Ho-Oh's flames did not stop, and directly swept the attack to the surroundings. Many guards around panicked and dodged. Bang bang bang! Ho-Oh's flames began to ruthlessly destroy the top of the tower, and the electric Pokemon that Chang Fei had arranged before also fell into panic contest condition under the attack of Fang and Bing. ZZZZ, beginning to indiscriminately discharge, those family members who surrendered to the Lord of the City were all attacked by thunder shock. Here, Ho-Oh continued to release flame attacks, and the fire soon extended to the entire top of the tower. Quick, look, the top of the tower seems to be on fire. Below, a civilian suddenly shouted. When the others heard the sound, they looked up into the sky and saw that the top of the tower was indeed on fire. There had never been such a situation before, and coupled with the strangeness when Ho-Oh came just now, it was obvious that something big had happened. Something happened. Ho-Oh, something must have happened to make Ho-Oh angry. This is the divine punishment from Lord Ho-Oh. It must be said that the guesses of these civilians were quite accurate. This was indeed the anger from Ho-Oh, but they had no idea what had happened on the top of the tower. Hurry, run. Seeing the situation in front of them, and seeing that someone had died, many people began to flee in panic. At this time, several figures pushed the crowd away and ran over. They were Ash, Nana, and Morty. They looked up at the flames on the top of the tower, which had spread to the upper floors. Are we still too late? Looking at this scene, Morty frowned and said, originally the past will repeat itself in the future, but now a similar scene in the future has also reappeared in the past. Ash, who had experienced a familiar scene, spoke unconsciously. What happened more than 100 years ago? Ho-Oh was persecuted by humans. The slight difference is that the threat of the City Lord's mansion to Ho-Oh is definitely not the same as that of Team Rocket. At this moment, things have not reached the point where they can't be completely redeemed, and he can't give up. Ash. Listening to Ash's words, Nana cast a worried look at him. I'm fine, we have to speed up. Ash shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about other things, and gestured. Songhina immediately nodded and followed. Stop, don't get close to the bell tower. However, when the three of them just approached the bell tower, the soldiers guarding the tower also showed their weapons and blocked their way. Seeing this scene, Morty immediately put his hand on the saber at his waist, and Gengar also emerged from his shadow. Ash and Nana stopped and looked at the situation above the top of the tower. If you don't want to die, get out of my way, Morty said coldly, holding the hilt of the knife. There was no need to be so particular at this time. If they disagreed, they would start a real-life PK. Now the situation was urgent, and he didn't want to waste time. It turned out to be the young master of the Matsuno family. The lord of the city has ordered that no one can enter the bell tower without his order. The soldiers in front of them were obviously the lord of the city's followers, so it was impossible for them to let the three people in. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Get out of my way or don't blame me for being rude, Morty said coldly, indicating that your conspiracy has been exposed. It seems that you want to disobey the lord of the city's order. If so, you can't blame us. The soldiers who had seen this scene also showed a look of fear. Although they were not as numerous as them, they could not withstand such a torment. Even with more people, they could not deal with the monsters. With an order, many people appeared around, holding spears and bows and arrows to surround Ash and the other two. Get out of the way, Gengar, use the shadow ball. Ash was too lazy to waste time with them. Although he was from the future and was not suitable to be involved in too many causes and effects, it was time for him to take action. The arrows fired by the bows and arrows in the hands of some remaining soldiers on the other side were also blocked by the sandstorm rolled up by Gabite, and then the sandstorm rolled towards the soldiers under Gabite's control. Looking at the guy blocking the way, Morty gave an order and blasted a shadow ball directly at the sergeant in front. Nana also gave orders at the same time. The sharp-toothed shark roared, waved its claws, and the light flashed on its body. The next moment, a sandstorm rolled up violently from under its feet. The sergeant was startled and kept retreating in panic. Seeing the attack coming, he didn't know what to do for a while. At this moment, the surrounding archers also began to prepare, but all the arrows in their hands were broken by Ash's psychic. At this moment, a voice sounded, and the next moment, a dark purple wave beam came and hit the shadow ball released by Morty's Gengar directly. As he blasted out a psychic shock wave, many soldiers were hit, blood splashed, and bursts of miserable growls were heard. After hearing this, the group of people in front of them obviously couldn't let Ash and others leave easily. Caused a violent explosion. Boom! But they still had the order from the city lord. We can't retreat in the face of the enemy. Might Hyena, use Dark Pulse. Help me. Gabite, send out a sandstorm. Caught in the wind and sand, a group of archers let out a series of miserable growls, and their bodies were swept away uncontrollably. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Under the explosion, the sergeant screamed, and his body was blown away by the airflow generated by the explosion, falling to the ground in a mess, and Ash and the others also changed their faces when they saw this. The next moment, dozens of black shadows walked out from the corner of the wall, each of them was ferocious and exuded a strong smell of blood. Behind the sergeant, there were several grinning Might Hyena and a large group of Puchhyena following the group. Just from the number alone, there must be at least dozens of them. Haha, the soldiers of the city lord's mansion are really cowards. An arrogant voice sounded, and everyone was stunned. A figure quickly fell down. He was wearing a black suit, covering his face with a black cloth, and carrying a samurai sword on his back. He landed next to the leading Might Hyena. On the black clothes of these people, there were wolfhound patterns printed on them. Morty stared at the costumes of the group of uninvited guests who suddenly appeared around him and was slightly stunned. Then his eyes began to become gloomy and full of hatred. With Gengar, the family emblem of the Matsuno family, you should be the young master of the Matsuno family. Ha ha ha, if I catch you, I wonder how much money the Matsuno family will have to pay me in exchange. The other leader noticed Morty narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a greedy look. Who are they? Nana, who was standing next to him, felt very uncomfortable looking at these guys in front of her, and couldn't help frowning and asking. They are a notorious bandit group, the Wolf Fang Gang. As long as they have money, they have always been unscrupulous, vicious, and often destroy corpses and traces. Morty unconsciously clenched his fists when he heard Nana's question. Obviously, for these notorious guys, he had long wanted to lead his troops to wipe them all out. However, the city lord refused several times for various reasons. Now it seems that this gang of thieves who are domineering in several nearby cities obviously has a shameful business with the city lord. Now they are acting as the city lord's thugs. When she heard that these guys didn't even let ordinary people go, Nana's eyes became extremely cold. These guys, she absolutely cannot forgive Pokemon for doing such things. Haha, you can't say that. The ones who assign us tasks and support us are the high-ranking officials of your big cities. They support us secretly, assist our power to exclude dissidents, do all kinds of dirty things, and usually pretend to be righteous and deceive you idiots. We are standing here now, I wonder how you feel. The leader of the Wolf Fang Gang sneered after hearing this. Most of them are good people oppressed by the laws of major cities, and they know the darkness hidden under the peace in their respective cities. And what he said is absolutely right. Although the major forces usually show deep hatred, they will assist their power when doing something shameful. Now it is the turn of the mayor of Ecruteak City to hire them, which also shows the decay of this city. Ash is quite calm. Not to mention in this era, even more than 100 years later, mercenaries, Pokemon hunters, and even the evil organizations that the Alliance colluded with are endless. However, most of the villains in later generations are relatively advanced, and most of them have the ambition to overthrow the existing regime. These words really left Morty speechless. He knew the city lord's purpose, but he didn't expect that in order to succeed, he would even invite the notorious Wolf Fang Gang. Fierce as they are, the powerful and terrifying aura of Dragonite and Charizard cannot be compensated by courage. Ash spoke coldly at this time. He didn't want to get entangled with these guys in vain. As ferocious and bloodthirsty as they are, they also stopped unconsciously, with a glimmer of fear in their eyes. Roar! Charizard roared at the group of Puchhyena. Nana also nodded. Now they must rush to Ho-Oh's side as soon as possible. Dragonite immediately rolled up a twister and whirlwinded the newly organized soldiers of the city lord's mansion again. Looking at the attack in front of him, Pikachu jumped up without any command, with spark flashing on his cheeks, and the Northern Volt blasted out directly. The people of the Wolf Fang Gang are obviously weak. Their pattern is not comparable to the villains like Giovanni and Archer in Ash's era. Hearing Ash's words, Morty quickly sorted out his emotions. It is true that he must hurry over now. If he doesn't hurry, everything will be too late. Please give me flowers. He didn't expect that after defeating his Might Hyena's Dark Pulse, Thunderbolt still attacked him directly. Huh? You are not the people that guy specially invited us to deal with, right? Just two little ghosts. Might Hyena uses Dark Pulse. This can be said to be truly notorious. Go. The Wolf Fang Gang leader was also unceremonious and signaled to his men. Two roars suddenly sounded, and Charizard and Dragonite appeared in front of Ash at the same time. Oh. Once this matter spreads, the reputation of the entire Ecruteak city will be ruined, and even the city lords of several nearby cities will firmly grasp this matter to make a fuss. At this time, the soldiers of the City Lord's mansion saw that the Wolf Fang gang came to help them, and they also began to move, each holding a spear and surrounding Ash and others. All the subordinates howled at the sight, commanding dozens of Pokémon to rush forward at the same time. It seems that I underestimated you. After standing firm, the Wolf Fang gang leader looked at Ash with a different look. No wonder that guy would specially spend a lot of money to invite him here. The two forces collided violently, and a shocking explosion occurred in an instant. The shocked Wolf Fang gang leader quickly dodged to avoid the residual power of Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Boom! Charizard, Dragonite, prepare for battle. He has no psychological burden for slaughtering women, children, the elderly and the weak. This is also the reason why Morty reacted so strongly when he learned that the City Lord was colluding with them. Catch them. Ho 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 ho, you bunch of scum, you really talk a lot of nonsense. There are always evil people in every era. The strong will attack the stronger, while the weak will only bully the weaker. The leader of the Wolf Fang gang looked at Ash and Nana laughed sarcastically. Even when facing children, he can still kill without hesitation. Pikachu. Pokémon are not like those Zubats. They are fierce monsters. They have been following the Wolf Fang gang and have seen a lot of blood. They are even more murderous. They rushed towards Ash and his men without hesitation. Bang! Roar! Charizard, Dragonite, I'll leave this to you. Roar! Ash chose to let Dragonite and Charizard deal with them. Charizard and Dragonite flew into the air and attacked the guys from the Wolf Fang gang directly. Seeing this scene, the guys from the Wolf Fang gang also showed quite surprised expressions, and they were shocked to see Ash summon two Pokémon out of thin air. Not to mention that there were two Pokémon standing on his shoulders. Gabite, I'll leave it to you too. And you, Gengar. Nana and Morty also sent their own Pokémon to stay and help. After all, there were too many rivals here, and Gabite and Gengar responded. After that, Charizard led the Pokémon to rush towards the Pokémon of the Wolf Fang gang, and the two sides immediately fought together. Let's go. Ash called out, preparing to go inside the tower. Don't let them get through. The sergeant also spoke up when he saw Ash and the others trying to break in, and immediately rushed forward to surround them, while the Pokémon over there were fighting. A group of people from the Wolf Fang gang also rushed up to block Ash and the others' way. In their opinion, if it was a melee, Ash and Nana were clearly at a disadvantage. Although Ash looked a bit strangely powerful, he was still far inferior to the desperate criminals who killed people like them. Morty, although a samurai, had no way to deal with so many Wolf Fang gang members and soldiers from the City Lord's mansion alone. Damn it. Morty frowned secretly while holding the hilt of the knife. Morty. Just at this moment, a voice came, and several men in Ronin samurai clothes ran over from behind. Morty turned around immediately after hearing the voice, and his face lit up when he saw the people coming. Miyamoto. Morty's face lit up as he saw the man rushing in with a few samurai, and then he drew his saber and pointed it at the soldiers of the City Lord's mansion and the guys from the Wolf Fang gang. At this time, another group of people ran over. Ash and the others took a closer look and found that they were the previous hunter family Akai and his group, as well as their magic beasts. Morty, what happened? These guys said that the City Lord's mansion wanted to capture Ho-Oh, is this true? The man called Miyamoto came to Ash and the other two, and then asked, and it seemed that he was very familiar with Morty. They are right, all of this is the work of the City Lord, he wants to control the power of Ho-Oh. Morty also explained simply after hearing the voice, although there was no way to explain it clearly at once and many times. Damn, is it all true? Hearing this, the face of the samurai uncle named Miyamoto had completely turned cold. He didn't expect that the dignified City Lord not only coveted the power of Ho-Oh, but also went along with the Wolf Fang gang. Leave this to us, go and stop that guy. Looking at the situation in front of him, Miyamoto knew that he could not waste any more time, and immediately grasped the samurai sword and took a fighting stance. At the same time, he spoke to Morty. Okay, I'll leave this to you, Uncle Miyamoto. Morty nodded and responded, and then immediately signaled Ash and Nana to follow his steps. The soldiers of the City Lord's mansion and the Wolf Fang gang wanted to stop them, but under the leadership of Miyamoto and Akai, the samurai and hunters also fought with each other. At the same time, Miyamoto himself faced the leader of the Wolf Fang gang, and the scene under the tower became extremely chaotic. Considering that there was an important battle next, Ash did not waste time with these guys. The three of them quickly entered the tower, and Nana also asked in confusion, "Who was that man just now?" His name is Miyamoto. His Miyamoto family was the first samurai family under the previous City Lord, but now it has gradually declined. However, in this generation, Uncle Miyamoto not only inherited the family's exquisite forging skills, but also became the best forging craftsman. It is said that he also has a perception ability far beyond ordinary people, which makes him the real first samurai in Ecruteak City today. Morty briefly explained the origin of the samurai uncle named Miyamoto. After listening to the explanation, Nana nodded slightly and did not continue to ask. Forging craftsman, perception ability far beyond ordinary people? Ash, who heard this, also raised his eyebrows slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. The three of them quickly went up, and just after going up 2 floors, they met many people, some of whom were from other families. Soon Morty also met people from his own family who are now fleeing to the bottom of the tower. What's the situation now? Morty met a person from his own family and immediately grabbed his arm to ask about the situation. Morty, it's already burning up there. The people from the City Lord's mansion and Miss Violet and the City Lord himself are up there. Seeing that it was Morty, everyone in the Matsuno family breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained. Why didn't you stop that guy? Morty asked angrily, looking at so many family members in front of him. The people of the Matsuno family, hearing Morty's questioning, also looked very ugly, and then looked at the people of other families around them. We want to do it. But these guys, they colluded with the City Lord to attack Ho-Oh while controlling us. The people of the Matsuno family directly told the whole story. After hearing this, Morty looked at the people of other families with a cold look. He never thought that even many families serving Ho-Oh had so many betrayers. Humph. You all remember this. This matter will not end like this. I will definitely settle accounts with you on 5.5. You go first. Morty warned coldly, and then signaled everyone in the family to leave first, and they had more important things to solve next. Listen Morty's words. The Matsuno family also reminded him to pay attention to safety, let the attack run towards the bottom of the tower. The three of them went up a few more floors, and when they got here, they could already feel the temperature rising rapidly. The fire had spread down, and the pillars around were also burning. Just as the three of them were about to go up, they saw many soldiers from the City Lord's mansion fleeing in panic, and they were even more shocked when they saw Morty and the other two. Logically, they should follow the City Lord's order and fight them, but it was obvious that they could no longer care about these at the moment, and they were only concerned about escaping. Stop. Morty pulled out his knife and put it on one of the men's necks. The others stopped when they heard the sound. Where's Violet? Which? She's still up there, on the upper floor. The soldier was frightened and said quickly. Morty then let go of the knife. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and ran away. The three looked at each other and went up to the upper floor. At this time, the upper floor had almost completely turned into a sea of fire. Violet wanted to go up there to save Ho-Oh, but was blocked by the fire. Boom boom! At this moment, the upper floor collapsed due to the intense burning. Violet, who was standing on the stairs on the upper floor, was horrified and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late to dodge. Roar! At this moment, a group of water blue figures rushed over and directly knocked Violet away. Violet screamed, her body was pushed away uncontrollably, and she fell to the ground. She didn't care about the pain. When she looked up, she saw three figures were completely buried by the collapsed pillars and stones. Everyone. Violet screamed in panic, watching the three sacred beasts being buried by the burning pillars and stones. Before she could react, she saw the collapsed road surface above hit the road surface 10 floors below again. Immediately afterwards, the front began to collapse rapidly. Violet was shocked and quickly stood up and ran back. Before she could dodge, the ground under her feet began to collapse, and Violet fell directly with it. She fell with the collapse of the ground, and in panic, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed her. Feeling her body being grabbed, Violet showed a panicked look. There was a sea of fire below. When she looked up, she found three figures standing above. At this time, Morty was reaching out to grab Violet's hand. Ash and Nana were also beside them. Seeing the three people appear, Violet finally breathed a sigh of relief. You are here. Violet even forgot that she was still in a dangerous environment. Come up first. Ash also added, using Psychic to reduce the pressure on Morty caused by Violet's weight. The four people just came up and met a tall figure wearing armor and a helmet, whose true appearance was covered by a dark iron mask. What's wrong with you? Morty asked immediately after noticing Violet's abnormality. In this way, Morty easily pulled her up. Violet panted slightly, turned around and looked at the sea of fire, and tears welled up in her eyes. What Pokemon are you talking about, Miss Violet? At this time, he was carrying a person on his shoulders like a dead pig. The four people recognized him at a glance. He seemed to be the culprit of this incident, the City Lord. As a person from the future, Ash is naturally quite sure that these three Pokemon are most likely the three Pokemon that were burned to death in the legend, that is, the three sacred beasts. Ash didn't waste any more time, turned around and continued to run to the upper floor. Fortunately, the floor collapse just now was only in the middle area, and it didn't affect the stairs for the time being. Ash was slightly stunned after hearing Violet's words, and then he unconsciously thought about it in his mind, and three figures quickly emerged. Soon they came to the upper floor, and the ground on this floor also collapsed. It was because of the collapse of this floor that the danger of being tortured was caused. At this moment, Guilu in front of him directly threw the City Lord off his shoulder. The other party seemed to have completely fallen into a coma. Is it that being a warrior for the City Lord is also difficult to say? Morty responded with a lost look. In fact, he mentioned Violet but did not mention himself, because he also had a very good relationship with them. Could it be that the three Pokemon in the legend died in the fire in the Bell Tower, but were later resurrected by the power of the Wind King and given powerful existence? Listening to Ash's words, Morty and Violet were stunned, and Nana also looked at Ash in confusion. Morty looked at the man in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. Guilu was the name of the warrior in front of him. He was also the City Lord's trusted guard and the strongest warrior in the City Lord's mansion. Morty was also stunned after hearing the voice. As the guardian of Ho-Oh, he naturally knew that the three strange monsters living here were not their monsters, but they had always liked them and would take care of them. Besides, they were here and had unknowingly become the guardians of this tower. Violet looked at the sea of fire under the collapsed ground in front of her and couldn't help but shed tears. Let's go. Although the fire has now spread to the stairs, it's still easy to get through in a short time. Everyone didn't care so much and quickly climbed up the stairs. Ash, what's wrong with you? Pa? As long as Ho-Oh is fine, they will definitely be fine. That is, the 3 sacred beasts of the future world. Ash still remembers this legend to some extent. I really don't understand, why do you want to protect someone like you? Morty asked inexplicably while looking at Guilu in front of him. From Morty's words, it can be heard that in his opinion, Guilu in front of him is not a bad person. Ghost Willow. Although the space available for action has been reduced, it's not to the point where there is no place to stay. Nothing, Miss Violet, don't worry, they are fine, as long as they can calm down Ho-Oh's anger, they will definitely be fine. 3 Pokemon, burned to death. Nana saw this and knew that it must be the 3 Pokemon she liked who got into trouble because of saving her, and asked unconsciously. Although Ash didn't explain it clearly, for some reason, after hearing what Ash said, she always felt that the 3 Pokemon would be safe, probably because Ash came from the future. But as a subordinate and personal guard of the city lord, he seemed to be ruthless this time, and threw him to the ground like a dead pig. They are all wild monsters. Although they are wild, Violet has been taking care of them since they came here, and they also regard Violet as a good friend. They are trying to save me, woo, just to repay the favor, that's all. Guilu was silent and only responded lightly. Obviously, he also knew that the city lord's actions were wrong, but the other party had done him a favor, and the position was different. Even in this situation, he had to fulfill his duties, and decisively drew the sword at his waist. Then don't blame us for taking action. Here, Ash's eyes also lit up with psychic blue light. Ha Ash, you go first. At this time, Morty took a deep breath and suddenly spoke. Then he pointed the samurai sword in his hand at Guilu in front of him. Be careful. Ash looked at this scene and said nothing. The blue light in his eyes faded. As a traverser, it is better to do as little as possible to disturb other people's lives. Let Morty and Guilu have a samurai duel? After looking at Nana, the two nodded to each other and ran towards the stairs to the upper floor. Violet did not leave, but chose to stand behind Morty. When the two ran past Guilu, Guilu just glanced at them but did not stop them. This shows that he is definitely not a bad person. Dongfu is just a person who is grateful for what he has done. Ha, ding. When Ash and Nana ran up the stairs, they could already hear the low voices of both sides and the sound of the blade. However, the two did not stop and continued to climb up. Cry? At this moment, above the tower, after Ho-Oh's crazy attack, there was no one on the top of the tower. Even if there was, it would have been swallowed by the raging fire, or it would have jumped down to avoid the fire and was smashed into a pulp. But Ho-Oh's rage did not subside. He flew out of the sky area of the bell tower and began to attack all around. Bang bang bang! Accompanied by the cry of Ho-Oh, the indiscriminate fire attack of the holy destruction continued to fall from the bell tower. Boom boom! The rain of fire from the sky hit the ground, and soon ignited the surrounding trees and hit the ground at the same time. At this moment, both sides of the battle were affected. It's so hot. Everyone be careful to avoid the fire attack. Miyamoto, who was fighting fiercely with the leader of the Wolf Fang gang, immediately shouted to the people in his own camp. Soon, Akai and others gave up the fight and quickly avoided the rain of fire from the sky. On the other hand, the Wolf Fang gang and the City Lord's mansion soldiers who were closest to the tower were also Ho-Oh's continuous sacred flames caused heavy casualties, and the bloodshed continued. The monsters of the Wolf Fang gang also couldn't resist Ho-Oh's attack, and a large number of them fell. This was also a great consumption of his psychic, and at the top of the tower, the fire was even more intense, and he could only reach the top of the tower through this corridor. Roar! After spitting out 2 words gently, Ash gritted his teeth and increased the output of psychic help. The two were stranded in midair. At the same time, he quickly took out a pokeball from his waist. Watching Ash fearlessly rushing towards Ho-Oh, who was in a furious contest condition in the air, Nana stood there and looked at his back, unconsciously attracted by that figure, and fell asleep slightly. Brothers, come on. Wolf Fang gang, your enemy is us. Ash quickly commanded Pidgeot to fly out of the vicinity of the bell tower. On the tower, rumble, accompanied by a loud cry, Pidgeot, who had not come out for a long time, excitedly rushed to Ash's side and took him and Nana on his back. Ash didn't even bother to look at the Wolf Fang gang's collar, and decisively jumped back on Pidgeot's back and gave Nana a word, then flew directly into the air. Below, the leader of the Wolf Fang gang licked his lips and issued an attack order. Ash turned around and reacted quickly. He jumped out without hesitation, grabbed Nana's hand and hugged her in his arms. Pidgeot. At this time, the pillars above began to shake one after another. Ash signaled Nana to follow him closely, and ran towards the burning road ahead. Dragonite and Charizard on Ash's side reacted very quickly, and they also dodged the attack before attacking. You're lucky to be alive even in such a big fire, kid. But I won't let you get away this time. I can only try my best. This is Ash, Nana. At this time, there was a roar behind him, and then Ash heard Nana's scream growl. The 10 sections of the road in front of Song's store collapsed completely under the fire. Nana obviously didn't expect that she had lost her footing in panic and her body fell uncontrollably. Pidot, use Steel Wing. Seeing that several pillars of fire were about to fall towards the battlefield below, Miyamoto, Akai and other hunters might be in danger. Ash also hurriedly commanded Pidgeot to attack. He decisively wrapped himself and Nana with Psychic, and then Pidgeot turned in the air, and his wings lit up with bright white light. Steel Wing directly knocked the pillars of fire that were falling towards this side and changed their direction. Then it turned into a stream of white light and fell directly back to the ground. What is this? The soldiers of the Wolf Fang Gang and the City Lord's mansion barely resisted the strong wind caused by this sudden figure, and looked at Ash and Nana on Pidgeot's back in surprise. Little Ash, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. After her feet touched the ground, Nana immediately looked at Ash in front of her with guilt. Obviously, she was almost able to see Ho-Oh, but she still held her back because of her. If Ash hadn't been concerned about her, he would have probably been close to Ho-Oh by now. At the same time, Charizard did not forget to spit out a blazing flame at the members of the Wolf Fang Gang below. Ash. Nana was still immersed in the fear of death threat a second ago, and felt a warm breath the next second. Nana, protect yourself, I'll deal with Ho-Oh's business. Be careful. Hey. At this time, the people led by Miyamoto and Akai also rushed up again. It's up to you, Pidgeot. At this time, Ash and Nana were almost at the top of the tower. The two of them successfully came to the corridor outside the tower. At this time, the corridor was completely ignited. Ash also had to rely on Psychic to catch up with the fierce fire. Bang. Girl, be careful. My Taina uses Crunch. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. When Nana reacted, she turned her head and saw a fierce figure rushing towards her, with purple light flashing on its sharp teeth. Nana's expression changed when she saw this, and her body subconsciously retreated. Roar! At this moment, a figure rushed forward quickly, blocking with both arms, causing My Taina to bite Gabite's arm. Gabite. Nana paused slightly as she looked at the figure in front of her, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then her eyes became firm, thinking that she must not distract Ash again. It's time, Gabite. Nana shouted firmly. Roar! Gabite roared loudly after hearing the voice, and the next moment, a dazzling white light of evolution suddenly lit up on his body. The light spread rapidly, and My Taina's eyes were stung by the white light. Then he saw the figure in front of him expanding rapidly. Nana looked at this scene with a look of surprise on her face. This is, evolved. Nana looked at the sound that was getting louder and louder, and said to herself with her mouth wide open. If we look at the level, her sharp-toothed shark has completely reached the minimum standard required for evolution, and it only needs appropriate stimulation. Now, the urgency of saving 767 Nana also prompted it to complete its evolution. Boom! Fierce! With a roar, the light dissipated, and a tall figure suddenly appeared. As the height changed, My Taina bit its arm, but its body also left the ground. The figure in front of him at this time was similar to a double thistle shark, with a dark blue base color from the lower jaw to the abdomen, and red from the lower part of the abdomen to yellow. There were sharp shark teeth in the mouth, 3 gill slits on both sides of the neck, and 2 white bone spurs on the upper arm and thigh. The sharp blades on the arms also became longer and wider, and now they were crossed together, so that they could be jet planes normal. Garchomp. Fierce? Hearing Nana's voice, Garchomp turned his head slightly to respond, and looked into her eyes. At this moment, many images also appeared in Nana's mind. She and Fang. No, now it should be said that Garchomp met. They had a deep bond since it was just a Pokémon egg, from when its shell smash came out, accompanied her in her childhood, and then grew up together as a trainer. Even during the time when she went astray and lost herself, it always stayed by her side. Memories of the past came to her mind, and Nana slowly opened her eyes. I seem to have found my future goal, Garchomp. Let's work together to catch up with Ash. Nana looked at the back of Garchomp in front of her with a firm look. Fierce? Dragon Claw. Nana gave an order, and Garchomp's eyes were slightly stern after hearing the voice, and his arms suddenly exerted force. With a powerful force, he directly broke free from My Taina's amazing bite force. My Taina also showed a look of horror on his face, but at this moment, the rival in front of him was a true quasi-god level existence. Garchomp raised his right arm, and a green light suddenly flashed on the blade, forming a larger energy blade on the blade. Bang! With a full-strength attack, the amazing force directly chopped My Taina's body. My Taina screamed, and his body flew backwards in an instant, and then fell to the ground in embarrassment. It seems that he has been seriously injured. But, damn it, hey My Taina, what are you doing? Hurry up and stand up and fight again. Looking at the aggressive Garchomp, the leader of the Wolf Fang Gang was also a little flustered, and rushed forward to kick My Taina, who fell to the ground. You are a complete BD, you actually used Pokemon as a tool, I will not let you go. Nana clenched her fists when she saw this scene. It was obvious that the trainer from more than 100 years in the future would not allow anyone to do this. Dragon Pulse, Garchomp. Fierce? After hearing the sound, Garchomp suddenly opened his mouth, and a stream of colorful energy suddenly condensed, and then rushed forward, and the energy instantly turned into a colorful dragon and blasted out. The leader of the Wolf Fang Gang was startled, and then he dodged in panic, barely avoiding the attack, but the roar behind him also made him sweat unconsciously. Damn, what are you doing? Come on. The leader of the Wolf Fang Gang shouted loudly to the surroundings, looking at the subordinates around him, but saw that the subordinates at this time were also frightened by Garchomp and had panic in their eyes, and then they were beaten back by the troops led by Akai and Miyamoto. At the same time, many Pokemon were also approaching. Swish, swish, swish. With a few sounds of breaking through the air, the hunter's Pokémon showed their skills, smashing the Poochyena driven by the Wolf Fang gang with contact skills, the restraint device on Mytyena's neck. Looking around, Mytyena, the leader of the Sui Fang gang, was slightly stunned when he found that the chain on his body had been torn off. Awoo! With a loud roar, Mytyena, the leader of the Wolf Fang gang, slowly supported his body. Immediately, all the Poochyena and Mytyena present responded, and the wolf howls were endless, which was quite shocking. At this time, Mytyena, who had returned to the position of leader of the wolf pack, stared at the leader of the Wolf Fang gang with a group of wolf cubs. "You, what are you going to do? I am your master." The leader of the Wolf Fang gang looked at the situation in front of him, and a panicked look immediately appeared on his face. "Don't you understand? People like you who only use Pokemon as tools and Salation's instructions are not worthy of being their masters. Be prepared." At this time, Nana, with Garchomp also came over and looked coldly at the people of the Wolf Fang gang in front of him. "Just surrender." Akai and others held spears and spoke with gloomy faces. They never thought that as hunters in the mountains, they could say such words to the leader of the thieves organization that they feared the most. Normally, such words are said to them by surrounding forces, and this also includes the soldiers of the City Lord's mansion. It can only be said that they are on the side of justice this time and have good luck. Damn it. Looking at the situation in front of him, the leader of the Wolf Fang gang also knew that his situation was over. He didn't expect them to be in such a place. "What about you?" Miyamoto then looked at the soldiers of the City Lord's mansion around him and asked coldly. The soldiers of the City Lord's mansion around him showed panic expressions when they saw this, and they all looked at each other, and then looked at the bell tower next to them, which was completely burning. The City Lord has not appeared yet, most likely he has been buried in the sea of fire. Thinking of this, many people began to throw down their weapons. Someone did it first, and soon more people followed suit, and soon everyone dropped their weapons. The soldier wanted to see this, but he was alone and could only choose to surrender. The situation under the tower was finally resolved, but it was not over yet. In the tower, bang bang bang! In the tower, which was already a sea of fire, the sound of burning firewood kept ringing in my ears, and in addition to these sounds, clang, there was also the sound of metal colliding. It was already a sea of fire, and sparks could still be seen flying. At the moment when the two figures crossed in the firelight, the weapons of the two people collided, and the two people held the handles of the swords and stared at each other at the same time. This tower is about to collapse. It's not worth dying for such a guy. Morty looked at the ghost willow in front of him and shouted anxiously. This is a good rival, and also a person worthy of his admiration. It's a pity that he followed the wrong person. This is the final destination of the samurai. Since you don't want to die here, then kill me. The ghost willow on the opposite side still had no expression, and his tone was cold without any emotion. Ding! Morty's eyes shone after hearing the sound, and his arms exerted force at the same time. Both sides bounced back and pulled a distance apart. Then Morty put his knife back into the scabbard. Then let's decide the winner. Okay. Guiliu's eyes flashed when he saw this, holding the knife with both hands and slowly raised it to the side of his chest. And Morty opened his legs, holding the handle of the knife with one hand, and slowly raised the other hand to make a gesture of drawing the knife. Although they were enemies, they had an unexpected tacit understanding at this moment. They all gave up their defensive postures and planned to give it a try. Morty. Violet behind him looked at the scene in front of him worriedly. The situation around them was not optimistic. If they didn't get out, it would definitely be too late. Come on. The next second, the two rushed forward at the same time. While Guilu was swinging the knife, Morty also finished drawing the knife in an instant. Ding! Passing by, the sound of weapons colliding rang out, the two exchanged positions, ember scattered in the air, and then the figures of the two seemed to be still before normal. Only the surrounding flames were still burning fiercely. Bang! The next moment, there was a crisp sound, and the blade in Guiliu's hand broke, and Guilu himself fell to one knee. 10 hands supported the ground and the 10th hand looked at the broken knife in his hand. You lost. Morty, who was behind, had turned around and put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard. Lost? The knife that has been tempered thousands of times has actually been riddled with holes. You won, Morty. Guilu laughed at himself, stood up, threw away the broken knife in his hand, and then walked forward while taking off the iron mask and helmet. Wait a minute, what are you going to do? Morty shouted hurriedly. It's good to end like this. Thank you for giving me Churen's way of death in the end. Guilu responded while walking towards the raging fire in front of him. Violet was also shocked when she saw this scene, and subconsciously closed her eyes when she saw the figure engulfed by the flames. Ghost Willow, Morty shouted subconsciously. However, Ghost Willow's figure had been completely engulfed by the fire. Even so, he did not make any sound. Morty wanted to move forward, but the fire in front of him spread rapidly. Morty, it's too late, hurry up. Violet also reminded him when she saw this scene. Okay, I know. Morty glanced in the direction of Guilu, sighing in his heart, pitying such a strong man. But, what about him? Violet turned and looked at the city lord who fell not far away. Tisk. Let this guy live to atone for his sins, it's a bargain for him to die like this. Morty took a look, frowned, and finally did not abandon him. If Guilu had not touched him so deeply, he might not have saved him. But Guilu was willing to sacrifice his life just to repay his kindness. Although they had different positions, he admired Guilu very much. Since he wanted to protect this guy until his death, as a rival, he might as well fulfill his legacy this time. Morty stepped forward, carried the City Lord without saying a word, and then retreated with Violet. Boom! Just as the two were about to go downstairs, a burning pillar actually fell down. Violet screamed in astonish, and Morty, who was carrying a person, also had no time to react. Hehe. At this moment, two dark red rays of light came and hit the fallen pillar directly. The pillar shattered and resolved the crisis faced by the two. Ask for flowers. Gengar. Looking at the figure that appeared, Morty was relieved after reacting. Gengar also quickly floated down and came to Morty. Thank you Gengar, protect Violet, let's go out. Hehe. Gengar nodded immediately after hearing the voice, and then the two ran out at the same time. Violet and Morty fled outside with the City Lord. As soon as they came out, they saw the City Lord's mansion soldiers and the Lanja gang Chenkongs who had been captured by the Shijimoto warriors and Akai's hunter family. Brother Miyamoto. Morty quickly saw Miyamoto, ran over and threw the City Lord to the ground. 0. When the soldiers of the City Lord's mansion saw the City Lord, they were all ready to move, but they were quickly stopped by Akai and his men. Morty, Miss Violet. At this time, Nana also noticed the two of them. Since they separated on the tower, she was also very worried about their situation. When she saw that they were both safe, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nana, I'm so glad you're okay. Where's Ash? Violet ran up and grabbed Nana's hand. Seeing that Ash was gone, she immediately asked worriedly. Ash, he. Nana listened and looked up at the sky in the distance. Morty and Violet also looked up at the sky at the same time, and soon saw Ash rushing towards Ho-Oh. What does Ash want to do? The two of them opened their eyes unconsciously when they saw this scene. He wants to calm Ho-Oh's anger. Nana also replied after hearing the voice. What? Is this really possible? Ho-Oh is a god, and it just received. Hearing this, Morty spoke subconsciously. People of their era were limited by the times, and the image of Ho-Oh as an invincible god was deeply rooted. As for these beliefs, they were obviously much more devout than the Guardian family more than 100 years later. Unlike Morty in later generations, who occasionally raised questions such as whether Ho-Oh's advent was really good for Ecruteak City at that time, this Morty here obviously believed that humans could not compete with gods as the truth. If it's Ash, I believe he can do it. Nana looked in the direction of Ash without any doubt. For people of this era, Ho-Oh is God, but for people of later generations, God is also Pokemon after all. As long as it is Pokemon, it is possible to be defeated or even put into Pokeball. Everyone looked at the figure in the air. At this time, they had no other way but to put all their hopes on Ash. Ho-Oh, it's almost time to stop. Ash stood behind Pidgeot and flew towards Ho-Oh. At this time, Ho-Oh was facing away from Ash and seemed to have heard Ash's voice. Lie. Turning around suddenly, Ash was greeted by a colorful flame. Pidgeot seeing this scene, without Ash's command of 1, 4, 3, Pidgeot accelerated and rose without hesitation to avoid Ho-Oh's flame attack. Lie. After missing the first shot, Ho-Oh also chased after him relentlessly. It's up to you next, I love you. Here, Ash also decisively took out the Master Ball and invited Mewtwo, who had not been seen for a long time, out of the Pokemon home. A flash of light appeared, similar to the combination of human and cat, with a silver-white body, purple eyes, tail, and abdomen, and an external nerve bundle extending from the center of the back to the back of the neck. Mewtwo, whose fingers were composed of 3 spheres, appeared in front of Ash and Pidgeot. Boom! During the chase, Ho-Oh released several more colorful flames, which were so powerful that it looked like a beam of light directly converged on the way. The moment it appeared, sensing a strong threat, Mewtwo narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to create a dark blue psychic barrier. Boom! The sacred flame beam fell directly on the protective barrier, and a strong explosion exploded in the dark night. The colorful ember flickered in the air, looking like a gorgeous firework, but this beautiful ember was full of destructive power. Seeing his attack blocked, Ho-Oh immediately roared, his eyes flashing red, and his dual wing beat suddenly swung, releasing a strong airflow. A white light suddenly flashed on Ho-Oh's body, and the white light enveloped Ho-Oh's body, turning into a huge flying bird, swooping down directly. Ash recognized the attack of the Divine Bird at a glance, but ordinary Pokemon always need time to gather strength when using the Divine Bird, but Ho-Oh's attack was instant without any suspense. Get out of the way! Ash shouted to Mewtwo in front of him. It had planned to use Psychic to fight Ho-Oh head-on, but it also reacted that Ash was behind it, and it was easy to fall into the attack range of Fengzhou. Mewtwo flashed back in front of Ash, and then decisively used Psychic to teleport him and Pidgeot out of Ho-Oh's attack range. Ho-Oh's Divine Bird attack missed, and although it failed to hit, it still made the people below look solemn. Bang! Mewtwo, you know what I want to do. However, Sacred Fire entered the smoke, but there was no movement. At this time, the long-range telepathy must have been blocked by the furious Ho-Oh, so he assisted Mewtwo as an assistant, and let him approach Ho-Oh as a bridge for close communication. Can he communicate with it? Maiwo? Ash's eyes lit up blue, and he passed his tactical intentions to Mewtwo. Mewtwo, Thunder Punch. After dodging the attack, Ash was also thinking about how to calm Ho-Oh's anger. His goal was not to hurt Ho-Oh, but to stop it from going berserk. However, to do so, he needs to get close to Ho-Oh, so the next battle. Whoosh! Mewtwo nodded, and of course it knew what Ash was going to do. Mutwo flashed down from above, with his fists clenched and flashing with golden lightning. Pidgeot? Here, Ash also subconsciously reminded him, after all, he didn't want to see the power of the world collapse again. Don't stop and keep rushing. Pikachu uses 10 million volt Thunderbolt, Shinx Thunder Shock. Both of them fell off his shoulders, and in panic, Psychic wrapped the two Pokémon and returned to Pidgeot's back. After receiving Ash's order, Pidgeot quickly approached Ho-Oh, and Ash found the right opportunity to jump from Charizard's back. Don't be too heavy-handed. It was Mutwo who had been forced back by Ho-Oh's sacred fire not far away who saved them. Mutwo flashed and turned into Mutwox, a fighting type who was good at close combat, and rushed towards Ho-Oh. At the same time, Ash showed his C-band, and Pikachu and Shinx jumped up from Ash's shoulders almost at the same time. Ash's sudden action made even Pikachu and Shinx who followed him unable to react. Mutwo punched Ho-Oh, and the lightning instantly filled Ho-Oh's body. Bang! A large amount of smoke and the energy generated by the explosion suddenly spread out. The smoke was filled with smoke. Ho-Oh looked at the smoke in front of him and still released the flame towards the smoke in front without hesitation. Pikachu, chew! Ho-Oh immediately roared, his eyes flashing red, and he forcibly resisted the power of Mutwo's fist for a moment, raised his head and spit out a sacred flame. Bang! However, a strong psychic blue light burst out from Mutwo's eyes, forcibly repelling all the sacred flames approaching it, but the strong airflow still made it retreat a little distance. Ash, who was riding on Pidgeot, was right behind Mutwo, and also felt a hot breath coming. He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked forward. Mutwo, Thunder Punch, don't give it a chance to react. Whoosh! 5.8. Mutwo approached Ho-Oh again, his fists flashing with dazzling lightning, and punched Ho-Oh one after another. Bang bang bang! Under Mutwo's continuous high-intensity attacks, Ho-Oh screamed and his body inevitably fell into paralysis contest condition. Now, Pidgeot, Shinx and Pikachu released attacks at the same time. Pikachu's 10 million volt Thunderbolt flashed with dazzling golden light, and Shinx's Thunder Shock was also absorbed by it. After the two energies merged, they collided violently with the big character explosion, and the energy was instantly detonated in the air. At this time, Ash directly notified Mutwo with telepathy. After a little thought, he immediately formed a method that seemed worth trying in his mind. He and Mutwo both had telepathy. After the attack of the Divine Bird, Ho-Oh suddenly turned around and spit out another fireball. The huge fireball was released, forming a big word in the air.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.